Is marrying me really that unbearable? No matter what you do, it's useless. Before I leave for my fief, I won't let you die in my residence. Following the voice, Wei Yunyun turned her head with difficulty. A sharp pain burst from her temple, her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. After a long moment, her mind slowly cleared, and a flood of strange yet familiar memories rushed in. In an elegant, old-fashioned room, a man in a dark robe leaned lazily against a rosewood chair. His noble air and calm indifference made him seem distant and untouchable. It was as if his words about life and death were nothing more than casual remarks. Wei Yunyun's heart sank. Everything felt unreal and absurd. She had traveled through time. What terrible luck! She had only bought a lottery ticket on her way home from work, dreaming of getting rich overnight. Instead of winning, she was hit by a drunk driver and ended up in an ancient dynasty called the Great Qian. The original owner of this body had the same name, Wei Yunyun, and was the daughter of a high-ranking official. The man before her was the sixth prince, Song Enian, recently granted the title of Prince Yu. Prince Yu's reputation in the capital was far from good. He was known for his reckless behavior and had recently caused a scandal for injuring someone while riding and taking over a civilian's house. According to the laws of the Great Qian, princes had to leave the capital for their assigned territories once they came of age. The title Prince Yu sounded grand, but his fief was in Ningzhou, a remote region in the northwest. The land there was barren and mountainous, close to restless border tribes, a place known for its poverty and hardship. Everyone knew this was the emperor's punishment for his repeated misconduct, a polite form of exile. Originally, the prince was engaged to Wei Yunyun's elder sister. But the ambitious sister refused to marry him, so the original Wei Yunyun was forced to take her place. On their wedding night, overwhelmed by fear of the rumors and the thought of being sent to such a harsh place, she had tried to end her life. And that was how the modern-day office worker, Wei Yunyun, was brought here instead. Her temples still throbbed with pain, and the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Thinking about the difficult journey ahead, Wei Yunyun almost wished she hadn't survived. But then again, she was already here. Instead of acting desperate, it was better to get along with the man in front of her and see how things would go. Wei Yunyun forced a faint smile and said softly, "Your Highness, what are you saying? To marry the wise and brave Prince Yu is the greatest blessing of my life." As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent. Song Inyen's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips.
"Oh."
His voice stretched slightly, carrying a hint of cold amusement. "Miss Wei, have you lost your senses, or are you mocking me?" Wei Yunyun's forehead was wrapped in thick bandages, her lips pale from blood loss. Wrapped tightly in a quilt, she looked as fragile as a flower that could wither at any moment. Yet her eyes seemed livelier than before, as if hiding some untimely plan.
"How could that be?"
"Since I've married your Highness, I will naturally follow you and behave properly." "I would never dare to mock you," Wei Yunyun said quickly. Song Enian looked doubtful, his gaze sweeping over her. A woman who had once tried to end her life on her wedding night rather than marry him. How could she suddenly speak such flattering, insincere words? His deep eyes were filled with suspicion and amusement. Wei Yunyun took a deep breath, forcing down her panic. She tried to smile more sincerely. No matter how little he cared for her, he was still a prince. Her future life depended entirely on his will.
Your
Highness," she said weakly, her voice softer and more natural than before. "After coming so close to death, I've realized many things. You are noble and respected. As your wife, I am now the princess of Yu. Though Ningzhou is a harsh place, being far from the struggles of the capital and living a peaceful life might not be such a bad thing." There was one thing she didn't say. There were many men like Song Enian in the capital. In this ancient world where women had little power, marriage was a matter of luck. Even if she hadn't married Song Enian, she might have ended up with another difficult man. So, rather than worrying about what kind of man she had married, the most important thing was to live peacefully together. In short, when you must flatter, You flatter. Hearing his words, Song Yinian lifted her eyes slightly. After a brief pause, as if believing what she said, he spoke softly. Tomorrow, when we return to your family, if you don't behave, don't blame me for being strict. Wei Yunyun pressed her lips together.
All right.
Song Yinian stood up and walked to the door. He spoke quietly to the maid standing nearby, Dongqing. Keep an eye on the princess. Dongqing bowed respectfully. Yes, your highness. Wei Yunyun felt her head spinning. Just as she was about to close her eyes to rest, a mechanical sound suddenly echoed in her mind, startling her.
Ding.
Traveler detected. System binding in progress. When she realized what the sound was, her headache and chest tightness disappeared, and even the weakness in her body faded. She sat up suddenly, looking around in disbelief. Was that voice really coming from inside her head? A faint blue screen appeared before her eyes. Binding complete. Host: Wei Yunyun. Current location: Wedding Chamber of Prince Yu's residence in the capital. Newcomer bonus: first sign-in rewards doubled. Would you like to sign in?
Sign.
Sign in. Wei Yunyun's voice rose with excitement. Hearing the noise, Dongqing quickly entered. Your Highness, is something wrong?
No.
Wei Yunyun covered her mouth, glanced at the glowing screen, then at Dongqing, making sure she couldn't see it. She then asked silently in her mind system, Can I talk to you like this? Sign-in successful. Reward: 1 strength and health pill. Newcomer bonus applied. 2 pills received. Warning: the host's current environment is not safe. Rewards will be stored in the system space. Please retrieve them within 24 hours. What happens if I don't? They will be reclaimed by the system. Your Highness, you're still injured. Please lie down and rest, Dongqing said, helping her back to bed. Wei Yunyun obediently lay down again. Her thoughts were now completely focused on the system in her mind. What does the strength and health pill do? Strength and health pill enhances the body to its peak condition, immune to all illnesses. That's amazing, she thought. In this era, medicine isn't advanced. People can die from a simple cold. Looks like I won't have to worry about getting sick anymore. Thinking this, she turned her head and said to Dongqing, You may leave now. I want to rest for a while. After Dongqing left, she quickly took out the strengthening pill and swallowed it in one gulp. However, as soon as it entered her stomach, Wei Yunyun frowned deeply, her face showing clear pain. What? Why didn't anyone tell me this thing has side effects? Wei Yunyun felt her stomach twist and churn, as if thousands of tiny needles were pricking her from the inside. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to get up and find a chamber pot. Half an hour later, she finally let out a long breath. Her whole body felt lighter and more comfortable than ever before, as if every pore had opened up. But soon, an intense hunger followed. She felt as though she could eat an entire cow. Someone come here, Wei Yunyun called out instinctively. Dongqing quickly entered. Seeing the situation, she hurriedly asked a maid to take away the chamber pot and brought over water for her to wash her hands. After washing, Wei Yunyun asked, Is there anything to eat? Dongqing was slightly surprised by the question. Looking at her mistress's face, she noticed it looked much healthier and rosier than before. Suppressing her confusion, she replied, Your Highness, it's not yet time for the evening meal. If you're hungry, I can bring you some pastries. Can't we just have dinner earlier? Wei Yunyun asked. Master, the princess consort suddenly seems much better and is asking for food. Should we send a doctor to check on her? A servant in blue approached Song Yinian and spoke softly. Song Yinian set down his teacup and tapped the table with. Thinking of how fragile Wei Yunyun had looked earlier, he found it hard to believe the servant's words. Suddenly better? Could it be a brief recovery before a relapse? Qingyu, make the arrangements, Song Yinian ordered. Be discreet. The servant named Qingyu bowed and left. The matter of Wei Yunyun's attempted suicide on their wedding night had been kept secret by Song Yinian. Apart from his own household, no one else knew. He had maintained this facade for years, and now that he was finally about to leave the capital, he couldn't afford any trouble. Meanwhile, Wei Yunyun had waited a long time without receiving any food. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen herself, Qingyu entered with the doctor. "Greetings, Your Highness," the doctor said respectfully. Qingyu bowed and said, "The prince heard that you're feeling much better, so he asked the doctor to come and check on you." Hearing this, Wei Yunyun's heart tightened. The medicine from the system worked too well. She had looked half dead just a moment ago, and now she seemed full of energy. Would they start to suspect something? System. What should I do? Can you make my pulse seem weaker? However, even after the doctor finished checking her pulse, the system gave no response. It seemed her system wasn't very smart. She would have to be more careful in the future and not act too healthy. "Doctor, how is Her Highness's condition?" Qingyu asked. The old doctor stroked his beard and frowned. "Her Highness's health is too good." Wei Yunyun awkwardly pulled back her hand and quietly observed the people in front of her. The doctor continued, "It's actually quite strange." "What's strange about it?" Qingyu asked. "Normally, after losing so much blood, Her Highness should be very weak and need time to recover. But now she seems completely fine. Did she take some kind of medicine? Is there any side effect?" Wei Yunyun asked, following his words. The doctor shook his head. "From her pulse, there's no problem. May I ask what medicine Her Highness took? Could I take a look? I got it by chance from a traveling Taoist. There was only one pill, and I've already taken it." "What a pity," the old doctor said with regret. Putting away his medicine box, he looked at her hopefully. "If Your Highness could contact that Taoist again and get the recipe, it could save many lives." Wei Yunyun shook her head. She still had one more pill, but how could she show it to him? If she got exposed, that would be terrible. Besides, even if she gave it to him, he probably wouldn't be able to figure out anything from it. Better to keep it for herself. Not wanting to continue the topic, she said, "Dongqing, is the meal ready yet?" "I'll go check right away, Your Highness," Dongqing replied. "You still have the mood to eat?" Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Weren't you the one who said you wanted to die? If you didn't die from the crash, you might as well starve. You don't want to marry my royal brother because you can't let go of the wealth and luxury of the capital, right? Greetings, Princess Mingle." As Dongqing's voice sounded, a young girl in a cherry-pink palace dress appeared before Wei Yunyun. Her skirt fluttered slightly as she hurried in, and her round, youthful face was flushed with excitement. She was the full sister of Prince Yu. In the original host's memory, she had never met this princess. Because Prince Yu had a bad reputation and was not favored by the emperor, Princess Mingle also had little presence in court. So, she came here to question her sister-in-law? Wei Yunyun forced a smile and sighed inwardly. It seemed the original host's past behavior had left a poor impression. But that was fine. She was no longer the original person, and with the help of her system, she was confident she could survive in this era. "Princess Mingle, according to etiquette, you should call me sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law?" Mingle stepped forward, her tone sharp. "I've never seen a sister-in-law who would rather risk her life on her wedding night. You clearly wanted to harm my brother." Mingle glared at Wei Yunyun, feeling wronged on her brother's behalf. If her brother hadn't hidden his true abilities to protect their mother and himself from political struggles, someone like Wei Yunyun would never have been chosen to marry him. And yet, this Wei Yunyun not only tried to break off the engagement, but even attempted to end her life on their wedding night. If word of this spread, all of her brother's careful plans would be ruined. Seeing the tense scene, Qingyu quickly pulled the old doctor away. He needed to report this to his master once. Song Yinian reclined lazily in his grand chair, flipping through a book. "You're saying the princess took a pill and recovered instantly?" "Yes, and the doctor said it had no side effects." Qingyu hesitated. He suspected that the princess still had more of that miraculous medicine. A life-saving pill like that couldn't be just one. He wanted one for his master as well. After all, since the princess had already caused trouble right after marrying in, asking her for one pill wasn't too much. "There's one more thing. Princess Mingle has gone to see her. It seems the two aren't getting along."
"Oh."
Song Yinian raised an eyebrow, surprise mixed with a hint of indifference. "Why didn't you say so earlier? That girl, Mingle." The drawn-out tone carried no blame, only lazy indulgence and a hint of amusement. "TSK, come with me. Let's go take a look." He knew his sister all too well. Since she had gone to see the princess, there was bound to be some kind of commotion. As Song Inian walked over, he had already pictured the scene of Mingle and his new princess arguing. However, the moment he stepped through the doorway, what he saw made him stop in his tracks. The pair of eyes that usually held a lazy, teasing look now showed rare surprise. At the dining table, two figures sat side by side. Mingle rested her chin on one hand, turning to look at Wei Yunyan with a bright smile. Whatever she had said made the new princess smile as well. The atmosphere was strangely harmonious, something Song Inian couldn't quite understand. Just then, Mingle's cheerful voice rang out, "Brother, why are you standing at the door? Come join us for a meal." Suppressing his confusion, Song Inian casually lifted his sleeve and sat down across from them. He spoke as if casually asking, "What are you two talking about? Let me hear it too." At his words, Mingle's round eyes lit up, as if she had finally found a chance to speak her mind. She put down her chopsticks and looked at him seriously. "Brother, I really have to talk to you about this." Her tone was affectionate, but slightly reproachful, with a hint of protectiveness. "It's your fault for acting so rashly before and scaring sister-in-law. That's why she did something foolish. You mustn't upset her again. She's such a good person. If you treat her badly, I'll be the first to object." Song Inian almost thought he had misheard. This sister, whom he had protected since childhood, had always been proud and sharp-tongued toward others. And now she was defending this woman? His uncertain gaze crossed the table and landed directly on Wei Yunyan, as if silently asking, "What did you do to make my sister, who's known me for over 10 years, take your side so quickly?" But Wei Yunyan didn't notice his unspoken question. All she could think about was how hungry she was and how she wanted nothing more than to fill her empty stomach. The chopsticks in her hand moved gracefully among the dishes, carefully bringing each bite to her mouth. After a while, she seemed to sense something, slowly stopped, and lifted her gaze to meet Song Inian's eyes. She gave him a polite, gentle smile. Her slightly raised brows showed a hint of confusion, as if asking, "Why are you staring at me instead of eating?" Seeing this, Song Inian withdrew his gaze. During the meal, only Wei Yunyan seemed to truly enjoy herself. When she finally finished eating, Mingle stood up to take her leave. Holding onto Wei Yunyan's sleeve, Mingle's delicate face was full of sincere concern. "Sister Wang, Ningzhou isn't like the capital. I've heard life there can be tough. If you ever face any trouble, please write to me." Wei Yunyan gently patted her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry. If something really happens, I won't hesitate to tell you." "Brother Wang, I'll return to the palace now," Mingle said softly to Song Inian. "When you and Sister Wang depart, I'll come to see you off." As she spoke, Wei Yunyan could clearly sense the reluctance and sadness in Mingle's tone. "All right," Song Inian replied calmly, his face showing no emotion. When Mingle's figure disappeared beyond the doorway, Song Inian gave a slight signal. The servants quietly withdrew, and the door closed behind them. Almost the moment the door shut, the relaxed air around Song Inian vanished, replaced by a strong, commanding presence. Startled by a sudden change, Wei Yunyan instinctively stepped back until her back touched the cold chair. He took a step forward, leaning closer. His hands gripped the armrests, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Wei Yunyan had to tilt her head up to meet his gaze. His striking features were now clearly visible, his dark eyes filled with quiet intensity. They were so close that she could feel his warm breath brushing her forehead, carrying a faint scent of cedar. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, her face and ears burning with heat. A faint smile curved his lips as he spoke in a low, teasing voice. "Well, it seems I've underestimated you, my dear princess. I didn't expect you to be so full of surprises." Wei Yunyan felt her head buzz. When she heard the words turning clouds and rain, she quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. "What does your highness mean by that? Playing dumb?" Song Inian didn't notice her unease and stepped closer. "Tell me, how did you do it?" "Do what?" Wei Yunyan regained some composure. looking at him with confusion and caution. Why did Princess Mingle treat you so kindly in such a short time? She even spoke against me for your sake.
So that was it.
Wei Yunyan let out a quiet breath, her expression returning to normal. Is that so strange? She tilted her head slightly, speaking calmly. The princess and I simply got along well and enjoyed talking. Strange indeed. Song Yinian stood up with a cold laugh. Got along well at first sight? Impossible. What exactly did you say to her? Meeting his sharp gaze, Wei Yunyan remained calm and rose slowly. What's this? Does your highness enjoy prying into others' thoughts? His eyes darkened for a moment before he returned to his usual lazy yet dangerous demeanor.
I don't pry.
I'm asking you directly. I already said it, we just got along. Is that a problem? What else could she say? She had only noticed how much Princess Mingle cared for her royal brother, so she told a small lie, praising him endlessly and saying she had long admired him, though she didn't know he was actually the sixth prince, Prince Yu. Thinking she couldn't be with the one she loved had made her deeply sad. She had even hurt herself out of loyalty to that love, only to later discover that the man she married was the very one she loved. Unexpectedly, Princess Mingle had believed her story completely, treating her as a kindred spirit. Of course, such things could never be said in front of the person involved. It would be far too embarrassing. Fine, of course, Song Yinian said, flicking his sleeve and withdrawing his sharp aura. Since it's the princess's word, I'll believe it. However, he leaned closer, his voice low and firm, carrying a warning. I hope what you said before is true. The journey to Ningzhou is long. You'd best behave properly and avoid any unnecessary tricks. With that, Song Yinian turned and left without another glance. Tch. Wei Yunyan spat on the ground in disdain as she looked at his departing figure. Only then did her tense nerves begin to relax a little. The man she married, Prince Yu, was completely different from the rumors that described him as a reckless troublemaker who only cared about games and horses. From the strange reaction she felt after taking the so-called health pill to Princess Mingle's perfectly timed visit, it was clear that nothing in this mansion escaped his watchful eyes. And from what Mingle said earlier, she now understood that her previous attempt to take her own life had been carefully kept secret within the prince's residence. If Mingle knew about it, it was most likely because he had allowed her to. A prince who seemed idle and unimportant, yet managed his household so tightly that not even a fly could escape his notice. Such control and cunning were far from ordinary. She looked toward the empty doorway, realizing she would have to deal with such a calculating man for a long time. The thought made her even more cautious. Sitting before the dressing table, she used the limited rouge and powder available to draw a mark on her smooth forehead, making it look like a small bruise. As she spoke, Dongqing entered with two young maids carrying trays. Your Highness, these are the clothes the prince specially ordered for you. We are here to help you get ready. The well-trained maids surrounded her, their movements quick and graceful. Wei Yunyan sat upright before the large rosewood mirror, letting them work. Her long black hair was lifted high, and Dongqing skillfully wove a few thin braids into the bun, decorating it with delicate ornaments. Soon, a nearly perfect hairstyle was finished. In the mirror appeared a face with gentle makeup, elegant brows, and calm eyes like autumn water. If not for the mark on her forehead, she would have looked flawless. Another maid brought a velvet tray holding a golden headpiece. It looked heavy, but not overly flashy. The fine gold threads were twisted into patterns she couldn't quite recognize, part vine, part flame, with a touch of exotic charm. Dongqing gently placed the ornament on her forehead, perfectly covering the mark. Wei Yunyan stood up and looked at her reflection in the mirror, feeling a moment of dazed uncertainty. She wore a long white gown made of moonlight silk, smooth as fine ice gauze and glowing softly. As she walked, the fabric shimmered like moonlight spilling over the ground, cool and ethereal. The golden ornament with strange patterns on her forehead formed a striking contrast, blending purity and elegance, Eastern grace, and exotic charm in a perfect balance. She reached up to touch her cheek in disbelief. Was this really her? Your Grace, you look as beautiful as a fairy, a maid exclaimed, holding a makeup box. Dongqing shot the maid a warning glance, then turned respectfully to Wei Yunyun. Your Grace, it's time. Wei Yunyun lifted her skirt and walked toward the door. In the front hall of the prince's residence, the morning light was gentle. Song Yinian lounged on a chair, one leg bent, the other stretched out, tapping the floor lazily. His long fingers played with a smooth jade pendant. Sunlight fell across his handsome, slightly careless face, giving him an air of effortless charm. Just then, a figure in pure white appeared, shining like moonlight, instantly catching his attention. His hand paused, and the jade pendant almost slipped from his fingers. His narrow eyes widened slightly, reflecting the graceful figure approaching. He swallowed lightly. After a moment, he regained his composure, a teasing smile curling at his lips. With a swift motion, he rose from the chair, his movements now sharp and confident. He took a few steps forward, stopping before Wei Yunyun, leaning slightly as his gaze openly studied her.
This look suits you well.
My taste has always been excellent. Wei Yunyun could feel the intensity of his gaze, different from the cold scrutiny of the day before. How could his attitude change so easily? Did he have two sides to his personality? She lowered her eyes to avoid his direct stare and gave a polite bow. Thank you for waiting, Your Highness. Song Yinian gestured for her to proceed, his movements full of refined grace.
Ding.
The storage time for your system items is about to expire. Would you like to retrieve them now? Sitting in the carriage, thinking about how to deal with the Wei family, Wei Yunyun was startled by the sudden system message. Retrieve them now? But where could she possibly put them? Sitting across from her was Prince Yu, a man whose background she didn't know and who seemed rather suspicious. As if sensing Wei Yunyun's thoughts, the system's voice sounded again. Host has not checked in today. Current location, East Street, Capital City. Would you like to check in? Checking in may grant a storage space. She thought to herself that with her usual bad luck, she probably wouldn't get anything good. But then again, she had traveled through time and even had a system. Maybe that was luck in itself. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 cubic meter of storage space. The moment she received it, Wei Yunyun felt a strange connection form between her and something unseen. With a single thought, she could sense a three-dimensional, empty space.
Wow.
It really was a storage space. System. Is this because I'm lucky, or can you control what I get from check-ins?
No.
The items are related to the host's current state and surroundings. No wonder yesterday I got a strengthening pill. So today's reward is because I'm in a carriage? Then maybe I can roughly control what I get in the future? The host may try. If she could try, then it might be possible. Excited by the good news, Wei Yunyun couldn't help but smile, her joy showing on her face. System, can you move my strengthening pills directly into the storage space? Just then, Song Yinian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Seeing the faint smile on her lips, he leaned back casually and asked, I wonder what makes the princess so happy? I just thought of a funny story, Wei Yunyun replied lightly.
Oh?
Tell me, I'd like to hear it. Since she was in a good mood, she didn't mind humoring him. Searching her memory for a joke from her previous life, she picked one he would understand. The cook complained to the shopkeeper, the vegetables I bought today are too tough. They're impossible to chew after cooking. The shopkeeper said, then cook them longer until they admit they're wrong. The cook sighed, I've been cooking for 2 hours, but not only do they refuse to admit it, they've even worn out my spatula. As soon as Wei Yunyun stepped through the gate of the inner courtyard, before she could even steady her feet, a basin of dirty water suddenly splashed toward her. Thanks to the strengthening pill that had improved her body, her reaction was incredibly fast. She twisted her waist sharply and dodged the wave of water with ease. Unlucky star. A sharp, bitter voice rang out, filled with anger. On the day you return home, you dare to wear white? Are you trying to bring bad luck? Do you wish harm on your father, or on me? Without even looking up, Wei Yunyan already knew who it was from the original owner's memories, her birth mother, Madame Wei, née Lu. When Lu gave birth to the original Wei Yunyan, she was badly hurt and could no longer have children. As the main wife, her inability to bear a son became her greatest shame. And the daughter who had cost her so much pain became the target of all her resentment. Since childhood, Wei Yunyan had been treated as unlucky and sent away to a remote estate to be raised by servants, just so her mother wouldn't have to see her. Ironically, her elder sister, Wei Yingying, was also a daughter, but she was cherished and spoiled. Madame Lu poured all her twisted affection into Wei Yingying, as if trying to make up for what she lacked with Wei Yunyan. Everything stayed that way until an imperial decree arrived, ordering that a daughter of the Wei family be married to the infamous sixth prince, Prince Yu. Only then was Wei Yunyan brought back from the distant estate. The reason was simple. The proud and pampered Wei Yingying refused to marry Prince Yu and cried endlessly. To keep her happy, the family decided to let the unwanted daughter take her place. When Wei Yunyan first returned home, she had felt a faint hope, thinking her parents had finally remembered her. But reality struck her hard. Seeing her parents' cold calculations and her sister's smug expression shattered that fragile hope completely. Perhaps because she now carried the original owner's memories, Wei Yunyan felt a dull ache in her heart. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze calm as she looked at Madame Lu standing on the steps, her face twisted with bitterness. Madame Lu wore a dark purple silk gown embroidered with flowers, her hair adorned with jewels, but her carefully painted face showed nothing but open hatred. Wei Yunyan showed none of the panic or embarrassment that Madame Lu had expected. She stood quietly, the golden and jade hair ornament on her forehead shining brightly in the sunlight. Her calm face carried a chill that made people uneasy. After a long silence, the corners of her lips curved slightly. "Mother, this way of welcoming your daughter home is truly
unique."
Her voice was soft but clear, carrying a cold distance that no one had ever heard from her before. Madame Lu was momentarily speechless, then her anger flared even stronger. That ungrateful girl! How dare she speak to her like that? Just as she was about to explode, Wei Yunyan spoke again. "It seems your daughter's fortune is too weak to bear the name of bad luck. Tell me, is it that I was born unlucky or—" She paused, her gaze sharp as ice. "Or did you, mother, give me all your bitterness when you brought me into this world?" The words struck Madame Lu like thunder. Her face froze, eyes wide, as if seeing her daughter for the first time. Was this really the timid girl who had grown up in the countryside, the one who used to cower and obey every word when she was brought back home?
How dare she?
How dare she speak so boldly, tearing open old wounds and exposing the resentment Madame Lu had long tried to hide? Madame Lu trembled with fury, her fingers shaking as she pointed at Wei Yunyan. Her voice turned sharp and shrill. "You've gone too far. How dare you talk back to your own mother? Do you think marrying Prince Yu means you can forget your own family?" As she shouted, she stepped down from the platform and raised her hand to strike. Just then, a delicate, affected voice interrupted, full of false concern.
"Oh, dear.
What's going on here?" Wei Yingying lifted her skirt and hurried over from behind the moon gate. She quickly reached Madame Lu's side and supported her trembling arm. Her eyes flicked toward the small puddle of water at Wei Yunyan's feet, a flash of satisfaction passing through them before she replaced it with a look of reproach. "Yunyan, what's wrong with you? You've just come home and already made Mother so upset." Her tones suddenly rose, filled with exaggerated sorrow. "Look at you, coming back dressed all in white, which is already unlucky. Mother only tried to remind you of proper manners, and you dared to talk back. Do you have no respect or sense of family duty? Only a few days after marrying into the royal household, you've already forgotten all manners. What a disgrace to the Wei family." Madame Lu pointed angrily at Wei Yunyan. "You ungrateful child. Kneel down and admit your mistake." Wei Yunyan looked at the mother and daughter standing together, united against her, and found the scene absurd. These people were completely unreasonable, beyond belief. But she stood her ground. Meeting the sharp gazes of Madame Lu and Wei Yingying, she took a step forward. Is this how a mother teaches her daughter? By throwing accusations the moment she enters the door? And is this what my dear sister calls proper manners, condemning her own sister without knowing the truth? Her eyes turned to Wei Yingying, filled with open mockery. As for the respect and obedience you speak of, sister, tell me, what is respect and what is obedience? I am now the princess consort of Prince Yu, married by royal decree. By custom, even mother should offer a half-bow and address me as princess consort of Prince Yu. And you, sister, what courtesy should you show me? Wei Yingying's face froze, turning pale, then flushed. This girl, gone for only 3 days, had suddenly learned to use her title to her advantage. But when she remembered that Wei Yunyan had only married Prince Yu, a faint, mocking smile appeared on her lips. Wei Yunyan gave them no chance to speak. Her voice was clear and steady. You accuse me of wearing white to bring misfortune. But, mother, do you not recall that the betrothal gifts from Prince Yu's household clearly listed 10 bolts of moonlight brocade? What I wear today is the very same royal gift. If you think this attire is unlucky, are you saying you disapprove of the royal gift itself? Or perhaps, that the emperor's decree of marriage was ill-fated? How dare you twist my words? Madame Lu was terrified by the weight of Wei Yunyan's accusation. She had indeed thought the imperial marriage decree was unlucky, but since it wasn't her beloved Yingying who had to marry, she hadn't cared much. But if such words reached the emperor's ears, questioning the royal family and showing dissatisfaction with an imperial decree, she would be doomed. Wei Yingying panicked as well. Sister, how could you misunderstand mother so? She only meant, what is all this noise? Have you no sense of decorum? A deep, commanding voice came from behind Wei Yunyan. Her father, Wei Chongming, stood there in a purple robe, hands clasped behind his back, his face dark with anger. His gaze swept over Madame Lu and Wei Yingying's frightened faces before finally fixing firmly on Wei Yunyan. Yunyan! Wei Chongming's voice carried unquestionable authority. You've just returned home and already caused trouble. Your mother may have spoken a bit harshly, but she did it out of concern for you. As her daughter, instead of listening humbly, you talked back. Is this what the Prince of Yu's household taught you? Such disrespect is unacceptable. Without asking for the truth, Wei Chongming immediately accused Wei Yunyan of being unfilial. Wei Yunyan sneered inwardly. So, they had all been eavesdropping. It seemed her return home was just an excuse for them to lecture her. She was about to speak when a lazy yet commanding voice drifted in from the moon gate. Well, Assistant Minister Wei, your voice is loud enough to be heard across the courtyard. Scolding your daughter, are you? Impressive. With that teasing tone, Song Yinyan strolled in. He wore a luxurious robe with the collar slightly open, a few strands of dark hair falling casually over his forehead. A blade of grass hung from his lips, and he idly tossed 2 smooth jade pieces in his hand, the crisp sound echoing softly. Wei Yunyan frowned. Was this how he always behaved? He didn't look the least bit royal or dignified. No wonder his reputation was so poor. Assistant Minister Wei turned around, his expression tightening slightly when he saw Song Yinyan. He was clearly surprised that Song Yinyan had actually accompanied Wei Yunyan home. After a brief pause, he bowed respectfully. Your servant greets His Highness, the Prince of Yu. Madame Lu and Wei Yingying were reluctant, but given the prince's status, they dared not be impolite. Song Yinyan walked straight to Wei Yunyan's side, exaggeratedly looking her up and down. His gaze stopped at her feet, and his brows furrowed dramatically. TSK. My princess, how long have you been home? How did you end up looking like this? He bent down and pinched a bit of her skirt where it was splashed, then quickly flicked his fingers as if he had touched something unpleasant. What happened? Hearing his question, Wei Yunyan felt for a moment that he might actually be standing up for her. She briefly explained what had taken place. After hearing Wei Yunyan's words, Song Yinyan suddenly looked up, his voice rising sharply with a tone full of street-like arrogance. Lord Wei, my princess, whom I married properly, is wearing the royal gift of moonlight brocade to visit her family. And your welcome gift is a basin of cold, dirty water? What is this supposed to mean? Do you think the gates of Prince Yu's residence are too low, or that my dignity can be trampled on as you please? As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 guards in armor rushed in and surrounded everyone. Song Enian immediately accused them of disrespecting the royal family and insulting Prince Yu's household. His tone was fierce, his posture overbearing, like a tyrant used to getting his way. Madame Lu was so frightened that her legs went weak. Your Highness, please forgive us.
It was
this old servant's clumsy hands. She slipped by accident. As she spoke, she grabbed the arm of the pale-faced old maid beside her, who was still holding the empty iron basin. The old maid suddenly came to her senses, dropped to her knees with a thud, and kowtowed towards Song Enian. Your Highness, please forgive me. It was my fault. I didn't hold it steady. I didn't see the young lady, no, the princess, coming in.
Oh?
Song Enian slowly spat out the grass stem in his mouth and said casually, if your eyes are useless, then there's no need to keep them. At his words, the guards beside him immediately fixed their gaze on the old maid, ready to act at his command.
What?
My eyes? The old maid froze in terror. Prince Yu was known for his temper. He might really do it. Shivering, she clung tightly to Madame Lu's leg and cried loudly, Madam,
please save me.
If I lose my sight, how can I serve you anymore? Madame Lu was held so tightly that she couldn't move, her face pale with fear and anxiety. Seeing the scene and the fierce guards standing behind Song Enian, Wei Yingying turned pale and quickly hid behind Wei Sifu. Wei Chongming's forehead veins bulged as he took in the chaotic scene. He couldn't help feeling angry at Madame Lu as well. This reckless prince was about to be exiled. Why provoke him now? Wasn't this asking for trouble? Suppressing his anger, he stepped forward and bowed deeply to Song Enian. Your Highness, please calm down. These insolent servants are far too bold. They dared to offend the princess consort and must be punished. However, he glanced at the old maid who was crying on the ground and forced down his disgust. She has served the family for many years, and she's old now. It was an unintentional mistake. Could your Highness spare her this time for my sake? I will punish her severely and give your Highness a proper explanation. Wei Yinyan watched their performance calmly. In the original host's memory, this was probably the first time she had seen them so humbled. Indeed, having status made all the difference. Even if Prince Yu was not favored, they still dared not openly offend him. An explanation? Song Enian sneered. For Vice Minister Wei's sake?
Ha!
You think I owe you that? Even an old servant in your house dares to disrespect my princess consort.
Who is showing respect to me then?
If a servant dares to ignore the princess consort today, will she ignore the emperor's decree tomorrow? To show contempt for the royal family is a grave offense. Are you trying to protect a servant who dares to defy the royal authority? Wei Chongming's face turned dark. This infuriating Prince Yu, always accusing others of disrespecting the royal family, was acting like a street rascal, twisting words and making unreasonable accusations. All his life in court, he had faced many cunning opponents, but never someone so unreasonable and shameless. Yet, the prince's noble status gave him the upper hand, even if his reasoning was absurd. Suppressing his anger, Wei Chongming asked hoarsely, "Then what does your Highness intend to do?" Just as Song Enian was about to press further, he felt a light tug on his sleeve. Wei Yinyan made a small hand gesture that even common folk would understand, rubbing her fingers together. Song Enian froze for a moment, his expression turning strange. His little princess consort truly was an interesting one. Humph. Song Enian flicked his sleeve sharply and said to the kneeling old maid, "Since my father-in-law has pleaded for you, and today is the princess consort's homecoming day, it would be inauspicious to shed blood. I'll be merciful and spare you this time." The old maid let out a sigh of relief and kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, your Highness. Thank you for your mercy." Madame Lu and Wei Chongming also breathed easier. However, Song Enian suddenly changed his tone, extending his hand toward Wei Chongming with confidence. But the royal brocade quilt has been ruined. As for the loss, that's easy to handle, Wei Chongming said quickly. Someone, go to the storeroom and bring out a bolt of royal brocade. The small gestures between Wei Yunyan and Song Yinian did not escape Wei Chongming's notice. It was just a piece of fabric, nothing more. He could easily give it to them to settle the matter. But Song Yinian was not someone who could be brushed off so easily. With his arms crossed, he looked at Wei Chongming with a sideways glance and said coldly, "Just one piece of moonlight brocade? Father-in-law, are you treating me like a beggar?" Wei Chongming glanced at Wei Yunyan. Her skirt was only slightly damp, and that outfit didn't need anywhere near a whole piece of fabric. Clearly, Prince Yu was determined to take advantage of him. Madame Lu couldn't stay quiet any longer. Her voice rose sharply. "Your Highness, what do you mean by that? The princess's clothes, even with lining, wouldn't use up a whole piece of moonlight brocade." "Please don't." Wei Yingying quickly joined in, her tone soft and sweet. "That's right, Your Highness. I may not be good at sewing, but even I know that one piece of fabric would be enough for my sister to make several new dresses. Look, her skirt is only a little wet." As she spoke, her jealous gaze fell on Wei Yunyan's outfit. She deliberately dabbed at the edge of Yunyan's skirt with her handkerchief, hinting that she was making a fuss over nothing. Wei Yunyan straightened her back and met her sister's eyes. Mimicking Wei Yingying's usual sweet and delicate tone, she replied dramatically, "Sister, you don't understand. This dress took His Highness a great deal of effort. He invited the best craftsmen in the country to design it with great care. Just choosing the fabric took 49 days. From each piece of moonlight brocade, only the finest 1-foot section from the center was used. In total, over 100 pieces were needed to make this one dress. One tailor even lost his eyesight from working to it. Besides, this dress carries His Highness's deep affection for me. Its value is far beyond that of ordinary clothing. If it weren't for today's visit home, I wouldn't have had the heart to wear it. Sister, your casual words just now, aren't they disrespectful to His Highness's feelings?" When Wei Yunyan finished speaking, the entire courtyard fell silent. Even the servants stared at her, as if they had seen a ghost. Wei Chongming's mouth twitched, his expression complicated, as though he was seeing his daughter for the first time. Wei Yingying was completely stunned, her mouth hanging open, her face full of disbelief. She had never met anyone so shameless in her life. Just listen to what she said. 100 bolts of cloth for one outfit? And the tailor went blind making it? This isn't just any outfit. It carries Prince Yu's affection? What a ridiculous lie. Does she even believe it herself? Even Song Yinian couldn't help raising an eyebrow, his amused eyes full of open surprise. He tilted his head slightly, watching Wei Yunyan's tearful, overly dramatic expression with great interest.
Wei.
Yun. Madame Lu finally snapped out of her shock, anger rushing straight to her head. She glared at Wei Yunyan as if she could tear her apart. That ungrateful girl, just married and already siding with outsiders. She should have been stopped the moment she was born. "Wei Yunyan, stop making up nonsense." Wei Yingying shouted sharply. "I'm making things up?" Wei Yunyan pointed at herself, looking deeply wronged, her eyes turning red. She suddenly turned to Song Yinian, her voice trembling as if she were about to cry. "Your Highness, look. They not only ruin the precious robe that carries your feelings, but they also accuse me of lying. Since they refuse to be reasonable or make amends, then let it be handled as you see fit." After speaking, Wei Yunyan even gave a few symbolic sobs. "Host, you should really be an actress." Even the voice in her mind couldn't help commenting. Wei Yunyan was too focused on her performance to respond. Song Yinian covered his mouth and coughed heavily to hide the smile tugging at his lips. He quickly composed himself, lowering his hand, his face filled with anger as if his heartfelt gift had been trampled on. "The princess is right. This robe cost me great effort and is priceless. Since you refuse to compensate, then this old servant's eyes will pay the price." With that, he raised his hand and made a sharp gesture. A harsh metallic sound rang out as the guard nearest Madame Lu drew his dagger, the cold blade flashing as it pointed straight at the terrified old servant on the ground.
No.
Madam, master, please save me. Madam, you told me to do it. You can't abandon me.
I don't want to die.
I don't want to be blinded. The old servant was so frightened that she crawled to Madame Lu's feet. Be quiet. Madame Lu shouted angrily. Enough. Wei Chongming said tiredly, waving his hand. His warning gaze fell on Wei Yunyun, the daughter, who always caused trouble. How do you want them to make amends? Hearing those words, Wei Yunyun immediately put away her tearful expression, and a faint, triumphant smile appeared on her stunning face. She slowly raised one finger and said clearly 1,000 taels of gold. Wei Chongming almost thought he had misheard her. This girl must be here to rob him. He angrily flicked his sleeve and said through gritted teeth, impossible. At most 100 taels. Our Wei family cannot afford 1,000. If His Highness insists, then take this old servant's life instead. And as for what Prince Yu has done, I will report it to the court tomorrow. It was just a servant's eyes that had been injured. How could that be worth 1,000 taels of gold? Wei Yunyun looked at Wei Chongming with a faint, mocking smile. Huh. This old man even dares to threaten Prince Yu? Let him report it, if he wants. After all, her Prince Yu would soon be leaving the capital, and with his already terrible reputation, asking her father-in-law for some money wasn't such a big deal. No, the lowest I'll accept is 500 taels. Wei Yunyun stepped forward, her tone firm and unyielding. Madame Lu's maid was still crying loudly beside her, making her even more irritated. She didn't want to pay, but if she gave up her trusted servant, who would truly be loyal to her in the future. My lord, Madame Lu called out weakly to Wei Chongming. In the end, Wei Yunyun left the Wei residence happily with 500 taels of gold, together with Song Yinian. On the carriage back to Prince Yu's residence, Wei Yunyun held the heavy box full of gold tightly, unable to stop smiling. Her fingers kept brushing over the box, her eyes curved with joy as she hummed a cheerful tune. Song Yinian leaned lazily against the soft cushion opposite her, adjusting his slightly open collar and returning to his usual elegant, relaxed demeanor. The princess looks so happy, he said with a teasing smile. It almost makes you seem a bit inexperienced. His narrow eyes glimmered with amusement as he looked at her. Wei Yunyun wasn't offended. Instead, she glanced at him and nodded calmly. I really haven't seen much of the world, she said, patting the box in her arms. I was sent to the countryside when I was little. My father didn't care and my mother didn't love me. I had to fend for myself. Forget gold. Even a few silver coins had to be carefully counted before spending. Although she was speaking of the original owner's life, it wasn't much different from her own. When she was little, her parents divorced and neither wanted to keep her, so they left her with her grandmother. After her grandmother passed away, she lived alone. Since the divorce, she had only seen her mother a few times, and as for her father, not even once. Her biggest dream was to become rich. Who doesn't like gold? If she hadn't been greedy for money, she wouldn't have come here. Listening to Wei Yunyun's calm words, Song Yinian felt an unexpected discomfort in his heart. He had thought Wei Yunyun was a carefully placed by the Wei family, marrying him with hidden motives. But now it seemed she was just a poor girl abandoned by her selfish parents, pushed into marrying a useless prince. In that case, it was fine. A girl with no family support, rejected by her clan, and with no powerful connections behind her. Alone, with no one to rely on but herself. That meant she could truly become his Princess Yu. He withdrew his gaze and lazily closed his eyes. On the day Prince Yu left for Ningzhou, only Princess Mingle came to see him off among all the nobles of the city. She also brought an imperial decree ordering Prince Yu to keep everything simple. Aside from the prince's main carriage, there were only a few old carriages, about 10 servants, and 100 guards wearing plain armor with dull weapons. The procession of Prince Yu's household looked rather poor. The wheels rolled over the stone streets of the capital, making a heavy creaking sound. Princess Mingle, looking reluctant, handed a heavy brocade box to Wei Yunyan. Sister Yun, this is from my mother. The road to Ningzhou is long. Please take care of yourself and my brother. Wei Yunyan took the box in surprise. Concubine, you had actually prepared a gift for her? She thought about giving something in return and checked her belongings. A pill for health, a bag of compressed biscuits, a silver note from selling jewelry, and 500 taels of gold. Nothing seemed suitable to give back. Forget it, she would wait until she had something better next time. All right, you should head back to the palace now, Song Yinian said as he stepped into the carriage and waved to Mingle. Well, if it isn't our famous Prince Yu, the Emperor must really care about your comfort. Your travel setup is certainly simple enough. Not far from them, a few young noblemen holding folding fans blocked the road, laughing and mocking. Yes, that ghostly place Ningzhou. I heard the wind there can sweep people away, and the snow can bury cities. I wonder if His Highness's dozen or so soldiers can handle it. Ha ha ha, the soldiers might manage, but that newly married princess. That's another story. Mingle, who hadn't left yet, clenched his fists, ready to lose his temper. Song Yinian lifted the carriage curtain, didn't even glance at them, and instead took a handful of silver pieces from his pouch and tossed them toward the group. Here's your reward. Don't be shy with me. The silver pieces hit the young men on their heads, and a wave of humiliation washed over them. Before they could say anything, the surrounding crowd suddenly erupted, rushing forward to grab the silver. In an instant, the mocking nobles were swallowed by the noisy crowd. By the time they struggled out, looking disheveled, Song Yinian's carriage had already gone far down the road. Furious, they cursed it. The departing convoy moved along the official road, raising clouds of dust. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 cubic meter of storage space. Wei Yunyan, who had been dozing, suddenly opened her eyes. Excited, she thought, another storage space. Could it be that checking in while riding a carriage makes it easier to get one? Unknown. The host may continue to experiment. The system's cold electronic voice carried no emotion. Can the two spaces be merged? As the system confirmed, Wei Yunyan sensed her original space expand to twice its size. Wonderful, so the space could be upgraded like this. Even the most luxurious ancient carriage was terribly bumpy. After 3 days of travel, Wei Yunyan felt as if her body might fall apart. During those 3 days, her check-ins had given her 20 pounds of refined iron, 1 pound of compressed biscuits, and a modified composite bow with 100 simple arrows. The bow and arrows were today's reward. The system had told her that the items she received were related to her current state and surroundings. That made her uneasy. Could it mean danger was coming today? She gently lifted the curtain. The official road, far from the capital, was nearly empty except for a few passing carriages. There were no travelers in sight. Looking ahead, the road narrowed, and the mountains on both sides rose higher. It seemed they were about to enter a forested area. She lowered the carriage curtain and looked at Song Yinian, who sat silently, as if asleep. In a low voice, she said, "Your Highness, do you think we'll face danger? I've been feeling uneasy all day." Song Yinian kept his eyes closed and replied lazily, "Oh, so apart from talking nonsense, the princess also has the gift of foresight?" Despite his tone, he knew well that they had already left the capital's territory. Some people might not be able to hold back any longer. Seeing his careless attitude, Wei Yunyan couldn't help but worry. Could this man really be trusted? Her tone grew sharper. "Your Highness has offended many people in the capital. I'm sure some still hold grudges. You must have a plan to ensure we reach Ningzhou safely, right?" Song Yinian lifted his eyelids slightly, a faint smile on his lips. "The princess is known for her courage and loyalty. What danger could possibly frighten you?" Wei Yunyan frowned.
What did he mean by that?
Could it be that Mingle had told him about the nonsense she once said? How embarrassing. As they talked, the carriage rolled deeper into the forest. Wei Yunyan was about to speak again when something unexpected happened. Suddenly, sharp whistles echoed from both sides of the forest. Dozens of fierce-looking men with weapons surrounded their group. Leave the carriage and your supplies, the leader ordered arrogantly, pointing his blade at Qingyu. Though the guards outnumbered them, the bandit leader saw only weak servants, nothing to fear. How dare you? Do you not see this is the carriage of Prince Yu's household? Qingyu shouted, recognizing them as local bandits. But the man only laughed loudly. Brothers, did you hear that? He thinks we're fools. What kind of prince travels with such a small? They were still close to the capital, and the man had seen royal processions before, grand and heavily guarded. He would never dare rob someone of that rank. But this group? At best, some minor official pretending to be important. Boss, stop talking. Let's just take them down. Protect the prince and princess. At Qingyu's command, he turned and moved back toward the main carriage. The guards, who had seemed tired and weak along the way, suddenly changed the moment the order was given. Their eyes turned sharp, and their movements became swift and precise. A few bandits who reacted too slowly were defeated instantly, not even having time to cry out. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, dozens of bandits had lost all ability to fight. Wei Yunyan couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. Was that it? Her amazed gaze fell on Song Yinian. With such skill, he called them ordinary guards? Clearly, they were elite warriors. They had been away from the capital for days, yet he still had his men pretend to be lazy and weak. Was it all just to surprise their enemies later? She had clearly underestimated her husband, the prince. Why is my princess staring at me like that? Song Yinyan's smile deepened. My lord, what should we do with these people? The lead guard, Ganwen, dragged the bandit leader with one hand and held a blood-stained weapon in the other. He threw the man to the ground and bowed respectfully toward the carriage. Execute them, Song Yinyan said casually. Please spare me. I didn't know who you were. I have family to care for. The bandit leader begged. Wei Yunyan suddenly thought of something and quickly said, wait. She lifted the curtain, and the strong smell of blood made her feel dizzy. Ganwen paused and looked to Song Yinyan for instructions. Song Yinyan turned his gaze to Wei Yunyan, waiting for her to explain. Covering her nose slightly, she leaned closer and whispered, these bandits have been here for a long time. They must have stolen plenty of valuables. Why don't we find their hideout and take their loot? Song Yinyan had thought she was being soft-hearted, but it turned out she was just being practical. What a little money lover. He immediately said to Ganwen, do as the princess says. Ganwen dragged the bandit leader aside. Following Wei Yunyan's suggestion, the group split into two teams. Ganwen took some men and the captured bandit leader and left. The rest stayed behind to clean up and rest in a safer spot. The smell of blood still lingered. Leaning against the carriage wall, Wei Yunyan closed her eyes, pretending to rest as she tried to calm her breathing and heartbeat. As a modern soul, seeing such a scene for the first time made her feel a little uneasy. Song Yinyan's gaze fell on her, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. The carriage was silent, with only the occasional sound of horses snorting and footsteps outside. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Yunyan finally opened her eyes slowly. After a brief moment of confusion and discomfort, her eyes quickly regained their calm and clarity. Meeting Song Yinyan's gaze, she gave a faint smile and said hoarsely, Your Highness, please don't laugh at me. Song Yinyan rubbed the plain black jade ring on his thumb and said slowly, It's normal. Is this your first time seeing blood?
Yes.
She nodded slightly. He paused, then said with a hint of amusement, You were just talking about searching the bandits' hideout. Why do you look frightened now? I am scared, she admitted honestly, pointing to her chest. I do feel uneasy here, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to deal with those bandits, does it? The princess is quite clear-headed and honest. Song Yinyan leaned back against his cushion and said no more. Time passed in silence. When the sun began to set, sounds finally came from the surrounding forest. Ganwen returned with his men, each carrying a bundle, while he himself carried a rough cloth sack. Reaching the front of the carriage, he placed the sack on the ground. Your Highness, the bandits' den has been cleared. We found 1,200 taels of silver, 32 taels of gold, and some grain, cloth, salt, and iron. Let the princess handle it, came Song Yinyan's voice from inside the carriage. Wei Yunyan lifted the curtain and stepped down. She carefully checked all the items, recorded the silver and supplies, and handed them over to the steward for proper management. As for the gold, she quietly kept it for herself and slipped it into her system space when no one was watching. This Prince Yu was indeed generous. So much money, given away so easily. But if things were this simple, why had she received a weapon as a reward earlier? Her instincts told her that it couldn't be that easy. From all the dramas and novels she had seen in her previous life, she knew that more danger was likely waiting ahead. It's getting late, Ganwen said, turning to Qingyu, who was in charge of the scouts. Let's move on and try to reach the next post station before dark. At Qingyu's command, the group set out once more. Ganwen and his companions soon returned to their usual lazy, weary state. By the time they reached the post station, night had completely fallen. A few dim oil lamps cast a faint glow through the wooden windows. Qingyu dismounted first and knocked on the gate. The dull thuds echoed through the quiet night, sounding unusually sharp. Wei Yunyan peered cautiously through a side window. After a long moment, a thin figure holding an oil lamp opened the door speaking impatiently. Who is it? It's so late. The Prince of Yu has arrived. Prepare food and lodging at once. At these words, the station keeper did not open the door. Instead, he shrank back, forcing a strained smile. Your Highness, please forgive me. The station is full tonight. We truly have no space left. As he spoke, he pressed his body against the door, as if afraid they might force their way in. Ganwen's eyes sharpened as he glanced at the man, his ears twitching slightly. Though the station seemed empty, faint breathing and the soft scrape of metal could be heard from the shadows nearby. Ganwen suddenly drew his sword and held it to the station keeper's neck. The man was so frightened that the oil lamp slipped from his hand and crashed to the ground. Spare me, Your Highness. Please, I beg you. There really are no rooms left. He cried out in panic. What's going on? Song Yinyan and Wei Yunyan stepped down from the carriage one after the other. Ganwen sheathed his sword and bowed. Your Highness, there's no one inside, yet this man claims the station is full. Take him away, Song Yinyan ordered coldly. The station keeper trembled, thinking his life was over. He fell to his knees with a thud, knocking his head on the ground. Please, Your Highness, have mercy. I'm telling the truth. It's just that, before he could finish, someone gagged him and dragged him away. Ganwen stepped forward and whispered a few words to Song Yinyan. Soon after, Wei Yunyan noticed several guards surrounding her, escorting her to a room to rest. Dong Qing helped her tidy the bed and told her to rest early, while all the guards stood watch outside her door. Something about this felt very wrong. Just then, a cold mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Current location. Post station on the border between the capital and Yunzhou. Sign in. Wei Yunyan silently thought. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. Reward. Refined sulfur powder times 10. What? Isn't this used for disinfecting? A deafening crash interrupted her thoughts. The old door of the post station was violently kicked open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows cutting through the air tore apart the night's silence. Countless arrows rained toward the post station. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck the doors and windows, making dull, jarring sounds. The guards outside Wei Yunyan's room reacted instantly. They formed a human wall with their bodies and small round shields, protecting the door and windows with all their strength. The shields clanged loudly under the impact of the arrows, sparks flying. One arrow pierced through in the door, whistling into the room. Song Yinyan suddenly appeared inside, pulling Wei Yunyan down into the corner between the bed and the wall. The arrow brushed past her hair and embedded itself in the bedpost, its feathers still trembling. Wei Yunyan clutched her chest, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. Death had never felt so close. In that instant, all her senses seemed sharper. She could clearly hear the shouting and clashing of weapons outside, even the muffled sounds of blades striking armor. After pulling her to safety, Song Yinian turned to Dongqing, who had moved a step slower, and said, "Take care of Her Highness." "Yes, sir," Dongqing replied quickly. With that, Song Yinian's presence turned fierce. He drew his sword and joined the guards at the door, striking down the incoming arrows. Through the cracks in the window and the holes in the door, Wei Yunian saw that their attackers were a group of men dressed in black. They surrounded the post station, moving swiftly and in perfect coordination. These men were nothing like the disorganized bandits from the afternoon. Their moves were sharp and deadly, each strike aimed to kill. They fought the prince's guards evenly, neither side gaining the upper hand. From time to time, someone fell with a groan, and the metallic scent of blood quickly filled the air. Ganwen held his knife, fighting off the men in black while moving closer to Song Yinian. "Your Highness, please step back," he shouted as he fought. Although he had prepared for this, the enemy was many and well-trained. It would not be easy to win. At that moment, Wei Yunyan's eyes were drawn to a young guard standing in the shadow under the eaves. He held an ordinary bow, but his movements were smooth and quick, knocking, drawing, and releasing in one motion. With every arrow he shot, a man in black fell. One who had just climbed over the wall with a crossbow dropped instantly, an arrow in his throat. Another who tried to attack a guard from the side was struck through the wrist by a sharp arrow, fell to the ground, and was quickly defeated by the guard he had tried to harm. Wei Yunyan suddenly thought of the special bow. She turned and searched through her wooden luggage chest. "Your ladyship, what are you doing?" Dongqing asked as she stepped forward. Wei Yunyan quickly took the special bow and arrows from her hidden space, pretending to have found them in the chest. "Do you see that guard?
Give this to him.
Tell him this bow can shoot 3 arrows at once, and the arrowheads are made of fine steel. Hurry." Dongqing didn't ask more. She grabbed the items, pulled the door open a little, and shouted, "Zuorui's. Her ladyship rewards you. This bow can shoot 3 arrows at once. Catch it." She threw the bow with all her strength toward him. Zuorui's reacted with amazing speed. As soon as she called out, he turned slightly, his arm flashing out like lightning.
Clack, clack.
He caught both the bow and the quiver firmly. The heavy, cold, and solid feel of the weapon, stronger than any ordinary iron, made his eyes light up with surprise. He looked down at the bow in his hands, then quickly raised his head, his gaze meeting the bright, expectant eyes behind the door. "Her ladyship?" He gave a short nod, then swiftly drew 3 arrows from the quiver. He knocked them and pulled the string. The bowstring gave a deep, powerful hum. 3 arrows, like silver lightning tearing through the night, shot out with a sharp whistle, faster and stronger than before, each aimed at a different target. The 3 black-clad fighters, who were about to strike, suddenly froze. One was pierced through the neck, another through the heart, and the last tried to block with his blade, but the arrow shattered it and sank deep into his shoulder. 1 bow, 3 arrows, each one deadly. The shocking strike stunned everyone. The attackers' momentum faltered. Behind the door, Wei Yunyan's blood boiled with excitement. If it weren't for the wrong timing, she would have applauded. Song Yinian also clearly saw the breathtaking skill of that single shot. His gaze swept past Zuoruasia, who stood under the eaves, bow drawn again with unstoppable energy, then moved to the door guarded tightly by soldiers. A faint, unreadable look flashed in his eyes. The fierce battle that had seemed endless suddenly turned one-sided as the enemy's top fighters fell. Under the dark night sky, the sounds of fighting at the post station slowly faded. Ganwen, covered in blood and holding a chipped blade, scanned the battlefield. Outside the gate lay dozens of black-clad bodies. On Prince Yu's side, 8 men had fallen, and half of the rest were wounded. "Count the casualties and clean up the scene," Song Yinian said coldly, sheathing his sword. His brocade robe was stained with blood, and with his calm, stern face, he looked even more commanding. "Be gentle," he added casually, glancing toward Wei Yunyan's door. At the same time, several captured enemies were dragged before him. Ganwen crouched down and tore the mask from one man's face, revealing an ordinary-looking man. Gripping the man's jaw tightly, Ganwen demanded, "Speak."
Who sent you?
The man's eyes went blank. He clenched his teeth, making a choking sound. Then his body convulsed violently, his eyes reddened, and dark blood spilled from his mouth. Ganwen's face changed. He tried to force the man's jaw open, but it was too late. Almost at the same moment, the other captives also bled from their mouths and noses, dying instantly. Poisonous bag in the teeth. Ganwen suddenly stood up, his face turning pale. Deadly assassin. Song Enian looked down at the corpse from above, his handsome face calm and expressionless, except for his cold eyes that seemed to glow with a chilling light. He was about to go to Ningzhou, yet they still refused to let him go. Who could it be? The second prince? The empress?
Or
Someone else in the capital, like those hyenas sensing blood and eager to attack? Forget it, Song Enian said softly, his voice cold and emotionless. Take him away and deal with it properly. Ganwen nodded quietly and ordered his men to drag the dead assassin away. After a brief silence, everyone's eyes naturally turned to Zuaruasia. He slowly straightened up, holding in his hands a strange-looking, sleek, dark metal bow that shimmered with a cold glow. The bow was complex, with unusual pulleys, and the string was tight like a full moon, giving off a fierce, sharp aura. Near his feet, there was a quiver filled with not ordinary arrows, but some that gleamed with cold light and had sharp tips capable of piercing the night sky. One arrow had deeply embedded itself into the sturdy blue stone wall of the post station, leaving only a feather sticking out. The surrounding stone wall was covered with fine cracks like spider webs. Someone gasped in shock. A wave of exclamations and disbelief spread among the crowd. It's hard to believe. This was shot by an arrow. Oh my God. What kind of bow is that? My goodness. The arrow pierced the blue stone wall and cracked it. Incredible, truly incredible. This bow, these arrows, and brothers was archery skills. They are like divine techniques, exclaimed a guard skilled in archery, looking at Zuaruasia and his compound bow with admiration and excitement. The crowd's awe and praise created a buzzing hum. Their gazes on the compound bow were like they were looking at a legendary, divine weapon. Ganwen quickly stepped forward, unable to hide his excitement, staring intently at the bow. Carefully, he picked up an arrow. It felt heavy in his hand, with a tip that seemed made of fine iron, and the shaft was perfectly straight. Definitely not an ordinary arrow. Zuaruasia watched the intense, almost burning gazes directed at his bow, and his heart sounded a warning bell. He knew very well what such a powerful weapon meant. He was later chosen to be the personal guard of Prince Yu. Suddenly obtaining such a treasure, without a clear owner, might attract unnecessary greed. His mind quickly turned, and he made a decision. He bowed deeply toward the closed door of Wei Yunyan's room and said, "Your humble servant, Zuaruasia. Thanks the princess for giving me the divine bow and arrow to help defeat the enemy. This bow is truly extraordinary, the best I have ever seen in my life. Now that the enemy has retreated, I dare not keep this divine weapon for myself. I return it to you." As soon as Zuaruasia finished speaking, the door opened. The flickering firelight reflected his delicate face. He looked at Zuaruasia kneeling on one knee, holding the composite bow tightly as if it were a rare treasure. His face showed both excitement and fear. An idea flashed through Wei Yunyan's mind like lightning. This person is a top-notch long-range fighter. In this era of cold weapons, he is a sharpshooter who never misses and can turn the tide of battle at critical moments.
And
he seems quite loyal? At least he is completely devoted to this bow, which came from the system. Maybe I should take him in? The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She was new here, mainly accompanied by Dongqing, her close maid, who also seemed to be loyal to Prince Yu. She had no truly reliable confidant by her side. Wei Yunyan cleared her throat and looked at Zuaruasia with a gentle smile. "Is your name Zuaruasia?" "Yes, Your Highness." Zuaruasia immediately straightened his back and replied respectfully. You are an excellent archer. I quite admire that. She paused deliberately, then slowly said, I am in need of a close guard. If you are willing, this composite bow can belong to you. Everyone was stunned at her words. The princess was directly trying to take someone from the prince's personal guards? All eyes focused on Zuaruasia, then quickly shifted to Song Inian nearby. This request from the princess was a bit too bold. The arrangement of personal guards, especially close guards, was always under the prince's control. Zuaruasia instinctively wanted to refuse, but he was reluctant to part with the divine bow he held. He had intended to say that openly, so the princess or the prince would publicly reward him. He nervously and helplessly looked up at Song Inian, who stood with his hands behind his back. Ganwen also frowned slightly, worried that the princess's words might be too bold and upset the prince. Song Inian's deep, charming eyes lifted slightly, resting on Wei Yunyun's mischievous face. His lips curled into a faint, hard-to-read smile, showing a hint of playful interest. In a lazy, magnetic voice, he casually said, Aren't you going to thank the princess for her kindness? Zuaruasia was stunned. Thank you, your highness and the princess. He bowed deeply to Wei Yunyun and Song Inian in turn. From now on, you will obey the princess, and you don't need to listen to me. Ganwen and the others looked at each other in surprise. As bodyguards, they knew some things, but out of respect, they kept silent. Now it seemed that the prince's attitude toward the princess was a bit complicated. The once envied archer, who had been staring at Zuaruasia standing beside Wei Yunyun, couldn't hold back and took a step forward. Princess, your highness, this bow god's power. If only we could all have it. It would greatly increase our fighting strength. Ganwen frowned and stepped in front of him. What are you saying, silly boy? Don't you see that Zuaruasia needs to become the princess's close guard to get that bow? Are you planning to betray us? Wei Yunyun kept her expression calm, slightly furrowing her brows with a hint of worry, and sighed softly. This composite bow was obtained by chance, and there is only one. She wanted to give everyone a bow, but there was only this one. Princess, please don't be angry. Such a divine weapon can't be owned by everyone. He's just jealous and talking nonsense. Ganwen pulled the man behind him and bowed to Wei Yunyun. Song Inian came over to stand beside Wei Yunyun, looking over the crowd with a calm tone. All right, we shouldn't stay here too long. Ganwen, get everything ready. We leave at dawn. Understood. Song Inian casually turned his head and, in a voice only Wei Yunyun could hear, said, My princess is lucky. She unexpectedly obtained a divine medicine and a divine weapon. His tone sounded more like teasing than praise. Of course, I've always had good luck. Wei Yunyun turned and went back into her room without saying another word. The journey to Ningzhou took exactly 3 months. During this time, they faced 3 assassination attempts, but all ended safely with no injuries or deaths. After 3 months of daily check-ins, Wei Yunyun now has plenty of supplies. First, her space has expanded to 10 square meters. She is sure that checking in from a carriage makes it easier to get a portable space. Her space currently contains 1,000 gene of refined iron, 500 gene of quick-hardening ash, 200 gene of high-yield drought-resistant potato seeds, 30 gene of wheat seeds, a bag of alfalfa, 31 doses of healing ointment powder, 20 doses of sulfur powder, a sharp, easy-to-cut dagger, 620 taels of gold, and a health tonic pill. Seeing all these supplies in her space, Wei Yunyun feels more confident about the future. On this journey, her system check-ins help her sense danger early and often provide strange and useful items to help everyone. She always keeps her items in her dowry chest. Song Inian once thought about secretly opening her chest to see what was inside, but Wei Yunyun kept a close watch on it, so he gave up. She knows that weapons from her system are very special in this era, almost like magical artifacts, so she doesn't dare to use them casually. But her performance along the way, combined with her unique charm and personality, has made her guards and attendants look at her with genuine respect and trust. However, as they get closer to Ningzhou, everyone's mood becomes more serious. Everywhere along the road, there are bones left unburied. Refugees who are starving and poorly dressed often see them and kneel, begging for food. Some, driven by hunger, rush forward to fight for scraps and are ruthlessly killed. Seeing this, Wei Union feels sad but doesn't have a better solution. Your Highness, Your Majesty, we are approaching Ending City. Qin Yu's voice sounds heavy from the carriage. On the horizon, a low, broken, yellowish outline appears. Wei Union lifts the curtain of the carriage, and a cold wind carrying dust blows in, making her cheeks sting. Desolate. Ruined. This was her first feeling. Large areas of cracked, bare land with only sand and stones. A few patches of yellow, lifeless wild grass. A murky, nearly dry creek winding across the land. The official road disappeared here, replaced by a dirt path worn smooth by wheels and footsteps. No proper villages could be seen along the sides of the road, only scattered huts made of mud and dry grass. People in ragged clothes, thin and gaunt, curled up under the huts, their eyes empty and numb. The air was filled with the smell of decay and hopelessness. Wei Union thought she was mentally prepared, but witnessing everything firsthand, the scene was far more terrible than she imagined. This place looked more like ruins on the edge of civilization than the capital of a province. She couldn't bear to look anymore. She lowered the car curtain and saw Song Yinyan's half-profile. His lips pressed tightly together, his hand gripping the window frame so hard that his knuckles turned white. His eyes, squinting, flickered with anger. The usually calm and reserved King Yu, who seemed to hide his emotions well, was clearly stirred by a storm of fury inside. The carriage moved on, passing those huts. Someone looked up at them briefly, then quickly lowered their head, as if they had seen something frightening. Is this the capital of Ningzhou, Ending City? The low wall made of packed earth and broken stones was barely standing. Many parts had collapsed, revealing jagged gaps. This so-called city wall could not even keep out stray dogs, let alone enemies. The gate was rotten and crooked, creaking in the wind, ready to fall apart at any moment. A few guards in tattered uniforms, holding long spears, stood sparsely. They ignored the group of King Yu, who had the royal banner flying above. King Yu had come to his fiefdom. The officials from the provincial government didn't bother to greet him, and these guards paid no attention either. Qin Yu's face turned pale. He was about to step forward and scold them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a worn, patched official robe hurried over, panting heavily. Behind him, two thin, timid officials followed, looking nervous. The middle-aged official ran with difficulty, a nervous smile on his face, trying to hide his fear. He suddenly knelt in front of Song Yinyan's carriage and shouted, "Your humble servant, Wang Difu, the chief of the Ending Prefecture's records office, respectfully greets Your Highness. Welcome, Your Highness. May you live 1,000 years. Welcome, Princess. Peace be with you." Two young officials followed, kneeling and speaking in unison. "Welcome, Your Highness. May you live 1,000 years. Welcome, Princess. Peace be with you. Is this the governor of the local office?" Song Yinyan listened carefully from the carriage, tapping lightly on his knee. According to the official system of the Great Qin dynasty, the highest official in a prefecture is the prefect, followed by assistants like the deputy prefect and the assistant prefect. Below them are clerks like the registrar and the secretary, who handle paperwork. Even though he is a prince, if he is not well-liked, and even if Ningzhou is remote, it is unreasonable to send only a minor official of 9th rank to greet him. This is not just neglect, it is outright insult and contempt. It is a clear slap in the face of Prince Yu. Having sat in the carriage with Song Yinyan for 3 months, even if she didn't fully understand the system of the Great Qin dynasty, Wei Union guessed that something was wrong now. The carriage curtain remained still, with no sound coming out. Only Ganwen and the guard's cold eyes, like knives, stared at Wang Difu. Wang Difu knelt there, sweating on his forehead. After waiting a long time without any response, he felt more anxious. He secretly glanced at the tightly closed curtain, then quickly lowered his head and stammered, "Your Highness, forgive me." The The prefect has gone to the countryside to observe the people's conditions and has not returned yet. The deputy prefect and the other officials are busy with urgent matters and cannot come. I am only a low-ranking officer, sent here to wait for your arrival. Please, Your Highness, allow me to you into the city and rest at the government office for a while. This excuse was so poor that even a 3-year-old child wouldn't be fooled. Going to observe the people's conditions? In Ningzhou, a place with no decent villages, what kind of observation could there be? What urgent matters could there be in this broken city? The air seemed to freeze, only the sound of wind and dust hitting the carriage wheels. Just as Wang Difu was about to be overwhelmed by this invisible pressure, the curtain was slowly lifted by a slender hand. On Song Yinyan's handsome face, there was no sign of anger, but rather a hint of playful smile. But the smile did not reach her eyes. Her eyes, like peach blossoms, were icy cold. Oh, Song Yinyan slowed down his speech, as if he had heard something interesting. The magistrate works hard and cares for the people, personally visiting the countryside to understand their needs. The other officials and assistants are also busy every day. Very good, he said, very good, twice in a calm tone, but it made Wang Difu and the 2 small officials kneeling on the ground shiver. A cold feeling shot up from their feet to the top of their heads. Song Yinyan looked over Wang Difu's worn-out official robe, which was as ragged as a cloth, then at the 2 pale, trembling officials. Finally, his gaze settled on the unstable-looking earthen city, and a deeper, icy smile appeared on his face, making the others feel uneasy. Since you all are so diligent, I will not disturb you further, Song Yinyan said slowly. He turned to Gongwen. Gongwen, your servant is here. Gongwen immediately bowed with a loud voice, full of authority. Lead the way to the government office, Song Yinyan calmly ordered. I want to see what kind of urgent affairs keeps the officials of Ningzhou so busy that they can't spare time. Gongwen's eyes sharpened like a knife. He glared at Wang Difu fiercely. Governor Wang, lead the way. Wang Difu was both surprised and scared. Yes. Your lordship, your ladyship, I will lead the way right away. He hurriedly called the 2 small officials, then scrambled forward, leading the way. The cartwheels rolled over the rough, trash-filled dirt road. Under countless dull, hollow gazes, it slowly entered the city called Anding, a city that was supposed to be peaceful, but was far from it. Inside the city, the scene was not much better than outside. The streets were narrow and dirty, with sewage flowing everywhere, broken walls, and makeshift huts. The air was filled with a terrible smell. Few people walked by. They all looked pale and thin, with dull eyes. Sometimes, someone dressed a little better saw the convoy and the prince's flag, but they showed no respect, only deep numbness and a faint, almost unnoticed resentment. The so-called government office was located on a relatively spacious hill inside the city. It was surrounded by a few low, ramshackle buildings made of rammed earth and thatch, forming a dilapidated yard. The walls were broken in many places, and the main gate was only half there, crooked and hanging askew. The stone-lion statues at the gate, symbols of official authority, were already badly damaged, covered with bird droppings and dirt. Wang Difu nodded politely and led Song Yinyan and Wei Yunyan to the so-called main hall. The room was dimly lit, with thick dust covering the tables and chairs. In the corner, a mouse was seen quickly scurrying past. Besides the dust, there was a strong musty smell and the scent of poor-quality lamp oil. Your Highness, forgive me. Lady, forgive me. The government office. The office has been poorly maintained for years, and it's really unfair to you. Wang Difu hurriedly wiped the 2 relatively intact chairs with his sleeve, nervously explaining. Wei Yunyan looked at the place in front of her, which was even worse than an abandoned village shrine from her previous life. Her last bit of hope was completely shattered. In Ningzhou, if even the government office is in such bad shape, it's easy to imagine how the common people are living. No wonder the original owner was so frightened she took her own life. Without the system, she might have died just like that. Current location: Ningzhou and Ding City Government Office. Sign in. Congratulations to the host. One water purifier with a replaceable filter. Dongqing's maid, Chun Shui, who was serving her, couldn't help but frown and whisper, "Princess, how can anyone live here? There's not even hot water." Wei Yunyan was thinking about whether the water here might be contaminated. Just then, a small official carrying a chipped ceramic bowl came in. She immediately understood. The water in the bowl was murky and yellowish, with dust floating on the surface. Dongqing instinctively exclaimed, "This water?" The official was so frightened that his hand trembled, and he dropped the bowl with a clatter, splashing dirty water everywhere. Clumsy. Disturbing the noble guest. Can you afford to be so careless? Wang Difu immediately shouted angrily, as if about to hit him. Song Yinian spoke, his voice quiet but instantly silencing all the noise. He sat on a squeaky, broken chair, his eyes sweeping over Wang Difu and the broken pieces on the ground, then slowly over the dilapidated government office. Coldness and killing intent gathered in his eyes. He stood up and walked over to Wang Difu. Wang Difu was so frightened he fell to his knees with a thud, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Song Yinian looked down at him, his fake smile gone, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and an oppressive aura. "Mr.
Wang, your
humble servant is here. Tell me," Song Yinian's voice was as cold as ice. "The governor, assistant governor, magistrates, and those officials busy with endless affairs. Where are they now? Are they truly understanding the people's needs? Handling urgent matters?" "Teach that's." Wang Difu broke out in cold sweat, tongue-tied, unable to speak a word. Song Yinian leaned slightly forward, the invisible pressure almost crushing Wang Difu. It's. Wang Difu's face turned pale, as if he was about to break down. Wei Yunyan stepped forward, speaking softly. "Let's tidy up this place first, or we won't even have a place to stay tonight." Hearing Wei Yunyan's voice, Song Yinyan's imposing aura softened a little. He said to Wang Difu, "Get out." Wang Difu gratefully bowed to Wei Yunyan, feeling relieved, and quickly retreated. "Based on what I know about the princess, you don't seem like someone who would be soft-hearted," Song Yinyan said, feeling annoyed, his words sharp. Wei Yunyan looked around the dilapidated, cobweb-filled main hall of the government office, thinking about where to start cleaning to make it livable. Without turning around, she instinctively replied, "You're new here. What's the point of making things difficult for a small official?" Her tone was irritated, her delicate fingers lightly brushing dust off the table. "The current situation in Ningzhou is caused by those in power not doing their jobs. The governor, who wears patched official robes and is only a 9th-rank official, is clearly often bullied and probably can't even take care of himself," she said, turning to Song Yinian. Their eyes met, and her tone was serious and sincere. "Your Highness, Yu Wang, this is your territory now. You should set things right." She raised her chin and said clearly, "You won't let people down, will you?" Song Yinian stood quietly before her, tall and straight, like a sword sheathed but cold and sharp. He didn't answer immediately. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After a while, Song Yinyan's throat moved slightly. His gaze lingered on her raised chin for a moment, then he parted his lips lightly. "I understand." With those 4 words, he turned and left with Qing Yu and Gan Wenyi. Wei Yunyan no longer paid attention to him and arranged for people to start cleaning the government office. Also, Zwaruasia, go break those broken chairs and use the wood as firewood. Zwaruasia, standing with his arms crossed beside her, drew his sword from his waist. The blade flashed, and wood chips flew everywhere. Dongqing quickly organized a few agile servants to move, sweep, and remove cobwebs. Dust filled the air everywhere. A young servant hurried over carrying a half-full wooden bucket. The water inside was murky and full of impurities, even worse than the water brought in by the previous official, with a yellow-brown surface covered in debris. "Princess, the water has arrived. It's from the nearby river." The young servant looked a bit embarrassed. This was the cleanest water he could find, but he said, "It's very dirty, so it might not be usable." Wei Yunyan looked down and frowned slightly. The water was worse than she expected. It couldn't be used for drinking or cleaning. The water filter she recently obtained could solve this problem, but it looked unlike anything from this era and couldn't be taken out. She could only keep it for her own use secretly. Ningzhou is dry and water sources are scarce. It's normal for the river water to be muddy. She spoke calmly, thinking about how to make a simple filter. After a moment, she decisively said, "Go find some clean containers that can hold water. The bigger the better. Also, find some clean fine sand, small stones, and charcoal. And bring some clean coarse cloth or fine linen as well, as many as possible." Everyone was stunned, not understanding what the princess was planning. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up." The princess's orders must mean she has a plan to fix this water. Dongqing was wiping the wall with a cloth. Seeing no one moving, she immediately raised her voice to scold them. As Wei Yunyun's personal maid, she knew very well that her princess was different. She often did things that others didn't understand, but in the end, they always turned out to be brilliant. Seeing that Wei Yunyun didn't argue with Dongqing, but instead gave her an approving look, everyone quickly responded, yes. In the government office, there was no shortage of clay jars and pots. Fine sand and small stones could be found in the yard, and some charcoal was dug out from an abandoned kitchen. As for cloth, the worst cotton cloth they brought from the capital was used, and there was no linen cloth. In the end, they exchanged some coarse cloth with a few minor officials inside the government office, barely gathering enough. Wei Yunyun stood in the yard, calmly giving instructions. Set up the largest clay jar, drill a few small holes at the bottom. Be careful, try not to make the holes too big. Place a clean bucket underneath to catch the water. Yes, lay a layer of clean small gravel at the bottom, not too thick. Cover the gravel with a layer of charcoal, pressing it down tightly. Then, add a thick layer of fine sand on top and make sure the sand is clean. Finally, put a layer of stones on the very top. As she spoke, she moved quickly and skillfully to set everything up. Done. Wei Yunyun clapped the dust off her hands. Now, slowly pour the water into this clay jar. Be gentle when pouring so you don't disturb the stones above. Zhua Ruizha carefully began pouring water into the homemade filter. Meanwhile, the busy activity on this side was impossible to ignore for Song Yinian, who was nearby. He was dressed in disguise, planning to visit the high officials of Ningzhou. He tilted his head and asked, "What is the princess doing?" "Arrange for someone to clean and repair," a servant replied. "I saw the princess's maid asking for some cloth. Tell her there's no need for trouble. We will leave here very soon." The murky water seeped through the top layer of stones, flowed into the fine sand, then slowly passed through the charcoal layer. Finally, it seeped out from the small holes at the bottom, dripping into the bucket below. A miraculous scene happened. Oh my, the water. The water really became clear. The young servant leaned closer to the bucket, eyes wide with disbelief. Trembling voice. "It's really clear now, princess."
This
"This is amazing. Is this some kind of magic tool?" Everyone looked excited, their eyes shining with admiration, as if they were seeing an all-powerful fairy. Chun Shui, holding a broom, looked at Wei Yunyun with respect and said excitedly, "Could the princess be a fairy fallen from the sky?" "She can do anything on this journey." Zhua Ruizha's pupils shrank. The ability to turn something rotten into something miraculous was truly astonishing. He had originally only wanted to get that composite bow to serve as the princess's guard. But now, it seemed that following the princess was much more interesting than being a personal guard. Wei Yunyun watched the water flowing into the bucket. Although it still had a faint yellow tint, it was now clear and transparent. At least, the visible impurities were gone. This water must be boiled before drinking, and also boiled and cooled for cleaning. Then, fetch more water and filter several buckets using this method. Spring Snow diligently brought a small cup of clean filtered water to Wei Yunyun and said, "Your Majesty, wash your hands." Dongqing glanced at her, as if to say, "Now you're competing for favor." Spring Snow, who was always focused on Wei Yunyun, didn't notice her gaze. "Your Majesty said this water needs to be boiled and cooled before use. Why aren't you going down to do that?" Hearing the scolding, Spring Snow stiffened and quickly apologized. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I will go now to boil the water." Dongqing raised her chin and snorted coldly. Wei Yunyan chuckled as she watched Dongqing's proud little expression and said, "Bring a bucket of water to my room." She wanted to test the filter system's effectiveness. Dongqing quickly carried a bucket of filtered water behind Wei Yunyan and headed toward a small, fairly complete side room that had been temporarily prepared. After closing the door behind her, blocking out the noisy outside, Dongqing set down the bucket and stood quietly by. "Your Majesty, do you want to wash up?" she asked. "Stay outside and guard. Don't let anyone in without my orders," Wei Yunyan instructed. As a personal maid, Dongqing's best trait was that she never asked unnecessary questions about her mistress's private matters. Wei Yunyan approached the water bucket and checked the water again. The simple filter had made the water much clearer, but upon closer inspection, it still had a faint yellow tint, and tiny sand particles settled at the bottom. This was the best she could do under current conditions. She focused her mind, and the system's filter water purifier appeared in the room. Following the instructions given, she gently dipped one end of the filter into the bucket. A faint blue light flickered on the side of the filter. Soon, a stream of pure, crystal-clear water, free of any impurities, flowed out and into a clean ceramic bowl she had prepared. She lifted the bowl and took a sip. There was no strange taste, only a refreshing, pure water flavor. Truly a product of the system, indeed excellent, she marveled as she finished the water in the bowl. With the homemade filter in place, using even cleaner water later wouldn't seem out of place. As night deepened, the main hall of the temporary government office was lit with a few oil lamps. A few dusty, tired figures appeared at the door. The leader wore a rough, dusty brown cloth, but his noble aura could not be hidden. Song Yinyan's deep eyes were now filled with cold anger. He had thought that the current situation in Ningzhou was due to the environment, but now he realized there was human interference. There are only a few rivers in Ningzhou. The main streams are controlled, and ordinary people are not allowed to fetch water. He saw with his own eyes how people fought over muddy, dirty water. Local officials were greedy and numb, and everywhere, people sold their children or themselves just for a sip of water. What he saw and heard weighed heavily on his heart, making his face turn pale. Thinking of the scheming officials in the capital, who only knew how to plot against others and eliminate rivals, he clenched his lips tighter. "Sir, you've worked hard. Please have some water and rest." A young servant, who had gone to fetch water for Wei Yunyan during the day, brought a bowl of water respectfully and interrupted Song Yinyan's thoughts. Song Yinyan instinctively reached out to take it, his gaze falling on the bowl. Under the dim candlelight, the clear, bright water reflected softly. Only the edge of the bowl showed faint, almost unnoticeable marks. His companions Qing Yu and Ganwen looked surprised. Even the best and cleanest river in Ningzhou was yellowish and murky. They had inquired and found out that the poor water quality was due to the environment and could not be changed. Song Yinyan paused with the bowl in his hand, then looked up at the young servant. "Where does this water come from?" The young servant quickly bowed and replied, "Sir, this is water recently filtered by the government." The princess came up with the idea. The coldness in Song Yinyan's eyes turned into surprise. Could it be some kind of coincidence again? Yes, the princess. The young servant mentioned the princess, his tone filled with admiration and excitement. "She is amazing. She used sand, stones, and charcoal from the abandoned kitchen to make what do you call it? Water filter. They poured the muddy water from the river into it, and the water that came out, look at this, it's like this now." The young ones couldn't believe their eyes. Although the servant's description was simple and somewhat disorganized, Song Yinyan accurately identified the key point, the water filter. Is this not about an object this time? How long has Ningzhou existed? How many generations have the water source problems troubled the local people? So many people are helpless. How did she know how to solve it? He drank the water in his bowl, feeling the coolness pass through his dry throat, giving him a refreshing sensation like rain after a long drought. "Are you serving the princess?" Song Yinyan put down his bowl and looked at the servant. "Yes, sir. I am Qin Yu, responsible for cleaning and errands outside the princess's residence." Before the lady rested, She knew you hadn't returned, so she asked me to wait here and bring you clean, filtered water to quench your thirst. Song Inyen's eyes were deep. He was thoughtful. Take me to see that water filter, he ordered without further questions. Yes, yes. Please follow me, Your Highness. Chunyu quickly bowed and led the way. Qingyu and Ganwen exchanged glances and followed closely. They crossed the still-cleaning corridor and arrived at a simple makeshift shelter in the backyard of the government office. There was an old, dried-up well, which was also where Wei Yunyan directed everyone to place the water filter. Under the dim yellow lantern light, several ceramic jars and pots of different sizes were placed on wooden racks or stacked on stones. The most noticeable was the filter Wei Yunyan personally operated, which looked very simple. It was an old ceramic jar with small holes drilled at the bottom, connected to a wooden bucket below. Sir, look, it's this one. Chinyu pointed to the simple device, speaking respectfully, clearly still amazed by its magic. Song Inian ignored him, took a few steps forward, and carefully examined the device. He reached out and gently moved aside the top layer of stones, revealing fine sand underneath, with dark charcoal at the bottom. These items looked ordinary and common. How could they purify water? He clapped his hands to remove the fine dust and ordered, "Go get a bucket of water." Ganwen and Qingyu circled the filter but didn't see anything unusual. After hearing Song Inyan's command, Ganwen quickly left. Soon, he returned with a bucket of murky, yellow water. Chunyu pointed at the water filter and said to Ganwen, "Just pour the water in directly." But the princess said, "Pour gently." As everyone watched, clear water dripped from the filter's outlet into the bucket with a crisp, drop, drop sound. Is it really so amazing? The problem that has troubled countless skilled craftsmen and local officials in Ningzhou is actually solved by this simple thing, hidden in the most ordinary sand, stones, and charcoal. Song Inian slowly stood up, his tall figure casting a long shadow under the lantern. "Prepare water for me to bathe and change clothes." About half an hour later, Song Inian changed into a dark, patterned formal outfit, looking noble and elegant, which made him stand out sharply from the simple government office here. "Let's go to the princess's courtyard." Wei Yunyan had just finished washing and was tidying her slightly messy hair in front of a bronze mirror. Suddenly, steady footsteps sounded outside the door. She moved her heart, put down the comb, and draped her outer robe back on. The door was gently knocked, then pushed open. Song Inian entered, first looking at Wei Yunyan, then pausing briefly at the wooden bucket in the corner of her room. "I haven't opened the door yet. How did you come in by yourself?" Wei Yunyan was a bit annoyed by his intrusion, rolled her eyes at him, and spoke with obvious displeasure. Song Inyan's lips curled into a half-smile, his eyes deep and unreadable, and he deliberately reminded her, "We sat in the carriage together for 3 months, facing each other day and night. Now that we've just arrived in Ding City, why are you so distant?" He emphasized the words, facing each other day and night, his tone low and somewhat ambiguous. This person, sharing a carriage, was due to circumstances, but why does it sound different coming from him? "Your Highness, you came late at night. Surely, it's not just to catch up, right? Just say what you want." Song Inyan's gaze fell heavily on her. Her hurriedly put-on outer robe's buttons were not fully fastened, revealing a large area of soft, white, delicate skin and slender collarbones, with a glimpse of plain inner clothing. He lowered his voice, whispering, "By the way, on your wedding night, you caused such a fuss. Now, we can say we've faced hardships together. As for the matter of sleeping together..." Wei Yunyan's eyes suddenly widened. His gaze fell on Song Inyan's face. His eyes carried a kind of aggression that men often have when looking at women. Wei Yunyan swallowed hard. Although they are now officially married, in her heart, Song Inyan is just a partner she has to work with. More precisely, he is her boss who needs to be cautious and keep a distance from. But in his eyes, she is the princess he married, and things like sharing a bed seem reasonable. Surely, he wouldn't actually want that, right? Panicking, she lowered her head, her gaze falling on Song Inyan's waist. An instinctive, superficial thought suddenly appeared. To be honest, Song Inyan's looks and figure are the best she has ever seen in her life. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, about 1.88 meters tall, with a strong and upright posture and a sense of power hidden under his dark robes. From a visual point of view, she seems not at a disadvantage. This thought flashed through her mind, but she immediately rejected it. Wei Yunyan, stay clear-headed. What are you thinking? Can this be measured by whether you're at a disadvantage? Song Inyan is a prince. No matter what, he will likely have multiple wives in the future. As someone with a modern soul, she simply cannot accept that. She quickly stopped such dangerous thoughts. Seeing her suddenly pale face and tense body, her resistance was too obvious. Song Inyan looked at her. Princess, aren't you happy to be with me? With this look. It seems like you were just pretending before. As expected, he knew about her words to Princess Mingle. No, that's not true. It's just, the timing isn't right and I'm still young. It's not suitable now. She forced a smile and awkwardly chuckled twice. What a joke. Her body is only 16 now. Bullying minors is illegal. Song Inyan's expression darkened, and his aura gradually softened, as if his previous aggressive and flirtatious attitude was just an illusion. He straightened up, stepped back a little, and let out a faint, ambiguous hum. I have checked the water filter you made. His suddenly normal attitude made her breathe a sigh of relief. She patted her chest, turned to the table, and poured herself a glass of water. Calming herself, she asked, So, you came here about the water filter? Do you have any questions? Or any plans? I am very curious. How did you learn this method? Learned what? Wei Yunyan picked up her cup without drinking and calmly explained the story she had long prepared. When the prince knew, I was sent away from the capital as a child. The place I lived was in the countryside. There was a small temple where a nun who knew some medicine took care of me. I was weak and couldn't afford a doctor when I was sick, so I relied on her. She said muddy water was the source of disease and taught me simple ways to purify water. She mentioned that fine sand could filter out large particles and charcoal could absorb dirt. Laying these layers could not remove all impurities, but could improve water quality and reduce illness. She cleverly connected her past knowledge to a seemingly reasonable childhood experience. Song Inyan narrowed his eyes. Perhaps the plague in Ningzhou really appeared more often than in other places. At the time, I just thought it was a rural remedy and didn't think much of it, Wei Yunyan said with a hint of nostalgic and sudden realization. Until today, when I saw that even a clean water source was hard to find in the government office, I suddenly remembered this method. It was just a desperate attempt, trying to see if it would work. I didn't expect. It actually did. Wei Yunyan spoke honestly, her eyes clear, with no sign of deception. Song Inyan gently stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, Your attempt has solved Ningzhou's problem that has lasted for hundreds of years. He took a step forward, resting his hands on the table, and said in a negotiating tone, Would the princess be willing to share this method? Restoring peace of mind among the people is the top priority. If there are conditions, as long as I can fulfill them, you can mention them. Hearing this, her eyes brightened and she asked, Any conditions? Song Inyan nodded noncommittally. You say, whether it was gold and silver, privileges in the palace, or greater influence over Ningzhou affairs, he was willing to consider it. However, what Wei Yunyan said next was like a thunderclap out of nowhere, hitting him unexpectedly. From now on, without my consent, you cannot force me into marriage. Song Inyan's hands froze, almost doubting he heard her right. A strange, indescribable sense of absurdity surged from his heart. Although he currently had no real desire to sleep with Wei Yunyan, they were still husband and wife. Why did she dislike him so much? Why didn't she want him to touch her? Could it be that there is someone else in his heart? He stared fixedly at Wei Yunyan, his lips pressed into a cold, straight line. The cold air emanating from him made the room's temperature drop a few degrees. Clenching his teeth tightly, he slowly and clearly said a few words, his voice icy and sharp. Wei Yunyan, you are very good. Wei Yunyan's heart sank. What does he mean? You said it was fine yourself. Are you now going to change your mind? She straightened her back and faced his almost threatening gaze without backing down. Wei Yunyun watched his angry expression, thinking he might lose his temper immediately. Surprisingly, he suddenly stood up, took a step forward, and faced her nose to nose. His tall figure overshadowed her. "Fine, I agree with you," he said. Gritting his teeth, he said these words with a tone of humiliation and determination. "Without your consent, I will not touch you." Then he turned his words sharper, his gaze becoming more dangerous, warning without room for doubt. "But Wei Yunyun, remember this. As long as you are my princess consort for a day, you will always be mine." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around. His robes fluttered in the cold wind. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. Wei Yunyun. Why didn't I notice how unpredictable this person is before? The next day, as Wei Yunyun woke up, she heard the system's voice. Current location: rear courtyard of Inding City's government office. "Would you like to check in?" "Not now," she replied mentally. She planned to go out and explore today, hoping to get more targeted check-in rewards. After washing up, she asked Dongqing to bring some ink and brush. Dipping her brush in ink, she hovered her wrist over rough paper and clearly and smoothly drew a simple water filter diagram. After finishing the drawing, she blew dry the ink and asked someone to deliver it to Song Yunian. When she sat down for breakfast, Wei Yunyun deeply felt the difference between here and the capital. A bowl of fairly thick rice porridge, a small dish of green leafy vegetables that looked unremarkable, and another small dish with 5 or 6 thin, almost transparent slices of dried cured meat, dark brown in color, slightly charred at the edges. "Your Majesty," Chuanxue, who was carefully carrying the food box, spoke cautiously. "Prince Wang said that this place is not like the capital. Resources are scarce, and he specifically ordered the officials and servants to need to tighten their belts and cut costs and not to waste." Before Chuanxue finished speaking, Wei Yunyun calmly took over the conversation. Her expression showed no anger, only a hint of understanding. She picked up her chopsticks and took a slice of cured meat into her mouth. Swallowing her food, she casually asked, "Where is the prince?" Dongqing stepped forward and replied, "The prince left early this morning." Wei Yunyun nodded, not caring much, and then ordered, "Arrange for a small kitchen in this courtyard." Dongqing hesitated. "Madam, the prince said this government office isn't a place to stay long, so it shouldn't be disturbed." Hearing this, Wei Yunyun paused slightly while eating, her gaze on Dongqing with a hint of curiosity. "Dongqing, honestly, are you being sent here by Song Yinian to watch over me?" Dongqing trembled all over, her face turning pale instantly. She immediately knelt down. "Madam, please see clearly. I would never dare. Since I was assigned to serve you, I only see you as my master."
But
"It's the prince's order, related to the rules and expenses of the government office. I dare not disobey or hide anything from you." Wei Yunyun looked at her quietly for a few seconds. Dongqing was steady and careful in her work, a rare good made among the servants. Unfortunately, she didn't share her loyalty. Seeing her about to tighten her belt now that they had arrived in Anding City, Wei Yunyun knew she would need to use her system items more often. A personal maid must be fully loyal, or her secrets could easily be leaked. "Forget it, get up. Let's forget about the small kitchen for now." She picked up her chopsticks again and took a small bunch of wild vegetables into her mouth. The slightly bitter taste spread on her tongue. Seeing this, Chuanxue immediately put down her food box, a cheerful smile on her face. She quickly stepped beside Wei Yunyun and sweetly said, "Madam, I will serve you for your meal." After eating, Wei Yunyun ordered, "Dongqing stays. Chuanxue, come with me for a walk." Chuanxue's eyes lit up with surprise. She cheerfully replied, "Yes, madam." She quickly tidied her clothes, worried about any dishevelment. As they left the government office, Zuaruasia automatically followed behind. As soon as they stepped out the gate, a wave of hot dust mixed with dirt hit their faces. The road was paved with compacted yellow earth, dry and cracked. Carriages and horses kicked up clouds of dust, making people cough uncontrollably. The street was sparsely populated, with each person looking pale and thin, their eyes filled with deep sorrow. Occasionally, there are a few small vendors carrying baskets. Their baskets contain only withered wild vegetables, rough straw sandals, and cheap pottery, and hardly anyone pays attention to them. A few ragged children sit in the corner, watching passers-by with longing. Their faces are dirty, and their stomachs are swollen from long-term hunger. Wei Yunyun's heart sank a little. The place is not just a bad environment, more seriously, it's about people who have lost hope and spirit. "Madam, look over there," Chunxue suddenly whispered, pointing to a slightly busier street entrance ahead. There a group of people had gathered. In the center, several soldiers dressed in official uniforms from Ningzhou were surrounding a well-dressed young man. The young man was about 20, slightly overweight, wearing a bright purple embroidered robe with gold thread, a large jade pendant hanging at his waist. His hair was shiny and well-groomed, and his face showed arrogance and haughtiness, out of place in the surroundings. He pointed at one of the soldiers and shouted, spitting as he cursed, "Are you blind? Can't you see this is my carriage? You scared my horse and broke my things. Can your group of clowns pay for it?" "Huh." The soldier being pointed at seemed to be a minor officer, with a look of restrained anger and frustration. He clasped his fists and said, "Young Master Zhao, please calm down.
We did not mean to block your way.
The road ahead is narrow, and there are starving people blocking the way. We are trying to clear the path." "Clear the way? I think you're just trying to make things difficult for me." Young Master Zhao ignored the explanation and kicked the soldier hard in the leg. The soldier was caught off guard, groaned, and knelt on one knee. A few soldiers behind him looked shocked, their hands on their swords, eyes blazing with anger, but they clenched their teeth and dared not draw their blades.
"What?
Still want to fight?" Zhao Young Master saw this, not afraid, but even more arrogant. He crossed his arms, looked around proudly, and said loudly, "Let me tell you, my father is Zhao Wanshan, the biggest grain merchant in Inding City. Even the governor would give him some respect. You bunch of useless government workers, dare to lay a finger on me? Believe it or not, I'll cut off your grain supplies tomorrow and make you drink northwest wind." "Grain merchant? Zhao Wanshan?" Wei Yunyun's eyes sharpened. No wonder he was so arrogant. Ningzhou's grain was precious and controlled the food supply. Naturally, he became the local boss here, and the soldiers didn't dare offend him. The commanding officer of the kneeling soldiers clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, but he finally endured the humiliation and lowered his head. I dare not. Please, young master, show mercy." "Humph. You're smart enough to know when to back down," young Master Zhao snorted proudly. Then, he cursed and, along with a few equally arrogant servants, pushed through the crowd, strutting away confidently. The kneeling soldiers were helped up by their companions, their faces full of shame and helplessness. They spat bitterly in the direction of young Master Zhao's departure, but could only signal their men to continue dispersing the starving, gaunt, and hollow-eyed refugees. The onlookers watched numbly. Their eyes showed no anger, only deeper despair and a resigned sadness.
"God.
This is just too much." Chunxue stared in shock, her face pale. Clearly, she was frightened by what she had just seen, her voice trembling slightly. That man was so overbearing, he even dared to hit the soldiers. Wei Yunyun remained silent, her face as cold as frost. She gently pulled Chunxue along, quietly moving with the crowd toward the street corner where the conflict had just happened. There was a grand-looking grain shop there, with a tall signboard hanging above the door that read Zhao's Grain Shop in gold characters. Several strong, alert guards stood at the entrance, watching passers-by carefully. A wooden sign was posted outside, written in bright red ink, showing today's grain prices. Brown rice, 10 coins per jean old wheat, 8 coins per jean millet, 9 coins per jean. The finest rice in the capital was only 10 coins per jean. But in Ningzhou, where the land was barren and starving people everywhere, the worst quality brown rice was sold for 10 coins per jean. This was blatant exploitation, taking lives to make huge profits. Current location: at Zhao's grain shop entrance. Would you like to check in? Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host received a strength pill. Why was it this? She thought the check-in would give her grain. On the blue system screen, an introduction to the strength pill appeared. Permanently increases basic strength by 200%, enhances explosive power, and boosts endurance. Is this thing hinting that she might get into a fight? She couldn't help but look around warily. The grain shop was quiet. Occasionally, someone dressed decently, holding an empty, thin purse, looked worried as they entered, and when they came out, they only carried a small, pitiful bag of grain. More starving people could only watch from afar as the shining sign and fierce-looking guards at the door loomed before them, their eyes empty and full of despair. An old man, dressed in torn clothes and very thin, leaned on a wooden stick. He shakily walked to the wall opposite the grain shop, sat down on the ground, and stared blankly at the shop with dull eyes. He muttered to himself, "Can't afford.
Can't afford."
Guanine soil. Guanine soil is almost gone. Next to him, a similarly thin child on a dirty finger, with a blank look. Suddenly, a muffled, wheezing sound like a broken bellows came from nearby. The old man twitched violently a few times, his eyes fixed on the bright sign of the grain shop. His dirty hand reached out as if trying to grab something, then fell limply, silent. Spring Snow was so frightened she covered her mouth and tightly grabbed Wei Yunyun's arm. Mother. Mother.
Is he
Dead? This scene, like a hot iron brand, burned painfully into Wei Yunyun's heart. Her hand, hidden in her sleeve, unconsciously clenched. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger and pity, she gently patted Chen Shue's hand and spoke softly, "Don't be afraid, let's go." After saying that, she looked again at the glaring sign, Zhao's grain shop, and the sky-high grain prices. Her eyes became sharp and cold. At this moment, a thin, weak figure suddenly staggered out from a nearby alley and rushed toward them. Luo Ruizha was the first to notice. He drew his sword and stepped in front of her to block the person. It was a boy about 7 or 8 years old, so thin he looked like just a skeleton. His oversized, tattered cloth clothes hung loosely on him, looking empty. He stretched out a small, muddy hand, trembling, and with all his strength made a faint, almost inaudible sound. "Please, give me
some food.
I beg. Be kind." Where did this little beggar come from? Disturbing Our Lady's presence. How many heads should he pay with? Chen Shui saw the boy's hand almost touch Wei Yunyun's skirt and immediately shouted sharply. Wei Yunyun took a step forward, gently blocking Luo Ruizha, so he could sheath his sword. She slowly crouched down, bringing herself to the boy's eye level. She reached into her sleeve and took out a few coins, placing them gently into the boy's thin, branch-like hand. The feel of the coins made the boy flinch slightly, and a faint flicker appeared in his hollow eyes. "Money," the hoarse voice uttered the word, sounding unfamiliar, as if confirming something. "There's no food on, sister. Take this money and go buy something to eat." Wei Yunyun's voice was tinged with an unintentional roughness. The child seemed to understand something, clutching the small silver coins tightly, then turning to leave. But just as he reached the alley entrance, 2 ragged teenagers jumped out and blocked his way. "Kid, hand over the money," one boy sneered fiercely, grabbing the boy's torn collar, while the other tried to pry open his clenched hand.
"No, mine."
"Mine," the boy screamed sharply, like a small animal about to die, struggling with all his strength to protect the silver coins in his palm. That was his only hope just now. "You're asking for trouble." Seeing he wouldn't let go, the thief's eyes flashed with cruelty. He raised his fist to strike hard. Hearing the commotion, Wei Yunyun and her group turned around and saw what was happening. "Stop!" Wei Yunyun shouted sternly. Zhuo Ruizha saw the situation, quickly stepped forward and grabbed the thief's fist. The thief felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it was about to break. Zhuo Ruizha casually pushed him back. The boy was thrown like a broken cloth bag, flying backward. The other boy, who was holding the boy's collar, was startled by the sudden change. He let go and scrambled into the alley. The thin boy trembled with fear, still clutching the silver tightly. Wei Yunyun looked at him, It was clear he was in a very bad state. If they left him, he might not survive. Take him back to the mansion. Chen Shui was surprised. Your Majesty, this isn't proper. He's a homeless child. Chen Shui, Wei Yunyun interrupted coldly, glancing at Zuoruasia. Get him some water and food. Make it clean. Zuoruasia nodded slightly. Yes. He picked up the boy with one hand and followed Wei Yunyun, walking quickly toward the government office. At the government office entrance, Wei Yunyun walked heavily toward her residence. Her mind was filled with urgent first aid methods from her past life. Warm water, easily digestible fluids, keeping warm and quickly replenishing sugar and salt to prevent fainting. She no longer wanted to see anyone die of hunger right in front of her, like that old man. Dong Qing, standing at the door, saw Zuoruasia bring in a dirty, weak little beggar. She looked surprised and asked, Princess, this? Don't ask. Prepare things, Wei Yunyun quickly ordered. Immediately, send someone to boil a pot of water, get a jug of warm water, and go to the kitchen to make some rice or flour porridge with a little salt. Hurry. Dong Qing was full of questions, but seeing Wei Yunyun's anxious face and the little beggar's unconscious, near-death state, she suppressed her doubts and immediately arranged for people to act. Zuoruasia placed the person in a nearby room near the firewood storage. Wei Yunyun followed and bent down to check. She felt his forehead, cold, and gently lifted his eyelids to check his pupils. They responded normally, but he was clearly dehydrated and weak. She carefully avoided any wounds on him and tried to check his breathing and heartbeat. Her fingers accidentally brushed over the thick, dirty cloth wrapped around his chest. She sensed something unusual beneath it, something that didn't seem like just clothing. Wei Yunyun frowned slightly and said to Zuoruasia, You go out first. Chen Shui, stay. Zuoruasia hesitated for a moment and respectfully replied, Yes. After the door was closed, Wei Yunyun untied the large, loose outer garment he wore, revealing a similarly dirty but tightly wrapped bandage around his chest.
She
is actually a girl. Chen Shui covered her mouth in surprise. Wei Yunyun's movements became even gentler as she carefully peeled back the bandage. The girl was so thin she looked almost skeletal, but the slight rise of her chest clearly showed female features. She couldn't imagine what a little girl, lost and unprotected in such a place, might have suffered. Being robbed of food and bullied was probably the least of her worries. No wonder she disguised herself as a boy. Princess, the water is here. Just then, Dong Qing's voice came from outside the door. Wei Yunyun stood up and ordered, Wash her up, feed her something, and have a doctor check her. When she reached her own courtyard, she saw Chun Yu busy moving things into her yard. There were several old-looking camphorwood boxes and a few burlap sacks tightly tied with ropes. Seeing Wei Yunyun's figure, Chun Yu quickly wiped his sweat and hurried forward to bow. Greetings to the princess consort. Wei Yunyun's gaze fell on the boxes and sacks, and she asked, What are these? These are some gifts from the officials of Ningzhou Prefecture. They heard that the prince and princess consort are visiting in Ding City, so they sent these as a small token of welcome, a way to show respect. The prince left early this morning. These were brought here just now for you to see. He quickly took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her with both hands. Your Highness, this is the list of gifts. Wei Yunyun took it and looked at it. As expected, there wasn't much of any proper food listed. Just as she was about to put the list away, Chen Yu opened one of the wooden boxes. Inside, hidden among a pile of miscellaneous grains, was a rough, bumpy, fist-sized tuber that caught her eye immediately. She took a few steps forward and picked it up. It wasn't very big, with dirt on its surface, and because of poor storage, it looked a bit shriveled and wilted. But she was sure this was a potato, a tuber. Had potatoes started appearing here? When she looked again, she found no other tubers. They probably didn't know what it was and mistook it for dirt clumps or coarse grains, accidentally mixing it in. Since potatoes had appeared here, she thought she wouldn't need to explain where it came from. Your Highness, are you all right? Is there something wrong with this? Chen Yu looked at Wei Yunyun holding a dirt clump, silent for a moment, his face showing concern as he asked carefully. Wei Yunyan suddenly snapped out of her thoughts, closed the gift list, and casually handed it back to him. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with this, and it can be very useful. Her gaze shifted to the other unopened boxes and she asked, Have these been opened? Chunyu shook his head. No, we're waiting for your highness to see them. Good. Move these inside and don't let anyone come in. She closed the door, blocking outside eyes from spying. The unexpected potato tuber she had found was placed on the table, but her mind was not on the potato now. She took out the strengthening pill she had just signed for and swallowed it. Within a few breaths, an intense, indescribable heat exploded from her stomach, instantly spreading through her limbs and body. It is not pain, but a pure feeling of strength. She felt as if energy was instantly flowing into her. Her whole body was sometimes light as a feather, sometimes heavy as a mountain. It gave her the illusion that she could crush the table in front of her just by raising her hand. She instinctively tried to hold onto the nearby table to steady herself. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The sturdy corner of the table, upon her touch, shattered like decayed dry branches, with chips flying everywhere. Wei Yunyan looked up in surprise at her intact hand, then at the missing corner of the table, her eyes wide open. She hadn't used much force, yet the table was so fragile in her hands, like paper. She took a deep breath and stared at her seemingly normal, fair, slender hand. She tried carefully to bend her fingers and tap the ceramic teacup on the table. The cup instantly bounced off the surface, crashing against the wall with a loud bang, ceramic shards and water splashing everywhere. The feeling of lightness in her legs made her jump slightly. Her body floated as if weightless, almost hitting the beam above her head. When she landed, she was still floating, not even stirring up a speck of dust. It was as if gravity had been reduced by more than half for her. No wonder this is a system product. The effect is more than just increased strength as described. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Could this be considered effortless lightness skill? Once she stabilized here, she thought it was necessary to find a skilled martial arts master to learn from. She picked up a potato from the table, carefully controlling her strength. Her fingertips felt extremely clear, the rough texture of the potato skin clearly perceptible. When she concentrated, she could still control her power well. She opened each box, then placed the space's potato seeds inside, adding some dirt to disguise them as miscellaneous grains. Then she opened the door and called in Chunyu. She needed a witness. Chunyu stood nearby, watching Wei Yunyan carefully select those dull, bumpy earthy lumps from the pile of coarse grains, gently placing them into a box lined with soft cloth. Your Majesty, what exactly are these? These earth lumps used for? He simply couldn't understand why the princess was so interested in these dirty-looking things, and why she had specially put them in such a nice box. Wei Yunyan didn't lift her head and spoke calmly. Food. Food? Princess, are you saying these lumps can be eaten? He imagined what it would feel like to put this thing in his mouth and shivered. This thing looked harder than a piece of clay. Could it really be edible? Not eaten directly. Wei Yunyan finally finished examining the last potato that still looked okay and closed the box. Then she looked up at Chunyu with bright eyes. It's a kind of crop that can be grown. Plant it, take good care of it, and after a few months, it will produce more of these tubers, or rather fruits. In short, it's something that can fill your stomach, and it produces much more than millet or wheat. Plant it? Will it produce more? Yield more than millet or wheat? Chunyu's mouth was slightly open, unable to close it for a long time. He was born in a farming family, and although he later worked in the prince's residence, he still had a deep understanding of land and crops. He had never seen or heard of any crop that grew into such lumps. He had also never heard of any crop that could produce more than millet or wheat. If what the princess said was true. A huge shock hit him, followed by an indescribable excitement and awe. He looked at Wei Yunyan's calm and confident side profile and couldn't help but sincerely praise, Princess, you really know a lot. Someone like you, from such a noble family, wouldn't normally know about the grains grown by common farmers, and you even know about these strange, high-yield crops. In his simple mind, a noble lady like the princess should be someone who doesn't get her hands dirty, only knowing about music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and managing household affairs. How could she understand such rough, farm-related matters, let alone know about these unheard-of, strange crops? Wei Yunyun heard the words, common farmers, and subtly frowned. She knew this was a mark of the times, and Chunyu meant no harm. Knowing isn't enough. You have to grow it to prove it. She needed a breeding base to test the cultivation of these potatoes, so she could promote it widely at the right time. This matter couldn't be separated from Song Yinian. Based on the attitude of the officials from Ningzhou yesterday, it might be a bit troublesome. Today, Song Yinian probably made a move when he left, otherwise this gift wouldn't have been received. Just then, loud noises and hurried footsteps came from outside, mixed with the deliberate shouts of the servants trying to block the way. At the gate of the courtyard stood a stranger, followed by two strong men. The man looked proud and ignored the two young servants blocking the door. He looked around and then focused on Wei Yunyun, who was walking out behind Chinyu. He slightly bowed and said, "Princess Yu, I hope you are well. I am Zhao Lu, the steward of Zhao's residence. I am here on my master's orders to visit the princess. I heard that the princess is kind-hearted and has taken in a little beggar. My master said that such wandering folk and lowly people are dirty and unlucky, and might disturb the peace of the estate. He has sent 50 taels of silver to comfort you, hoping you will send him away quickly to avoid bad luck." After speaking, he took out a silver ingot and placed it directly on the ground. A merchant acting so arrogantly? Wei Yunyun's eyes turned cold, and a hidden anger rose inside her. That wasn't just giving money. It was a clear threat and insult. They didn't even regard Lord Song Yinian as a prince, which showed that the power in Ningzhou might not be in the hands of the local official.
How dare you?
A mere merchant, so rude. Chinyu's face was full of anger. He stepped forward and sternly said to the man, "Although he was just a servant, how could the dignity of the prince's estate be trampled by a merchant servant?" Before Chinyu finished scolding, a figure appeared behind them like a ghost. "How dare you not salute when you see Princess Yu? Who gave you such courage?" Luo Ruijia's cold voice sounded.
Bang, bang, bang.
Several dull crashes and screams followed. The three men felt as if an iron hammer hit their knees. The sharp pain made them unable to stand, and they all knelt down. Zhao family? Such arrogance. Wei Yunyun stood on the steps, her voice quiet but icy. She glared at the kneeling men and said coldly, "Get out." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and added, "Leave the silver." At this moment, steady footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Song Yinian, dressed in dark robes, entered supported by Qingyu and Ganwen. Seeing the scene inside, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Wei Yunyun. "What's going on?" Before Wei Yunyun could speak, Qingyu exaggerated the story she just told. After hearing this, Song Yinian's eyes darkened slightly and a cold killing intent flashed across his face. He ordered, "Break his legs, cut out his tongue, and throw him out." Hearing this, Wei Yunyun, who had seen Song Yinian's fierce side before, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at him. This person is so ruthless? Ganwen gave a signal, and several guards stepped out from the shadows, dragging the people on the ground away. They could faintly hear their increasingly faint cries. Song Yinian walked up to Wei Yunyun and took a neatly folded document from his sleeve, handing it to her. "Here." She hesitated and took it. "What is this?" she asked suspiciously. "The land deed of the prince's residence, kept by you. Does it include a farm?" She glanced at the deed, then put it away into her sleeve, actually into her space pocket. "Yes." Song Yinian looked straight at her, as if asking why she wanted the farm. Wei Yunyun looked around, then turned to walk into the room. "Come in and talk." "Chinyu, you come too." Inside, Wei Yunyun opened a box in front of Song Yinian, revealing a dull-looking lump of earth. "What is this?" Song Yinian looked puzzled. "This was sent by the officials. It was mixed in with the grains," Wei Yunyun explained. "The princess specifically picked it out." "Is there a problem?" Song Yinian immediately thought that something might have been tampered with. Wei Yunyun shook her head gently. No, it's called potato. It's drought-resistant, doesn't need good soil, and can produce thousands of gene per moo. Not very familiar with this place and having never tested it, she could only estimate conservatively. But even her cautious estimate shocked Song Enian greatly. Thousands of gene per moo? How is that possible? Your Highness, I have been working in the field since I was young. A harvest of 200 or 300 gene per moo is considered a good year. I have never heard of crops yielding 1,000 gene per moo. Isn't that the legendary fairy rice or divine wheat? Such things are not even mentioned in plays. Chunyu spoke with concern. Your Highness, could you be mistaken or misled? This might not be real food at all. Song Enian remained silent, clearly agreeing with Chunyu. Wei Yinyan saw their strong reactions and calmly closed the box. That's the ideal situation. As for the final result, you can give me a test plot. We'll see once it's planted. Seeing her calm and confident expression, Song Enian thought for a moment and said, All right. In the past few days, he had learned about Ningzhou. The area lacked food, and the Zhao grain merchants, who controlled the grain supply, had been powerful here for some time. If what Wei Yunyan said about the crop was true, even if the yield was only 100 or 200 gene per moo, it would still be a good thing. Additionally, I will send 5 more guards to protect you, led by Zhuaruasia. Why? Why? She asked. She was about to say she didn't need protection, confident she could handle a few grown men, but she changed her mind.
How?
Does the princess not realize she is a treasure? Magical medicine, divine weapons, water purification techniques, and this rare crop. Song Enian's tone rose, and his gaze darkened as he looked at her. If others find out about all this, all right, I understand, she said quickly. Before he finished speaking, she understood his meaning. She asked, What about the water purification method? How do you plan to handle that? Of course, it will be made public, but there's no rush. He lightly tapped the table with his finger. Whether it was the water purification method or the new crop, he wanted to wait until he had full control of the situation here. After a moment of silence, Wei Yunyan spoke again. I have one more request. Song Enian looked at her, signaling her to continue. I saved a young beggar today and want to keep her at the mansion. Such matters are up to the princess to decide, Song Enian said softly. Located in the busiest part of Inding City's East District, the estate is vast. Its tall, red-lacquered gates stand in stark contrast to the dilapidated government office and the desolate city around it. The ground was covered with smooth, polished blue stones. In the courtyard, lush flowers and trees bloomed brightly, creating a vibrant scene that was very different from the dry, cracked earth outside the city. In the main hall, a plaque made of fragrant nanmu wood hung on the wall, engraved with the words, Pass on good deeds, in gold lettering. Master Zhao Wanshan leaned slightly on a grand chair, squinting as he enjoyed the shoulder massages and leg kneading from several beautiful maids. Master, Steward Lu has been gone for a while. Surely the wise princess Yu has realized the situation and sent him away? A thin man nearby smiled flatteringly as he offered a cup of fragrant tea. Zhao Wanshan snorted and lazily lowered his eyelids. I heard that Princess Yu grew up in a village in the countryside and has little experience. 50 taels of silver is enough to keep her happy. Let her see who really holds the power in Inding City. He spoke with disdain, clearly not taking the Princess Yu seriously. In his view, as long as he controls the food supply, even the governor has to listen to him. What does a fallen prince with only a title matter? Before he finished speaking, Master, something's wrong. Something's really wrong. A servant rushed in, crawling and stumbling, his voice trembling with fear. Idiots. What are you panicking for? Zhao Wanshan scolded impatiently, straightening up. It's Steward Lu and the others. They're back, the servant pointed outside the door, his tongue tied in fear. Zhao Wanshan frowned, about to curse, when he saw several servants carrying 2 bloodied, battered figures into the hall. The 2 were dressed in torn clothes, their faces and bodies covered in dust and blood. Especially below the knees, bones were broken through the skin, exposed white and jagged. They had clearly been beaten severely. Their mouths were full of blood and flesh, emitting painful groans, and their tongues had been torn out completely. The strong smell of blood instantly overwhelmed the room's fragrant incense. Ah! The maid who had been massaging his shoulders screamed in terror and collapsed to the ground. "What's going on?" Zhao Wanshan suddenly jumped up from his grand chair, his proud expression replaced by shock. He stared wide-eyed at the two writhing figures on the floor. "When I saw them, they were already like this, thrown outside the government office," the servant said, trembling. "Princess Yu," Zhao Wanshan said slowly, each word deliberate. "A fallen prince sent into exile, yet he's quite ruthless." "What should I do, master?" "Do you want to?" "No." Before Zhao could finish speaking, Zhao Wanshan interrupted him. "Go find a doctor to check on them." He waved at a few frightened maidservants, signaling them to leave. "Prepare the carriage, load 3 carts with grain from the storeroom, and bring that box of Eastern pearls. Go to the Zhou residence." "No, to the main house of the prefect." The Yuang mansion was not far from the government office. It was said to be the former residence of the previous prefect, not much better than the dilapidated government office, but it was clearly repaired recently. The repairs looked new, probably done in the past few days. After arriving in Inding City for several days, Prince Yu was quite ignored. Local officials and wealthy families in the city appeared respectful on the surface, but looked down on him inside. In their eyes, Song Yinian was just a failure in the power struggles of the capital. A prince's fief? It was just a broken city, where even water was hard to come by. Song Yinian knew this well, and even tolerated their neglect and disregard. He went out early and returned late every day, moving around unpredictably. To others, he seemed like a headless fly darting around. After a few days like this, Song Yinian suddenly dressed in the emperor's exclusive dragon robe and appeared in the government hall. He held a teacup, steam rising from the rim, with a lazy, playful expression on his face, raising his eyebrows in a carefree manner. Below, a few officials from Ningzhou stood sparsely, having received an urgent meeting notice. Prefect Zhou Maokai looked annoyed at being disturbed from his rest, speaking in a formal tone, neither too harsh nor too soft. "Why has the prince summoned us so early? What is the matter?" "Ningzhou is in chaos, and our officials are busy with their work." His words showed disdain for Song Yinian, implying he was just looking for trouble. Song Yinian didn't even lift his eyelids. He gently blew on the floating tea leaves in his cup. "Prefect Zhou is busy? Then perhaps you should go back first?" Hearing this, Zhou Maokai squinted and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Just as he turned to leave, Song Yinian's voice sounded softly. "Prefect Zhou, are you busy transferring rice from the granary? Or are you busy using the silver meant for river construction to buy land for your concubines?" Zhou Maokai stopped in his tracks, his heart stirred with shock. Prince Yu had only been here a few days. How did he know about these things? He immediately adjusted his mood, turned around and smiled, saying, "Prince, please don't joke about me. These are false rumors, Your Highness. Don't believe the slander of petty people." Deputy Magistrate Li Dequan and Wang Youfu, the chief of the grain office, also agreed, saying, "Yes, Your Highness, you are new here and may have heard some rumors. Please don't wrongly accuse the prefect." "False rumors? Rumors?" Song Yinian's lips curled up as he casually placed his teacup on the table. With a sound, Qing Yu, standing behind Song Yinian, stepped forward expressionlessly. She held several thick ledgers and a stack of papers filled with writing. Zhou Maokai, in the autumn of the 13th year of Longchang, secretly sold 300 shur of government grain to Zhao Wanshan of Zhao Grain Shop, earning 900 taels of silver. In the spring of the 14th year of Longchang, he falsely reported dredging costs for the river, embezzling 1,500 taels of silver, of which 800 taels were used to buy a house in Yonglu Lane in the west of the city, and 2 gold hairpins were given as gifts to his concubine Lu. Wang Youfu, as the chief of the grain office, embezzled. The grain records falsely reported shortages, and he resold new grain, filling the gaps with old grain and dirt. Last year alone, the grain shortage reached 500 shur, Li Dequan accepted bribes from the magistrates of 3 counties under his jurisdiction, protected them, concealed disasters, and imposed heavy taxes. The details of time, place, people, and money flow were clear, even including a few private letters. All evidence and witnesses are present. Does anyone have anything to say? Song Inyan's voice was not loud, but sounded like a heavy to their hearts. A few people below instantly fell silent, sinking into dead silence. Zhou Maocai's smile on his face froze instantly. Had Prince Yu been investigating their backgrounds these days? But how did he manage to gather such evidence in such a short time? Rumors said that Prince Yu was the most useless among all the princes. Could the rumors be false? They exchanged glances, seeing fear on each other's faces. Li Dequan was the first to react, kneeling down and banging his forehead heavily on the ground with a dull thud. "Your Highness, spare my life. Spare me. I was confused."
It was
Prefect Zhou. He forced me. Seeing his traitorous teammate suddenly turn, Zhou Maocai's fear faded, replaced by anger. Li Dequan, stop spreading lies. He pointed at Li Dequan and angrily scolded, "Clearly, it's your greed and accepting bribes." "What does that have to do with me?" Wang Youfu's legs went weak, and he quickly knelt down. "Your Highness, please see the truth." It was all instructed by Magistrate Zhou. "I had no choice. He wanted to sell the grain. You too." Faced with their betrayal, Zhou Maocai's face turned from pale to green. He pointed at them, stammering, "Nonsense. I believe you are colluding to slander me." As he spoke, it was as if he suddenly realized something. He was sure they betrayed him to curry favor with the King of Yu. Otherwise, how could the King of Yu know about these old matters so quickly? It seemed that the Emperor might not have truly exiled him. It was very likely they arranged for him to come here to clean up Ningzhou. Zhou Maocai was so shocked by his own thoughts that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly turned and knelt before Song Inyan at the head of the table. "Your Highness, these two have nothing to do with me." "Enough." Song Inyan's sharp gaze swept over the 3 kneeling and arguing, biting and shifting blame. "I have no interest in watching this." He stood up, the hem of his dark-colored dragon robe brushing the table, exuding an invisible pressure. He stepped forward to stand before them. "Explain to them, according to the law, what should be done to people like this." Qing Yu understood immediately and loudly declared, "Wang Youfu, embezzlement and theft unpardonable. According to the law, he should be beheaded, his family exiled 3,000 miles. Wang Youfu trembled violently and shouted, "Injustice! Your Highness, and this is all in Ningzhou. Where else can they be exiled to? Please have mercy." Song Inyan ignored him and turned his gaze to Li Dequan, signaling Qing Yu to continue. Li Dequan, sheltering subordinates, accepting bribes, imposing heavy taxes, and causing the death of many common people. According to the law, this is also a serious crime punishable by confiscation of property and exile. Zhou Maocai, as the head of the prefecture, embezzling and neglecting duties, oppressing the people, his crimes are heinous. According to the law, he should be executed by slow slicing and his entire family exterminated. Slow slicing. Extermination. Of the entire family. Zhou Maocai seemed drained of strength, collapsing to the ground. "Do you admit your guilt?" Song Inyan looked down at them from above, his tone rising, with a prolonged ending that seemed to carry different meanings. Zhou Maocai suddenly remembered something, and a faint glimmer appeared in his hollow, hopeless eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Li Dequan suddenly stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and said, "Your Highness, this guilt cannot be admitted. The things you point out are all fabricated out of thin air and are not true." After he finished speaking, everyone present looked at him in confusion. Zhou Maocai and Wang Youfu looked at this suddenly crazy colleague with disbelief. "The evidence is clear and undeniable. How dare he deny it?" Song Inyan also showed a strange look in his eyes. Seeing that everyone in the hall was intimidated by him, Li Dequan's confidence, which came from quick thinking, instantly grew. Prince Yu's foundation is not solid. These so-called evidence come from unknown sources and may not stand up to scrutiny. As long as he insists he is innocent and creates doubt, There might still be room to turn things around. He cleared his throat, and his voice became louder, filled with exaggerated anger and sadness. Your Highness has only been here for a few days. How could you know so much about this place? Moreover, Ningzhou is poor. Even the government office looks like this. The common people are starving and poorly clothed. The officials under my jurisdiction have low salaries and are barely making ends meet, living paycheck to paycheck. In such circumstances, even if I wanted to accept bribes, where would I get them? Who could even afford to bribe me? He spread his hands and looked around the dilapidated hall, pretending to be helpless, as if saying, "A clever housewife cannot cook without rice." Li Tongpan's words seemed to have some truth to them. Wang Youfu was confused by Li Dequan's twisted reasoning and muttered instinctively. He was immediately stared down fiercely by Zhou Maokai, who made him shrink back in fear. "Your Highness." Li Dequan was about to give another passionate speech when he was suddenly interrupted by a cold sneer. "Ha!" Li Dequan's face lost its color. His earlier confidence was shattered, and his voice trembled as he said, "Your Highness." Of course I am not a fool, but Song Enian coldly interrupted him. No matter how remote Ningzhou is, it is still part of the Great Qi territory. Do you really think you could deceive everyone? As for your claim that Ningzhou is poor and has no bribes to accept, Song Enian suddenly raised his hand, pointing toward the east of Inding City outside the government office, his voice sharp. Zhao's grain shop sells coarse rice at 10 coins per liter. That shiny silver, does it fall from the sky? Li Dequan, last year you accepted 500 taels of silver from Zhao Wanshan, helping him seize 100 acres of good farmland west of the city and forcing 3 tenants to their deaths. Is that silver fake? Li Dequan was struck like lightning. His lips trembled as he said, "No, impossible."
How?
How could you? How do I know? Song Inyan's eyes looked like he was seeing a dead person. I also know that you, Li Tongpan, have a house outside the south of the city in Qingfeng Alley, where you hide the gold, silver, and jewelry you've stolen. Your son, Li Jizong, is arrogant at the government school. Last month, he even beat a student so badly he was crippled, and you covered it up with 300 taels of silver. Is that clear enough? Since you question my evidence, I will have someone bring your son here to face the charges. With each word, Li Dequan trembled more.
No.
Your Highness, I admit my guilt. I beg your Highness for mercy. Spare my son. Spare him. He knelt down with a loud thud, kowtowing like a pounding drum. His forehead instantly turned blood red, no longer showing any of his previous defiance. Song Enian calmly flicked his sleeve and turned back to his seat, sitting with poise and an undeniable sense of authority. He understood the principle that water too pure has no fish. When he first arrived, he didn't intend to use the law to kill everyone involved. But someone as foolish and greedy as Li Dequan, daring to deceive and frame a prince openly, no longer needed to hold the position of Tongpan. Earlier, you kept saying I was wrong, that the evidence was fake, and that Ningzhou had no bribes? Song Enian gently rubbed his smooth jade ring, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, radiating a chilling aura. I hate most those who are treacherous and cunning, like you, who refuse to cry until the coffin is closed and try to turn black into white. Your subordinate is here. Ganwen, standing to the side, responded promptly and stepped forward. He had long since lost patience. When Li Dequan stood up to argue, he was eager to act. Shouting in court, insulting the prince, adding more charges. Silence him. Once all crimes are clear, we will deal with him together. No, Prince you can't treat me like this, Li Dequan pleaded, realizing his pleas were useless. He tore his face and struggled to shout. I am the deputy governor of the prefecture, holding the 6th rank, appointed by the Ministry of Personnel. You can't use private punishment. You have no right. Ganwen's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Without knowing where he found a torn cloth stained with dirt, he stuffed it into Li Dequan's mouth, silencing all his protests. He then dragged him straight outside the hall. Zhou Maokai and Wang Youfu knelt on the ground, afraid to stand up. Song Enian looked at them and said, Now, does anyone still think my evidence is made up? If you disagree, I can also hand these things over directly to the Ministry of Justice. The words Ministry of Justice made Zhou Maokai shiver. Sure enough, Prince Yu is not here because of exile. Now they were gathering evidence of their crimes to send to the Ministry of Justice. I am guilty of 1,000 deaths. Please, my lord, have mercy. I am willing to give all my family property, just spare my life. Seeing Zhou Maokai like this, Wang Youfu quickly kowtowed and admitted his guilt. I also admit my guilt. I am willing to give all my family property. All of it, since you two are so loyal and understanding. Song Enian spoke slowly. Why not stay here in the government office from today? When I first arrived in Anding City, I heard that you two worked tirelessly for the affairs of the prefecture, to the point that your feet barely touched the ground, and you couldn't even go home. Ningzhou is my fief. With all these mountain of official duties, as the lord of the territory, I should understand your hardships and share some of your burden. Isn't this a form of house arrest? Wang Youfu's face turned pale. His lips trembled as he forced out a smile worse than crying. Carefully, he said, Your Highness, this government office is a place of strict law, handling criminal cases. We live here, which is inappropriate and may cause a bad impression. It's also very inconvenient. Oh? Song Enian raised an eyebrow, the cold glow of his jade ring flickering on his finger. I can stay here, but you can't? Is this government office not as grand as your decorated mansions with many servants? Once the two high officials leave the residence, they are unable to calmly assist me in handling the long-standing problems in Ningzhou? Could it be that there is something more important at home than these official documents, something they cannot give up? I dare not. I absolutely dare not. Zhou Maokai responded quickly, bowing before Wang Youfu could speak. Your Highness understands the situation and shows great kindness. Being able to listen to Your Highness's teachings near the government office and be ready to help at any time is a blessing we cannot ask for more. I will obey your command and move to the back courtyard of the government office immediately. Wang Youfu quickly realized and hurriedly bowed. I obey, I obey. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Thank you, Your Highness. Very good. Song Enian's commanding presence slightly softened, leaning forward slightly, hands resting on the desk. Let's start with the overdue tax records and land registers. I want to know how many taxes were hidden, underreported, or falsely claimed in Ningzhou's counties over the past 3 years, and how much good land has secretly fallen into the hands of the powerful. He paused, then looked at the two officials again, his gaze seeming to pierce through their skin and reach their hearts. You two are familiar with state affairs, so I believe it should not be difficult for you to clarify these accounts for me. I will be here in the main hall, waiting with you. Zhou Maokai and Wang Youfu felt their vision go dark, a cold shiver rushing from their feet to the top of their heads. This is not about sharing the burden, it's about forcing them to hand over evidence of their corruption, digging their own graves. Wei Yunyun brought Dongqing, Chen Shui, and Zuoruasia to the experimental field prepared for her by Song Enian. In front of her was a vast estate, with fields crisscrossed by paths, scattered houses, much larger than she had expected. But instead of feeling relaxed, she sensed a heavy, desolate atmosphere. The crops in the fields were sparse and drooping, the walls of the houses peeling, showing signs of exhaustion and drained vitality. The carriage slowly entered the somewhat dilapidated stone archway at the entrance of the estate. Below the archway, a group of thin, ragged people gathered, wearing patched, faded coarse cloth clothes, their faces marked by wind, frost, and years of hard work. They were the tenants of this estate, who had recently received news that the estate had a new owner. Today is the day the new master arrives. They dared not delay, and had been waiting here since early morning. The air was heavy, so thick it seemed like it could be squeezed out, with only occasional suppressed coughs and children's restless whimpering. Old Zhang, do you think the new master might lower the rent? A man in his 40s, hunched over, whispered to an elderly man with white hair, hope flickering faintly in his eyes. The old man called Old Zhang coughed violently, his thin hand pounding his chest. His cloudy eyes looked toward the approaching carriage. He sighed, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. Lower the rent?
Ha!
If the new master doesn't raise it, that's a blessing. These noble lords, they don't care about our lives. As long as we pay the rent on time and aren't driven out to freeze or starve, that's enough to thank heaven. Shu, be quiet, a middle-aged man, apparently in charge, scolded nervously. Noble people are not to be discussed. Watch your mouth. The new master is coming. Be alert, bow loudly, speak respectfully. If you offend the noble, you won't like the consequences. The children were tightly held in front of the adults, their big, curious, and frightened eyes watching the increasingly luxurious carriage approaching. A skinny little girl, so thin she looked like just bones, her dirty fingers, and whispered to her mother, "Mother, will the young master give us bread to eat?" Her mother quickly covered her mouth, her eyes red. The carriage stopped steadily a few feet ahead of the crowd. The curtain was gently lifted by a fair hand. All eyes immediately focused on it. The tenant farmers held their breath, their hearts pounding. Old Zhang instinctively hunched his back a little more, while Li Er clenched his fists nervously, sweat on his palms. The leading middle-aged man quickly forced a flattering smile and took a step forward. In the soft morning light, a half-visible face appeared behind the carriage curtain. It was not the stern, proud face they expected of a noble lord, nor the face of a rough steward. It was a young woman's face, delicate features, simple hair, with a plain silver hairpin. The new master was a young girl? The atmosphere under the archway froze for a moment, then a wave of suppressed surprise and whispers arose. After the shock, a very faint and almost unthinkable thought quietly arose in many people's minds. Could the lady of the house be a bit softer-hearted? The middle-aged man's flattering smile stiffened for a moment, then became even more exaggerated. He bent over and knelt down with a thud a few steps away from the carriage. "I, Wang Yilyang, am the temporary head of the farm. I come to pay respects to the young lady." "No, to the lady of the house." Don Qing, with a calm face, was the first to get off the carriage. She spoke to the crowd bowing before her. "From now on, this farm belongs to the Yuangfu. The person in front of you is the Yuangfei. Please do not be rude." After Don Qing finished speaking, Wei Yunyan, wearing a white hood, stepped out with the help of spring snow. "You Wangfei, why your highnesses?" "Wife." Wang Yuliang's body trembled like a leaf, and he buried his head even lower, as if trying to hide in the mud. The farmers behind him were also stunned, trembling with greater fear. "Wang Fei? It's Wang Fei. Oh my goodness, the prince's wife has arrived. Everyone kneel." "Kneel down." Suddenly, the crowd knelt down in unison, their foreheads pressed against the cold ground, trembling violently with respect and fear. That faint thought of a soft-hearted woman was instantly crushed by the unimaginable honor of Wang Fei, leaving only deep fear in their hearts. The innocent children were pressed down by the adults, unable to make a sound. Wei Yunyan looked at the kneeling figures in front of her, her brow slightly furrowing. She raised her hand gently to support herself and spoke softly. "Everyone get up." No need for so many bows. However, the crowd only stirred slightly and dared not stand up, remaining kneeling. Seeing Wei Yunyan's displeased expression, Spring Snow, who had served her for several days, knew that her lady did not like overly formal manners. She addressed the kneeling crowd. "The lady said you don't need to be so formal. Please, everyone, get up quickly." Wang Yilyang carefully climbed to his feet, his legs trembling. He dared not look up at anyone and hurriedly said, "Thank you, lady." "Thank you, lady." Wei Yunyan's gaze swept over the crowd, noticing that everyone's lips were dry and chapped, and she could hear the swallowing sounds from the crowd. "Chun Yu, go get some water to help everyone soothe their throats." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chun Yu immediately responded and turned to take several leather water bags and a clean copper basin from the carriage. When Chun Yu poured clear water into the copper basin, it reflected bright, transparent light under the sun, and the crowd suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the basin of water, filled with unbelievable longing and stunned amazement. Why was this water different from what they usually saw? Chunyu used a clean gourd ladle to scoop up the water and gestured to the nearest old man. Elder, this is a gift from the princess. Please have some first. The old man was old Zhang. He trembled as he looked up, his cloudy eyes fixed on the ladle of water, as if he saw the most incredible treasure in the world. After a long moment, he reached out his dry, muddy hand carefully to take the ladle. His hand trembled badly, spilling a few drops on the ground. He was so distressed he shivered. He leaned in to smell it. There was no smell. Then, he carefully took a small sip. The cool, sweet taste slid down his dry throat. Old Zhang's eyes widened suddenly. Then, he hurriedly closed them, his throat moving violently. He greedily took another big sip, tears of muddiness uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. This is water. It's water. Sweet, it's sweet, he shouted hoarsely, with a crying tone. This is really water. Could there really be such water in the world? Princess gave us water. Oh my God, is it really for us? I heard that clear water has to be transported from other states, and it costs a fortune. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement, exclaiming one after another. A few brave children broke free from their restraints, staring eagerly at the basin of water. Left Rui's and several other guards also began sharing the water. The farmers carefully cupped the hard-won clean water, as if holding a rare treasure, sipping it little by little. Their faces showed unbelievable excitement. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, Princess. Meanwhile, a system prompt sounded. Current location, Plum Valley Manor. Do you want to check in? Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received 1 ton of millet. Warning. The following contains family-friendly content only. Detected insufficient remaining space on the host. Items are temporarily stored in the system space. Please retrieve them within 24 hours, or they will be reclaimed by the system. Wei Yunyun's eyes flickered beneath her hood. Did she hear that correctly? Recently, she had been collecting mostly food items. Now, she has 200 gene of potato seeds, 100 gene of wheat seeds, and 150 gene of sweet potato seeds. The system suddenly being so generous makes her wonder if there will be a large-scale food shortage in Inding City. While she was thinking, a shy little girl who had just finished drinking water came over and asked, Princess, are you the new master? The girl looked about 5 or 6 years old, with yellowish hair tied into 2 uneven little pigtails. Her clothes were loose and big, hanging over her small frame, clearly made from old adult clothes. She looked up with a small face and big, bright eyes that seemed especially large because she was thin. She looked at Wei Yunyun with curiosity. She didn't know what a princess was, but from the adults' reactions, she could tell that this was a very important person, even more powerful than the previous master. In her mind, this master was not only powerful but also very kind. She had given them clean water, which only noble people could drink. Seeing the little girl, Wei Yunyun felt her heart tighten as if an invisible hand was squeezing it, making her feel strangely sad. What is your name? She asked. When Wei Yunyun spoke, the girl's eyes widened even more. She unconsciously twisted the torn hem of her old clothes, and her face flushed with excitement and shyness. My name.
Istaya.
As soon as she finished speaking, a frightened voice shouted, Stupid girl, who told you to run over here? A thin, yellowish woman suddenly rushed out from the crowd, grabbing Daya's arm tightly. She was so strong she almost lifted her off the ground and dragged her back without explanation. Please forgive the princess, young girl. She doesn't know better and bumped into you. Please forgive her, your highness. She kept apologizing and pulling Daya back, bowing repeatedly to Wei Yunyun. The girl was frightened by her mother's sudden action. Her arm hurt from being pinched, and her small face scrunched up with grievance. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she dared not cry out loud. Wei Yunyun's eyebrows furrowed under her hood. She spoke coldly. It's all right. There's no need to be so upset. In the midst of the woman's frightened confession, a sudden, gurgling sound echoed unexpectedly. Dea immediately covered her thin stomach with her small hands. Seeing this, Wei Yunyan asked, "Haven't you had breakfast yet?" The woman stiffened and lowered her head even more, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Your Majesty, we haven't reached mealtime yet." "Mealtime?" Wei Yunyan pressed. "How many meals do you have a day?" The woman hesitated briefly and whispered, "Your Majesty, on the farm. Only one meal." "One meal?" Wei Yunyan's voice rose slightly. Farm workers on the estate usually live better than other common people. She had thought they might not eat enough, but one meal a day was still surprising.
Yes.
Just one meal. After finishing work by noon, the woman trembled as she spoke, clearly upset. Is one meal a day not enough? Could the princess want them to eat every 2 days? That would make it impossible for the children to survive. Wei Yunyan's eyebrows furrowed tighter, anger mixed with sadness rising in her heart. One meal a day? And they have to work hard before they can eat? This is not employment. It's slavery. No, it's worse than slavery. She took a deep breath and called out, "Chenyu, here, Your Grace." Hearing Wei Yunyan's call, Chenyu immediately put down the water scoop and ran over quickly. "Tell them to gather in the open field inside the estate and take me to the granary." "Yes," Chenyu responded and shouted to the crowd. "Did you hear that? The princess wants you to gather in the open field. You're the estate head, right? Lead the way to the granary." Chenyu pointed to Wang Yuliang. Wang Yuliang immediately ran over, nodded, and led the way without delay. The woman, hearing that Wei Yunyan wanted to go to the granary, looked even more grim, clutching De Ya's hand tightly. The estate produces little, and it's not harvest time yet. The previous harvest had already been taken by the former owner. The granary had little remaining grain. One meal a day could barely last until the next harvest. If even part of it was taken away again, it was unthinkable. Wei Yunyan passed several rows of dilapidated houses and arrived at a relatively tall granary. She pushed open the wooden door, and the smell of old grains and relics hit her face. The large granary was empty and spacious, with only a few burlap sacks piled in the corner, looking quite poor. Chenyu, who came from a farming family, quickly estimated that the small amount of grain could only support the tenants with porridge once a day, not enough to last until the next harvest. "Is that all?" Chenyu asked in surprise. "Yes, Your Highness," Wang Yuliang replied nervously. Wei Yunyan looked around and ordered, "Take all this grain out and cook porridge immediately. Make it thick." "Your Highness, no." As soon as Wei Yunyan finished speaking, Wang Yuliang shouted excitedly, "Your Highness, we can't move all the grain. This is the last of it, to last until the next harvest. If we take it all away, what will we do then?" Wang Yuliang knelt before Wei Yunyan, kowtowed, and begged through tears, "Please, Your Highness, leave us some way to survive. The children can't hold on. Your Highness, please, this grain must not be moved." Seeing Wang Yuliang, who was losing control out of fear, Wei Yunyan raised her voice and said, "You misunderstand. I do not intend to take all the grain away." Wang Yuliang stopped crying, looked up at Wei Yunyan, and asked tremblingly, "Tonight, the Marquis of Yu's estate will send some grain here, to ensure you all have enough to eat before the next harvest." Wang Yuliang suddenly looked up, eyes wide with confusion. His dry voice trembled as he repeated, "The Marquis's estate is willing to give us grain? To guarantee we will have enough to eat." He knelt on the ground, stiff and unable to believe what he had just heard. "Yes, that's right. So don't worry," Wei Yunyan said confidently. "Go ahead, let everyone eat well first, then work." Chen Shui nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Wang Zhuangdou. Since Our Lady has said so, she will definitely make sure you all don't go hungry." Exactly. "Working under the lady's care is a blessing for everyone here," Chen Yu added. Only Dong Qing frowned, thinking unhappily, "Does the lady want to take the estate's grain? Shouldn't she inform the prince first?"
Princess.
This is not a small amount. In his understanding, the master only collects rent, oppresses them, and even takes away their last bit of food to survive. How could he possibly give them grain for free? Wei Yunyan knew that until she saw the grain herself, her words were empty. These tenants were used to being exploited, so it was normal for them not to trust themselves. Thinking this, she didn't say much. The grain in the storehouse was taken by Zuaruasia and his people to the kitchen. Chuanxue followed to supervise the cook. Dongqing moved closer to Wei Yunyan and whispered worriedly, "My lady, there's still over a month until the harvest. There are over 100 tenants on this estate. If we are to send such a large amount of grain from the manor, shouldn't we ask the prince first?" Wei Yunyan turned to look at Dongqing with a calm expression and said softly, "I won't touch the manor's grain storage. You don't need to worry. If there's nothing else, you and Chuanxue can go help in the kitchen," she added. In the open space, the crowd waited nervously. The head of Wang Manor came out and said that the princess would send grain to feed everyone. Everyone was surprised to hear this, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Dia squatted on the ground, holding her weak body tightly, saying, "All the grain in the storehouse has been moved to the kitchen." "Yes, it's all moved out. Nothing left," old Zhang said anxiously. "It's easy to say, but if the manor's grain doesn't arrive tonight, I think it's risky," someone muttered pessimistically. "Listening to these noble people, it's just talk." Wang Yiliang didn't believe it either, and now everyone's words made him even more worried. He looked serious and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to be overheard. Why are we just standing here waiting?" Dia looked worried. "Of course, we're waiting for dinner." Dia licked her fingers, unable to stop her saliva from flowing. The old lady of the princess and the lord heard her stomach growl and asked if she had eaten with her mother. Then they went to the storehouse to have the grain moved to the kitchen for cooking. The princess's old lady was kind and would give them water, so she would also give them food. But the adults who were used to being oppressed were not as optimistic as Dia. They wondered if they would be treated more harshly next, or if they would have to do even harder, more tiring work. Or perhaps just send away the elderly, the sick, and the disabled. The atmosphere was very heavy. They sat or crouched silently, their eyes empty as they looked toward the kitchen, where smoke was rising. But to them, the smoke seemed like it was burning their last hope, their only remaining food. Suddenly, there was movement from the kitchen. A pretty maid beside the princess was directing guards and servants to carry a steaming, fragrant wooden barrel toward the open space. Behind her, several women carried large baskets filled with bread. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Everyone in the open space stared intently at the barrels and baskets. Soon, they heard many swallowing sounds and stomach growls. Who was this food for? Could it be that the princess and her companions planned to eat here? Just as everyone was feeling confused, a clear voice rang out. "Line up properly." The princess ordered. 1 bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of bread per person. Eat while hot. Only full stomachs have the strength to work.
What? What?
"This is for us to eat?" The silence in the space was brief, then burst into exclamations. The eldest girl excitedly raised her hands and shouted at her mother. "Mom, look! I told you the princess and the lord would give us food." Her mother gently patted her head, tired but resigned.
Eat, eat.
"Even if it means dying full, I'll accept it. Even if they only feed us once every 2 days later, I'll still take it. God, is this really for us?" Thick porridge. It smells so good. All worries, fears, and doubts were temporarily set aside in the face of this hot, fragrant food. At such moments, no one thought about future hunger or greater oppression. All that remained was a strong desire for food. Everyone hurriedly lined up, pushing each other out of excitement. A few children couldn't hold back, breaking free from adults' hands and eagerly running toward the bread. "Line up. Everyone line up. Don't push." The princess said everyone get some. Chunyi was serving porridge and shouting to keep order. After old Zhang finished his first bowl of porridge, he didn't wait for it to cool. He took a big sip directly, feeling his throat burn painfully, but refusing to spit it out. With each sip, he felt his long empty stomach warm up, as if finally satisfied after many years of hunger. After finishing the porridge and going to get a bun, his rough hands tightly gripped it, and large tears rolled down his face. Wei Yunyan and Dongqing stood a little farther away, quietly watching this scene. "Your Highness, Here is a bun for you. A young girl holding a bun stepped through the crowd and offered it to her like a treasure. Wei Yunyan almost laughed at her way of calling her. Dongqing corrected her. It's not your highness. You should call her Her Royal Highness. Yes, Her Royal Highness, the Fairy Queen. Here you go. The girl ignored Dongqing and stubbornly handed the bun to Wei Yunyan. Wei Yunyan gently pushed her hand back. I've already eaten. Keep it for yourself. You need to eat well so you can grow up quickly. Does that mean if I grow up, I can help Her Royal Highness more? The girl's innocent question made Wei Yunyan feel a little emotional, and she softly responded, yes. In her past life, such a big child was still in kindergarten, cuddling in her parents' arms and being spoiled. All right, I want to eat well and grow up quickly. With a sharp, the wooden signboard symbolizing past suffering and oppression, Megu Village, was quickly pried down and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From now on, this place will be called Yufeng Village. Yufeng Village. What a good name. Yuang Mansion. A prosperous village. Chuanxue repeated the name a few times, praising, Your Majesty is truly talented. The ton of millet from the system check-in was moved to the granary of the village, so today she decided to stay overnight in the residence left by the previous owner and return to Yuang Mansion tomorrow. Dongqing was sent back to the mansion and informed Song Yinian. At this moment, Anding City appeared silent on the surface, but turbulent under the surface. The Zhou, Li, and Wang families waited all day, but saw no sign of their heads of household returning. At the Li residence in the west of the city, plans were underway to send people to ask about the situation at the government office when suddenly, the large red lacquered gate was forcefully pushed open. Ganwen, dressed in dark combat attire with a long sword at his waist, stepped in first, expression calm as water. Behind him, two groups of soldiers in Wang Mansion guards' uniforms, stern and fierce, quickly entered the front yard of the Li residence. By order of His Royal Highness the Prince of Yu, Ganwen's voice was icy cold, overpowering the screams and shouts inside the house. Li Dequan has been corrupt and framed the prince. The evidence is conclusive, and he is now imprisoned. The entire Li household is to be sealed immediately. Everyone stay put and do not move. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Executed on the spot. How could this happen? These 4 words hit like a heavy hammer, making everyone in the Li household tremble with fear. This is impossible. Our master is innocent. You can't do this. A middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothes, with her hair loose, rushed out in excitement but was immediately restrained by 2 guards. She struggled and shouted loudly, Heaven's curse on the Yuang. We are officials' families. You have no right to raid our house. I will go to the capital to complain. I will complain. Ganwen lazily didn't bother to lift his eyelids and coldly spat out 2 words, nuisance. The guards holding her understood and immediately stuffed a cloth into her mouth, leaving only muffled sobs. Mother. Mother, several children of different ages cried and tried to rush over, but the frightened maidservants, trembling with fear, held them tightly and shrank into the corner. The housekeeper, servants, and women in the mansion were like a frightened flock of sheep, screaming, crying, and panicking. Some tried to run to the backyard, but were immediately stopped by cold blades. Some wanted to hide valuables, but were stared down by guards like hawks, causing them to collapse in fear. Search, Ganwen ordered sharply. The study and accounting room in the front yard were thoroughly checked. Cabinets were pried open. Books and documents were roughly knocked to the ground. The women's rooms and storerooms in the inner house were also carefully searched, dressing boxes overturned, chests opened, and silk fabrics and jewelry scattered everywhere. The servants' quarters, firewood storage, and stables were all inspected without missing a spot. Ganwen, along with a few trusted men, headed straight to a seemingly ordinary side room in the backyard of the Li residence. This was Li Dequan's study and secret chamber. Break down the door, Ganwen said coldly. The heavy wooden door was kicked open by a guard. The study was decorated with fine furniture, but under the torchlight, it looked a bit eerie. Search carefully. Walls, floors, hidden compartments, nothing should be missed. Ganwen approached a large purple sandalwood desk, his gaze fixed on a seemingly ordinary blue and white porcelain vase. There was a faint seam on the desk beneath the vase. He moved the vase aside and gently tapped the surface with his fingers.
Thud, thud, thud.
The sound was dull. Ganwen's eyes sharpened, and he pressed down hard with his finger. A soft sound, and a small hidden compartment popped out from the desk. Inside was a tightly wrapped scroll covered in oil paper. Just as Ganwen discovered the secret compartment, a guard's sharp shout came from the depths of the backyard. "Who's there?"
Stop.
A middle-aged man dressed in fine silk, looking like a steward, was sneakingly clutching a bundle, trying to climb over the low wall to escape. It was Li Dequan's trusted housekeeper. "Seize him," Ganwen ordered without looking back, his eyes still fixed on the oil paper bundle he had just taken out. Several guards subdued the housekeeper, and the bundle fell open, revealing several gold ingots and some precious jade ornaments. Ganwen carefully unwrapped the oil paper, revealing a ledger and several letters inside. He casually opened the ledger, which was densely filled with records of dates, names, amounts of silver, and land locations. Bribery, corruption, land usurpation, and exploitation of tenants. Each record was shocking. The few letters were secret communications with local gentry, and even some officials from outside the province. Ganwen's lips curled into a cold smile as he carefully stored the ledger and the secret letters. At that moment, Lady Li, who was gagged, seemed to recognize the ledger in Ganwen's hands. Her eyes widened in horror, and she let out a desperate, muffled cry, struggling wildly. If these items were discovered, the Li family would be doomed. Ganwen carried the ledger and the secret letters and strode out of the study into the front yard. The firelight reflected on his expressionless face as he raised the evidence, his voice echoing through the chaotic Li residence. "The evidence is here. Li Dequan is beyond forgiveness. All property of the Li family is considered stolen. Seize everything. Everyone in the household. Stay under strict watch and await the prince's judgment." His cold gaze swept over Lady Li, who was slumped on the ground, and the trembling servants and family members. "His Highness commands that anyone who exposes Li Dequan and his accomplices' crimes may be granted leniency. Anyone hiding or transferring stolen goods will be punished accordingly." A wave of despair and silence enveloped the Li residence. The crackling of torches and the muffled sobs floated in the night breeze. That night in Anding City, many people would find it impossible to sleep. Yufeng village, Wei Yunyan dismissed everyone and quietly entered the granary. System, take out the grain. Extraction successful. Suddenly, the empty granary was filled with bags of millet. From now on, Chunyu would guard this place. During the day, the princess mentioned that grain would be transported at night. Wei Yunyan couldn't sleep, constantly listening for sounds outside. If grain was being delivered, there would surely be the noise of carts. But until dawn, she heard nothing and finally closed her eyes, unable to stay awake any longer. In the government office's study, Zhou Maokai and Wang Youfu were still busy handling the official matters entrusted to them by Song Yunian. Meanwhile, after hearing about what happened at the Li residence, the Zhou and Wang households were in an uproar. At the Zhou residence, Lady Zhou sat in the main seat, her face slightly pale. Around her, a group of worried aunts and children gathered. "It's over. The Li family is finished. Maybe it's our turn next," one aunt whispered, tears in her eyes. "Mother, ever since Prince Yu arrived, he's been acting so wildly, and he even detained Dad. You should write a letter to Uncle in the capital." Yes, isn't the master's brother an official in the capital? "Hurry and write to save the master." Madame Zhou was about to write a plea for help, encouraged by everyone, when she saw her trusted servant, who had gone with her husband earlier, return. "Third brother Zhou." Madame Zhou stood up suddenly. "Why are you back alone? Where is the master?" Third brother Zhou looked at everyone and knelt before Madame Zhou. He replied, "Greetings, madam. The master is still at the government office. I have something to report." Madame Zhou immediately understood and told everyone to step back. "Madam, The master is safe for now and still handling official business. But he asked me to come back and tell you something. Hearing that he was safe, Madame Zhou relaxed a little. What is it? The master said that His Highness Prince Yu is not as simple as he seems. There might be someone backing him. His visit to Ningzhou is just a cover for a purge. Purge? Madame Zhou felt a cold chill run up her spine. She knew well that her husband was not entirely clean. The master also said that he has surrendered his family estate to atone for his sins. Please follow his instructions. Money is just material things, don't be confused. After hearing this, Madame Zhou's body swayed. She grabbed a nearby chair to steady herself. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, I understand. Immediately seal the house. No one is allowed to come in or go out. Gather all the managers and accountants. Bring all keys and ledgers. Assemble in the front hall now. Order all rooms and courtyards to stay put. No one is to move any boxes or cabinets. Anyone who disobeys will face severe punishment. Open the storeroom, count everything, and record it. Take out all valuables from the house. Nothing is to be left behind. Madame Zhou even took off her golden hairpin decorated with emeralds and placed it on a tray. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Wang residence was very different. Madame Wang also learned about the tragic situation at the Li estate and the message brought back by the servant. What? All the family property. Mrs. Wang's voice was sharp, and her well-maintained face was filled with an unbelievable anger and harshness. Why should we? The master wasn't like Li Dequan, who was seized and imprisoned, and he's still working for the prince at the government office. Why does the king of Yu want us to donate all our family property? Isn't that just theft? She gasped with pain and paced nervously in the hall. That is all our hard-earned family wealth and my dowry. Are we going to live on the wind in the future? No, absolutely not. The young servant was sweating nervously and lowered his voice. Madam, this is the master's idea and also the prince's. The Zhou family has already started moving. I heard Zhou's wife even took out her dowry. The master said this is the only way out the prince gave us, so please. Zhou family is Zhou family, Mrs. Wang interrupted roughly. Zhou Maokai is timid and scared. Our master hasn't been caught with any evidence, and since the prince hasn't touched our master, it means there's no proof. Without proof, why should we give up everything? She became more convinced of her reasoning. And donating family property? Who knows how much they want us to give. I think the prince is just trying to scare us, make us bleed more. That foolish woman from Zhou's family was emptied out just because of a single word. What a waste. Her eyes flickered with a plan. Go and pick out some old, less valuable silk and satin from the storeroom, along with heavy, awkward furniture and cheap porcelain that can't be sold for much. Also, gather the bad debts and uncollectible IOUs from the accounts. Oh, and gather a few thousand taels of silver. Then, make up a total of 5,000 taels of show money, claiming it's our Wang family's gratitude for the prince's kindness and voluntary donation. Remember, do not touch the valuable land deeds, shops, gold bars, jewelry, or antiques. Hide them all well, madam. If the prince finds out what? Mrs. Wang raised her eyebrows and scolded. The prince is busy with countless affairs. He doesn't have time to check these small matters. If we donate, it's our sincerity. That's enough. Surely the prince won't send people to check our house one by one? Go and do as I say. Mrs. Wang waved her hand impatiently, proud of her own cleverness. She even thought disdainfully, that foolish woman from the Zhou family has drained all her family assets. She will regret it someday. Our Wang family is not that foolish. So, when the Zhou family's house was brightly lit and they registered and packed all their belongings as if cutting off their own arm, the Wang family only sent a few carriages with some worthless, decorative goods and symbolic silver, quietly heading toward the government office under cover of night. The two groups presenting their family assets and the team that had just finished inspecting the Li family's estate arrived one after the other. Song Inian was counting the items on the list when he suddenly remembered his little money-loving wife and asked, "What is the wife doing today?" Qingyu replied, "In the afternoon, Dong Qing reported that the wife went to the estate you gave her and won't be returning tonight. Song Enian frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. Did she say when she would come back?
Qing Yu shook her head.
Miss Dong didn't say, but she mentioned something else.
Oh?
What is it? The wife is kind-hearted. She said she wants to feed the tenants on the estate and help them work, bringing grain to them. She also said she wouldn't use the grain stored in the Wang family's granary. Song Enian put down the list, leaned back, and said softly, since she's here, she's become much kinder. First, she helped street beggars, and now she wants to give grain to the tenants. If he remembered correctly, she only had a few hundred taels of gold. Based on the local grain prices, that wouldn't buy much food. Then, you should arrange for the grain we confiscated today to be delivered to her. At dawn, the Yufeng estate was already bustling with people. The tenants first went to tend the half-dead rice in the fields, then began reinforcing the walls. The noisy sounds woke Wei Yunyun. She rubbed her eyes, about to ask what was happening, when the sound of horseshoes and rolling wheels approached from afar. Chen Shui stepped forward to help her dress and wash, looking puzzled. Madam, how come I hear the sound of carriages? You didn't hear wrong. Wei Yunyun's senses now were probably sharper than those of seasoned martial artists. Listening to the horseshoes, it sounded like they were carrying a lot of heavy loads. She frowned slightly, a hint of suspicion rising in her heart. She put on her hood and said, "Let's go out and see." Arriving at the entrance of the village, a large convoy was quickly approaching. The heavy carts were covered with thick oilcloths, and the shapes of piled sacks could faintly be seen beneath. Ahead of the convoy, a black flag with golden characters fluttered in the morning breeze, displaying a strong and bold "U" character. Your Majesty, is that the royal flag? Is the prince coming? Why did Song Enian come over? Could it be because she didn't return to the estate yesterday and came to ask questions? Probably not. The convoy stopped in front of Wei Yunyun. The leading guard dismounted and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am here on His Highness's orders to deliver grain. Please, your ladyship, to inspect." As he finished speaking, the guards quickly spread out to guard the area. The drivers swiftly untied the ropes and lifted the oilcloth. In an instant, bright white rice, plump beans, and strings of salted meat and dried fish gleamed in the sunlight. The farmers' eyes were also drawn to the sight. Oh my, it's grain. All grain. The royal estate. The prince really sent grain. The lady didn't lie to us. Inside and outside the village gate, everything was silent for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. The farmers were so excited they shed tears, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly toward the royal convoy. Long live the princess. Thank you, Prince, for your grace. Thank you, your ladyship, for saving us. Unlike the crowd's cheers, Wei Yunyun pinched her brow. She already knew Winter Qing must have told Song Enian something when she returned. She knew exactly how much grain the estate had. Where did all this grain come from? Could it be that they raided some wealthy families? But if so, all the farmers would find out that the grain in the warehouse was sent by the Marquis of Yu. As the head of the estate, she didn't need to explain about the grain moved from the space to the warehouse, but less trouble was better. With this convoy, a little cover-up could make the whole grain delivery seem reasonable. Zuoruasia, here, guard the warehouse and don't let anyone get close, Wei Yunyun ordered firmly. After speaking, she led the convoy toward the warehouse. She estimated that the grain delivered by Song Enian and the grain already stored in the granary might no longer fit inside. She frowned beautifully, and a good idea suddenly came to her mind. She was worried about how to make the tenants willingly harvest the unripe crops. With these grains, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. She asked the palace guards to unload the grain bags at the granary door, then told everyone to step back. Current location, Yufeng Village. Do you want to check in? Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the blueprint for making a composite bow. A blueprint for a composite bow? Is it the blueprint for the bow on Zuoruiz? She opened the system's info page. Sure enough. Unfortunately, making it is quite complicated, and she currently lacks the materials. After ensuring someone was watching the granary and arranging the cook to prepare a simple meal for the tenants, Wei Yunyan returned to her room. She took the old land map and repeatedly checked it, planning the specific plots for testing potatoes and the crop rotation plan. The tenants on the farm had never imagined they would have a day to eat plain rice. They all ate happily and expressed their gratitude to Wei Yunyan. But after putting down their bowls, they received shocking news. "Madam, are you saying we should harvest the grains now?" Old Zhang, incredulous, asked Chinyu, who came to give the order. "Yes," Chinyu replied loudly, "but not all the fields. Just harvest the fields designated for testing the new grain varieties early, to free up the land." "That's impossible." Old Zhang hunched his back and shakily stepped forward to Chinyu, his wrinkled face full of surprise. He pointed at the crops nearby that were changing from green to yellow. "These grains, they haven't even fully filled out. If we harvest now, they're not even worth calling shriveled grains. It's a waste." "Exactly." Lier also stood up excitedly. "Lord Chun, these grains need about a month more to mature. If we harvest now, besides using the straw to feed the cattle, they have no other use. We need these crops to survive. If we harvest all these crops now, how can we live later? We just started to have hope. We can't waste them like this." "Madam, please talk to the princess. Ask her to show mercy. Just wait a month longer. Just one more month. Please." Chinyu looked at the pleading tenant farmers and frowned tightly. "Be quiet. Everyone stand up. Listen to me first." He looked around at everyone with sharp eyes. "The princess has brought new types of grain, which were carefully obtained from other regions with great expense. They are called potatoes and sweet potatoes. These two crops are cold and drought-resistant, and they produce a lot. 1 acre can yield as much as several acres of rice. Plus, they grow quickly, harvestable in just 3 months. Potatoes? Sweet potatoes. 1 acre equals several acres. Can be harvested in 3 months." The tenant farmers looked at each other, their faces full of shock and doubt. They had farmed the land for generations, facing the sun and working hard, never hearing of potatoes or sweet potatoes, and they couldn't believe such high yields and fast growth were possible. It sounded more like a myth or legend.
"Sir."
"Are you joking?" Old Zhang stammered. "Are there really such crops in the world? 3 months? Plant now, and you can harvest before winter? How is that possible?" At that moment, a calm and steady voice spoke, silencing all doubts and noise. "I am not joking." Everyone looked toward the voice, and Wei Yunyan approached slowly, accompanied by Chun Shui and Zuoruize. She wore a simple, narrow-sleeved dress suitable for movement, and her hood was still on her head. "I know that harvesting crops early when they are not fully ripe seems like wasting food and ruining your livelihood," Wei Yunyan said sincerely. "I understand that you have never heard of potatoes and sweet potatoes, so you are doubtful." She paused, then raised her voice sharply. "But I am not lying about the yields of these crops. It is true. The grain sent from the palace can only help us through a short-term crisis, but these potatoes and sweet potatoes are what will truly allow your children and grandchildren to escape hunger and live well forever. Because they grow quickly, we must act fast. If we plant now, we can harvest by late autumn. Miss this season, and you will have to endure another anxious, uncertain winter. Your Highness," Li Er bravely spoke up, "but these crops are everyone's hard work." He looked at the yellowing crops with great sadness. Wei Yunyan turned her gaze to the fields. "The grains that were harvested early can be distributed to you based on the amount we shared last year after the harvest." She checked last year's records. There was enough grain in the storage to do this. This way, the tenants could rest assured, and there would be no worries about where to store the grain sent by Song Inian. "Now, just distribute the grain to us based on last year's amount. Remember, last year was a good year with plenty of rain, so the harvest was much larger than this year's." The crowd was once again shocked. It was even harder to believe than hearing that the palace was sending grain. Not only did the princess not blame them for their doubts, but she also wanted to give them the grain early. Although they felt sad about losing some crops, since the princess had already spoken, there was nothing to do but thank her. This was a blessing only a kind-hearted person could give. They were about to kneel and thank her when Wei Yunyan offered an even more exciting condition. As long as you take good care of the new crops at the end of autumn, I will personally check the harvest and distribute the yield accordingly. So, we get the grain first, then the potatoes and sweet potatoes, someone exclaimed again. Cut now, to make room for the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Wang Yiliang was the first to jump out and shout loudly. Cut, and then plant potatoes and sweet potatoes with the princess. The princess is willing to give us a full meal. That's a great kindness. Not only cutting the grain, but even cutting heads if needed. Encouraged by Wei Yunyan's words, everyone looked excited. Chunyu looked at her princess with shock. How could someone change their mind so quickly? After distributing the grain, there were still several sacks left in the storage. Wei Yunyan looked at those sacks and smiled with satisfaction. Once the tenants took their share home, they flooded into the fields like a tide, waving sickles under the sun. Everyone was full of energy, with smiles on their faces. It didn't feel like work, but like a joyful celebration. Even the little children, no bigger than a small girl, helped carry the harvested crops in the fields. The crops that were supposed to be harvested in 3 days were finished in just a day and a half thanks to everyone's hard work. The field was quickly cleared, revealing dark brown soil. Wang Yiliang looked at this promising land, feeling both excited and nervous. He was excited because the new crop seeds described by the princess were so amazing. He was nervous because he didn't know how to plant these unfamiliar seeds. He didn't want to make mistakes, so he hurried to find Wei Yunyan, who was carefully studying a map of the fields inside the farm office. Wang Yiliang respectfully bowed, showing the cautious and eager attitude of a farmer. The old crops in the field have all been harvested, and the land has been roughly prepared. May I ask, Your Highness, how should I plant these new seeds? Neither I nor the villagers have ever planted such seeds, so I don't know where to start. I'm afraid I might ruin Your Highness's precious seeds. He rubbed his hands nervously, full of concern about this new task. Wei Yunyan put down her charcoal pen, looked up, and showed no sign of impatience. She signaled for Wang Yiliang to come closer and pointed to a simple field map spread out on the table. This area, which faces the sun, has deep, well-drained soil and is of good quality. It will be used to plant potatoes. Wang Yiliang looked at the largest, flattest part of the map and nodded quickly, remembering carefully. The planting method for potatoes is called cutting and sprouting. Wei Yunyan picked up a prepared potato and pointed to the small indented spots on it. Do you see these eye buds? She pointed to the small dents on the potato. Use a clean, sharp knife to cut the potato into small pieces, making sure each piece has 1 or 2 eye buds. After cutting, dip the cut surfaces in ash and let them dry in a cool, airy place to heal. This is called sprouting. When the eye buds sprout small shoots, you can plant them. She drew a simple diagram on paper with a charcoal pen. When planting, dig a deep trench about 2 feet apart, with plants 1 foot apart. Place the cut potato pieces in the trench with the eye buds facing up. Gently cover them with soil, making sure the soil is a bit thick, about this much. She indicated a certain depth with her hand. After planting, water thoroughly once. Keep the soil moist but not waterlogged afterward. Wang Yiliang listened, wide-eyed, amazed at such detailed planting instructions, something he had never heard of before. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will remember that. Wei Yunyan then pointed to another less fertile hillside. This area will be used to plant sweet potatoes. Wang Yiliang watched Wei Yunyan take out another dark red tuber and quickly nodded in approval. He briefly explained how to grow sweet potatoes. Wei Yunyan pointed to several scattered plots on the map book. Here, we plant wheat. You should be familiar with wheat. Wang Yiliang relaxed and said, Yes, we farmers plant wheat every year. We all know how. Wei Yunyan nodded. This wheat seed is a carefully selected good variety, more resistant to cold than ordinary seeds. The planting method is similar, but before sowing, soak the seeds in warm water for half a day, then let them dry slightly before planting. This can improve germination. The spacing between rows can be a bit wider than usual to allow better airflow and light. Also, I plan to interplant some potatoes in these wheat fields. Interplant, Wang Yuliang was surprised again. Are you saying wheat and potatoes in the same field? Will that work? Don't worry, it will, Wei Yunyun said confidently. Just arrange the land well, prepare the tools and workers, and start. Yes, Your Highness. Although Wang Yuliang had doubts, seeing the princess so sure, his worries were replaced by trust. Because they needed to focus on planting the crops, Wei Yunyun had been staying at Yufeng village these days. Song Yinian put down his account book and asked coldly, "Has the princess not returned to the estate yet?" "No, Your Highness." "What is she doing at that village?" According to the servants, the princess ordered people to harvest the unripe grains in the village and arranged for a water filter to be made there yesterday. Now she is watching over the tenants planting new crops. Humph. Song Yinian snorted coldly, displeased. She's busier than I am every day. Prepare the carriage. We'll go to the village. The early autumn sun shone on the freshly renovated Yufeng village. The doubled high wall cast long shadows. The fields were busy with energetic and hardworking figures everywhere. "Hey, old Zhang, you look pretty good today," Li Er said cheerfully. "Of course." Old Zhang straightened up, wiped his sweat, and his wrinkled face was full of smiles. He looked toward the farm office in the distance, eyes full of gratitude. "Ever since the princess took over, we not only have enough to eat, but also clean water to drink.
Life.
I never dared to dream it could be this good," a woman watering the plants nearby said. "Yes, yes. The lady herself taught us how to plant these fairy seeds, and she's so humble. She said we can harvest by late autumn, and 1 acre will yield as much as several. If it really works, our Yufeng village will truly prosper. These days, I feel more hopeful than ever." She smiled happily, full of excitement about the future. Another man paused his work and said, "Of course, we have hope now. Before, working for the master was tough, almost to the point of exhaustion. Now, working for the lady, I feel clear inside. She treats us like people, so we must take good care of her fields, as if they were our own. When the new crops are ready, we'll bow to thank her. Yes.
Bow.
Thank the lady for her kindness. The lady is like a living bodhisattva to our village. Following her is the right choice." Song Yinian's carriage stopped outside the village gate, beneath a newly erected sign. His deep gaze crossed the gate and looked toward the busy fields. The words of the farmers clearly reached his ears and those of his guards behind him. His eyes flickered slightly, and he looked past the crowd to the freshly tilled fields. This scene was completely different from the dull, numb, hopeless village he remembered. It was full of
life.
"Sir, should we go in to inform the princess?" Qingyu asked softly. Song Yinian raised his hand to stop him. He stepped out of the carriage smoothly, his dark cloak sweeping out a sharp, cold arc behind him. He walked straight into the lively fields filled with chatter. His dark brocade robe shimmered with a cold light in the sun, outlining his tall figure. His handsome but indifferent face looked like finely carved cold jade, giving off a noble aura that didn't quite fit with the village. The farmers working in the fields immediately straightened up and looked up.
Who is that?
Why did he suddenly come into the village? Look at his presence, even more intimidating than city officials. Shh.
Keep your voice down.
Don't be reckless. Can't you see the guards with swords behind him? Their aura is even scarier than the officials at the government office. Quick, bow. Don't stare. If you offend the noble, you might lose your head. Big Sister was tightly held in her mother's arms, her small face buried in her mother's rough clothing, only daring to peek out with one eye. She looked at the person walking in the sunlight, who seemed to glow like a noble guest. Her tiny heart was full of questions. Why does this person look even more beautiful than the fairy goddess? But he looks so fierce. Hearing everyone's comments about him, Song Yinian's lips tightened slightly, barely noticeable. Why do people praise the princess so much, but when it comes to him, he looks like a fierce villain who would behead anyone who looks at him wrong? Although he was a bit annoyed, he still spoke calmly. "You all do your work. I just came to see how the princess's new crops are doing. No need to be nervous." It was better when he didn't speak, but once he did, his cold voice made everyone even more nervous. Just standing there, calmly sweeping his gaze over the fields, He gave off a pressure that made knees feel weak and people want to kneel down. His entire presence was very commanding and intense. Prince? Prince Yu? Why did the prince suddenly come? The farmers immediately knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the damp soil, all speaking in unison. Greetings, your highness. Long live the prince. Seeing how scared they were of him, Song Yinyan's eyebrows furrowed even more. Where is the princess? The closest farmer, Wang Yuliang, lowered his head deeply and tremblingly replied, the princess should be in the farm office right now. The farm office? I'll dare to lead the way, Wang Yuliang said, understanding his doubt. Song Yinyan nodded slightly and followed him toward the farm office. Until his figure disappeared around the corner of the farm office, the tense atmosphere in the field seemed to start flowing again. The farmers cautiously looked up at each other, exchanging frightened glances, breathing heavily as if they had escaped danger. Their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Really, the prince? He scared me to death. His look was like a knife. The prince personally came to see the fields. This special crop really is a big deal. Quick, work hard. Don't slack off. Let the prince and princess see how diligent we are. Wei Yunyan reached up and rubbed her neck, kneading the sore, stiff muscles with her fingertips. She stood up, planning to stretch and loosen her stiff back, but suddenly froze. The simple wooden door swung open, revealing a tall, graceful figure leaning against the doorframe. He was bathed in sunlight pouring in from outside, quietly watching her. He wore well-fitted clothes that outlined his broad shoulders and slim waist. A cloak casually draped over his shoulders added a touch of wildness and freedom. The sunlight outlined a faint golden glow around him, but it couldn't hide his cold, distant aura that felt as deep and icy as a cold pond. Yunyan's gaze naturally moved upward, resting on his handsome face that could make everything else seem dull. A few strands of black hair fell on his smooth forehead, not messy, but strangely attractive. Yunyan felt her heart skip a beat. An unfamiliar tingling sensation spread through her chest. His appearance was almost like a temptation to do something forbidden. Have you looked enough? His voice, cold as frost, instantly froze her fluttering feelings. The strange look in his eyes faded as he asked with slight surprise, "Why are you here?" He stepped into the room, glancing over the pile of books on the desk. "If I didn't come, would you forget your identity?" Yunyan looked at him with confusion. Seeing her blank expression, Song Yinyan sneered coldly. "The princess hasn't returned home for a few days. Do you still remember you're married?" Yunyan was taken aback by his words and rolled her eyes irritably. Why does this person always talk so annoyingly? Yunyan changed the subject. "Where did the grain you brought come from?" Song Yinyan looked at her silently. "Could it be stolen from some wealthy family's granary?" "Do you think I am the type to rob and loot? Didn't your highness say that the treasury belongs to me?" "As far as I know, there's no such grain in the treasury." Preparing so much food in Ding City, where grain prices are high, shows that the prince has hidden a lot of money. Song Yinyan lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on Yunyan's curious but fearless face. Her cleverness and almost naive innocence were unlike any other woman he had seen. She was like wild grass growing in the wind, full of wildness and vitality. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and his deep eyes darkened a little more. He took out a few sheets of paper from his sleeve and placed them on her desk. "Several officials in Ningzhou have voluntarily donated their family assets. Here is the list." "Voluntarily donating family assets? I don't believe you." He paused, then looked into Wei Yunyan's eyes and said seriously, "I have no secret savings." "Wei Yunyan? What does that mean? Is he complaining about not having money?" She slightly winced and reached into her sleeve, secretly taking out a 10-ounce gold ingot from her system space, and reluctantly handed it to Song Yinyan. Song Yinyan was stunned by her action. Seeing Wei Yunyan's confident expression, even with a hint of "go ahead and spend it, don't hold back," a vein on his forehead throbbed sharply. He almost laughed in anger. "Wei Yunyan, are you pitying me for having no money?" Wei Yunyan nodded. "Isn't that so? Claiming she has no secret savings and forcing officials to donate their assets. Doesn't that mean she's short of money?" "Foolish," Song Yinyan said, Glancing at the gold ingot, she instinctively clenched at her hand, with a tone that was both condescending and teasing. But the princess consort carries gold ingots with her, spending generously. Then he changed the subject. How is the new grain planting going? When discussing serious matters, Wei Yunyan quickly tucked the gold ingot back into her sleeve and returned it to her space. Everything is smooth so far, just waiting for follow-up management. Good. Song Enian responded, his gaze lingering on her slightly tired but still stunningly beautiful face for a moment. Since everything is going well, when do you plan to return to the palace? Today, she replied, tidying up the catalog on the table. Now, her space contained a blueprint for a composite bao, 500 jin of fine rice, and 100 jin of compressed biscuits. She also wanted to go somewhere else to see if she could find something special through her sign-in system. As soon as she stepped into the backyard of the Yuang Palace, a hurried call with a crying tone suddenly rang out. Princess, a small figure shot out like an arrow, rushing straight toward Wei Yunyan. Who is it? Chunxue reacted quickly, sidestepping to stand in front of Wei Yunyan. She stretched out her arm and blocked the figure, sternly shouting, "Do not rush at the princess." The person was stopped by the spring snow and froze in place. With a loud thud, they unhesitatingly knelt heavily on the ground a few steps away. The dull sound of their forehead hitting the ground echoed, full of reckless force, making people's hearts tremble. "Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you, Empress, for saving my life and giving me a new chance." A hint of confusion flashed in Wei Yunyan's eyes. She instinctively looked at the spring snow and asked, "Who is this?" Spring snow quickly whispered in a low voice, "Your Grace, don't you remember? It's that little beggar girl you saved on the street a few days ago." With this reminder, Wei Yunyan finally remembered. It was that girl disguised as a boy, who seemed to have been a bit confused at the time. Recently, she had been busy with affairs at the estate and had forgotten about this child. "Get up quickly." Wei Yunyan stepped forward, avoiding the girl's head that was about to bow again, and bent down to help her. "Don't bow again. Your head is already hurt." The girl was touched by her cold fingers and timidly stood up. Her body trembled slightly from excitement, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Your Grace." The girl choked, her words stumbling. "Thank you, Your Grace. You saved Xiao Cao's life. Xiao Cao's life belongs to Your Grace. Xiao Cao is willing to serve you as a cow and horse, to repay Your Grace." She was about to kneel again. All right, don't kneel anymore," Wei Yunyan said firmly, stopping her from kneeling again. "Is your name Xiao Cao?" The girl nodded hard, then quickly shook her head in panic. Sister Dongqing asked Xiao Cao what her name was. "Xiao Cao has no name." Sister Dongqing said a humble name is easier to take care of, so. "She told me to call myself Xiao Cao." Wei Yunyan looked at the small grass, surviving against the wind and rain, feeling a flicker of emotion. Xiao Cao. She paused thoughtfully, realizing that this girl, so young, could disguise herself and was clearly a clever child. This name isn't good. The girl blinked her big, deer-like eyes and looked at Wei Yunyan. Those grateful eyes made Wei Yunyan think of the new green fields on the estate. A name came to her mind. "From now on, your name will be Qinghe." "Qinghe? Green rice seedlings?" That name sounds so beautiful. "Yes, Qinghe." Wei Yunyan nodded confidently and explained, "Qing means vibrant and full of life. He is the crop that nurtures hope in the fields. May you take root like a green seedling, grow well, and live out your own vitality." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me my name. Qinghe." "Qinghe thanks Your Majesty for your kindness." The little girl was so excited she wanted to kneel and bow again, but Wei Yunyan stopped her once more. "All right, Qinghe." Wei Yunyan looked at the small wound on her forehead and told Chunxue, "Chunxue, take Qinghe downstairs to see the doctor, have her wound checked, and give her a clean, suitable outfit. For now, let her do some light cleaning in the yard." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chunxue replied kindly, her gaze softening as she looked at Qinghe. "Qinghe, come with me." Qinghe nodded firmly and looked up at Wei Yunyan again, her eyes full of gratitude and attachment. It was as if she wanted to deeply remember this princess, who seemed like a divine being and had given her a second life and a new name. Only when Chen Shui gently pulled her did she shyly lower her gaze and follow Chen Shui away. Wei Yunyan watched the small figure's back and let out a gentle breath. This feeling, it seemed pretty good. There was a deep sense of satisfaction. Back at the palace, Song Yinyan was standing with Zhou Jifu in front of the water filter Wei Yunyan had made. Zhou Maokai stared with wide eyes, watching this amazing scene without blinking. He was increasingly convinced of his own guesses. Are you planning to make this device public and give it out for free to all the counties so that the common people can drink this clear water? Have you seen the government notices? A man wearing a patch-long robe, carrying it, passed by the village entrance and asked the villagers at the wall. What's there to look at? None of us can read, so we don't know what it says. The writing's in black ink on red paper. Looks unlucky. The man spat as if he had caught bad luck. What else could it be? Probably more taxes, conscription, forced labor. We just paid the summer tax and the autumn harvest isn't even here yet. Now they want to squeeze us again? Nothing good ever comes of it. Didn't a new prince arrive recently? Big show, I heard. They even caught Judge Li Tong and raided his house fiercely. Yeah, and who knows, this new official might just be stirring up trouble for us common folks again. Sigh. When will this all end? The crowd was filled with a resigned, numb sadness. For these farmers, facing hard work every day, good news has never been a blessing but rather a warning of more trouble ahead. Every notice posted means their wallets will shrink again, or their strong workers will be taken away. At this moment, a young boy, panting heavily, ran into the village. Uncle Zhang. Brother Li. Aunt Wang, he called out to the crowd, gasping for breath, pointing toward the notice at the village entrance. That notice says, The government is giving out treasures. Giving out treasures? Everyone sneered. Are they giving out chains or shackles? Are you sure you're not just dizzy from the heat? No. It's real treasure. The boy was so anxious he stomped his feet, trying to explain. The notice says that the princess from the capital has made a magical device. It can. Can what? Help collect taxes faster? A man interrupted impatiently, seeing the boy struggle to explain.
No.
That's not it. The boy blushed with excitement. The notice says, that magical device can turn the muddy water at our village entrance, like yellow soup, into clear, bright water that we can drink directly. Turn yellow water into clean water? That's nonsense. The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. Everyone looked as if they had heard a fairy tale, their faces full of disbelief. Thinking, you're joking. They had lived here all their lives, saving every drop of the murky, yellow water. During droughts, they had no water at all. They had heard that other regions had clean water.
Really?
The village chief was just called away by the officials. I heard them say it themselves. They said it's free. No charge. The government will send people to install one at every village entrance and street corner. From now on, we can filter water with that device. The water will be clear and sweet. Everyone, step aside. Make way. Amid the doubts, a loud voice came from behind. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw the village chief driving a creaking donkey cart slowly toward them. On the cart, covered with red cloth, was a strange object that caught the sunlight. Two officials from the county jumped down, carefully lifting the red cloth, revealing a strange-looking device. The top half was a covered wooden barrel, shiny and smooth. The bottom half was connected to a clay funnel, with a delicate copper spout hanging below. The barrel's body was engraved with the words, Yuwang Mansion Made, shining brightly in the sunlight. Can this thing really purify water? Someone bravely stepped closer and reached out to touch it, but a guard slapped his hand away. Don't touch. This is a treasure brought from the capital by the prince. The guard straightened his back, proud and confident. Watch carefully. The guard picked up a broken public water bucket from the village and scooped a full bucket of muddy, yellowish water from the murky river ditch. The water was mixed with grass and had a muddy smell. The villagers watching held their breath unconsciously, staring intently at the guard's actions. Clatter. the muddy water was poured into the wooden bucket. After a moment, clear water flowed out from the copper spout into the empty bucket prepared below. "Oh my God!" A gasp erupted from the crowd. The water that flowed out was truly clear and transparent. Compared to the muddy water in the nearby ditch, it was like night and day. Amazing! Truly miraculous. After so many years, the officials finally did something right. The officials from the capital are truly different. Amid the excited chatter, the guard demonstrated a few more times. An elderly woman in the village even knelt down and bowed her head to the water purifier. The village chief, both amused and helpless, helped her up one by one. Scenes like this were happening in every village and street in Anding City. Water that had been muddy for hundreds of years was now reflecting bright, happy faces in the villagers' clay pots for the first time. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanshan sat grimly in the main seat of the Zhao family council hall, twisting a string of shiny purple sandalwood prayer beads, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Seated at the lower end were several similarly well-dressed men. They were all prominent grain, cloth, and salt merchants in Anding City. Delicate snacks and fragrant tea on the table remained untouched, and a tense atmosphere filled the room. Zhao Wanshan placed his teacup on the table with a loud clink. The fine Imperial kiln porcelain made a sharp sound, and a few drops of hot tea splashed out. "Have you all heard?" Zhao Wanshan said with a sneer. "Our Yuang prince truly cares for the people. He ignores mountains of official duties and instead spends time on this water-purifying device. Huh, what's wrong with drinking water? Even after hundreds of years of muddy water, no one has died yet." Sitting to Zhao Wanshan's right, slightly overweight businessman Qian said, "Brother Zhao is right. That water purifier is useless. Can it fill our stomachs?" The common folks still thank him. He just arrived, with little support, and already dared to arrest Magistrate Li and raid the Li family. That's a warning to others. Now he's wasting effort on these fake tricks to buy people's hearts. Next, he might target our granaries and shops. Qian is right. A tall, thin cloth merchant stood up angrily. "A few days ago, the guards from the palace checked our accounts, saying it's to understand the people's needs. It's clearly just looking for trouble. And about the grain prices, he just gives an order, and the officials send people to watch us. They even spread rumors about opening the granaries to flood the market. How are we supposed to do business? Are we even allowed to survive?" Exactly. His Highness the King of Prosperity is used to living in the city. Does he understand the hardships of common people? Another salt merchant spat. "I think he's just trying to look good. Making a water purifier costs little, but fools treat him like a saint. Our hard-earned family business is the Real Foundation of Ningzhou. Since he arrived, he's been calling for chaos, cutting off our livelihoods. How can we live like this?" Zhao Wanshan listened to everyone's complaints, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Complaining won't solve anything. This young king of prosperity is young and fierce, with harsh methods. Not long ago, I kindly sent my steward to deliver silver to his consort, but he cut out her tongue and broke her leg. His 100 or so guards are skilled fighters. Our household servants can't compare. He looked around, his gaze like a venomous snake sweeping over each face. But a strong dragon doesn't dominate the local snake. Ningzhou's waters are muddy. If His Highness the King of Prosperity tries to threaten our roots, it won't be so easy. Brother Zhao, what's your plan? Qian asked eagerly. Zhao Wanshan picked up the now cold tea, took a slow sip, and said casually, he claims to love the people and wants to win their hearts. Then, let's give him love to the fullest. He put down his teacup and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. First, the grain prices. He wants to stabilize them? Let's let him stabilize. Announce that, officially, grain prices follow the government's guidance price, but each household's grain shop can only sell 200 liters a day. Not a single liter more. Master Qian looked puzzled and asked, Brother Zhao, what should we do about the stored grain? Isn't it simple? Zhao Wanshan sneered. When there's not enough grain to eat and the grain traders can't get supplies, we just buy from the black market. He chuckled coldly. The government only cares about keeping the grain prices stable on the surface. If we sell at the official price, what can they say?
As for those who can't buy,
Hee, that's their own problem. Unable to afford it? Starve?
perfect.
Let those grateful peasants who just drank plain water see whether water or grain can save their lives. Let their stomachs ask the prince if his benevolent rule really works. This is a way to kill two birds with one stone. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded eagerly. Brilliant! Brilliant! We obey openly, but secretly. Let the prince suffer the consequences himself. Secondly, Zhao Wanshan's eyes grew colder. That water purifier isn't just for making water clear, is it? A good thing. But good things need people who know how to use them, and who are alive to use them. He lowered his voice, speaking ominously. Send people to watch the magic devices in each village and street. Find a chance. At night, pour some bad stuff into the water intake. Let those peasants drink it and suffer vomiting and diarrhea. Then see if they still say the water is clear and sweet, or if they still feel grateful. We'll cut off their hope from the root. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The merchant clapped his hands in praise. Secretly and unnoticed. Let the prince step on his own feet. Finally, Zhao Wanshan leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice with a hint of desperation. We can't rely on ourselves alone. The right deputy minister of the Ministry of Officials in the capital, Mr. Qin, we've supported him for so many years. It's time for him to help us. Send an urgent letter immediately to the capital with 800 miles of speed. Say that Prince Yu, Song Enian, is acting against the law in Ningzhou, allowing his subordinates to oppress merchants, disturb the market, and deceive the people with strange and wicked tricks, showing signs of disloyalty. Request Mr. Chen to contact the censor and present a strong case to the emperor. His eyes shone with madness. Doesn't Prince Yu want to clean up Ningzhou? Or does he want to strike us down? Well, we'll give him a bigger fire. Burn him thoroughly in Ningzhou. Let's see if his sharp sword from the capital is faster than our deep roots. Trying to cut off our wealth? Trying to shake our foundation? Zhao Wanshan suddenly clenched his prayer beads, causing a faint clicking sound, and a fierce smile appeared on his face. Let's make him understand what a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake means. He wants to set rules in Ningzhou? Fine, then we'll play along, and see who ends up playing whom to death. The sky over Ningzhou isn't so easy to change. The real show is still to come. In the government office study, Song Enian was listening to Zhou Maocai's report. I have urged each county to speed up the installation of water purifiers. The response from the towns and villages has been very enthusiastic, and the people are grateful for the prince and princess's kindness. Zhou Maocai's forehead was covered in fine sweat, and he bowed even lower, however. The remote counties under my jurisdiction are in high mountains and far away. Transport and installation require more time. Please grant us a few more days, Your Highness. I will do my best and won't delay. Song Enian toyed with a jade ring on his finger, his expression calm, showing no signs of happiness or anger. His gaze fell on Zhou Maocai's face, which, despite trying to hide it, still showed fear. He didn't respond immediately. At this moment, a guard quickly approached Song Enian and whispered a few words in his ear. The guard stepped back, and Song Enian's eyes returned to Zhou Maocai. Zhou Maocai's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly lowered his head. Prefect Zhou, Song Enian said, I hear that the grain merchant Zhao Wanshan has a close relationship with you? Zhou Maocai shivered all over, his heart pounding. He dared not hesitate and hurriedly replied, Your Highness, Zhao Wanshan is the top grain merchant in Anding City. He has been in business for many years and is quite wealthy. He has influence among local merchants. I only have occasional dealings with him, and we are not very close. Occasional dealings? Song Enian raised an eyebrow, picked up his teacup, and gently skimmed the foam. Who is behind him? The prince knows about this too. Zhou Maocai felt as if Song Enian had spies everywhere. He suddenly knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling with tears. Your Highness, please see clearly. I only heard a little about this. I only know that Zhao Wanshan seems to have some old ties with a certain noble in the capital. I really don't know which noble it is. Only heard a little. Song Inyan's aura grew even stronger. Then I ask you, with this person's temperament and methods, how would he feel about my new policies in Ningzhou, such as these water purifiers? And how should he respond? Zhou Maokai knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. A true friend in death, but not a poor man, he thought, knowing that the little leverage he had was still in the prince's hands. Your Highness, I dare to speak frankly. This person is greedy and vengeful. You have already shown concern about the grain prices, so he will surely hold a grudge and cause trouble secretly. This person is cunning and ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Your Highness must be careful of him. He might try to manipulate the grain prices, taxes, or even the water purifier. He could frame others, stir up public anger. He would stop at nothing. After all, Zhao Wanshan had used these methods against him before. At first, he was full of passion, wanting to be a good official for the people. But he realized that doing so would only make Ningzhou's situation worse. He had no choice but to go along with the corrupt system. Otherwise, even the position of prefect might be impossible for him to keep. Basic iron forging methods, methods for making honeycomb coal and simple molds, herbal medicine atlas and cultivation manual. Wei Yunyan stared at these recent items she had obtained from her daily sign-ins, resting her chin in thought. Since the day she received the bow and arrow blueprint, it seemed like she had a grudge against the blueprints. Since that's the case, she might as well open an ironware shop. Luckily, her system space still had some refined iron. Her guards around her, except for Zhuoruasia, who carried a bow, the other for used iron tools, which were too fragile. She decided to act immediately. Dressed in a sharp indigo outfit, she took Zhuoruasia and another guard, Chinfeng, and headed straight out of the prince's residence. They stopped in front of a shop called Zhang's Iron Shop. The shop was small and in a remote location, but the furnace was blazing and the sound of hammering filled the air. A middle-aged man, shirtless and sweating profusely, was focused on hammering a red-hot iron bar. Inside the shop, there were farming tools, kitchen knives, and iron pots. Most of the tools hanging on the walls were farming implements. Let's go with this one, Wei Yunyan indicated to Zhuoruasia. Zhuoruasia stepped forward, nodded politely to the shop owner, Zhang Taitu, who was wiping his face with a sweat towel after stopping his hammer. Shopkeeper, my master has something to discuss. Although Wei Yunyan was dressed in men's clothes, she couldn't hide her beauty and elegant presence. The two guards beside her had sharp eyes, clearly not ordinary people. He put down his towel and spoke politely like a businessman. Honored guest, what would you like to buy? Knives, swords, farming tools. Our shop can make them all. If it's weapons controlled by the government, we can't sell those. Wei Yunyan stepped forward and looked around at the somewhat old tools and piles of ordinary iron materials. She spoke directly. Shopkeeper, I'm not here to buy things. I want to buy your shop, including all your work, tools, and you as a person. Zhang Taitu was surprised and looked wide-eyed. Buy the shop? And buy me? Miss, are you joking? My shop is small, but it's been in my family for generations. I won't sell. Go away. Don't waste my time. He waved his hand as if shooing away a fly, trying to chase off the beautiful girl. His face showed impatience and a bit of anger. Wei Yunyan kept her expression calm. The price is negotiable. Name your price. Name my price. Zhang Taitu sneered and hammered his big hammer onto the anvil with a loud clang. I said I won't sell, and I mean it. Don't you understand? If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong arms, and made a move as if to threaten her, trying to scare the girl away. How dare you? Zhuoruasia stepped forward and blocked Wei Yunyan, his hand on the hilt of his sword. You dare be rude to my princess. Princess. Zhang Taitu was struck like lightning and froze instantly. I didn't know who I was offending. I've insulted the princess. I deserve to die. I deserve to die, he exclaimed, then knelt down with a loud thud, banging his head on the ground. He begged, please forgive me, your highness. This shop is my only livelihood. I really can't sell it. Wei Yunyan frowned slightly and signaled Zuruasia to step back half a step. Get up first. I want to show you something. Think about it carefully before deciding, all right? She took a piece of paper from her sleeve, which was a page from Basic Methods of Iron Tool Forging. Can you read? Zhang Taitu nodded. I can read some common characters. Wei Yunyan handed him the paper. Zhang Taitu stood up, wiped his hands on his clothes, and tremblingly took the paper. The diagram above clearly shows the structure of an improved quenching tank, with detailed notes beside it. It explains which ratios of materials to use at different temperatures to achieve the best results. It even mentions how to observe the color change during tempering to judge the temperature. At first, Zhang Taitu felt confused and scared. But when his eyes fell on the clever design of the drawing and the new method of quenching described, he was like under a spell, unable to move. His eyes widened, and his breathing grew faster. He was a traditional blacksmith, having worked with iron his whole life. He knew well that quenching was the key step that determined the final quality of the iron. But his family had only used simple methods like listening to the sound and watching the fire's color. Usually, only 5 or 6 times out of 10 would succeed, relying on luck and experience. This paper, however, was clear and logical. It turned the mysterious art of quenching into a precise science. For a blacksmith, this knowledge was like a martial arts master finding a secret manual, something invaluable. Madam, this drawing, Zhang Taitu said excitedly, his face turning red. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief, filled with passionate admiration. I've worked with iron all my life, but I never thought quenching could be so detailed. This is 100 times better than my family's old skills. He held the paper carefully, as if it were a rare treasure. His earlier resistance was gone, replaced by overwhelming joy and curiosity. This is just part of it, Wei Yunyan said calmly. I have more techniques, including how to make better iron and craft stronger, sharper swords. Zhang Taitu suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with intense desire. For a craftsman who dedicated his life to blacksmithing, nothing was more attractive than mastering even better skills. He knelt down again, this time willingly, with great eagerness.
Madam,
I am willing. I will dedicate my shop to you. I don't want any money. I only ask that you teach me this divine skill. I am willing to risk everything for you. Wei Yunyan saw his passionate look and knew the moment was right. She smiled slightly and nodded for him to stand up. I will buy your shop at market price, so you won't lose out. Regarding these skills, she suddenly changed the topic. Having only blueprints without good materials makes it difficult to succeed. In Zhang Taitu's curious and hopeful gaze, Wei Yunyan reached into her sleeve again. This time, she took out a small, black iron ingot that shimmered faintly. As soon as the iron ingot appeared, Zhang Taitu's eyes were immediately drawn to it. As an experienced blacksmith, he was very sensitive to the feel of iron. This ingot's color and texture were completely different from the cast iron and wrought iron he was used to working with. Is this? Zhang Taitu's voice changed tone. This is called refined iron. Wei Yunyan handed him the ingot. How does it compare to the best iron in your shop? Zhang Taitu tremblingly took the refined iron. It felt heavy and cold in his hand, with a smooth, warm texture, unlike the roughness of ordinary iron. He looked closely and could even see very fine, even crystal patterns at the broken edge of the ingot. He gently rubbed it with his rough fingers, feeling a texture far beyond his understanding. Then he compared it with a piece of high-quality wrought iron he usually prided himself on, placed on the nearby anvil. The comparison was clear. His so-called top-quality iron looked dull, rough, and full of impurities next to the refined iron, like a rough stone compared to a beautiful jade. This difference is huge. Zhang Taitu held the refined iron, trembling with excitement. Madam, I've never seen such good iron in my life. His eyes, looking at Wei Yunyan, had completely turned into admiration. Wei Yunyan looked at the excited Zhang Taitu and slowly said, Now, are you willing to sincerely follow me and make some real good things? Yes, I am willing. 1,000 times willing, Zhang Taitu held the refined iron and the blueprints, bowing deeply again. His voice was loud and full of new energy. From now on, if the madam points east, I won't go west. If the madam wants to forge a divine weapon, I will risk my life to do it. I just want to see the incredible skills on those blueprints and be amazed by this divine iron. She asked Qinfeng to take off the dagger and give it to Zhang Taitu so he could use this refined iron to make a new weapon. Zhang Taitu pounded his chest, promising to do his best and not to let the madam down or waste this divine iron. Qinfeng, stay behind to help Master Zhang count the supplies, then take the land deed documents to the government office for the prince to stamp. Wei Yunyan ordered. Acquiring shops, especially those involved in forging weapons, requires official approval from the government office. Yes, Your Majesty, Qinfeng respectfully responded. After making arrangements, Wei Yunyan planned to take a walk nearby. As she stepped out of the blacksmith street, she saw a crowd gathered at the water purifier installation at the street corner. The noise of shouting, crying, and cursing mixed together, creating chaos. What's going on? Wei Yunyan frowned and hurried over. She saw two pale-faced men on the ground near the water purifier, clutching their stomachs and groaning in pain. Their family members surrounded them, anxiously crying. In the middle of the crowd, a young man with a fan and slicked-back hair stood proudly on a wooden box, spitting out words angrily. It was him, young Master Zhao, the unscrupulous high-priced grain merchant. Everyone saw that, right? This is the so-called water purification device made by the Duke of Yu. Drinking it causes stomach pain, vomiting, and diarrhea. This isn't divine water, it's poison. It's harmful stuff. Zhao Jizong's voice was sharp, with a deliberately angry expression. I've said it before, these wealthy visitors from the capital don't understand our Ningzhou's water and soil. They just put on a show to boost their reputation. Now someone has died from drinking it, huh? What about the officials? Are they going to do anything? What about the Duke of Yu? Hiding in the palace, enjoying his life while our common people drink poison, his words were very persuasive. People who had come just to watch the scene now looked at the suffering patients and their crying families, and hearing Zhao Jizong's words, their anger flared. Is it really poison water? I knew this thing was evil. The water here has always been like this. How can it suddenly be clear? Refund. No, I didn't even pay for this. Break it. Smash this harmful thing. Go to the officials for justice. Go to the Duke of Yu for justice. The crowd was furious. Some had already started picking up stones and throwing them at the water purifier. Two officers trying to keep order were pushed and shoved by the crowd, nearly falling over. It looked like the situation was about to get out of control. Stop! A cold, commanding female voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a beautiful woman dressed in dark blue armor, walking through the crowd to the center of the scene. Zhuo followed closely, hand on his sword, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Zhao Jizong was annoyed by the interruption. When he saw that the newcomer was a strikingly beautiful woman, a sly smile appeared in his eyes. He closed his fan, pointed at Wei Yunyan, and sneered lazily. Hey, who's this young lady? Quite pretty. What? Do you want to speak up for this troublemaker?
Or
have you also drunk that poison water, and now you want to come and demand an explanation from me? He spoke in a flirtatious tone, even winking at Wei Yunyan on purpose. A few people in the crowd chuckled with ill intent. Zhuo's eyes flashed with anger, ready to step forward and teach this reckless person a lesson. But Wei Yunyan moved faster than him. Before Zhao Jizong finished speaking, still wearing that disgusting lecherous smile, Wei Yunyan acted. Her body moved like lightning, so fast that only a blue shadow was visible to everyone. No one saw how she kicked. There was only a loud bang.
Ah!
Zhao Jizong was kicked so hard he flew backward like a torn sack of cloth. He spun through the air in a clumsy arc and crashed heavily onto the ground about 3 or 4 zhang away, rolling several times before stopping. His fan shattered into pieces, and his greasy face twisted in pain. He curled up, clutching his stomach where he was kicked, like a cooked shrimp, groaning in pain and twitching, unable to speak. All the noise, shouting, and curses stopped instantly under this kick. Everyone stared in shock at the blue figure in the middle of the scene. She slowly withdrew her long leg, her expression calm and steady. Only her clear eyes, now cold as a frozen pond, held a commanding, disdainful look over everyone. The previously angry crowd suddenly fell silent. A few who had picked up stones trembled with fear, and the stones clattered to the ground. This woman is truly formidable. Wei Yunyan didn't even look at the fallen Zhao Jizong. Her gaze swept over the groaning patient and the frightened family members, and her voice was clear and sharp. The water has a problem. It might not be the water purifier's fault. Bring me the water that these two just drank. Left Rui Zhe immediately understood, and took a cup of clear water from the water purifier outlet. He also asked the officer to fetch unfiltered yellow water from the nearby ditch. They brought both to Wei Yunyun. Wei Yunyun first sniffed the clear water carefully, then looked at its color. It was clean, transparent, and had no strange smell. Her eyes scanned the water purifier and stopped at the ground near the inlet, where several wet mud patches with unusual colors had been recently stepped on. She squatted down, pinched a bit of mud with her finger, and brought it close to her nose. A very faint, sharp, spicy smell came from it. Castor powder. Wei Yunyun's expression turned cold instantly, and she understood everything. She stood up and shot a sharp look at a few troublemakers in the crowd who were trying to sneak away. Catch them. Left Rui Zhe moved like a ghost. In a few quick moves, he grabbed the 3 troublemakers trying to run and threw them onto the ground hard. Tell me, who ordered you to pour castor powder into the water inlet? Wei Yunyun demanded sternly. The 3 troublemakers, pale with fear, still stubbornly said, What castor powder? We were just passing by and watching the fun. We don't know anything. Don't accuse us falsely. Exactly. Just because you say there's castor powder, there is? Just because you say it's us, it must be us? Do you think you can bully ordinary folks with a little force? Is that the law? Zhao Jizong, although curled up on the ground from the pain, felt a bit proud when he heard the troublemaker's excuses. Wei Yunyun's gaze grew colder. She had long suspected these people wouldn't admit easily.
Fine.
If you want proof, left Rui Zhe, go get the best doctor in town to examine the mud at the inlet and the symptoms of the patients. No need, an old voice called out from the crowd. An elderly man with white hair and beard, carrying a medicine box, stepped forward and said to Wei Yunyun, Old Zhang Jiren from Huichun Hall. I was just among the crowd. I can testify. He picked up some wet mud from the ground and examined it carefully. This substance has a sharp, pungent smell, exactly like castor powder. Then he approached the 2 men still groaning on the ground and checked them thoroughly. The symptoms of these 2 villagers, sudden stomach pain, cramping, and nausea, but no fever or vomiting, are typical signs of mild castor poisoning. It has nothing to do with water itself. Huichun Tang is the best medical clinic in Anding City. Dr. Zhang is well known and highly respected. Today, he was on his way to see patients nearby. When people heard him say this, they immediately believed him. It's Dr. Zhang, the famous doctor from Huichun Tang. Even Dr. Zhang says it's been pod powder, so it must be true. Sure enough, it's these troublemakers causing trouble, and they want to deny it. Everyone's anger turned to the troublemakers on the ground. Even if there has been pod powder, we didn't put it there. Who knows who smeared it? Why blame us? You're so stubborn. Wei Yunyun snorted coldly. Zhuoruiz. Search them. Yes, Zhuoruiz and 2 officers immediately stepped forward. Despite the troublemakers' struggles and cries, they carefully searched. They found small amounts of yellow powder inside the troublemakers' clothes and sleeves. The color and smell of the powder were exactly the same as the mud powder found at the water entrance. However, one of the troublemakers with triangular eyes seemed to be pushed to the limit. He pointed at Wei Yunyun and shouted, So what if we did it? You, shameless woman, you hit young Master Zhao today, and you've caused big trouble. The Zhao family won't let you go. Just wait and see. How dare you? Zhuoruiz was furious. He kicked the troublemaker hard in the chest, knocking him back and spitting out blood.
Dog.
Still dare to threaten the princess at death's door? Looks like the Zhao family hasn't learned their lesson last time. Do you think the Prince Yu's residence is made of paper? Is that the princess? Everyone was shocked by Zuorua's words. Curious glances turned to Wei Yunyun, as if seeking her confirmation. Zhao Jizong, curled up on the ground and groaning, seemed to be provoked by the words. The Zhao family won't let you go. He endured the pain, raised his head, and with a resentful look, stared at Wei Yunyun, his voice hoarse as he cursed. Shameless. Pretending to be the princess? How could the princess of you be like you? Dressing like a tomboy, showing her face in public, and walking around with a guard. Fighting on the street? You're clearly a fake. Maybe you just came out of some brothel. And you dare to hit me? I even claim to be the princess of you. Do you believe it? Zuorua's eyes flashed with killing intent, and his hand clenched tightly around his sword hilt. Oh, you're the princess of you. A cold voice, as if coming from the depths of, fell into the noisy crowd. Everyone shivered and suddenly turned to look ahead. At the end of the street, a clear path had suddenly opened. Two groups of palace guards in black armor, holding long spears, stood like iron walls on either side. In the middle of the road, a man dressed in dark dragon robes, with a black cloak, walked slowly with a calm and upright posture, like a lonely mountain pine. He had a handsome face but a cold expression, like ice that had lasted for thousands of years. His deep eyes flickered with killing intent, and his presence made the whole street feel icy cold. It's the prince. Quickly, kneel. The crowd became noisy, pulling each other to kneel before Song Yinyan. Greetings, prince. Long live the king of you. Song Yinyan's gaze was sharp and cold, like two icy spears, piercing through the crowd and fixing on Zhao Jizong, who was shouting wildly. I didn't know. Song Yinyan's voice was heavy with a crushing pressure, like a death sentence, that my wife has become a fake? And when did there appear another prince of you in Ningzhou and Ding City? Zhao Jizong looked at the divine-like figure descending from the sky, hearing the icy words, and remembered how his steward was carried back from the government office in a terrible state. A cold wave shot from his feet to his head, freezing his blood instantly. He opened his mouth, making a wheezing sound like a broken bellows, and a foul liquid uncontrollably soaked his robes and pants. He was so frightened, he wet himself on the spot. Song Yinyan didn't even glance at the mess on the ground. His eyes swept over the trembling thugs and then focused on Wei Yunyun. Seeing she was safe, his murderous intent slightly eased, but his cold aura remained. Subordinates present. Capture these scoundrels who insult, frame this sacred artifact, incite rebellion, and slander the prince. Song Yinyan said firmly, bring them all to the prison. Interrogate them strictly. I want to see who dares to give them courage and humiliate my wife on my land. Qingyu waved his hand, and the palace guards immediately stepped forward, roughly dragging Zhao Jizong and the thugs away, like dragging dead dogs. Only then did Song Yinyan walk over to Wei Yunyun. He lowered his gaze and looked at her slightly angry face. Wei Yunyun met his gaze and shook her head. How did you end up here? Song Yinyan's tall figure completely covered her, giving a strong sense of pressure. He said something that left her confused. In the future, when you go out, follow the princess's rules, and it's best to wear a veil. At the Zhao residence, a servant ran in hurriedly, crying and shouting as he reported that the young master had been taken by the palace guards. What? Jizong was taken. Zhao Wanshan suddenly jumped up from the Grand Tutor's chair, knocking a purple clay teapot to the ground with a loud crash, shattering it into pieces. Good-for-nothings. A bunch of useless people. Zhao Wanshan kicked the kneeling servant hard, roaring like thunder. You can't handle such a small matter, and now you've caused trouble for the young master.
King Yu.
Song Yinyan. Truly impressive. His son was usually mischievous, which was fine, but at this critical moment, why did he go and join in the chaos? It only gave others a reason to criticize. Prepare the carriage. Go to King Yu's residence. Half an hour later. At the gates of King Yu's residence, Zhao Wanshan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and put on a respectful expression. He tidied his robes, handed a token to the gatekeeper, and said, Please inform the prince that Zhao Wanshan, a humble citizen, has come with a small gift to pay my respects. The gatekeeper took the token, glanced at him, and signaled to another person. That person turned around silently to report. Meanwhile, Song Yinian and Wei Yunian were in the study of the palace. Song Yinian handed a seal to Wei Yunian. If there are similar matters in the future, just stamp it yourself. No need to come and tell me. Wei Yunian picked up the seal, feeling the cool touch of the jade, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. You're just going to give me the seal like this? Aren't you afraid I might misuse it? Song Yinian took a sip of tea, confidently saying, You won't. Do you really trust me that much? She waved the seal in front of him. You and I share both glory and loss. Damaging the palace's interests won't benefit you, Song Yinian said confidently, his gaze falling into his cup. He paused and added, The water touched by the princess seems to taste even clearer. Of course, that was natural. Wei Yunian curved her lips but said nothing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Song Yinian put down his teacup. Qingyu pushed open the door and entered. Your Highness, Princess. Several water purification points in the city have caught people trying to poison the water sources. But after questioning, they all claimed ignorance and said they were just following orders for money. No need to question further. Lock them up and let them suffer a bit, Song Yinian said, looking outside the study. The mastermind has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the gatekeeper's voice came. Your Highness, Zhao Wanshan, the owner of the Zhao grain shop, is outside the mansion with a gift, requesting to see you. Hearing this, Song Yinian leaned back slightly, gently tapping his fingers on the smooth sandalwood armrest. Let him wait in the front hall. His gaze shifted to Wei Yunian. Would you like to go with me? Since this water purification device was made by you, and now you hold the deputy seal, which involves the affairs of the prince's residence, it might be good to listen in. Wei Yunian quickly stored the deputy seal in her sleeve and asked, How long do you plan to deal with the Zhao family? Until your new crop is ready, Song Yinian replied before heading outside. Wei Yunian followed closely, thinking about ways to persuade Song Yinian to deal with this greedy grain merchant sooner. Zhao Wanshan, with his hands behind his back, paced back and forth in the main hall of the mansion. Seeing their figures, he cupped his hands. Greetings, Prince Yu. He gave a casual greeting. Before Song Yinian could speak, he went straight to the point. My son, Zhao Jizong, is young and naive. I heard that today in the marketplace, he was misled by villains and bumped into the princess. I, a humble father, am helpless in teaching my son. I deserve death for this. I have prepared a small gift and come to apologize to your Highness and the princess. I beg you to forgive my son's ignorance and show mercy, sparing his life. Zhao Wanshan only mentioned that his son bumped into the princess, not mentioning anything else. Song Yinian didn't know whether to praise his cleverness or his foolishness. Your son's mistake is not just that. He also defamed me, falsely accused the device, and incited rebellion, Song Yinian said slowly. Each of these is a crime serious enough to confiscate your family. Hearing this, Zhao Wanshan's heart tightened. Indeed, the prince was targeting his Zhao family. It seemed they wanted to destroy his family. A cold wave of anger and fury surged through Zhao Wanshan's mind, but he forced himself to suppress it. Instead, he forced a humble, even slightly sad smile on his face. He avoided looking at Song Yinian and bowed deeply to Wei Yunian, lowering himself greatly. Your Highness, Princess, please see the truth. My son is dull and ignorant, and his actions against your Highness are truly deserving of death. The commoner is willing to give everything to make amends for the princess's distress. He only hopes that, out of his sincere love for his son, the princess will speak a few kind words for his son in front of the prince and kindly spare his life. He lowers his head, voice trembling, playing the part of a deeply loving father very convincingly. As he speaks, he signals to his trusted aide behind him. The aide understands immediately, steps forward, and raises a gift tray covered with red silk above his head. Your Highness consort, this is a small token from me. A white jade guanyin statue, to bless your Highness and the princess with long-lasting happiness. A box of East pearls, not as beautiful as your highness's radiant glow. Also, 30,000 taels of silver, as a token of apology for my son's mistake in offending the princess. I humbly ask your highness and the princess to accept it. Zhao Wanshan lifts the red silk, revealing the flawless white jade guanyin, the shining round East pearls, and a thick stack of silver notes stamped with a Tong Bank seal. He keeps his head bowed but secretly watches Song Yinian and Wei Yunyun's reactions. He bets that the new King Yu needs money and that the princess has never seen such a large sum before. If they show even a hint of greed, he might still have a chance. He is even prepared with more generous sincerity. But he is disappointed. Song Yinian doesn't even blink, as if those priceless treasures and silver notes are just trash. Wei Yunyun, however, smirks mockingly. Today, Boss Zhao is quite generous. I still have the silver you gave last time. Zhao Wanshan's heart sinks. He takes a deep breath, straightens his posture slightly, and his voice remains respectful but carries a subtle firmness. Your Highness consort, Ningzhou is cold and harsh, and life is hard for the people. Especially regarding the grain supply, any disturbance could cause chaos. I am just a humble commoner, grateful for the support of the officials and villagers over the years. I have tried my best to contribute to Ningzhou's grain market. Try my best, he says, but it sounds like boastful nonsense. He pauses, then looks earnestly at Song Yinian. Your Highness, when you first arrived in Ningzhou, everything was in chaos, and money and supplies are needed everywhere. Though my family's wealth is small, I am willing to help the prince. His words clearly tell Song Yinian, I, Zhao Wanshan, control most of Ningzhou's grain trade. If you threaten my son or my family, the grain market in Ningzhou will fall into chaos. No matter how powerful King Yu is, can he create food out of thin air to calm down starving people? Song Yinian listened quietly, with no expression on his face, as if he was hearing something unrelated to himself. It was only after Zhao Wanshan finished speaking that he slightly lifted his deep eyes and looked at Zhao Wanshan.
Boss Zhao means.
The grain market in Ningzhou cannot operate without you, Zhao Wanshan. The people of Ningzhou can't survive without your Zhao family's granaries? Zhao Wanshan was caught off guard by his blunt question and hesitated. Then he calmly replied, Your Highness, you're being too serious. The common people dare not. He changed the subject. You've been in Ding City for a while now. You should know that Ningzhou's grain production isn't high. Our Zhao family's grain is also transported from other regions at a high cost. As for the price, Wei Yunyun's eyes suddenly turned cold. This old fox was confident that Song Yinian couldn't do anything to him for now, and was starting to threaten openly. However, Song Yinian remained calm. He slowly walked to the tray brought by Zhao Wanshan. His slender fingers picked up the top banknote from a thick stack of silver notes. Holding that note worth 10,000 taels of silver, he looked at it leisurely, as if admiring a curious toy, under the bright lights of the hall. One Tong Bank, the main branch in the capital? Song Yinian's lips curled into a cold smile. Boss Zhao, you are indeed wealthy and resourceful. You can easily produce 3,000 taels of silver notes from the capital. Oh no, I suppose this is just a small gift. Your real sincerity is probably still to come? Zhao Wanshan narrowed his eyes. What did he mean? But Song Yinian ignored him. He pinched the silver note between and casually flicked it away as if discarding trash. The silver note worth 10,000 taels floated down and landed at Zhao Wanshan's feet. Whether Ningzhou's grain market can operate or not, whether the people can survive. Song Yinian's voice suddenly turned sharp, like a drawn sword, filled with deadly intent, echoing through the hall. I decide.
Not you, Zhao Wanshan.
If the grain price in Ding City rises even by 10%, I will cut off one of young Master Zhao's fingers. His sinister voice made Zhao Wanshan shiver. Zhao Wanshan's face turned pale with anger. At his feet lay a large silver note casually discarded by Song Yinian. Song Yinian's actions felt like a loud slap, sharply hitting his face.
Song
Yinian, Zhao Wanshan spat out these words through clenched teeth, his eyes burning with hatred, almost bleeding with rage.
Master.
What should we do now? His trusted aide asked nervously. He had been powerful in Ningzhou for many years, but he had never suffered such a great insult. Zhao Wanshan suddenly turned around and slapped him hard, knocking him to the ground with blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Good-for-nothings. All useless. Zhao Jizong was his most beloved youngest son, the backbone of the Zhao family. But to have him forced out by the king of Yu using such tricks to control grain prices, that hurt more than cutting his flesh. And once the store was opened, Zhao Wanshan's reputation in Ningzhou's business world would be completely ruined. King of Yu, this is your doing. You want to play tough? I will play with you to the end. You think controlling me means you can control Ningzhou's grain market?
Dream on.
All the grain merchants in Ningzhou, big or small, have benefited from the Zhao family, who is completely clean. I want to see, without my orders, who dares to lower grain prices easily. Even if they do it openly, what about secretly? Hoarding, price gouging, black markets. There are many tricks. Yes. And the capital city, Minister Chen. We must send a message to Minister Chen immediately. Urgently. Make the charges against the king of Yu for his misconduct in Ningzhou, disrupting trade, harming merchants, disturbing the people's livelihood, and possibly harboring disloyalty. Solid. Return to the estate. Zhao Wanshan squeezed out these words through his teeth. Also, go immediately. No. Go yourself. Use the secret passage. And deliver my message. He lowered his voice and whispered a few names and addresses to his trusted aide, to say that Zhao Wanshan is warned that the grain market may fluctuate soon. Everyone should be alert. No grain from the granaries should be released easily. Wait for my news. Anyone who disobeys will face my wrath. Yes. Yes. Master. The aide hurriedly ran out. Zhao Wanshan looked bitterly at the towering gates of the king of Yu's residence, then turned and got into his carriage. Song Yinian, do you want to seize my family? Use my son's life to force me? Let's see how this ends. In the hall, Wei Yunyun looked at Song Yinian with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. If you keep provoking him like this, aren't you afraid he doesn't care about his son at all? He might become desperate, lash out wildly, and even raise grain prices or incite other merchants to cause trouble. Song Yinian turned around, walked back to his desk, and sat down. His expression returned to his usual calm and indifferent look, as if the furious, threatening person just now wasn't him. He cares about his son, Song Yinian said confidently. Wei Yunyun shook her head and disagreed. Businessmen chase profit. If pushed too far, they might do anything to protect themselves. Or they might pretend to follow your orders publicly but secretly do other things. There are many ways. When the grain prices seem stable on the surface, people can't buy enough grain and hunger spreads. The public will be furious, and in the end, the blame will fall on you. Song Yinian looked at her, a hint of admiration in his eyes. So, he said with a strange tone of trust, whether we can keep Ningzhou stable or break Zhao's control over the grain market depends on your high-yield grain seeds that can produce several times more than usual and be harvested by late autumn. You won't let me down, right? Wei Yunyun met his obvious expectation, and her slight disagreement was replaced by strong determination. She slightly lifted her chin. Of course not. The sky had been clear for days, and the sunlight was unusually intense. It was supposed to be a cool, crisp autumn season, but the air still carried a stifling heat. The land was scorched by the sun, and distant scenes seemed to twist due to the heat waves. Farmers working on the potato seedlings and sweet potato vines, drenched in sweat, wore rough cloth short shirts tightly against their bodies. Sweat dripped into the soil and evaporated instantly, leaving only small dark patches.
Ugh.
This terrible weather. Li Er straightened up, wiped the sweat streaming down his face like a small stream, looked up at the blinding, stinging sun, and cursed. It's already autumn. But why is it getting hotter every day? Like a fire. Yeah, normally by now, we'd need to add a jacket in the mornings and evenings. But now, the midday sun is even hotter than in the peak summer. The ground is almost cracking from the heat. The water just poured on the field dries up in no time. Old Zhang put down his, squatted, and picked up a handful of soil from the ridge. The soil was a dry, pale yellow. When he rubbed it between his fingers, it turned into fine dust that slipped away through the gaps. His cloudy old eyes looked toward the clear blue sky without a single cloud. His brows furrowed tightly, and worry filled his face. Something's not right. This weather is strange. Old Zhang muttered in a hoarse, heavy voice. I've lived more than 60 years and never seen such dryness in autumn. This doesn't look like a normal hot spell. It feels like a drought is coming. A drought? The word hit everyone like a heavy stone. The crowd fell silent. All work stopped. The hopeful looks on their faces vanished, replaced by fear and unease. For farmers who depend on the weather, the word drought was a nightmare carved into their bones, more terrifying than any corrupt official. Uncle Zhang, please don't scare us, said Big Ye's mother, her voice trembling and her face pale. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were just planted. They need water now. If a drought really comes, then. She couldn't finish, but everyone understood what she meant. The magical seeds brought by the princess were their only hope, their dream for a better life. And now, that hope might be destroyed by this sudden drought. If that happened, they might not even get a harvest, let alone a good one. What should we do if a drought really comes? The water in the river is already getting low. Heavens, please don't bring a drought now. Panic spread quickly, like a sickness. No one could focus on their work anymore. They gathered around old Zhang, talking all at once, their faces full of worry. Even the children playing nearby stopped their games, sensing the adults' fear, and looked over quietly. Wang Yilyang hurried over after hearing the news. When he saw the low river and the dry land, his heart sank. What are you all standing around for? Is your work done? He shouted, trying to hide his own fear. It's just hot weather. Maybe we're overthinking it. Don't scare yourselves. Hurry up. Water the plants that need watering and remove the weeds. The princess once said that potatoes and sweet potatoes are drought tolerant. She said this with little confidence in herself. Drought tolerance has its limits. During such continuous extreme heat and sunshine, all crops suffer. For several days, the items she received from her system included high-tech sun protective clothing, methods for making water-retaining agents, simple drip irrigation system designs, and formulas for drought-resistant crop leaf sprays. Today, there was even a locust control and emergency response manual. Sun protection? Drought resistance? Now, even locust control has appeared? Her system is like a disaster warning device. Could a drought be coming? Wei Yunyan sat by the window, feeling anxious and restless, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Spring snow and green millet stood on either side, carefully fanning her with palm fans, but it only made her feel hotter and more uneasy. Prepare the carriage. Head to Yufeng village. Wei Yunyan suddenly stood up. The carriage sped along the road. The closer they got to the village, the heavier her heart felt. The fields on both sides looked unusually dry, with cracked soil. The crops, which should have been lush and green, drooped listlessly under a layer of dusty dirt. The air was hot and dry, with a burning sensation in the breeze. As she entered Yufeng village, the scene made her stomach tighten. The farmers gathered in small groups, looking at the sky and land with worried faces. Stop standing around. Water the plants. Quickly, water them. Wang Yuliang's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, but as he watched the water from the increasingly shallow riverbed being poured onto the cracked earth, it was quickly absorbed, leaving nothing behind. A deep sense of helplessness took hold of him. Head Wang, we're almost out of water. Even if we water the fields, it won't help. Yeah, Uncle Zhang said this looks like a sign of a big drought. It's over. We might starve again this year. A mood of despair and hopelessness spread among the crowd. Just then, someone saw Wei Yunyan's carriage. Princess is here. Wei Yunyan got out of the carriage and hurried to the field. The young potato and sweet potato plants had begun to curl at the edges of their leaves. The situation was worse than she had imagined. Your Majesty, you've arrived. The land is cracking open. The seedlings are about to die of thirst. Your Majesty, if the drought becomes severe, what should we do? Seeing the anxious yet hopeful looks on everyone's faces, Wei Yunyun spoke. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Everyone looked at her. The weather is unusual, and a drought might happen. Don't panic yet. Although droughts are scary, we can't just watch our crops die from lack of water. Master Wang, I'm here. Follow my instructions. Organize everyone into 3 groups. Work day and night in shifts to fetch water and irrigate the fields. If the river water runs low, dig deep trenches downstream. Use any tools available to carry water. Our goal isn't to water the land thoroughly, but to save the seedlings. Saving even one plant is worth it. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Yuliang saw Wei Yunyun act decisively and felt his confidence reignite. Also, I have a new method to fight the drought. In Wei Yunyun's space, there were 2 books, Efficient Water Retention Agent Preparation Method and Simple Drip Irrigation System Design and Construction. She had already read both. Quickly, she explained the preparation method of the water retention agent and the principles of the drip irrigation system in simple words for everyone to understand. Remember, after mixing the water retention agent, dig shallow trenches at the roots of the crops and pour the mixture in, then water again. For the drip system, immediately find the old bamboo craftsman and the potter in the village and work overnight to make bamboo pipes and clay pipes. Connect them according to my drawings. Will this work? Someone asked skeptically. Whether it works or not, we'll only know if we try. It's better than just waiting around. Wei Yunyun's eyes widened with determination and authority. Go and do it now. The expenses will be covered by the royal estate. Yes, Your Majesty. Although it sounded unbelievable, they could only choose to believe her. Someone immediately went to carry out the orders. Wei Yunyun took out the drought-resistant crop leaf spray formula and ordered Chen Shui and Qing He, bring a few careful women. Follow this recipe to prepare the medicine immediately. Once done, gently wipe all the crop leaves with a clean cloth, especially potatoes and sweet potatoes. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Shui and Qing He quickly set to work. The originally chaotic and helpless Yufeng Zhuang suddenly started operating efficiently. People carried water. Others dug trenches. Everything began to run smoothly. After making these arrangements, Wei Yunyun looked at the stubborn green plants growing under the hot sun, but they already looked tired. She frowned. Manual water carrying and irrigation are only a small help. If the drought gets worse, she must think of a more basic solution. Suddenly, she remembered the book, Basic Iron Tool Forging Methods, in the system space and the blacksmith shop she was transforming. There were many messy blueprints inside. I'm here. She took out the blueprints for the hand-pumped water pump and the deep well drill and handed them to Qin Feng. Go back to the city immediately, to Zhang's iron shop. No, it should be called Wangfu Workshop now. Tell Zhang Taitu to pause other work and gather all manpower and resources to prioritize making these 2 prototypes. The sooner, the better. Tell him what materials are needed, and he can directly take them from the Wangfu warehouse. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Feng responded without hesitation and quickly turned to leave. Wei Yunyun was not idle either. She rolled up her sleeves, picked up a water ladle, and joined the effort to water the fields. In Inding City, the usually quiet marketplace was now shrouded in a strange, tense atmosphere. The largest grain stores, including Zhao's grain store and many shops under their control, were not fully closed, but the scene was more despairing than a shutdown. Every day before dawn, long winding lines formed at the grain store doors. Men, women, children, everyone looked pale and thin, with deep anxiety in their eyes. They clutched their few coins or broken silver, looking up eagerly, waiting for the life-saving grain. However, the grain store doors only opened a. The clerk stuck half his body out, rang a bell, and shouted loudly, "Today, 100 sure of polished rice. 100 sure of rough rice. Sold out once gone.
Queue up.
No cutting in line. 100 sure of polished rice? 100 sure of rough rice?" The crowd immediately became restless, pushing forward desperately. Curses and pleas filled the air. Only this much? Is it enough? Be kind. Sell more. My kids are almost starving. I didn't get any yesterday. If I can't buy today, someone might really die. The clerk looked expressionless, mechanically collecting money and weighing the grain. That small amount of grain was sold out in less than half an hour. People in line watched helplessly as those in front carried away their tiny rice bags, and the heavy door of the grain store slowly closed again, with a wooden sign hanging that read, "Sold out today. Gone." Again, it's gone. How can we run out of food so quickly? There must still be some in the warehouse. Greedy merchants. They are doing this on purpose, hoarding food and refusing to sell. They want us to starve. Angry villagers gather at the closed gate, pounding on the door hard, but no one responds. Occasionally, guards come to disperse the crowd, but it only solves the surface problem, not the root. Food prices on the black market have skyrocketed to unbelievable levels, making ordinary people afraid to even think about buying. Meanwhile, outside the city, the scene is even more tragic. Continuous heat and little rain have caused river water levels to drop sharply. Many tributaries have dried up completely, exposing cracked riverbeds. It is almost harvest time, but the fields are cracked and crops are withering. Farmers who have lost their livelihoods, with their families, are fleeing into the outskirts of Ningzhou City, hoping to find a way to survive. They huddle under the city walls, in broken temples and abandoned shelters, forming large groups of refugees. Men, women, children, all are in ragged clothes, thin as bones, with hollow, numb eyes. Every day, more refugees arrive, making these gathering points grow like rolling snowballs. The air is filled with a sense of despair. Children cry loudly from hunger, their voices hoarse. Elders sit motionless by the roadside, staring at the closed city gates, unsure where hope lies. Sometimes, wealthy families come out to give porridge, but the scene is chaotic, like a battlefield. Refugees surge forward like a tide, fighting and pushing for a bowl of porridge that almost reflects their faces. They shove and even fight each other, creating chaos. Guards trying to keep order often have to use whips to control the crowd.
Water.
Please, just some water. A woman holding a baby, her lips cracked and bleeding, weakly pleads to passers-by. The baby in her arms is too thirsty and hot to even cry.
Dad.
I'm hungry. A little boy pulls at his father's empty pants, staring fixedly at a soldier nearby eating a biscuit. Despair, hunger, thirst, and disease spread among the refugees like a plague. The atmosphere at the city gate grows more tense. The soldiers guarding the city have increased many times, watching nervously over the dark, volcano-like crowd outside, ready to erupt at any moment. The people inside the city grew more and more anxious, rumors spreading that the refugees were starving and might storm into the city to steal food at any moment. A feeling of impending disaster filled the entire city of Anding. Inside the city, grain merchants hoarded supplies, leaving the common people with no way to buy food. Outside the city, droughts worsened and more refugees gathered. In the capital, the Imperial city, the Golden Palace with its tall jade steps shone brightly, grand and magnificent. Officials of civil and military ranks stood on either side, dressed in robes and belts, creating a solemn and serious atmosphere. Emperor Jia sat on the dragon throne, looking tired but calm, listening quietly to the reports below. As the on-duty finished speaking, Minister of Personnel Chen Yong stepped forward quickly, holding a jade tablet, and knelt before the emperor with a serious expression. Your Majesty, I have a report. Chen Yong's voice was loud and filled with a sense of compassion and anger. I wish to accuse Prince Yu, Song Yinian. During his time in Ningzhou, he acted recklessly and cruelly, causing the people to resent him and endangering the situation. He is guilty of 3 crimes. Hearing this, the officials and soldiers in the court held their breath, and many looked at each other with subtle expressions. Emperor Jia slightly frowned, his voice steady.
Speak.
First, Chen Yong raised his head, voice rising, as he accused with tears in his voice. Not long after Prince Yu took control of Ningzhou, he failed to comfort the local people or show concern for their needs. Instead, he abused his power, arresting the local magistrate Li Dequan on false charges and confiscating his property. This caused officials in Ningzhou to become fearful, and government affairs nearly came to a halt. This is a crime of destroying the law and undermining local stability. Second, he didn't give the others time to respond and continued passionately. Prince Yu sought to increase his wealth and reputation by allowing his wife, Lady Wei, to deceive the people with the so-called pure water artifact, which was just a trick to spend a lot of money. Even worse, when his wife got into a fight in the street, Prince Yu ignored the situation and threw local honest merchants, Zhao Wanshan and his son, into prison, causing chaos in the grain market. Food prices soared and people couldn't get enough to eat, leading to starvation and death. This is a crime of greed and causing chaos in the area. Third, Chun Yong bowed heavily, his voice trembling with emotion. Ningzhou was already suffering from a severe drought, and the people were struggling. Prince Yu refused to help with drought relief and instead used force to suppress the unrest, causing refugees to gather and complain loudly. There are fears of a major uprising. I have heard that refugees are gathering outside the city, ready to attack the government. If Ningzhou falls into chaos, the border regions will be unstable and the consequences will be terrible. This is a crime of neglecting duty and fueling conflicts. His words were clear and firm, painting Song Yinian as a cruel, greedy, and incompetent prince who is about to incite rebellion. Chun Yong finally sighed sadly. Prince Yu is young and impulsive. However, Ningzhou is a border region, and we must not continue to cause trouble there. I humbly ask your majesty to issue an order to reprimand Prince Yu, to release innocent officials and merchants, to calm public anger, and to send a stable and responsible official to Ningzhou to oversee drought relief efforts, so as to prevent a disaster. The court was silent. The officials looked on quietly, not daring to speak out. At this moment, Wei Sifu Wei Chongming stepped forward. He first bowed politely, acting carefully and showing the demeanor of an experienced elder. His tone sounded quite fair. Your Majesty, Minister Chen's words may have some urgency, but rumors often have some basis. He sighed heavily, his eyebrows tightly knit, looking pained and disappointed. Prince Yu. When he was in the capital, he was a bit impulsive and often did things out of line. We thought it was just youthful recklessness, and did not blame him too much. But now that he has been assigned to a frontier region and bears great responsibility, he should act more cautiously and responsibly. He should set an example for the world, not betray your Majesty's kindness or the hopes of the people. He paused, his tone growing more serious, as if bleeding with emotion. How long has he been in Ningzhou? And yet, so many shocking incidents have happened. Arresting court officials, confiscating property, allowing family members to interfere in local affairs, fighting for profit with the people, causing food prices to soar, and creating refugees. Each of these is no small matter. Each one threatens the foundation of the country and the unity of the people. It is truly shocking and deeply worrying. Your Majesty, Wei Chongming's acting was excellent, showing a loyal old minister's disappointment and concern for the unworthy prince. On the dragon throne, Emperor Jiahe listened to Wei Chongming's heartfelt report, his face gradually darkening. He was not particularly fond of Song Yinian. His mother's family was weak, and he had a cold and hard personality from a young age, unlike other princes who knew how to flatter and please. Plus, rumors of his misbehavior only made him less likable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to such a remote and poor place. Humph. Emperor Jiahe let out a cold snort through his nose, interrupting Wei Chongming. His voice carried clear displeasure. Being impulsive? Acting out of line? Wei Qing, you really do cover for him. I think he's becoming more and more lawless. He looked over the officials below, who were trembling with fear, and spoke sharply. Even before in the capital, he wasn't behaving properly. I hoped that after he went to his own territory, he would settle down, work steadily, and help ease my worries. But what happened? Just a short time? Now there's chaos everywhere, and the people are angry. This is simply unacceptable. He grew more angry as he spoke, as if all the problems in Ningzhou were caused by Song Yinian out of nowhere, just to annoy him. He also showed great impatience when mentioning the drought and refugees that Chen Yong and Wei Chongming talked about. And that's so-called drought. He waved his hand as if trying to brush away a bothersome fly, speaking lightly and with a hint of absurdity. Ningzhou is on the border, with poor land, and droughts happen almost every year. Isn't that normal? Every year, there are relief plans and we follow the old ways. Do I have to personally teach them how to deal with droughts? All right, draft in order. Let Prince Yu open the granaries to distribute grain, help the disaster victims, release the officials and merchants who were arrested, and have Chun Hongfang, who is stationed at the border, send a team of soldiers to disperse the gathered refugees in Ningzhou. Emperor Jiahe rubbed his forehead wearily, feeling exhausted just thinking about handling these matters. He stood up, surrounded by palace attendants, and left the Golden Luan Hall. Ending City, afternoon. The blazing sun scorched the ground. Zhou Maokai and Wang Youfu, both dressed in official robes, had long been soaked with sweat, sticking uncomfortably to their bodies. They hurried toward the government office, their faces looking worse with each step. Master Zhou, slow down. Wang Youfu panted heavily, sweat pouring down his face and neck. He wiped his forehead and neck with his sleeve, gasping. This terrible weather is really draining us. Zhou Maocai's face was pale, but he kept walking faster. Slow? If we go any slower, something big will happen. Didn't you see the chaos at the West City Gate? It was packed with refugees. Their eyes were all green. The soldiers guarding the city almost couldn't hold them back. If they rush into the city, Wang Youfu heard this and his chubby face trembled slightly, showing fear. Yes, when the subordinate arrived, I saw it too. It was so frightening. I heard that last night, outside the South Gate. Some refugees fought over half a bowl of bran porridge and killed 2 people. If we don't find a solution soon, there will be a rebellion. A solution? What can we do? Zhou Maokai suddenly stopped and turned around. The granary. The state granary doesn't have much left, and recently, to help the refugees, we've been giving out porridge and it's almost gone. Unless we raid the Zhao family's place. The most urgent problem is this drought. It's getting worse every day. The river is almost dry. The crops in the fields are hopeless. The refugees outside will only increase. We have no food stored inside, no reinforcements outside, and it's not raining. This is a dead end. Lord Wang. Wang Youfu also looked worried. What should we do? Isn't the prince very capable? Can he? The prince. Zhou Maokai forced a bitter smile. The prince is powerful, but he also needs food to produce results. The prince is right, they said. Meanwhile, on Wei Yunyun's side, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, the host. Check-in successful. Obtained an unlimited rice granary. Wei Yunyun suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and almost jumped out of her chair. Her movement was so sudden, she nearly knocked over the teacup on the small table beside her. Your Majesty? Chuan Shiyue and Xinghe, who were fanning her, were startled and looked at the suddenly agitated princess with surprise and suspicion. Wei Yunyun didn't bother to explain. All her attention was on the system display. Unlimited rice granary. A bound space granary containing unknown dimensional refined rice of top quality. Current status. Available for use. Limited to 30 days. Not permanent? A month is enough. But how should I use it to get the best benefit? Open the granary directly and supply rice without limit? That would not only ruin Ningzhou's already fragile agriculture economy and discourage farmers from planting, but could also attract unimaginable greed and trouble. The idea of an unlimited food source is simply impossible to explain. Countless thoughts flashed rapidly through Wei Yunyun's mind. Her gaze shifted from initial joy to worry, then to calm. Your Majesty, are you all right? Spring Snow looked at Wei Yunyun's changing expression and asked carefully. She stood up and decisively ordered, "Prepare the carriage, let's go back to the palace." In the east street of Anding City, opposite the Zhao grain shop, a new store selling refined rice suddenly appeared. The shop had a simple wooden sign hanging outside, crookedly written with refined rice, 8 coins per liter. 8 coins per liter? Or just refined rice? At this price, you couldn't even buy brown rice normally. Especially now, with grain prices soaring and Zhao grain shops selling rough rice at 10 coins with limited supply. The news spread quickly like wings growing, and hungry townspeople from all directions gathered around the small shop, blocking the entrance. Everyone's eyes sparkled with disbelief and joy, mixed with fear that it might be just a fleeting illusion. Is it really only 8 coins per liter? And it's refined rice. Is there a limit? Don't push. I got here first. The crowd was restless. If the thin door of the shop hadn't been tightly locked from inside, it might have collapsed under the pressure. Inside the shop, the temporary shopkeeper Su, dressed in a faded long robe, was peering through the dark crowd outside, looking nervous. His name was Su Wenyuan. Once a failed scholar, he made a living writing letters and doing accounts. A few days ago, he was bitten by a poisonous snake in the countryside and nearly died. Wei Yunyan happened to pass by, saved him, and took him to a clinic, paying all the medical fees. He was worried about how to repay her. Yesterday evening, Wei Yunyan secretly invited him and entrusted him with the important task of being the shopkeeper, even giving him enough money to support his family for a year. But this job was terrifying. Su Wenyuan kept wiping his cold sweat with his sleeve, trembling as he whispered to Ningyi, who was pretending to be a shop assistant but was actually Wei Yunyan's guard. Hero. Can this really work? 8 coins per liter of refined rice. Isn't this openly insulting the Zhao family, offending them to death? The Zhao family isn't someone you can offend easily. He didn't dare to say more, feeling a chill down his neck. Ningyi looked expressionless and coldly said, "Shopkeeper Su, since the lady has asked you to come, she will keep you safe. You just need to sell the grain properly here. The rest, don't ask questions or interfere. But what if the Zhao family sends people to cause trouble, or the officials come to say we are disturbing the market, close our shop, and seize our grain? What should we do?" Su Wenyuan looked at the pile of refined rice filling the shop. His heart was pounding. He had never seen such high-quality rice before. The young lady who helped him must have an important background. He guessed that she wanted to help improve the current bad situation in Ningzhou City. But directly selling the rice at a low price might not be the best idea. He swallowed hard, clenched his teeth, and nervously opened the shop door. "It's open! It's open! Shopkeeper, quick! Give me 2 liters. I want 3 liters." As soon as the door cracked open, the crowd surged in like a flood. The small shop was instantly crowded. Many hands reached for the counter, throwing coins and silver hurriedly. Su Wenyuan fumbled to collect the money, while Ningyi calmly carried out bags of heavy, fragrant rice. When the pure white grains were poured into customers' bags, the amazement and joy made others push forward eagerly. Real rice. High-quality rice. Oh my goodness, I finally got some food. Several people who bought rice hugged their bags and cried happily. Most of the people queuing today had been waiting for days at Zhao's grain shop, unable to buy even a liter of coarse rice. Since all grain shops in Ningzhou City limited sales, rice has become hard to find. Black market prices for grain had soared beyond what ordinary people could afford. The greedy grain merchants didn't care about the lives of common folk. Now, for just 8 coins, you could buy a liter of refined rice. Much cheaper than regular coarse rice. Families no longer had to go hungry. Those who had been waiting in line at Zhao's grain shop heard the noise and rushed over. The Zhao shop quickly emptied out. Soon, a person who looked like a manager hurried out from the back door, clearly to deliver a message. As if it had been planned, shops that only sold rice suddenly appeared at major streets and markets in the southeast, southwest, and northwest of Ningzhou City. These new shops appeared suddenly overnight, each one showing the same kind of wild behavior as the East Street shops. West City. West City has it too. Fine rice for 8 coins a pint. South Market. That shop at the South Market entrance is also selling. Hurry and buy some. Heaven has opened its eyes. Finally, someone is here to put an end to those greedy merchants. News spread quickly, from person to person, and the whole city became excited. People rushed to tell others, helping the elderly and children, carrying baskets and bags, like they were celebrating a festival, heading to the new rice shops. The Zhao grain store, which used to be busy with customers, suddenly became empty and very quiet. Only a few workers stood at the door, staring in shock at the noisy crowd across the street, their faces full of surprise and disbelief. The new rice shop's workers were sharp and calm, with keen eyes. They kept order firmly and confidently, making it clear no one could cause trouble. Behind the unassuming shop, the white rice piled up as if it grew from the ground, endless and shining brightly. Soon, some officials heard the news and couldn't stay still. The city guards and market officials, under some hints or direct orders, angrily rushed toward these disruptive rice shops. Step aside. Make way. Official business coming through. Who is the shopkeeper?
Come out.
Who gave you permission to sell grain here? The prices are too low, so you must be suspicious. Suspected of disturbing the market. Seal the shop immediately. Confiscate all the grain. The guards waved iron rods and chains, ready to storm inside. But the silent workers inside the shop blocked the way. They didn't need to fight. Just showing a special engraved iron badge or coldly giving a name was enough. The aggressive guards and officials suddenly looked like chickens with their necks caught. They lost their arrogance instantly. Some backed off quietly. Others even helped keep order. This happened once, then again and again. All attempts by officials to suppress these rice shops in the name of the law failed silently and without a fuss. Zhao Wanshan smashed a teacup and said, I want to see how much a mere prince can really afford to waste. Get people to bring money and buy all the grain from those shops. Not a single grain of rice should fall into the hands of the common folk. Isn't it 8 coins per liter? After buying, sell it back to me at double the price. Everyone who can move, go line up. Rush to buy. I want there to be no rice left tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the government office. Prince Wang is truly powerful. He really managed to produce grain, Zhou Maokai said excitedly, his voice trembling. He looked at Song Yinian as if he were gazing at an all-powerful immortal. Wang Youfu nodded repeatedly. Yes, Prince Wang, it turns out you have so much grain, all refined rice. Now, the city's food shortage is finally easing. However, Song Yinian showed no happiness. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were full of doubt. He didn't fully understand what was happening. He was even considering whether to deal with the Zhao family early. This move was very bold. It made him think of Wei Yunyan, who had just taken the deputy badge from him. But with her limited background, even adding the treasury of the Wang family's estate, it was far from enough. This was completely beyond normal logic. At this moment, Wei Yunyan was leading Su Wenyuan to the government office. Su Wenyuan clutched the temporary robe he had put on over his knees. The fabric was good, but it didn't suit his temperament. His lips trembled, and his voice was shaky. Mississippi, please think carefully. Deceiving the prince is a serious crime that could cost you your head. I'm just a poor scholar. How could I pretend to be a big grain merchant from Jiangnan? If the prince sees through us, your noble status might be fine, but He made a gesture as if he was cutting his own neck, trembling with fear. Su Wenyuan was now full of regret. If he had known that this noble lady, who saved his life and was so generous, would make him do such a dangerous thing, he might as well have just died. Even if he had 2 more guts, he wouldn't dare pretend to be a grain merchant and deceive the Marquis of Yu, who could confiscate his family and execute him at any moment. This was playing with danger like tying his head to his waist. Don't worry. Just remember what I told you. You come from Jiangnan Hang City, and your family has been grain merchants for generations. This time, you're transporting grain north because you heard that grain prices in the north are high and you want to make a good profit. Since the journey is long and exhausting, and seeing the suffering of the people in Ningzhou with severe drought, I feel compassion. I am willing to sell my remaining grain at a fair price, doing my small part to help and to build good relations. As for whether the prince will see through, Wei Yunyan slightly curves her lips into a faint smile. Right now, the most important thing is whether Ningzhou has enough grain to stabilize the situation and whether the tens of thousands of refugees outside the city can survive. As for you, even if you are just a stone that has come to life, it doesn't matter. As long as the grain is real and can solve the urgent problem, the prince won't bother to investigate your background. Selling grain only inside the city isn't enough. Few can afford to buy grain, and outside the city, there are many refugees. Spring snow whispers softly near Wei Yunyun's ear, reminding her, "We've arrived." Wei Yunyun's expression instantly becomes calm. She looks at Su Wenyuan with encouragement and warning in her eyes. "Remember, you are now a grain merchant from Jiangnan. Let's go, shopkeeper Su." At the entrance of the council hall, Wei Yunyun takes out the deputy seal of Song Enian. The guards glance at it and no longer stop her. Wei Yunyun leads the composed Su Wenyuan straight inside. "Why are you here?" Song Enian looks surprised to see Wei Yunyun. Soon, his gaze shifts to Su Wenyuan behind her. Zhou Maokai and Wang Youfu also turn to look at the two. "Let me introduce someone to you." Wei Yunyun looks at the curious people studying her and says, "This is a grain merchant from Jiangnan, shopkeeper Su Wenyuan." When shopkeeper Su heard about the disaster in Ningzhou, he felt pity. He decided to sell all his stored grain at a fair price, which he originally intended to profit from in the north, to help with the urgent situation. That is the wealthiest region in Dakian. A grain merchant from Jiangnan? Zhou Maokai can't help but examine this merchant more carefully. His eyes reveal undisguised suspicion. This merchant is very different from the big grain merchants he has seen before. Song Enian stands with his hands behind his back, looking at Su Wenyuan. "So, the grain shops selling refined rice that appear these days are run by shopkeeper Su." Su Wenyuan feels a cold gaze from Song Enian, and his legs weaken, almost kneeling on the spot. He hurriedly follows Wei Yunyun's instructions, trembling as he makes a bow, voice hoarse and trembling. "Your Majesty, I am Su Wenyuan, a humble merchant." "Greetings, Your Highness." The grain shop was indeed run by a commoner. He had some stored grain and was willing to serve the prince diligently, doing his best for the people of Ningzhou. Song Enian's sharp gaze lingered on Su Wenyuan for a moment. His timid appearance, like a mouse, and lack of the grandeur of a merchant made him slightly frown. This acting was too clumsy. He was almost certain that this person was not a major grain merchant from the south. His eyes shifted back to Wei Yunyun, filled with deeper curiosity and a hint of playful interest. Where did the prince's wife find such a lively character? And what was she trying to hide with this poor disguise? Song Enian suppressed his doubts and chose not to expose him immediately. He spoke calmly. "Master Su, you are thoughtful. On behalf of the people of Ningzhou, I thank you for your kindness. How much grain have you brought this time? Where is it stored?" Su Wenyuan was caught off guard by the question. He instinctively wanted to look at Wei Yunyun but held back. Replying to the prince, "The exact amount has not been fully counted, but it will not be less than 10,000 stones. Supplying in Ding City is no problem," he said. These were the words Wei Yunyun had prepared in advance. Song Enian's eyes flashed with understanding. He no longer pressed for details and asked instead, "In that case, what price do you plan to sell the grain to me?" Hearing the question about price, Su Wenyuan remembered Wei Yunyun's instructions. He spoke as calmly as possible. "Your Highness, I will give it for free." "Free?" Song Enian's eyebrows suddenly raised, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Zhou Maokai and Wang Youfu gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who in the world would do such a good deed? Over 10,000 stones of fine rice, given for free? "Yes, Your Highness. I am willing to supply all the grain needed by you and the Ningzhou officials for the next month, free of charge. Whether for relief efforts or stabilizing the market, I will do my best to gather and deliver it promptly, without delay." Free supply for a month? When he heard this, even Song Enian was slightly moved. This gesture was beyond mere generosity. The amount of grain reserves and financial strength behind it far exceeded what an ordinary merchant could manage. "What are the conditions?" Song Enian's voice was deep and calm, unable to reveal any emotion. His gaze fell on Wei Yunyun, who stood quietly nearby. "There are no free lunches in the world. Master Su is so generous. What does he want in return? I have no other request. I only hope the prince will allow me to run a grain shop in Ningzhou in the future." He paused, trying to make his voice sound more like that of a shrewd merchant, and added, "I promise to operate legally. Never hoard grain or raise prices unfairly. Fair prices, storing grain in good years, distributing relief in bad years. These will help stabilize Ningzhou's grain market. I only ask for a chance to serve the prince. Offering a month of free grain in exchange for a market in a prefecture sounded like a risky gamble, an ambitious merchant trying to use a large upfront investment to gain monopoly and official support. It seemed logical, but upon closer thought, many doubts remained. Too risky. Too many uncertainties. It didn't seem like a choice a seasoned merchant would make. Seeing Song Yinian silent, Zhou Maokai quickly stepped forward, smiling eagerly. Your Highness, this is a great opportunity. Master Su's generosity is a blessing for Ningzhou's people and for you. He first praised Su Wenyuan highly, then suddenly turned to flatter Song Yinian. This shows your Highness's great fortune and virtue, attracting support from all around. Even wealthy merchants from Jiangnan come to help. With your Highness in Ningzhou, how could disasters or unrest happen? I think what Master Su asks for is reasonable. Your Highness should approve immediately to avoid disappointing the kind merchant. Zhou Maokai was truly anxious now. More refugees gathered outside the city, and inside, the grain was running out. If officials blamed him later, he would be the first to suffer. Song Yinian glanced at Zhou Maokai coldly, not giving an immediate answer. His sharp gaze made Zhou Maokai fall silent and step back awkwardly. Then Song Yinian looked at Su Wenyuan. Fine, I agree. Wei Yunyan was pleased to hear this and stepped forward. Since the grain issue is settled, what are your plans for the tens of thousands of refugees outside the city? Wang Youfu, who had not spoken before, was unaware of Wei Yunyan's identity. He had always objected to women entering the council hall. But since Song Yinian remained silent and he was distracted by Su Wenyuan's introduction, he didn't speak up immediately. Now, seeing Wei Yunyan still asking about government affairs, I couldn't hold back. Miss, you have recommended good merchants to the prince and helped solve the food shortage, which is a great achievement. But settling refugees is an official matter, very complicated. As a woman, it's better not to ask too much. Wei Yunyan looked at Wang Youfu with a cold gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Song Yinian, at the head of the table, snorted coldly. Regarding Wang Tsong, I almost forgot to ask you. You previously handed over your family property to pay for your crimes. Are all the items listed in the account now checked into the warehouse? Do you need me to send someone to carefully count and verify your family's storage? Wang Youfu's face instantly turned pale. He knelt down with a thud. He knew his wife's tricks very well. But since the prince hadn't accused him or mentioned anything, he thought he hadn't been caught. Your Highness, please don't be angry.
Please don't be angry.
But Song Yinian didn't bother to pay him any attention. If there had been a suitable person, he would probably be in prison now. With a commanding voice, Song Yinian declared, My princess can ask anything she wants. Princess, Wang Youfu was so shocked he took a step back. Song Yinian glanced at him and continued, and she holds my deputy seal. Seeing her seal is like seeing me. She can handle all affairs inside and outside the government office. If I am not here in the future, you must listen to her commands. Wei Yunyan's heart was gently touched, a warm feeling rising inside her. She didn't expect Song Yinian to defend her so openly in front of everyone. Yes, Your Highness. Zhou Maokai responded quickly, bowing deeply to Wei Yunyan. Forgive me for not recognizing Your Highness earlier.
You truly are blessed.
You came and solved the food shortage right away. With you and the prince here, the people will live happily and have enough to eat. Lu Wenyuan, standing a bit further back, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the calm, composed, noble lady in the hall. His mind was buzzing, completely blank. She is actually the Princess Yu. No wonder she dared to plan such a daring scheme. No wonder she dared to let him pretend to be a merchant to meet the prince.
But
what kind of act are they all playing? The queen asked someone to pretend to be a grain merchant to deliver grain to the prince? It seems the prince is kept in the dark, but he is also doing his best to support the queen? Is this how royal couples usually get along? Su Wenyuan feels his mind is overwhelmed. At the same time, A strong sense of confidence suddenly fills his entire body. Since the backing behind him is the prince and the princess, what does he have to fear? Although this move is hard to understand, he is really confident now. It looks like his life is truly safe. Song Enian returns to a formal attitude and asks the others, since the princess mentioned the refugees, does anyone have any ideas? Wang Youfu kneels on the ground, eager to make amends, and says, now that we have the support of Manager Su, I think we should set up more soup stalls at the city gates to encourage refugees to farm. Also, we should deal with the merchants hoarding goods as soon as possible so that Manager Su can, before he finishes, Wei Union interrupts, allow the refugees to gather outside the city, giving out large amounts of porridge daily but doing nothing else. Over time, this will only cause trouble. Wang Youfu argues, I didn't say they should do nothing. I suggested they could farm. If they farm, how can they be doing nothing? So, does the princess have a better idea? Song Enian knows that this woman only comes to him when she has a problem. It seems her visit today isn't just about introducing this fake grain merchant. He's curious to hear her new ideas. Zhou Maokai and Su Wenyuan both look at Wei Union with curiosity. She calmly speaks, giving out porridge can only solve the immediate problem, not a long-term solution. Thousands of refugees gathering outside the city wastes food and can cause trouble. Why not turn passive measures into active ones? Work relief. Work relief? Song Enian's eyes flicker. What exactly is this work relief method? Currently, Ningzhou is suffering from a drought. The rivers are dry. The dams are damaged. It's the perfect time to repair water systems and fight the drought. We can recruit strong refugees, pay them with daily food rations, and organize them to dredge rivers, dig wells, reinforce dams, and build water channels. This way, refugees can exchange their labor for food, settle down, and avoid causing trouble. Furthermore, the water conservancy projects can strengthen Ningzhou's drought resistance, benefit the long term, and prepare for the autumn planting and the coming year. Additionally, the stones and tools needed for the projects can also support local craftsmen's livelihoods and boost the economy. She paused and added, for the elderly, women, and children, we can assign simple tasks like weaving mats, repairing tents, or helping with cooking. They will be paid with grain, so they won't become a burden. Only then can we turn the source of disaster into a force for building and progress. Song Enian looked at her, and his slightly raised peach blossom eyes shimmered with complex emotions, shock, admiration, and a hint of a feeling even he didn't realize he had.
Excitement.
How did she have such a strange experience that she could speak so confidently about governance and state affairs? Your Highness, you are truly talented. I am truly enlightened and deeply respectful, Zhou Maokai said loudly, with admiration on his face. Your Highness's words just now are like clearing the clouds and seeing the sun, making me feel ashamed. Relocating refugees with work instead of charity. That's a brilliant plan. Truly brilliant. It kills 3 birds with 1 stone, solving the refugee problem, improving water projects, and preventing future troubles. Such a good plan can only come from someone with great vision and concern for the people. I, as a local official, feel ashamed that I haven't thought of it even a fraction, as well as Your Highness. Truly ashamed. Your Highness not only has the wisdom to recognize talent, bringing in Merchant Zhang to help Ningzhou in urgent times, but now also offers excellent governance strategies. You are truly the wise consort of the prince and the reborn parent of Ningzhou's people. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, never stopping. Zhou Maotsai's unrestrained praise made Wei Yunyu's eyes twitch slightly, almost unable to keep her composure. This flattery was too blatant. Even Song Enian slightly frowned and interrupted. Enough. He gently tapped the desk with his finger. Since that's the case, let the princess consort take full responsibility for this matter. How about that? When he said this, a flash of surprise appeared in Zhou Maotsai's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deeper respect. Wang Youfu trembled all over and lowered his head even more. Wei Yunyu was stunned. Full authority given to her? Song Enian continued, Zhou Prefect, I am at your service, Zhou Maokai quickly responded. You're familiar with Ningzhou's affairs. Assist the princess consort from the side. All personnel must obey the princess's orders and cooperate fully without mistake. Any negligence or disobedience is unacceptable. Song Enian paused, with a hint of coldness in his voice, and said, You understand the consequences. Yes. Yes. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will do my best and follow the princess's commands. I will not slack off in the slightest, Zhou Maokai swore. However, he broke out in a cold sweat behind his back. Prince Yu has entrusted great power directly to the princess. Wei Yunyan looked at Song Enian with a slight frown. She seemed unable to believe that Song Enian had decided such a big matter on his own. Song Enian met her gaze, seeming to understand her thoughts, and turned to hint, I need someone to clear a space for Manager Su. The words, Manager Su, were spoken with emphasis. Wei Yunyan worried that he might ask for more details about Su Wenyuan. Since her goal was achieved, she said nothing more and turned to leave with her people. Zhou Maokai bowed to Song Enian and followed Wei Yunyan. As Wei Yunyan stepped out of the meeting hall, she glanced back at Zhou Maokai and said, Master Zhou, immediately send someone to count the number of refugees outside the city, separating men, the elderly, women, and children. At the same time, send people to survey the most severely blocked areas of Anhe River and the nearby farmland that urgently needs water. Priority should be given to starting work there. As for the standards for work for relief, I will organize them and give them to you later. When the time comes, we will issue a public notice to reassure the people. Before Zhou Maocai's other foot left the door, he heard Wei Yunyan giving a series of commands. The princess really is truly hardworking. Her execution is even stronger than the prince's. Yes, Zhou Maokai nodded repeatedly and went to carry out the orders. The notice at the government office was soon posted at the 4 gates of Anding City and in the most visible area of the refugee camps. Littered officials beat drums and loudly read out the contents. But instead of gratitude, what followed was silence, suspicion, and unrest.
What?
No more free porridge stalls. Work for relief? We have to work to get food. Digging rivers? Drilling wells? We're starving already. How can we work? Is this a trick? The officials don't want to waste grain for nothing, and they're just making up new rules to bother us. Exactly. I have encountered similar situations before. They said it was work for relief, but after finishing the work, all they gave was some sour rice that wasn't enough to fill their stomachs. Despair and long-term oppression made the refugees distrustful at first. They gathered around the notice board, their faces full of anger and worry. Although the free porridge wasn't enough to fill them, it at least kept them alive. Now, even that small kindness was gone, and they were being asked to do hard work that sounded very exhausting. In the refugee group, complaints, curses, and worried discussions mixed together. Can we trust what the officials say? Maybe they're just tricking us into doing hard labor, and in the end, we'll die from exhaustion or hunger, and no one will care. My child is so hungry they can't even cry anymore. How can we wait to get food after finishing the work? Going to dig the river in this hot weather, isn't that risking our lives? But not everyone was complaining. In the crowd, a few rough-looking but fairly strong men huddled together, whispering their opinions. Brother Taizhu, look at this. Do you think we can do it? The notice says we work for a day and get 3 jin of rice. A younger man licked his cracked lips, eyes full of longing. 3 jin of rice, if we eat sparingly, can feed a family for 2 days. Taizhu frowned and looked at the notice. 3 jin of rice. That's a lot. But who knows if it's true? If we work a whole day and get nothing, that's a big loss. And this work probably won't be easy, but it's better than just waiting here to starve, another man interrupted. He touched his empty, shriveled stomach, eyes fierce. I can't hold on much longer. Better to try our luck than die from hunger. Maybe the officials are telling the truth this time. Yeah, Brother Taizhu, look at the official seal on the notice. And I heard it's something the princess suggested. Maybe this time will be different. Meanwhile, a woman with 2 older children tightly held their hands, looking at the words, assist with cooking and mending, also counted as work on the notice, a faint spark of hope in her eyes. She couldn't do heavy work, but she could cook and sew. An elderly man with white hair trembled as he spoke to those around him. Fellow villagers, I think. Maybe this time is different. I heard that there are cheap rice being sold in the city these days. It shows the officials really have grain now. Perhaps this work for relief is genuine this time. We can't just wait to starve or rush into the city and be killed as troublemakers. We must find a way to survive, so we should try. Her words made some people think deeply. Soon, under the impatient urging and registration by the officials, a few desperate people hesitantly stepped forward, hoping to try their luck and take a chance. Official. I want to sign up. Digging the river. My wife can sew. Does that count as work?
Yes.
It counts. Come over and give your name, hometown, and what work you can do. The official barked, starting to write with a rough voice. Some people took the lead, and others watching began to waver. More and more people, especially those with some strength at home or those with no other hope, slowly moved toward the registration point. Most still stayed where they were, watching coldly and muttering, "This is a scam, there's no good in it, it's so dry, digging the river won't bring water, it's just a joke." The next day, Wei Yunyan put on her hood, ready to go outside the city with Governor Zhou to supervise the work and see the results. Suddenly, Su Wenyuan hurried over, glancing at Zhou Maokai, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Wei Yunyan said to Zhou Maokai, "You go ahead, I will be there soon." Zhou Maokai saw Su Wenyuan's nervous expression and felt a jolt. Could there be a problem with the grain supply? He didn't ask further and bowed to leave. Su Wenyuan then worriedly said, "Something's wrong, Your Majesty. The grain in our shop has been bought out." Hearing this, her heart immediately alarmed. "Tell me what happened in detail." Su Wenyuan, sweating on her forehead and ignoring politeness, quickly explained, "Early this morning, before dawn, when the shop just opened, a large group of well-dressed people rushed in. They didn't ask about prices or pick what they wanted. They just demanded to buy all the rice we had in stock." Wei Yunyan's heart sank. Given the purchasing power of the people in Ningzhou City, it was impossible for the shop to be emptied so quickly. It was clear someone was buying up the grain maliciously. "Did you see who they were? Was there any suspicious money involved?" Wei Yunyan asked calmly, her mind racing. The leaders appeared to be managers or shopkeepers, unfamiliar faces, not like the common wealthy families in Ningzhou City. As for the silver and money, Su Wenyuan calmed himself a bit and said, "I was cautious at the time, making sure they used official silver or banknotes from Datong Bank. After checking, they are all genuine. Using real gold and silver to buy out maliciously? What a big move." Besides the Zhao family, she couldn't think of anyone else. But her grain supply was unlimited. She wanted to see how much the Zhao family could buy. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Su Wenyuan was panicked. "The shop has no more grain to sell, and there are many common people outside waiting in line. If they find out there's no grain, they will definitely cause trouble. Also, the Work for Relief program you arranged starts distributing the first batch of wages today. If we can't supply enough grain, don't panic. Go back and keep the shop running as usual. Grain will be delivered soon," Wei Yunyan said calmly to reassure him. Hearing this, Su Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Should we limit purchases to outsiders? If more people come to buy grain?" Wei Yunyan waved her hand. "No need. Let them buy." Su Wenyuan was surprised. "Do we really not need to do anything?" Wei Yunyan stood still, connecting her mind to the unlimited rice warehouse. "Extract 1,000 dan of refined rice and directly put it into the abandoned warehouse on the west side of the palace," she ordered silently. She had previously arranged for people to clean and guard a few hidden old warehouses. Command confirmed. Grain is being delivered. Delivery complete. This warehouse was more useful than space itself. She didn't need to be there and could control it remotely with her mind. After organizing these plans, she adjusted her hood, helped by Dong Shui, and got into the carriage heading out of the city. Winter Qing was left at Yufeng Zhuang. She was cautious and steady, staying behind to watch over things, which made Wei Yunyan more at ease. Another benefit was that Winter Qing couldn't report her every move to Song Yinian. When the carriage stopped at a temporary shed outside the city, they heard Zhou Maokai angrily shouting. Wei Yunyan walked over and asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Maokai turned around, still angry. But when facing Wei Yunyan, she still forced out a hint of respect, pointing at the sparse crowd of wandering refugees in the distance, and said angrily, "Your Majesty, look. I have tried my best to persuade them, almost to the point of losing my voice. Digging ditches is to bring water and fight drought, which is good for them. They can get food immediately after working. But look at this, tens of thousands of refugees. Only about 150 people have registered. Most of them are old, weak, women, and children. How much work can they do? It's simply, they are a bunch of ungrateful troublemakers who don't appreciate kindness. On the large construction site, only a few dozen people with simple tools were digging hard, dry soil. Many others gathered at a distance, looking suspicious and even somewhat hostile at the side. Wei Yunyan understood in her heart. Long-term suffering had made them distrustful of government promises. "Lord Zhou, please stay calm." She slowly walked toward a slightly higher hill. Chuanxue immediately signaled her guards to clear away the idle people around. Wei Yunyan stopped and looked over the dark, silent crowd below. She then instructed Zhou Maokai, "Lord Zhou, have someone bring out the first batch of grain wages prepared for today." Zhou Maokai was surprised. "Your Majesty, we haven't done much work yet." "Bring it out." Wei Yunyan's tone was firm and unquestioning. Although puzzled, Zhou Maokai immediately obeyed. Soon, several heavy bags of fragrant rice were carried to the front of the hill. When the bright, full grains of rice were exposed to the sunlight, the previously silent crowd suddenly stirred. Countless eyes fixed greedily on the grain, and the sound of swallowing was clearly heard. Doubt, longing, disbelief. Various emotions intertwined on their numb faces. Wei Yunyan's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. "Everyone, I know you're afraid that after working, you won't get grain." She spoke straightforwardly, directly addressing everyone's worries. The refugees, watching, were stunned. "Words are empty. Today, I set a rule right here." Wei Yunyan pointed at the bags of grain. "All those who sign up for work for relief today, regardless of age or gender, just register here today. You don't have to wait until sunset. At noon, with your registration number, you can first receive half of your daily food. The remaining half of the grain will be distributed at sunset based on work done, and paid all at once. We will never delay even a single grain." When these words were spoken, it was like a heavy stone thrown into a deep pond, causing many ripples. Should we give out half the grain first? Or pay immediately when work starts? The crowd instantly exploded. Is this true? Getting grain before working? Are they just tricking us into registering? That rice. It's really fine rice. It looks so fragrant. Wei Yunyan continued. "Not just today. From now on, this will be the daily routine. In the morning, start work. At noon, receive half a day's grain. At sunset, settle accounts. All grain distribution will be supervised by me personally. If even a single grain is missing, you can come to me." She paused, her gaze sharp. "But once you receive the grain, you must work hard. Digging channels and wells is to save your lives and the land behind you. Anyone trying to cheat or slack off, stealing grain without working, will be permanently disqualified." After speaking, Wei Yunyan said no more and directly told the clerk in charge of registration, "Start registering. For each person registered, half a day's grain will be given." Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, she personally went to the grain bags, gestured for Chuanxue to take out a small scoop, and carefully scooped a full measure of fine rice for the trembling, thin old man who stepped forward. She poured it into his tattered cloth bag. "Old sir, this is your half-day's wages. Take it carefully and work hard this afternoon," Wei Yunyan said gently. The old man looked at the plump, white rice inside the bag, then at the noble lady in fine clothes who personally handed him the grain. He choked with emotion. "Thank you, noble lady. Thank you. I will work my hardest. I will work my hardest." Fortunately, he guessed right. He was the village head of Li's village, and life had become unbearable. That's why he led a group of villagers to escape to Ningzhou's main city. By now, half the villagers had survived, but only he came to sign up for work. When he returned, he planned to gather his fellow villagers to come along. Taizhu and his two brothers, mingling in the crowd, watched the white, full grains being handed to the first old man. Their remaining doubts instantly disappeared. Brother Taizhu, look, it's real. They're really distributing grain. Li Shuisheng excitedly grabbed Taizhu's arm, trembling with excitement, eyes fixed on the grain distribution stall, eager to rush over immediately. His family, including his mother and younger sister, are waiting for rice to be cooked. Stone suddenly slapped his thigh and growled, I told you it was trustworthy.
See.
That rice is real. Hurry. Hurry and line up. If you wait too long, you won't get any. He pushed forward to squeeze into the line. At this moment, Taizhu's heart was pounding like a drum. Seeing the truth with his own eyes shattered his last hesitation. He grabbed the reckless stone and, voice hoarse with excitement, said, Don't push. Line up. Can't you see the soldiers watching? Don't cause trouble. Let's go together. The three of them looked at each other, and in their eyes, they saw relief and joy as if they had escaped danger. Once the first person received rice, others followed, second, third. Seeing the rice being handed out right there, and watching the noble lady personally scoop rice, most people lost their doubts and hesitations. I want to sign up. I will dig the canal. Me too. I can break stones. Official. Register me. My family of 5 can work. Suddenly, the crowd watching from a distance surged toward the registration point like a floodgate opening, almost out of control. The guards hurried forward to maintain order. Zhou Maokai watched this sudden turn of events, open his mouth wide, and after a moment, muttered, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise. I am impressed. As the sunset faded, the sound of the bell signaling the end of work rang out. Tired from a long day, the refugees' bodies were exhausted, but their faces showed unprecedented satisfaction and hope. They tightly clutched the rice they had just received and hurried back to their temporary shelters. A few who hesitated and didn't sign up now watched their companions return with real rice, their eyes wide with amazement. Old Li, is it really rice? So much. A man from Li family village looked at the bag of rice in the official's hand, which was worth more than all his family's belongings, and his voice was hoarse with regret. Is there any fake? Look, Old Li deliberately opened the bag slightly, revealing the full grains inside, and looked proud. The princess keeps her word. Work hard, and you'll get rice. At noon, they even gave out half of the grain as a reassurance. Oh no! I missed out. I must go tomorrow. Li Shuisheng almost ran back to his low, humble shelter. He tightly hugged a cloth bag containing over 3 jin of fine rice. Before Li Shuisheng had a chance to settle into the shelter, he excitedly shouted out loud. Inside the shelter, his weak mother was leaning on a pile of straw coughing, and his pale, thin younger sister was weakly holding a broken bowl, feeding her water. When they heard Li Shuisheng's voice, they barely managed to lift their heads. Shuisheng is back. Mother's voice was weak. As Li Shuisheng carefully placed the bulging rice bag in front of her and untied the string, revealing the bright white, shiny rice inside. "Ah!" the younger sister exclaimed in a short gasp, her eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the rice bag as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Mother sat up suddenly, her thin hands trembling as she reached for the rice, grabbing a handful of grains. Feeling the cool, smooth texture, her voice sharpened with shock and excitement. "Shuisheng, where did this come from? This is fine rice. Did you do something foolish?" Her first reaction was not happiness but fear, worried that her son might have taken a wrong path for food. "Mother, don't worry," Li Shuisheng quickly explained, his face showing uncontrollable excitement and pride. "I earned this today from my work. The prince and princess arranged a work-for-food program. It's real. Digging water channels, they really gave 3 jin of rice a day. At noon, they even gave more than a jin. I ate some so I'd have strength to work. Look, this is half of what's left. It's all ours. He spoke hurriedly, but his meaning was clear.
Work.
Really gives food? Or just fine rice? Mother murmured to herself, looking at the white grains in her hand and then at her son's tired but glowing face. She sighed with relief. Heaven has opened its eyes. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. Our family finally doesn't have to go hungry. Brother, you're amazing. The younger sister cheered, looking at the rice, unconsciously licking her lips as her stomach growled. Hurry, little sister, light the fire. We'll cook rice tonight. Li Shuisheng waved his hand confidently. The feeling of his family eating well made him feel that all his tiredness today was worth it. While his younger sister hurriedly and happily started the fire and rinsed the rice, Li Shuisheng lowered his voice and said to his mother, Mother, the princess said that besides digging channels, there are lighter jobs too, like mending clothes or helping with cooking, and they also pay in grain. Although these might be less than digging channels, they are still grain. Tomorrow, you and your younger sister should also go register. Our family of 3 can earn food. Mother Li's eyes immediately lit up with hope. Really? Even my old arms and legs can do it? Of course. The lady herself said so. That night, in Li Shuisheng's makeshift shelter, the rich smell of cooked rice finally wafted out after a long time. Not only their family, but many others who received grain also shared happy voices and the aroma of food. The news spread quickly through the gathering of displaced people. Those still hesitating could no longer stay still. Before dawn the next day, a long line had formed at the registration point set up by the government office. Men, women, children, anyone able to move, came in large numbers, worried they might miss the chance if they were late. When Zhou Maokai arrived with the officials, he was shocked by the scene. Then he felt both joy and worry. He was happy that these refugees finally listened, but worried about how to manage and organize them. He hurried to report to Wei Yunyun. Wei Yunyun was not surprised. Calmly, she ordered, Master Zhou, send more people immediately to maintain order. Follow the original plan. Separate the crowd for registration. Strong laborers should dig ditches, reclaim land, and build houses. The elderly, women, and children should handle logistics like sewing, cooking, and cleaning. She thought for a moment and added, make a list of skilled workers like blacksmiths, carpenters, or those who can read. I have other arrangements for them. The progress of digging ditches and reclaiming land was slow. The soil was baked hard like iron. With each pick, only a little loose dirt was removed, so progress was slow. The most frustrating part was that after several days of digging, the deepest spot was over a meter deep, but there was no sign of moisture or water. Only in a few low-lying areas did some muddy, turbid water seep out, but it was barely enough for tens of thousands of people. The food distributed daily was real, which temporarily reassured the refugees. But without water, the food was hard to swallow. Cooking needed water, and drinking water was even more essential. Daily labor consumed a lot of energy, but only a small amount of drinking water was available. Many people's lips cracked and blistered, and their throats burned. Cases of heat stroke and fainting happened frequently. We've been digging for 7 or 8 days. Not a single drop of water. What's the use of just giving rice? No water to boil. Do we have to chew it raw? A man threw down his pickaxe, wiping sweat and dirt from his face, and complained hoarsely. Exactly. My throat feels like it's on fire. We only get a small bowl of water each day. Is that enough for anyone? Didn't they say digging channels would bring water? Where is the water? Is the heavens not planning to give us a way out? More people started to complain, and the once high spirits began to fall. They looked at the deep, dry ditch in front of them, as if they would never reach water. Hope flickered and started to fade. A few sneaky figures mixed into the crowd, whispering and stirring trouble. Hey, brothers, don't you think this is strange? Ningzhou used to have droughts, but it never got this bad. Why is it that ever since the prince and princess arrived, it's like the sky is angry and not a single drop of rain falls? A sharp-faced man lowered his voice and said to those nearby, That's right. I heard that since this woman took charge, The balance of yin and yang is off, and it's bad for the land. Especially the princess, who's always out in public and involved in politics. That's called a hen ruling the dawn. It's a sign of great misfortune. The heavens are punishing us. Yes, yes, another sneaky man quickly agreed, making sure everyone could hear him. Prince Yu is hiding away and not showing himself, while a woman is giving orders. That's against the rules. I think it's because they're doing wrong that the heavens are angry, causing this drought. If we can't find water now, it's a warning from the sky. Many superstitious refugees were easily convinced by these words. So that's why we can't find water? The heavens are not letting us have it. Is the prince and princess really a bad omen? Are we helping them by working for them? Won't we be cursed for it? We can't do this work anymore. If we keep going, we'll all die of thirst. Inside Yufeng village, Wei Yunyan, Dongqing, and Wang Yiliang were inspecting the deep well they had dug. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Zhang Taitu, with 2 young apprentices, was pulling a cart with a loud, effortful noise. On the cart, covered with oilcloth, were 2 large, oddly shaped iron devices. "Madam!"
Princess!
Zhang Taitu excitedly shouted from afar, his face full of pride and happiness. He quickly ran a few steps to Wei Yunyan and knelt down to salute. "Your Majesty,
I didn't let you down.
the 2 divine diagrams you gave me, my apprentices and I worked on day and night, and we finally made the samples for you." His loud voice attracted the curiosity of many nearby workers. Wei Yunyan felt happy and quickly signaled him to stand up. "Get up. Is the thing on the cart?" "Yes, it is." Zhang Taitu hurriedly got up and ran to the ox cart. He lifted the tarpaulin. Under the sunlight, 2 shiny metal objects appeared. One was about a person tall, a carefully made iron device. It had a long iron tube connected to a base, with a long pressing rod and a water outlet on top, along with some strange valves. It's a hand-operated water pump. The other was a larger deep well drill, made of strong iron frame, drill rod, sharp drill bit, and a complex transmission system, looking very powerful. As soon as these 2 steel creations, beyond what this era could imagine, appeared, they drew everyone's attention. What are those? Made of iron. They look really sturdy. Seeing everyone's amazed looks, Zhang Taitu felt even more proud. He rubbed his hands and said to Wei Yunyan, "Your Majesty, I heard you were here, so I brought this water pump first. According to the drawings, as long as there's water underneath, it can pump the water up. Do you want to try it here?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. The items were made, but could this really lift water from underground without human effort? He was actually a bit nervous, but couldn't wait to see the miracle with his own eyes. Wei Yunyan looked at the well-made water pump, feeling just as excited. This was a product of the system, truly excellent. Zhang Taitu's craftsmanship was really impressive.
Good.
"Let's try it here," Wei Yunyan decisively ordered. "Find a water seepage pit, place the base of the pump there, and secure it." "Yes." Zhang Taitu responded excitedly and immediately called his apprentices to start. The crowd around quickly gathered, forming layers, all eager to see what this iron contraption could do. The water pump was quickly moved to a muddy, wet water hole, and its base was firmly placed on the solid ground. Zhang Taitu checked all the connections carefully and confirmed everything was correct. "Your Highness, it's ready," he nervously swallowed. Everyone's eyes focused on the long pressing rod and the water outlet. Wei Yunyan stepped forward. Under many watchful eyes, she held the pressing rod with both hands and pressed down hard. Then she released it and the rod snapped back with the internal mechanism, then pressed down again. She repeated this 5 or 6 times. At first, only the creaking sound of the pressing rod moving and the noise inside the pump could be heard. People started whispering and looking doubtful. Zhang Taitu's heart was in his throat, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Could it be? Could it have failed? Did something go wrong? Just then, hiss, a strange noise came from inside the pump. Next, a murky, sandy yellow water suddenly burst out of the outlet, splashing loudly onto the cracked ground. It was dead silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes and open mouths, as if spellbound, watching the water flow automatically from the pipe. After a brief silence, there was a loud cheer. Water is coming out. It's really coming out. Incredible. Amazing. This iron thing can produce water on its own. Am I seeing things? How did it do that? The farmers were so excited they couldn't speak. They had dug wells and fetched water for generations, but they had never seen such a miracle. Now that there was water, their crops could be saved. Zhang Taitu was so excited he rushed to the pump, reaching out to catch the water and shouting, "It's done. It's really done. Your Highness."
Divine design. Truly divine.
This water pump is a treasure. An incredible treasure. His eyes on Wei Yunyan had completely turned into admiration and awe. Every item the princess brought out seemed like a magical treasure. Wei Yunyan looked at the flowing water, feeling a deep sense of achievement. With this, many shallow underground waters could be used. And for the deeper underground water, they would rely on that deep well drill. Yunyan suppressed her excitement and ordered, "Master Zhang, immediately organize the craftsmen you brought. Use this sample as a model and produce water pumps in large quantities. The more, the better." "Yes, Your Majesty," Zhang Taitu responded loudly, full of enthusiasm. The crowd dispersed. Yunyan walked around the water pump several times, recalling the details of the water pump and the system diagrams she had seen. Suddenly, she noticed that some parts were incorrect and the water output was decreasing. It seemed that the water outlet pipes inside were not running smoothly. Inside Yufeng Manor, everything was functioning normally, with Dong Qing watching over it. She didn't need to worry too much. She called someone over to take the items back first. She wanted to study them further. Outside the city, at the refugee camp, Song Enian handed everything over to her. She still needed to keep an eye on things there. "We want to see the prince. Let the princess come out and explain. Did you anger the heavens?" The crowd surged toward the makeshift shelter set up by Zhou Maokai. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhou Maokai hurriedly ran to the carriage where Yunyan had just arrived at the gate, his face pale. "Your Majesty, something's wrong. The refugees. They are causing trouble. They believe the rumors that you angered the heavens, causing the drought and failed water projects. Now, they are coming to demand an explanation." Yunyan was examining the diagrams of the water pump parts. When she heard this, her charcoal pen paused slightly in her hand. She looked up, her delicate face showing no surprise, only a cold, sharp expression. "Zwaruasia, subordinate here, send people to maintain order." "Yes," Zwaruasia responded and led a team away. Yunyan continued studying the remaining parts. The water pump made by Zhang Taitu was almost perfect, just a little more work, and it would be ready. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Wanshan and several close wealthy men looked as if they had been struck by frost, their faces pale and uneasy.
Boss Zhao.
"We can't buy any more. We really can't buy any more." A wealthy merchant dressed in silk, looking bloated and worried, almost collapsing into his chair. "I've emptied all my silver in the treasury, and the shop's funds are gone. If we buy more, not only will we fail to make money, but we'll also have to mortgage our ancestral home." Another salt merchant pounded his thigh in distress, lamenting. "All the available funds in my money shop have been spent. I initially thought we could share a meal with Manager Zhao, but it turned out to be a bottomless pit. The rice in the general store is the same as what grows in the fields. We can't buy it all. We simply can't buy it all. As soon as we take some away, they fill it up again. Where does King Yu get so much grain? My family's storeroom, cellar, and even side rooms are full of rice. Where can we put more? If it spoils or gets moldy, who will be responsible?" Everyone is complaining with a lot of frustration. They all listened to Zhao Wanshan's call and gathered a huge amount of money, buying up supplies wildly, trying to buy out the grain shops and create a panic about food shortages to turn the tide. At first, when they saw the grain shops were emptied, they felt secretly happy. But unexpectedly, the grain supply seemed endless. No matter how much they bought, the next day the shop was open as usual and rice prices stayed steady. Not only did the prices not go up, but because of the steady supply and work for food programs, prices became more stable. The grain they hoarded is about to be lost. Zhao Wanshan, sitting at the head, looked very grim, with a face so dark it seemed to drip water. He was more anxious and scared than anyone else here. Most of Zhao's funds and profits had been used up in this gamble. His son was still in jail, and if this plan failed, the Zhao family would be finished. Everyone shut up. Zhao Wanshan suddenly slammed the table, his voice hoarse, eyes bloodshot, filled with desperation and madness. What's the use of saying all this now? The money is gone. The grain is bought. We are all in this together. No one can escape. He looked at his collapsing allies, grinding his teeth, and said, King Yu just wants to use this method to ruin us. They must also be holding on tight. Their grain supply isn't endless. As long as we push a little harder and force them a bit more, they'll surely slip up. How do we force them? With what? The fat grain merchant shouted desperately. We have no money left. No money? Then we use people. Zhao Wanshan's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He lowered his voice. I've already arranged for some to mix in with the refugees outside the city. Soon, there will be chaos over there. Everyone was shocked to hear this. A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Wanshan's face. Those refugees, they'll take whatever they can get. Now there is food to eat, so everyone listens obediently. But if they find out that the government's grain supplies are almost gone, and that the prince and princess are just tricking them into working, and once they have drained their strength, they will discard them like trash. What do you think those starving refugees will do? The hall suddenly falls silent, and everyone feels a chill run down their spines. Are you trying to incite the refugees to loot the government granaries? The fat merchant stammers. Not loot the government granaries. Zhao Wanshan corrects him coldly. It's about stealing from those affordable grain shops. Stealing the grain that is being distributed as relief work. As soon as chaos breaks out, as soon as a riot happens, the grain of Prince Yu and the princess will run out quickly. Their false mask of kindness will be torn apart. Then, public opinion will turn chaotic, and the situation will spiral out of control. Because of the drought and water shortage, and our efforts to dig for water failing, the common people are already starting to complain. If we add fuel to the fire, he becomes more excited, as if confident of victory. Once chaos erupts, the court will hold them responsible. Then, not only will Prince Yu suffer, but we can also sell our stored grain to the government at high prices under the guise of restoring order and peacekeeping. All our previous investments will be recovered with profit. The people in the hall exchange glances. Some show greed and ruthlessness in their eyes, while others look hesitant and fearful.
But,
Manager Zhao, what if we can't control it? Someone asks nervously. No ifs. Zhao Wanshan interrupts him harshly, his eyes wild. The news from the capital only told Prince Yu to release the captured people and calm the refugees to prevent chaos. If we try to overthrow him, it will be even harder. This is our last chance. If we fail, we are doomed. Do you want to watch your family's legacy rot away in the warehouse, then be wiped out one by Prince Yu? In the refugee gathering area, after several days of restoring order with relief work, the once lifeless shantytown has regained some vitality. But the urgency caused by water shortages and the dissatisfaction from the forced suppression during the noon riot still linger in everyone's minds. A few men, dressed like other refugees but with fierce eyes, quietly blend into the crowd returning from the construction site, waiting in line for their evening porridge. They exchanged glances and watched as the anxious and impatient expressions appeared on the faces of the people around them due to the lack of water. One scarred man suddenly let out a loud cry and sharply threw the broken bowl in his hand onto the ground, splashing a little porridge everywhere. He pointed at the maid distributing the porridge and shouted loudly, "What's going on? Why is this porridge full of sand? And so watery and thin? Are you trying to fool us after we've finished working?" This shout seemed to be a signal. A few of his companions immediately started to cheer. Exactly. This rice soup is clearer than water.
Who can eat this?
Talking nicely while working, then giving us pig food after we're done. I think they're just cheating us into working for nothing. They never planned to let us eat enough. Their shouting quickly drew everyone's attention. The refugees, already irritable because of the water shortage, looked at the spilled porridge on the ground and then at their own bowls, which indeed contained thin porridge. Feelings of suspicion and dissatisfaction immediately flared up. Maybe it's a bit thinner than a few days ago? Could it be that there's not enough food? Does the palace no longer have grain? Seeing this, another agitator among the crowd suddenly spoke in a more frightened tone, shouting sharply, "Not only is the porridge getting thinner, I heard the granaries are almost empty. The prince and princess are just lying to us, making us work hard, then draining our last strength, and when we're useless, they'll abandon us here to fend for ourselves." What? That's impossible. The princess clearly. Nothing's impossible. How many officials keep their promises? No wonder they can't find water. I think even heaven is fed up with their lies. The malicious rumors spread like a plague. Brothers, we can't just sit here and wait to die. The granaries are empty, but I know where there's grain. The cheap grain shops in the city. Their warehouses are full of food. And the grain distributed at the construction site every day is probably hidden in nearby warehouses too. We've worked hard and sweat for this, and we shouldn't let it all be taken away. Why should the officials eat well while we starve and thirst to death? A sinister voice sounded, full of deadly temptation. Let's go to the grain warehouses. Let's seize the grain. Some people who are not clear-headed and already feel unhappy under the influence of this emotion start to have red eyes, and their reason is gradually taken over by desire. Yes, let's take back what's ours. If we don't act now, there will be no way out. The crowd begins to lose control and rushes toward what they imagine to be the granary. The guards trying to keep order are quickly pushed aside and knocked down by the rushing crowd, even being punched and kicked. A group of bandits mixed in the crowd takes the opportunity to steal valuables and attack those who resist. Iron Pillar and a few others try to stop them, but their fists are no match for the crowd's legs. They exchange a quick look and run toward the city to deliver the news. Wei Yinyan just finished explaining the details of the parts to Zhang Taitu when she hears a commotion outside. A guard, covered in blood, rushes in and says urgently, "Your Majesty, something's wrong. The refugees are rioting. They believe the rumors that the government has no more grain, and they are heading toward our temporary granary and the shops on East Street." Wei Yunyan's heart sinks sharply. Zhuo Rui's was left outside the city to watch for the refugee unrest. She didn't expect the worst to happen so quickly and so suddenly. At this moment, the sound of urgent horse hooves approaches from afar. Zhuo Rui's rides swiftly toward them, carrying a man covered in dust and blood on his horse. "Your Majesty," Zhuo Rui's jumps off his horse. "I was patrolling when I noticed the refugee's mood was unusual. I was about to handle it when this man broke through the crowd to deliver a message. He said he had important news for you. I took the initiative to bring him here." Iron Pillar almost fell off his horse. He staggered forward and fell in front of Wei Yunyan, ignoring formalities, and said urgently, "Your Majesty, someone in the crowd is causing trouble. They're shouting that the government's grain has long been eaten up. They say the prince and you are deceiving everyone into working for nothing. And they say it's because the prince doesn't show up and you, a woman in charge, have angered the heavens, so it hasn't rained, and no matter how many channels are dug, no water comes out." He panted heavily, his face full of anger. They are inciting everyone to loot the granaries and the construction sites where grain is distributed. Many people have believed it now, and chaos has started. Xue Sheng and Shi Tu tried to stop them, but they couldn't hold them back. Those people even started fighting. "Your Majesty, please think of a way. If we wait any longer, everything will fall into chaos," inciting refugees, creating panic, and even using droughts and gender issues to stir trouble. A cold flash appeared in Wei Yunyan's eyes. "I understand now." Zhuo Rui's immediately gather people and go to all the grain storage points and warehouses outside the city. Strengthen the guards. Anyone who dares to attack, kill without mercy. Then she ordered Chen Feng and the remaining guards, "Chen Feng, go to all the grain shops inside the city.
Tell them not to panic.
Immediately move all the stored grain from the shops onto the streets. Pile it up. The higher, the better. The more, the better. Qin Yu, you're quick. Go, and invite the prince here. Before Wei Yunyan finished speaking, Song Yinyan's cold voice rang out. No need to invite him. Behind him, the breathless Zhou Maokai hurried over. Prince, what should we do? Should we send troops to suppress them? Suppress? Song Yinyan sneered coldly. Wouldn't that play right into the hands of those behind the scenes? Once blood is shed, Ningzhou will truly fall into chaos. He looked at Wei Yunyan. Is there enough grain? Yes, enough. Wei Yunyan replied firmly. Good. Song Yinyan looked at her deeply and ordered, Ganwen, gather all the guards from the royal palace and reliable officials. Follow me. Focus on dispersing, dividing, and capturing the instigators. Do not harm innocent civilians unless absolutely necessary. Song Yinyan strode out quickly, his dark robes fluttering in the wind. Wei Yunyan looked at Zhou Maokai, who was pale with fear and about to follow Song Yinyan, and said, Master Zhou. I am here. Immediately gather all available officials and palace servants. Follow me, Your Majesty. Are you going to personally go? Zhou Maokai asked in surprise. No, am I going to stay here and wait? Wei Yunyan's voice was cold. They said I shouldn't show myself. Well, today I will show them what it really means to show myself. She didn't even take a carriage. Instead, she had someone bring a horse, and she mounted it swiftly. Her movements were clean and confident, making Zhou Maokai and Tai Zhu both stare in surprise. But only Wei Yunyan knew how fast her heart was pounding. She didn't know how to ride a horse. She had overdone it. The restless horse beneath her was very different from a car or airplane. To Wei Yunyan, it was a completely unfamiliar and uncontrollable feeling. The height of the horse made her feel dizzy, and she had to rely on her core strength to stay steady. The reins pressed against her palms, causing pain, and her calves tightly squeezed the horse's belly, muscles stiffening. After speaking, she squeezed her legs around the horse's belly and leaned back suddenly, almost falling off. She quickly bent forward to hold the horse's neck, barely stabilizing herself. Her somewhat clumsy start made Zhou Maokai feel a sudden pang of worry. He didn't have time to think much and hurriedly called the guards and servants to follow. At the northern border, Yanmen Fortress, the wind swept over the weathered city walls, making a mournful whistling sound. The watch flags fluttered loudly in the wind, and the entire fortress was filled with a tense, heavy atmosphere. Inside the command tent, General Chun Hongfang sat upright in the main seat. His heavy old armor couldn't hide his tall, straight back like a pine tree. His face, weathered and scarred by years of hardship, was now filled with deep worry. He held a military document just delivered urgently from the Ministry of War. It wasn't a report on military actions, but a reply demanding supplies and funds, another empty paper. The reply was perfunctory, mentioning only the treasury is empty and wait a little longer, ignoring the fact that border soldiers lacked clothing and food, and their weapons were damaged. Bang! General Chen's thin but strong hand suddenly slammed on the table, making the pen holder jump. Calm down, General. Several deputy generals in front quickly stepped forward, showing concern. Calm down? Cough, cough. How can I calm down? Chen Hongfang finally steadied his breath, his voice hoarse, filled with deep sadness and anger. Is the court trying to push my border troops to death? The military pay has been overdue for more than half a year. Arrows are rusted, blades are dull. Daily rations are being cut again and again. How am I supposed to explain this to the soldiers fighting on the front lines? He pointed toward the outside of the tent, his hand trembling slightly, and look outside the fortress. The northern barbarians, those wolves, are now glaring at us with red eyes. Scout reports say their cavalry harassment is increasing. Before winter, there will surely be another big battle, and yet the court. Chen couldn't continue, his cloudy eyes filled with bloodshot veins, showing the immense pain and exhaustion in his heart. He dedicated his life to defending the country at the border, experienced countless fierce battles, and was covered in scars. He never once showed any sign of retreat. But now, he had to watch helplessly as his soldiers sacrificed themselves because of the emperor's foolishness and delays, with insufficient supplies and equipment. At this moment, a personal guard hurried into the command tent holding another official document, looking strange. "General, there's another order from the capital." Chen Hongfang frowned. What could the capital possibly want at this time? Could it be about military funds? A faint hope flickered in his mind as he quickly took the document and opened it. But after reading only a few lines, Chen Hongfang's face turned pale. His face lost all color, replaced by shock, disbelief, and an uncontrollable rage. The order was simple. He was commanded to immediately send a group of soldiers from the already stretched border army to Yinding City, hundreds of miles away, to relocate refugees. The reason was even more ridiculous. Ningzhou was suffering from a drought, and refugees were gathering, which might cause trouble. Because of the mishandling by King Yu, the border troops were ordered to calm and disperse the refugees. Absurd! Absurd! Chen Hongfang suddenly stood up, trembling with anger. He clenched the imperial decree tightly, almost tearing it apart. Ningzhou is drought-stricken, and refugees are gathering. What does that have to do with us at the border? Instead of sending grain to help, you want me to move troops to chase starving civilians? Is this something a ruler can say? Is this what a minister should do? His voice was like a wounded lion, full of grief and disbelief. And about King Yu, Chen Hongfang's eyes burned with fury. I heard he's been acting recklessly in Ningzhou, arresting people and raiding homes, causing widespread anger. Now, he's obviously causing trouble. He made the mess himself, and now he can't clean it up. So, he wants the border army to cover for him? My soldiers' lives are not meant for this. At that moment, Chen Hongfang's last hope for the court was completely extinguished. Instead, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. Is this the kind of court that treats its people as insignificant and the border as unimportant? Are his soldiers, who fought bravely and shed blood, really protecting such a corrupt, incompetent government? And regarding the unfamiliar King Yu, Song Enian, Chen the old general's impression was extremely negative. In his view, this was a spoiled young noble who relied on his prince status to act recklessly, cause trouble, and drag the border troops into chaos. General, this decree. The deputy generals also saw the content of the order, and each of them looked angry. Chen Hongfang clenched his teeth tightly, his white beard trembling with anger. After a long moment, he suddenly slammed the imperial decree onto the table, letting out a heavy, helpless sigh. His voice was filled with the sadness of a hero facing the end. The border military situation is urgent, resources are tight, and there is no time to deal with other matters, Chen said tiredly and hoarsely, holding on to his last strength. Reply to the Ministry of War that the northern barbarians are stirring and the troops at Yanmen Pass are stretched thin. No soldiers can be moved. As for the refugees in Ningzhou, let the court find someone more capable. Inside Yinding City, some irrational refugees and bandits, taking advantage of the chaos, rushed toward what they believed was a place storing grain. Flames roared, screams filled the air, and order broke down. The townspeople shut their doors tightly, trembling with fear, hiding silently. At a critical moment, a loud, imposing cannon shot echoed through the night sky. At the end of the main street, torches suddenly lit up, like a fiery dragon, neat and uniform. The sound of marching footsteps and clashing armor, thunderous as a storm, approached. Song Enian led the charge, dressed in dark armor, with a cold face like ice. His long sword was drawn, gleaming with cold light. Behind him, the well-organized royal guards and elite officers formed a steel wall, blocking the rioters' path instantly. Prince Yu is here. Everyone stop immediately. Put down your weapons. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Gon's voice boomed like a bell, full of internal strength, shouting over the chaos. The frenzied crowd was stunned by the sudden, fierce aura, and their momentum faltered. Especially when they saw that the leader was Prince Yu himself. His cold gaze and overwhelming presence made many of the agitated refugees suddenly sober. They instinctively stopped, showing fear on their faces. It's the prince. The prince has arrived. Song Yinyan's sharp eyes swept over the chaotic crowd, precisely locking onto the few bandit leaders still shouting and trying to push forward. Without any unnecessary words, he gave the order directly. The already prepared guards rushed into the crowd. The goal was clear: to target the few bandit leaders who incited violence and led the attacks. They moved quickly and smoothly, leaving no chance for the enemies to react. Screams and the sound of bones breaking filled the air. The bandit leaders who tried to resist were instantly disarmed, kicked to the ground, and tightly bound. The others, taking advantage of the chaos, began looting and destroying, but they were soon subdued. Before the common people could fully react, the chaos was quickly brought under control. Song Yinyan rode forward a few steps. His cold and commanding voice rang out. "You have been deceived and misled. The royal granary is full. How could there be a shortage? The princess is sending grain soon. Look behind you." The crowd turned around to see. Suddenly, countless torches lit up from the east street. Servants and guards carried heavy bags of grain out together, openly stacking them in the open space of the street. Bags upon bags, then hundreds more. Soon, tall piles of rice formed at the main crossroads, creating real mountains of rice. Under the torchlight, these piles shone with a dazzling glow. All the refugees were stunned, staring wide-eyed at the seemingly endless supply of grain. Grain? So much grain. The prince didn't lie. There really is grain. Oh my God. So much. All the previous doubts and fears were shattered in that moment. The lies of the agitators were exposed. At the same time, Song Yinyan sternly questioned the captured bandit leader. "Tell me, who ordered you to incite the people and cause chaos?" The bandit leader wanted to deny it, but Ganwen struck him hard with the handle of his sword, causing blood to flow and his teeth to fall out. "Spare me, Your Highness. Spare me."
It was
Zhao Wanshan. "He paid us 500 taels of silver to hide among the refugees and incite everyone to steal grain and cause chaos." The bandit leader was in terrible pain and could no longer hide the truth. Tears and snot streamed down as he confessed everything.
What?
"We were tricked." Everyone present was shocked to hear this. The angry crowd, stirred up earlier, was suddenly silenced like being doused with cold water. Their faces showed a mix of surprise and betrayal, blank with disbelief. Everyone looked uncertainly at Song Yinyan on horseback and suddenly knelt down, pleading, "Please spare us, Your Highness." "We were deceived." Song Yinyan's lips curled into a knowing smile, but he ignored the pleas of the fleeing villagers. The evidence was clear, and the time had come. He sharply turned his horse and pointed his sword toward Zhao's residence. "I'm here. Immediately send people to accompany me to Zhao's house to arrest Zhao Wanshan and his accomplices. Seal all assets of Zhao's residence. Anyone resisting, kill without mercy." "Yes, Your Highness." "Calm the people and count the losses." With the order given, the elite guards of the palace rushed toward Zhao's house, their horses' hooves pounding loudly, shaking the entire city of Anding. Inside the Zhao estate, Zhao Wanshan was still dreaming happily, waiting for news that the villagers had overwhelmed the granary. Suddenly, he heard the thunderous sound of hooves and shouts outside. His face changed instantly. Just as he tried to escape, the main gate was violently broken open. Palace guards stormed into the courtyard, grabbing anyone they saw, killing resistors on the spot. Zhao Wanshan and the wealthy merchants and officials gathered there, plotting in secret. None escaped. They were all trapped in the flower hall, looking pale and kneeling on the ground. "Zhao Wanshan," Song Yinyan entered the flower hall. "You and your family colluded with bandits, incited rebellion, and aimed to overthrow Anding City. The evidence is clear. What do you have to say?" Zhao Wanshan looked at Song Yinyan, then at the half-dead bandits behind him. Realizing the situation was hopeless, he collapsed completely. Outside the city, some villagers who still had some sense remained behind and did not rush to attack the granary. Zhuaruasia held a composite bow and shot down a few leaders with swift, powerful shots, intimidating others. The chaos had not fully settled, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and tense silence. Horses' hooves approached from afar. Wei Yunyan rode her horse up a small hill, pulling on the reins. She dismounted, her steps unsteady. She suppressed the dizziness from the rough ride. Her gaze swept over the crowd. "Everyone, I know you're worried about having no food, no water, and not knowing if you'll survive." The crowd quieted, eyes fixed on her silhouette on the hill. Under the flickering firelight, her clothes fluttered, and her face was determined. Breaking into the government granary is a dead end. Even if you steal some food, how many days will it last? When the Imperial army arrives, you'll only be seen as rebels. Her voice suddenly became stern, then softened again. But what you seek is simply a way to survive. These days, everyone has finished their work and received grain. I have kept my promise, not a single thing short. The grain. Maybe we can hold on a bit longer, but what about water? An old, thin man trembled as he spoke, his voice hoarse. This place, the wells are almost dry and the riverbeds are empty. Without water, even with grain, we can't survive. This comment resonated with everyone. Actually, they were easily stirred because they believed that the prince and princess had angered the heavens, causing the drought in Ningzhou to be worse than usual. Wei Yunyan and others were just waiting for this moment. As long as communication was possible, the situation could be controlled. She raised her hand and pointed to a nearby ditch dug by the refugees, which was only slightly moist. Water? Who says there's no water? She had checked yesterday. Since the soil was wetter the deeper they dug, it meant there was definitely water underneath. It was just that their tools were too simple, which slowed down the digging. Now, with the new deep well drill, they could speed up the process. In the crowd's curious gazes, Wei Yunyan ordered her attendants to uncover the oilcloth on the cart, revealing two strange-looking devices, a hand-operated water pump and a deep well drill. She arranged for someone to move the drill to the wetland area and quickly assemble it. "Now, I want you to see for yourselves whether there really is no water underground." She stepped forward, personally operating the drill. The metal parts rubbed against soil and stones, making a harsh screech. Everyone held their breath, eager to see what this mysterious princess was up to. Time passed slowly, the tense atmosphere almost suffocating. Suddenly, the sound of drilling changed, becoming deeper and more muffled. Wei Yunyan's spirit lifted, and she moved her hands faster. Thanks to the strength-enhancing pill, her stamina was exceptional. Even after such a long operation, she felt no fatigue. Soon, a stream of water burst out. "Have we struck water? Oh my. We are saved. I think the princess didn't anger the heavens. The heavens sent a fairy to save us." Cheers and exclamations rang out one after another. Wei Yunyan finally relaxed. She smiled as she and others moved the drill together, then inserted the water suction pipe of the water pump into the drilled hole. She installed the hand-operated water pump and began to press the lever with effort. 1, 2, 3 times. The pump made creaking sounds. Everyone's eyes focused on Wei Yunyan's hands as she operated the pump.
Splash.
Water flowed steadily into the already dug trench. The flames flickered, casting broken shadows on the murky water surface. The malicious rumors that women showing their faces anger the heavens and the princess's bad luck causes a drought were instantly proven false the moment Wei Yunyan personally drew out the water.
Wow.
So much water. After the shock, the crowd felt overwhelming shame and fear. They knelt down in a rush, knocking their heads and begging for forgiveness. "Your Highness, please forgive us. We were ignorant and believed the slander. We accidentally offended you. Please spare us, Your Highness. We will never dare to do it again. We were blinded by greed and dared to question Your Highness." Wei Yunyan stopped pressing the lever, beads of sweat covering her forehead. She raised her hand slightly. "Get up, everyone." The crowd hesitated, afraid to move. She looked over them and spoke more gently. "You were also deceived and used by villains. The main culprit who incited the rumors and tried to stir chaos by attacking the granary has been caught. Today, the water is here. As long as you behave and wait until this month's work is done, The trench is dug and the fields are irrigated. You will be registered and given household registration in Inding City. From now on, you will be honest citizens of Ningzhou, able to live and work peacefully here. The refugees gratefully knelt and bowed. Thank you, Princess, for your kindness. We will work hard and never cause trouble again. The sky over Inding City seemed to change color overnight, and even the weather felt less hot. The wealthy landowners in Zhao's family and several others who colluded and conspired were completely uprooted. The main culprit, Zhao Wanshan, was imprisoned, and his followers were all caught. The team raiding the houses moved through the major mansions, carrying away chests of gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, paintings, and mountains of grain, which were continuously sent to the treasury. The originally nearly empty government storerooms were now filled to capacity. The accountant worked tirelessly day and night, counting and recording. The sound of the abacus clicking non-stop, and his face was glowing with an unprecedented red hue. The scene outside the city was even more refreshed and new. Under the leadership of Commanders Ruiz and his guards, the refugees were organized into teams with clear tasks. The strong and healthy ones were responsible for strengthening and raising the city walls and digging deeper moats. The slightly weaker ones were assigned to reclaim abandoned farmland outside the city caused by war and drought, clearing stones and weeds, preparing for spring planting next year. The deep well where Wei Yunyan personally drew water became a sacred place, named Sichuan Well. People spontaneously carved a stone stele, inscribed with, Princess Wei Yunyan of the Yu King, compassionate for our thirsty people, personally using special skills to bring underground springs to water the dry land, saving countless lives. Her kindness is like rebirth, blessing all beings. The people are grateful and set up this monument to remember her kindness. In recent days, Song Inian and Wei Yunyan worked almost without sleep. Song Inian stayed at the government office, handling aftermath affairs. He was interrogating Zhao Wanshan and his accomplices, comforting other officials and merchants inside the city who were suspicious and uncertain. He was trying to win over some and warn others. Wei Yunyan, together with Zhou Maokai, was responsible for settling the refugees and organizing labor, even personally supervising the registration and record-keeping of households. Your Majesty, the craftsmen you asked to be organized earlier are still waiting. They asked me to check with you. What work do you want them to do? Wei Yunyan was thinking about how to assign the refugees to different villages when she heard Qinyu speak. She suddenly slapped her forehead. How could I forget such an important matter when I was busy? Recently, she had received detailed instructions on improved loom design, complete spinning machine blueprints, and basic cement production process. To produce these things, they would definitely need specialists. Bring the people to the side hall first. I will go there immediately. She put down her brush, tidied her clothes, and quickly walked to the side hall. Inside, 30 people stood quietly, both men and women, looking a bit nervous. Seeing Wei Yunyan enter, they all bowed and saluted. Greetings, Princess. Among nearly 10,000 people, only a few had technical skills. Talent was still somewhat limited. No need for formalities. You all have special skills, and we will need your help in the future. Sorry for the delay these past few days. Please forgive us. Everyone nodded and said they dared not refuse. Wei Yunyan walked up to them. Qinyu immediately handed her a small booklet with everyone's names and skills listed. She looked through it while occasionally asking questions. Lu Cheng, you're a carpenter, good at fine joints and fittings? A middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty. I have been a carpenter for over 20 years, making tables, chairs, cabinets, and farm tools. I am especially skilled at detailed work. Hearing this, she took out a diagram of the key parts from the complete design drawings of the spinning machine and showed it to Lu Cheng.
Take a look at this.
Can you make it? Lu Cheng saw the paper she held and hurriedly shook his head, feeling ashamed. Your Majesty, I can't read. Wei Yunyan nodded. She wasn't surprised. In this era, most artisans learn their skills from family or word of mouth, and few could read. It's okay, just look at the drawings. She pointed to the gear mechanism on the diagram. Can these parts be made the same? The key points are precise measurements, tight joints, and smooth movement. Lu Qing stepped closer and carefully examined the intricate, unfamiliar parts on the drawing. His rough fingers gently traced over the diagram, measuring the proportions. His eyes gradually lit up with excitement. After a moment, he nodded seriously. "Yes, Your Majesty. This object is delicate. I haven't made one before, but I understand how it works. Give me some time to study, and I will definitely make it for you. The only concern is the measurements. I might not get them exactly right." He looked a bit embarrassed. "Let's try first. If there are problems later, we can figure out solutions together." Wei Yunyan smiled and turned to the next person. "Li Mao, you're a blacksmith?" A burly man responded loudly. "Yes, Your Majesty. I have been forging tools and weapons for over 10 years. Isn't forging weapons regulated by the government?" Li Mao seemed to understand Wei Yunyan's doubt and explained, "To be honest, I used to work in a government-run workshop, making weapons specifically for the border troops." His voice lowered, and his dark face showed anger. But the overseer there only cared about quantity, not quality. The iron they sent was often substandard, and they shortened the quenching process. The swords and knives made looked intimidating, but in real battles, they easily broke or lost their edges. The young man couldn't stand it anymore. He repeatedly argued, but was accused of being meddlesome and causing delays. In the end, he was given a reason and driven out. Li Mao clenched his rough, scarred hands, showing his stubbornness and frustration as a craftsman. "The official workshops have warned us, and no private shop dares to take me in. If I don't work, I won't eat." I had no choice but to run with the refugees to Ningzhou City, just looking for a way to survive. After speaking, he lowered his head, afraid that his restless past might make the princess suspicious. Wei Yunyan didn't blame him but instead showed admiration. "You did the right thing. Weapons are the soldiers' reliance to protect the country. They can't be made poorly or with shortcuts, risking lives. Those who flatter the powerful and cheat others, putting profits over safety, are the real culprits who should be punished." Such heartless people. An old craftsman, who had been quiet in the back, looked furious.
No wonder.
"No wonder my nephew was conscripted into the border army 2 years ago. On his first battle, his sword broke. And he never came back." His voice choked with emotion, and he wiped his eyes roughly. Next to him, a middle-aged woman also had tears in her eyes.
She spat out, "Bah.
Those corrupt officials. They withhold military supplies, drink soldiers' blood, and even dare to cheat those risking their lives. They treat our soldiers' lives like dirt, not just swords and knives." A seasoned craftsman, who looked like he had traveled far and wide, added heavily. "Even the armor looks thick, but the iron plates are as thin as paper. Arrows can pierce right through. I heard soldiers complain about this years ago, but who could do anything? Officials protect each other. No wonder the barbarians attack the border every year. We win less and lose more. It's not that our soldiers don't fight hard, but this is just too much." Last winter, the barbarians almost broke through the defenses. If not for a heavy snow. It's too terrible to imagine. People say the military was slack, the border was unstable, and it might not hold much longer. Everyone spoke one after another. At first, they thought it was just the soldiers' incompetence or the barbarian strength. Now they realized it was internal corruption that destroyed the weapons meant to defend the country. Wei Yunyan listened to these talks and automatically imagined a tragic scene. Soldiers at the border holding poor-quality weapons, wearing tattered armor, fighting fiercely against fierce enemies, but dying in vain. Her face was calm, but her hand inside her sleeve clenched unconsciously. She knew the border was tense, but she didn't expect corruption to be so deep that even the basic quality of weapons couldn't be guaranteed. This was no longer just about greed. It was shaking the foundation of the country. From what they said, the border troops almost couldn't hold last year. What about this year? If the border falls, the first to suffer will be Ningzhou. A nest of broken eggs cannot have intact ones. She took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. Her gaze swept over the angry crowd, and she said firmly, "I have decided that starting now, we will establish the Ningzhou military workshop in Ningzhou City." Everyone fell silent. looking at her in surprise. This was a field usually only the government or the court could get involved in. Did the princess have this authority? Just then, a guard outside the door reported, "Your Highness, Zhang Taitu requests to see you. He says the items you ordered are ready." Wei Yunyun's eyes flashed. Perfect timing. Let him in. Zhang Taitu carried a long wooden box, walking in carefully but with a proud smile. Seeing so many people in the hall, he paused briefly, then quickly stepped forward to bow to Wei Yunyun. "Your Highness, the swords and knives you asked us to make are finished. Please have a look." He opened the wooden box. Inside, lined with dark velvet, lay 3 weapons. A narrow, slightly curved waist sword, a thick-backed cleaver, and a short dagger. Though different in shape, all the blades shimmered with cold light, clearly not ordinary. Wei Yunyun signaled him to place the box on a nearby table and said to Li Mao, "Master Li, you're an expert. Come take a look." Li Mao had already been attracted by the weapons. Hearing this, he stepped forward immediately, carefully examining the blade patterns and the cloud-like markings left by the forging process. He gently tapped the blade with his knuckles, listening to the long humming sound. Finally, he even wanted to test the sharpness with his finger, but was stopped nervously by Zhang Taitu. "Hey, be careful. It's very sharp." Li Mao didn't mind. Instead, his eyes shone brightly as he praised, "Good iron. Excellent craftsmanship. The pattern on this refined steel, the perfect toughness. Your Highness, only a master craftsman could make these weapons." He was speaking when he suddenly realized they were from Zhang Taitu, and he looked at the honest-looking man with surprise. "Master Zhang, did you make this?" Zhang Taitu felt a bit shy and rubbed his hands together. "I led a few apprentices to forge it. The iron material was specially chosen by the lady, high-quality, refined iron. We thought we shouldn't waste such good materials, so we worked very hard, repeatedly forging and quenching, to honor the lady's trust." Li Mao picked up the waist knife, loving it very much. After examining it carefully for a moment, he frowned slightly. "Master Zhang, your forging and quenching skills are excellent, truly top-notch. But the shape of this weapon is more focused on strength and durability, with powerful chopping ability. In some details, like the blood groove and slight balance adjustments, it seems more like a style used by common guards or courier guards, rather than the military-style combat knives designed for maximum damage and armor breaking, which are a bit different." Hearing this, Zhang Taitu was not annoyed. Instead, his eyes lit up with admiration. "Master Li, you have a keen eye. I mostly make weapons for friends in the martial world and courier guards. I haven't had much contact with military-standard weapons." Li Mao nodded and pointed to several parts of the blade. "If it were for the military, we could add a shallow blood groove here to help bleed faster and prevent muscles from gripping the blade. If the center of gravity could be moved forward by half a point, the chopping power would be even greater, especially against bandits wearing leather armor." The two discussed the forging techniques of the weapons, their strengths and weaknesses, becoming more and more engaged. Li Mao was amazed by Zhang Taitu's understanding of materials and his deep forging skills. Zhang Taitu admired Li Mao's familiarity with military weapons and his precise insights. Both felt enlightened and learned many new things. Wei Yunyun listened quietly nearby, pleased to see both masters so passionate about their craft. When they finally paused, she spoke slowly. "Both of you are rare talents in Ningzhou. The plan I mentioned earlier to build the Ning'an military workshop requires your full cooperation." She took out a badge and, facing everyone's gaze, spoke with certainty. "This workshop will not be under the jurisdiction of the prefecture. All expenses will be paid from my private treasury. Li Mao, here I am." Li Mao stepped forward immediately, chest puffed out. "I appoint you as the chief weapons designer for the military workshop, responsible for all iron and armor forging. You need to quickly select capable staff and form a team." Li Mao's face turned red with excitement. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my best. Master Zhang Taitu, here I am. I hereby appoint you as Master Forging Craftsman at the military workshop, mainly responsible for refining pure iron and the initial shaping of all weapon prototypes." Ensure that all forged items supplied to Director Li are of the highest quality. Wei Yunyun glanced at the two men, her tone serious. The weapons made in the workshop will be supplied to the Border Defense Army. I want weapons that can break enemy lines and are tough enough to last. Can you do that? Li Mao and Zhang Taitu exchanged a look, both seeing excitement and seriousness in each other's eyes. They clasped their fists and spoke loudly. We will not let your ladyship down. Wei Yunyun then looked at the others. Since the military workshop is just starting, many things are needed. Not only blacksmiths, but also carpenters to make gun stocks and bows, tanners to handle leather for armor lining, and even literate people to manage materials and record processes. If you have a skill, you can sign up to join. Good pay, and those who make contributions will be rewarded. She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping across everyone. But one thing, all matters in the workshop are top secret. No one is allowed to leak information outside. Anyone caught will be treated as a traitor. Everyone was intimidated by her commanding tone but also felt a new sense of responsibility. The princess is personally funding the construction of the military workshop? What boldness and vision! Your Majesty is wise. Someone was the first to shout, and soon everyone echoed excitedly. Is the princess planning to rebel? A deep voice came from outside the door, making the excited crowd suddenly feel uneasy. Before the words finished, Song Enian, dressed in dark traditional clothes, stepped inside. He had a faint smile on his face, and his sharp eyes slowly scanned the room. Seeing the prince arrive, especially after hearing his words, everyone was terrified and immediately knelt down, not daring to lift their heads. Greetings, Prince. The room fell silent, only the sound of heavy breathing and pounding hearts. Wei Yunyun was also slightly startled, but quickly stepped forward. Why is the prince here? Her heart was a bit nervous. In this strict, hierarchical feudal dynasty, a woman secretly building a military workshop and interfering in weapons matters, regardless of her purpose, could easily be accused of meddling in affairs beyond her station, having ill intentions, or plotting something bad. Although Song Enian is not a dull person, his actions are still quite bold. He might feel offended. He might also avoid suspicion and stop himself. She remained calm on her face, stepped forward, and showed a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. If he disagrees, she clenched her fist, planning to find a way to act secretly. Song Enian is very sharp and naturally noticed her fleeting, complicated emotions. A deeper smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If I don't come, wouldn't I miss such a lively event? Such a good thing for the country and the people, and helpful for border defense. Of course, I can't let the beloved consort bear all the responsibility. The Yu Wangfu treasury should also contribute. For the first time, Wei Yunyun heard the words, beloved consort, from Song Enian, and her eyelids twitched sharply. How does he say it so naturally? No matter what, her worries quickly faded with his attitude. Song Enian is indeed a good partner. She smiled sweetly and said, in that case, it's perfect to ask the prince to be the main decision-maker. The rules, location, and all necessary matters of the military workshop should be decided by the prince. Oh, Song Enian looked at her with a teasing smile. Isn't the princess already making all the arrangements? Wei Yunyun felt her ears heat up under his gaze. This person really takes advantage, and then acts innocent. She maintained a proper smile and softly said with a hint of regret, Prince, you're joking. I just hurried to make some initial arrangements to avoid delaying the timing. As for the final rules, resource allocation, and location decisions, naturally, the prince should take the lead to show seriousness and prevent gossip. Seeing her awkward yet composed expression, Song Enian's smile deepened. Since that's the case, he said, calming his expression, the rules will follow your proposed framework. Later, the Secretariat will formalize it, and I will approve it with my seal. As for the location, I think the old schoolyard in the west of the city is spacious. Tomorrow, I will send people to clear it. All necessary materials like iron, coal, and craftsmen's supplies will come from my private treasury, with separate accounts. You will oversee this and report to me regularly. Your Highness is wise. This arrangement is very appropriate. Zhang Taitu was the first to shout, finally feeling relieved. With the approval of Prince Yu and the support of Ningzhou Prefecture, the military workshop was now officially established. Since there are no objections, we will proceed with this plan, Song Yinian declared firmly. He looked around at everyone and asked, "Is everyone clear? In the future, all matters related to the military workshop should be directly reported to the princess consort for decision. If there is an urgent issue, you may also report directly to me." "Yes, Prince. Princess consort. We understand." Everyone responded in unison. "Go now." Song Yinian waved his hand. Everyone respectfully bowed and left quickly, eager to get started on their work. Only the two of them remained in the side hall. Song Yinian looked at Wei Yunian again, a slight smile on his lips. The princess consort is becoming bolder. Even after getting my official seal, she secretly built the military workshop. If someone uses this... He didn't finish his sentence. Wei Yunian bowed politely and sincerely said, "Thank you." He changed the subject and casually asked, "How are the new crops growing?" Wei Yunian looked up at him. "You should know best about the crops, Prince. Dongqing records the test field's progress every day and reports the details to you immediately." She paused, a faint smile appearing on her lips with a teasing tone. "Are you asking because you think her reports aren't detailed enough? Or are you actually asking about something else?" Song Yinian chuckled softly, stepped closer and looked into her eyes. His voice lowered slightly, with a hint of curiosity. "I am indeed asking about something else. You sent Dongqing to focus on the crops, making her busy with that. But do you dislike her reporting all your affairs to me? Does her being by your side bother you?" His breath was close, carrying a subtle pressure. Wei Yunian's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her expression calm and innocent. "Prince, why do you say that? Dongqing is careful and meticulous. It's best to have her watch over the crops. She's just a maid by my side, but she's quite capable. Using people to their strengths is only right." Song Yinian stared at her for a moment, then suddenly smiled again. The pressure around him disappeared instantly. He took a step back, returning to his relaxed attitude. "I was just asking casually. Why are you so quick to argue back? It seems you're quite comfortable with Dongqing." "I was overthinking." He finished speaking and looked at the box sent over by Zhang Taitu. "I wonder where the princess got this fine iron from." He picked up a curved dagger and examined it for a moment. The bow given to the guard earlier was an unexpected find. "Is this fine iron also a surprise?" Wei Yunian smiled slightly, a bit annoyed, and changed the subject. "Today, you seem more like a money inspector, asking about all these small details." Song Yinian gently tapped the blade with his finger, listening to the clear hum. He smiled faintly. "Just curious. I always feel like the princess is a treasure chest, always producing wonderful surprises. First a remarkable bow, now this fine iron. What'll be next?" Song Yunian sighed softly, half joking. "There's no treasure chest. It's just a bit of luck on her side, or maybe." She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice with a mischievous smile. "Or perhaps she's blessed by the prince. Since marrying into the palace, her luck seems to have improved a lot." Hearing this, Song Yinian's eyes showed surprise, then turned into a deeper smile, as if he had discovered something interesting. He chuckled softly and put the sword back into the box. "Oh? So it's my fault then. I didn't realize I had such a lucky wife with good fortune. Of course, if the original owner hadn't committed suicide, she wouldn't have traveled here and bonded with the system. So I look forward to," he said slowly, "what surprises the princess will bring out next. Borrowing my good fortune, I saw that the duck flock is almost bigger than the children in our village." The group of people was walking towards the dining hall while talking. Dia looked up with a small face, listening to the adults' discussion, and whispered, "But ducklings are very cute." Dia's mother patted her daughter's head and sighed. "Silly girl, being cute doesn't mean much." Just then, Auntly looked up at the sky and suddenly looked surprised and suspicious, saying, "Huh? What's that? Why is the sky all yellow and cloudy?" Everyone who was getting food looked up instinctively. In the western sky, a large moving, yellow cloud appeared unexpectedly, spreading quickly toward Yufeng village, accompanied by a buzzing sound that made people feel uneasy. The yellow cloud got closer and the buzzing grew louder, like thunder rolling across the land.
That's
not clouds. Old Zhao, who had the best eyesight, turned pale suddenly.
It's
Locusts. The locusts are coming. What? Locusts? Oh my. It really is locusts. Quick. Go home and get things. Beat drums. Drive the locusts away. While everyone was panicking and confused, a calm voice sounded clearly. Everyone stay calm. Women, children, and the elderly go inside to hide. Strong men immediately go to the storeroom to get tools. Duan Qing held a thin booklet, her face calm and her eyes sharp. She quickly flipped through the booklet, which was the emergency guide for locust disasters given to her by the princess. Immediately go to the storeroom and bring out cloth and straw mats. 2 people form a team, stretch a net across the field ridges, and follow my commands to sweep. Collect the fallen locusts, then go to the tool room and get long bamboo poles and sticks wrapped with torn cloth. Keep waving and hitting around the field edges to make noise, scare the locusts, and stop them from falling. Everyone quickly herd all the ducks from each household into the fields. Hurry! Let them eat. Duan Qing's palms were sweating. At this moment, she greatly admired the princess's foresight. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Otherwise, once the locusts passed, the crops would be ruined. Some people who were calmer immediately responded, shouting orders. Hurry! Men, follow me to bring out the cloth. The bamboo poles are in that shed over there. Hurry, open the duck pens.
drive the ducks out.
Although everyone still felt scared inside, with clear instructions, they quickly found their confidence and started working in order. Large pieces of rough cloth and straw mats were quickly spread out, like brooms sweeping through the fields. The sound of bamboo poles breaking the air and people's shouts blended together. The ducks, usually disliked for eating too much grain, now acted like soldiers obeying orders. They quacked loudly and rushed into the rice fields, frantically pecking at the falling locusts, showing impressive speed. Deng Qing stood on a high spot, adjusting the plan based on the key points in the manual and the situation on the ground. The east field has many locusts. Send another team to pull the nets. The ducks should be driven that way. Old Zhao San, take your people and quickly put the fallen locusts into baskets, carry them to the designated spot, dig a hole, and bury them with quicklime. Madame Wang helped chase the ducks while watching Deng Qing from above. Looking at the locusts that kept decreasing under the ducks' beaks and the large swarms swept away by the nets, her eyes showed shock and fear. She muttered, It turns out the princess already predicted this. Raising ducks was to deal with the possible locust disaster. However, outside in Ding City, the situation at Hufengzhuang was very different from the prepared plans. Locusts. The locusts are here. A sharp cry broke the peaceful fields. The dense swarm of locusts rolled like a muddy wave, covering the sky and blocking the sun. As they passed, they made a loud rustling sound. The crops disappeared at a visible speed, leaving only bare stalks. Farmers cried out and rushed into the fields, trying to beat the locusts with sticks or scare them with drums. But facing the vast sea of locusts, all these efforts seemed useless. It's over. It's all over. An old man sat on the ground looking pale. We were about to harvest and store the grain, and now this natural disaster has come. How can we get through the winter? Song Yinian stood seriously on the city wall, looking at the darkening sky in the distance, his fists clenched tightly. The locust disaster was a more helpless catastrophe than war. Human efforts could hardly fight it. If the crops fail completely, Ningzhou, which had just stabilized, would fall into famine immediately. All their hard work might be lost. Zhou Maokai was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth beside Song Yinian, trembling as he spoke. Your Highness, what should we do? This is a disaster that could destroy us. Song Yinian's face turned pale. He looked at the terrifying cloud of insects swallowing everything, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Suddenly, he punched the city wall and said in a deep voice, We cannot just wait and see. Zhou Maokai immediately issued orders. Send out all troops, officers, and anyone available from the government. Organize the villagers to gather materials locally, whatever they have. Fight the locusts. Every inch of crop saved is an inch gained. Hurry. Yes. I will go right now. Zhou Maokai scrambled down the city wall to deliver the orders. The orders quickly spread. Soldiers and officers began organizing frightened farmers to resist. But Song Inian knew deep down that such a large locust plague could only be fought with limited success. A feeling of helplessness overwhelmed him. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Wei Yunyun. Her new crop varieties were about to be harvested soon. She always managed to come up with surprising ideas. Strong bows, fine iron, managing refugees, and the bold methods to build military workshops. Maybe. A guard hurriedly ran up the city wall, reporting anxiously. Prince, the princess has arrived. Song Inian turned sharply. Wei Yunyun was quickly climbing the stairs to the wall. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. She seemed to have come in a rush. Song Inian stepped forward and said, "You're just in time. About this locust disaster. Prince, I see the situation." Wei Yunyun interrupted him. "Standard methods are barely effective. We must take immediate, multiple actions." Without waiting for Song Inian to respond, she clearly explained. First, organize women, children, and the elderly to make simple insect-catching nets from cloth and straw mats. Form large nets, 2 people per team, and surround the fields along the ridges to trap and kill the locusts. This is much more efficient than scattered efforts. The caught locusts should be buried in deep pits or burned to prevent reproduction. Second, use poultry and livestock to control the locusts. Immediately order all domesticated birds, especially ducks, in the city and nearby areas. Ducks are excellent at eating locusts. Drive the flocks into the infested areas. They will be the best locust-killing army. This must be done without delay. Third, Wei Yunyun's gaze swept over the devastated fields outside the city. Locusts are also a resource. The government can set up collection points to gather locusts from the people. After boiling them in salt water and drying, grind them into locust powder. This powder can be mixed into animal feed or, in desperate times, used to fill stomachs. Not only does this help eliminate the locusts, but it also provides some food reserves for winter. Artificial pest control, prevention of poultry and livestock damage, turning harm into benefit. This set of combined methods not only provides specific ways to resist disasters, but also considers how to utilize the land after the disaster. Especially the ideas of using ducks to control locusts and locust powder are new to many, but upon reflection, they make a lot of sense.
Good.
I agree with the princess's suggestion, Song Inian said without hesitation and immediately ordered. Governor Zhou, implement the 3 strategies as the princess advised. Send orders to all prefectures and counties to follow the plan. Anyone who delays or neglects will be punished severely. Yes, Your Highness. Zhou Maokai responded excitedly and rushed down the city wall. Song Inian turned to look at Wei Yunyun with a complex expression. Wei Yunyun said to him, "You shouldn't be idle either. Come and help deal with the locusts." After speaking, she put on a hood to cover her face, jumped down from the city wall, and, along with Chuanxua, Qinghe, and Zuorui's and a few guards, joined the effort to eliminate the locusts. This woman really doesn't seem like a noble lady at all. Song Inian also tore off his outer robe and casually threw it to Qingyu. "Everyone listen. Follow me to fight the locusts." The prince personally joined the fight, and the soldiers quickly followed. Outside the city, it had become a battlefield between people and locusts. Wei Yunyun tightly wrapped her sleeves with cloth strips, put on gloves, and took a new broom from an old farmer. She said to Chuanxua, Qinghe, and Zuorui's, "Don't just stand there. Like this, aim at the dense locusts and sweep hard. The ones you sweep down, the people behind will collect in baskets immediately." She demonstrated herself, swinging the broom fiercely at a swarm of falling locusts. With great force and quick, decisive movements, she swept the locusts into pieces. "Be careful, Your Highness," Chuanxua and Qinghe exclaimed and quickly imitated her, grabbing nearby tools. Though afraid, They also swung with effort. Zhurui's eyes sharpened, and he dared not slack off. He led the guards to form a human wall. On one side, they protected Wei Yunyan. On the other, they used sword scabbards as sticks to hit and sweep the approaching locusts quickly and efficiently. Princess. The princess is here. The prince has also come down. Seeing Song Yinian and Wei Yunyan personally join the fight, the crowd was shocked but also felt an unprecedented surge of strength and confidence. Wei Yunyan fought hard, shouting commands at the same time. Over there. The locusts are still flying inside. Quickly send people to block them. Old sir, don't use your hands. Use a cloth bag. Be careful not to cut yourself. Child, stay back. Move to a safe place. Song Yinyan's inner strength was deep. Holding a long sword, he swept through the swarm, creating a gust of wind that caused the locusts to fall all around. Between swings of his sword, his eyes would instinctively search for that small figure. Watching her wildly waving a broom and hearing her clear commands, Song Yinian felt a complex mix of emotions, shock, admiration, and an indescribable feeling of being moved. The prince and the princess are fighting with us. What are we afraid of? Let's fight these locusts. Song Yinian and Wei Yunyan led the charge, clearly giving the frightened crowd a boost of courage. Just then, Zhou Maokai had just issued the latest orders. When he looked up, he saw Song Yinian dressed in dark robes, swords swinging through the locusts, looking brave and heroic. The princess was even rolling up her sleeves, holding a long broom, and bravely leading the front to fight. He felt a sudden dizziness, almost losing his breath. Prince. Princess. Such a noble body. What kind of scene is this? If the officials in the court knew, even a report blaming him for not protecting his lord would seem mild. More importantly, if the prince or princess were even slightly hurt. But right now, both the prince and princess had personally joined the fight. Could he just stand by and watch, giving orders from the side? Zhou Maotsai's scalp went numb, and cold sweat ran down his back.
Ah,
my princess. He grimaced, biting his lip. He finally gritted his teeth and, ignoring his official dignity, shouted to the nearby guard, "What are you standing there for? Find me someone to help." A guard quickly handed him a lightweight bamboo broom. Zhou Maokai took it, feeling awkward and unfamiliar. As a civil official, he had never done this before. He could only force himself to imitate others, clumsily swinging the broom. Instead of sweeping many locusts, dust and bug fragments flew up and hit his face, making him cough violently and causing his hat to tilt. "Sir, be careful." The nearby guard wanted to laugh but dare not, quickly reminding him. Zhou Maokai hurriedly adjusted his hat, his face covered in dust and sweat. Looking at the distant Yu Wang's sword energy like a rainbow, the princess commands confidently. Comparing herself to her disheveled appearance, her face flushes with embarrassment and then turns pale. But he dares not stop. He can only continue clumsily and inefficiently sweeping with a broom, muttering, "This is unfair. Truly unfair." However, his seemingly funny actions unexpectedly inspire others. Even Lord Zhou personally came down to fight the locusts. Though his movements are a bit awkward, his determination is clear. Lord Zhou has arrived too. Brothers, keep going. We can't let Lord Zhou look down on us. Song Yinian notices Lord Zhou's stubborn and determined look, and a faint smile appears on his face. Wei Yunyan also notices and loudly says, "Lord Zhou, stay safe. It's more important to organize people to clear the locusts quickly." Lord Zhou feels greatly relieved and quickly responds, "Yes. Yes, I understand." He immediately puts down the broom, which made him look foolish, and switches to his better skills, commanding, to regain some dignity as a magistrate. A few days later, a vast swarm of locusts passes through, leaving behind a devastated land and exhausted people. Although the losses are heavy, thanks to Wei Yunyan and Song Yinian working together, some of the ripening grain was saved, avoiding a terrible famine. Zhou Maokai, along with officials, tirelessly counts the damages across various counties and calculates the remaining supplies. The government opens the granaries, distributing food to disaster victims based on the severity of the damage and population, along with some prepared locust powder as temporary rations to prevent starvation. At the same time, strict orders are issued to grain merchants everywhere. No hoarding or price gouging during the disaster. Violators will face severe punishment. After this event, Song Inian and Wei Union's reputation in Inding City reaches an all-time high. However, this was truly the busiest period since they arrived here. Not only did they help farmers affected by the locusts, but they also advanced refugee resettlement and the construction of military workshops. Soon it was late autumn. On this day, sunlight bathes the land of Yufeng village. Chun and Wang Yilyang arrive early with the tenants at the largest field. A simple shelter is set up on the ridge. Song Inian and Wei Union sit together inside, while Zhou Maokai and other officials from Ningzhou stand on either side, their faces showing curiosity and interest. They received an invitation from the princess to come and observe the ceremony, but they didn't know what the ceremony actually was. Wang Yilyang loudly shouted, "Rise, potato!" A few strong farmers took a deep breath, swung their hoes carefully, and dug into the soil at the base of a sweet potato plant. As the soil was turned over, a bunch of large, plump red-skinned fruits was carefully pulled out, all intact, hanging heavily from the roots. Is this one plant producing so many? Old Zhang almost popped his eyes out. He had farmed all his life, but had never seen such a high-yield crop. Hurry, weigh it. Wang Yilyang also got excited and urged. Immediately, two people brought over a large scale, placed a bunch of sweet potatoes into a basket, and the scale's pointer rose high. The person calling out the weight changed his tone. One plant weighs 12 jin and 3 liang. Zhou Maokai suddenly stood up from his chair, nearly knocking over his teacup. Other officials also stood up, stretching their necks to look. Although Song Inian had prepared himself mentally, seeing such a yield still made him slightly surprised. One by one, the sweet potatoes were dug out. The yields varied, but on average, the harvest per acre reached over 4,000 jin. When this number was announced, cheers erupted in the fields. Who would believe that after droughts and locust plagues, such high yields could still be achieved? And in a year of good weather, wouldn't the harvest be even greater? Before everyone could digest this astonishing news, Wei Union smiled and gestured. "Prince, esteemed officials, please look over there." Everyone's gaze shifted to the nearby potato field. The same scene repeated. With a swing of the soil was turned over, and instead of a few scattered potatoes, a large cluster of big, full potatoes, each about the size of a fist, rolled out. Per acre, 3,800 jin, the weight was announced again, sparking another wave of amazement. The officials were speechless, just staring at the piles of sweet potatoes and potatoes, as if they saw countless grains of life-saving food. Remember, in previous good years, a rice yield of 300 jin per acre was considered a bumper harvest. The yields of these two crops were simply unheard of. Good omen. This is a divine sign from heaven. Old Zhang was so excited he shed tears, kneeling toward the fields. Princess is truly a divine person. Such divine seeds have saved countless lives. Zhou Maokai was so excited that his face glowed with happiness, and he bowed deeply to Wei Union. The tenants of Yufeng village cheered loudly. These crops were cared for by them day and night. They understood better than officials what this meant. In the future, they wouldn't just have enough to eat but also surplus food, meaning they wouldn't have to fear starving during bad years. The princess truly didn't deceive them. This was indeed a divine seed. "Prince, if I promote these crops throughout Ningzhou, how can we worry about food shortages? How can we fear years of famine?" Zhou Maokai eagerly suggested to Song Inian. Song Inian slowly stood up, walked to the pile of sweet potatoes and potatoes like a small hill, picked up a heavy sweet potato, and was overwhelmed by the shock in his heart. He looked at Wei Union, who was smiling silently beside him, with a complex and indescribable feeling of happiness. With this solid foundation of food storage, his ambitious plans could truly become possible. He took a deep breath and ordered, "What we see today is a blessing for Ningzhou and its people. All credit goes to the princess. Issue orders immediately. Select land across Ningzhou to fully promote sweet potato and potato planting. Also, improve wheat seed cultivation without delay. This is the highest government matter in Ningzhou. Anyone who dares to slack off or obstruct will be severely punished. Your Highness is wise. Long live the princess. The cheers instantly filled the air over Yufeng village. But Wang Difu, the magistrate, hesitated and spoke. Prince, although sweet potatoes and potatoes have astonishing yields, they are still new to us. The common people will surely have doubts. And now that winter is near, planting at this time might be too risky. Wei Yunyan had anticipated this question and responded calmly, Magistrate Wang. Precisely because the people have doubts, the government must guide them. Planting at the end of autumn is not meant to produce a harvest like spring planting. Instead, it uses the remaining warmth of autumn to let the roots take hold and sprout, overwintering safely. When spring arrives, they can grow again early, at least a month before spring planting, and harvest sooner. This is called autumn planting for winter survival, making full use of the land's strength and avoiding spring drought risks. She paused, then took out several prepared documents and charts. These are the key points for autumn planting and overwintering of sweet potatoes and potatoes, including seed selection, cutting, sprouting, deep planting, and covering with straw for insulation. We must immediately assign capable officials and experienced farmers from Yufeng village to form supervision teams who will go to various counties to guide the farmers in person. Song Inian took the album and looked through it. The pictures and text were clear and detailed, even showing how to dig storage cellars for the next spring's planting expansion, step by step. He looked up and saw Wei Yunyan's eyes shining with a bright light he hadn't noticed before. He immediately made a decision. Just follow the princess's advice. Governor Zhou, send people immediately to form a supervision team. Distribute this method and the seeds to all counties and districts, making sure every household gets it. Tell them this is an order from above and their hope for survival next year. Anyone who shirks responsibility or disobeys will lose their position. Those who study carefully and plant properly will be rewarded with tax reductions after the harvest, and there will be additional rewards. Current location: Ningzhou Military Workshop. Check-in? Congratulations, host. Obtained a mineral exploration compass. A simple yet shiny electronic compass appeared in the system space. A mineral exploration compass. Wei Yunyan squinted her eyes. Ningzhou's location is similar to Shaanxi in her previous life, known as the home of coal and iron. It has the largest coal reserves in the country and abundant iron ore, once powering half the nation. Her mind focused on the compass. Her breathing became a little faster, without realizing it. In ancient times, most mineral discoveries were made by hunters who found strange rocks while tracking prey, or during floods when mineral deposits washed out, or through strange local legends. Some explorers also observed soil features, like soil near copper deposits turning green or certain plants thriving. Smarter ones looked at mountain shapes, the direction of mountain ranges, and rocks to judge if minerals were underground, similar to feng shui masters. But these methods were mostly based on chance, with low success rates. This compass she received from the system can directly sense the magnetic field of underground minerals. Just hold the compass, and it guides you like a transparent eye, pointing straight to the core of the mineral deposit. If she could control all the minerals in Ningzhou. She took a deep breath, suppressing her unrealistic thoughts. She sank into her small, 10-square-meter personal space, looking at the growing pile of supplies inside, and couldn't help feeling a bit overwhelmed. Since she arrived in Inding City, she hadn't been able to upgrade her space even once. Now she has 300 gene of refined iron, 500 gene of quick-setting ash, a bag of purple-flowered alfalfa, 31 doses of healing powder, 20 doses of sulfur powder, detailed guide to improved loom, complete design blueprints for spinning machines, basic cement firing process, 1,300 taels of gold, 1 health tonic pill, a set of composite bow blueprints, 120 gene of compressed biscuits, 200 gene of high-purity salt blocks, barefoot doctor manual, 10 doses of insect repellent powder, 5 liters of concentrated alcohol, 50 steel ingots and a compass. She just checked in all her original 1,000 gene of refined iron was given to Zhang Taitu to make weapons. The 300 gene she has now are from what she checked in over the past 2 days. Now Zuorui's and Qinfeng's weapons have all been replaced with refined iron. With the support of Song Yinian, the military workshop has been completed. Today, Wei Yinyan came to take out the blueprints she checked in. She had previously given Lu Qing a blueprint for one part of the spinning machine, but she didn't know if he had finished it. A huge blast furnace stood tall, black smoke billowing from its chimney, and the bellows, driven by manual effort, emitted a dull roar. She went straight to the woodworking area. Lu Qing was holding a wooden piece, explaining something to a few people. "Master Lu," Wei Yinyan called out. Lu Qing looked up at the sound, saw it was the princess herself, quickly put down what he was holding, and bowed respectfully with everyone else. "Your Highness, I humbly greet you. No need for formalities." Wei Yinyan gently supported herself, her gaze falling on the wooden piece he held, an intricately crafted gear component, with several small protruding tenons and grooves along the edges, made very smoothly and precisely. "Is this made according to the design I gave you?" Lu Qing, hearing her question, immediately showed an excited and respectful expression. "Yes, Your Highness. It is. The structure is extremely clever. I studied and tested it repeatedly, failing several times, but I finally managed to produce it based on Your Highness's design. Look at this mortise and tenon joint and the way the teeth fit together." He carefully demonstrated. "It's just. I am too simple-minded to understand what this item is used for. It looks very delicate, so it probably isn't a weapon part." Wei Yinyan took the gear, noting that it was smooth and the teeth fit tightly, meeting her expectations. "It's definitely not for a weapon," she said, handing the gear back to Lu Qing and giving him a stack of drawings. "This shows how the parts are assembled into the final object. Take a look." Lu Qing and a few people behind him gathered around. One of them looked at the drawings, pointing at the large wheel driven by water flow, and his voice trembled. "Your Majesty, this is a spinning wheel. How can it turn dozens of spindles at once? How is that possible? And it uses water power." Traditional spinning wheels are operated by one person with hands and feet moving constantly, and they can only produce a small amount of yarn in a day. But this machine on the drawing uses water power? Yes, this is also called a water-powered spinning machine. With the help of water flow, it drives the gears and connecting rods, allowing many spindles to spin yarn at the same time. If a workshop is built near a fast-flowing river, several of these machines working day and night could produce. She paused, leaving room for imagination. Lu Qing and the craftsmen behind him imagined the huge water wheel slowly turning, with intricate gears and rods driving dozens of spindles to spin yarn rapidly. It would no longer be manual work, but as if some divine force was spinning the yarn for them. "Truly amazing! Truly amazing!" a young carpenter muttered excitedly, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Lu Qing came back to himself, a flush of excitement on his dark face. "Your Majesty, if this machine works, I believe our city will no longer lack clothing or fabric, and we might even produce more than we need." But he hesitated, looking troubled. "Your Majesty, this machine is too complex. Many parts, especially the finely made iron rods and bearings, are beyond what ordinary people can make. There's no need to worry about that," Wei Yinyan interrupted. "The iron parts will be made by Li Mao's blacksmiths. Your task is to lead your workers to precisely craft all the wooden parts and assemble and test the machine. Do you think you can do that? But, Your Majesty, even if we make it, the water power," one of the craftsmen interrupted. Upon hearing this, Wei Yinyan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. She had forgotten that Ningzhou was a border town, with some rivers, but the water flow and height difference were not enough to meet the needs of large water-powered machinery. During dry seasons, resources were even more limited. She paused for a moment, then pointed to the power input part of the blueprint and said, "This master is very thoughtful, but I didn't consider this carefully. However, the power source is not irreplaceable." Her finger moved across the blueprint, pointing to several key parts. Look here, the main drive shaft doesn't necessarily have to connect to a water wheel. We can modify it to connect to a large manual pedal wheel. Even better, if we find a place with steady, strong wind, we could try making windmill blades to use wind power. The core remains the same, only the source of power changes. Lu Chen listened to Wei Yunyun's explanation and suddenly understood everything. His worries disappeared from his face. With this, we won't be limited by water flow anymore. If so, the placement of the machines can be much more flexible. We don't need to build near water. We can set up workshops anywhere open in the yard. A slight modification to the gears will allow them to work with different power sources.
Brilliant.
Truly brilliant. Wei Yunyun nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. Master Lu, start working immediately to modify the blueprint based on this idea. If you need the cooperation of the Ironware Workshop, just find Li Mao. Yes, Your Majesty. I will do as you say. Lu Chen was full of energy and immediately called for workers to get started. While they were speaking, Zhang Taitu and Li Mao, who had just received the news, hurried over. Both were dressed in simple, sturdy clothes, still carrying the smell of the forge, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, clearly coming straight from busy workstations. Greetings, Princess. The two saluted respectfully. There's no need for formalities. Wei Yunyun raised her hand gently, her gaze falling on Li Mao. Li, your workshop is just in time. There is something here that needs your attention. Li Mao's spirits lifted at her words, and he immediately said, Your Majesty, just give the order. I would risk my life to do it. Wei Yunyun took out the blueprint of the composite bow from her sleeve, actually from her space, and handed it over. This is called a composite bow. Its structure is very different from traditional bows and crossbows, and its power and range far surpass ordinary bows. The manufacturing process is more complex, especially these metal parts, which require very precise forging, always standing like a sculpture beside Wei Yunyun. Zuaruasia, upon hearing this, subtly moved his fingers gripping his sword hilt. He slightly raised his eyes, quickly glanced at the blueprint, then immediately looked away. A composite bow. The powerful, strange bow he carried on his back was a gift from the princess, who said it was a rare find. Only this one. He believed this wholeheartedly, willing to sell himself just to get this good bow. He had always regarded it as a treasure. But now, the princess had produced such a detailed and complex manufacturing blueprint. So, this bow is not a one-of-a-kind item but could be produced in large quantities. Zuaruasia's loyalty was unquestionable. He only felt gratitude and a desire to serve Wei Yunyun. But in that moment, a slight ripple stirred in his heart. Li Mao finished examining the blueprint, looked up, and showed a troubled expression. Your Majesty, this bow's design is exquisite. If it can be made, it will be a divine weapon.
But
he pointed to several parts of the blueprint. These areas all require fine iron, but there is no fine iron in the workshop right now.
this.
Skilled craftspeople cannot work without materials. Wei Yunyun remained calm and said, Then we'll use ordinary materials as substitutes for now. Li Mao frowned and said, But these critical load-bearing parts, if made from ordinary pig iron, might not withstand the force, and could deform or even break. It's okay. We'll produce a batch first, so soldiers and guards can use them. I will find a way to get fine iron soon. Understood. I'll go right away. After arranging the military workshop's affairs, she immediately went to find Song Yinian at the mansion. Prince, I need to leave for a while. In the study, candlelight flickered. Song Yinian was reviewing official documents. When he heard her, he looked up. Seeing Wei Yunyun, his stern features softened slightly. But as soon as he heard her first words, that softness was replaced by sharpness. He put down his brush, leaned back slightly, and looked at her. Leave? Where to? For what purpose? His tone was steady, but carried a hint of displeasure. She didn't answer, but asked instead, What is the biggest problem facing the military workshop now? Song Yinian's eyes flickered. So, you're leaving because of the military workshop? To seek that divine weapon you often find by accident? A mysterious smile played on his lips. Your Highness can understand it this way. Wei Yunyan knew very well that Song Yinian doubted the things she obtained from the system check-in, but as long as she didn't say anything, no one could guess. Song Yinian looked at her deeply and asked in a serious tone, "Is it absolutely necessary to go?" "Yes," Wei Yunyan nodded. "I plan to visit Yanmen Pass soon." "Wei Yunyan?" She looked at him with confusion and asked, "The first batch of weapons isn't finished yet. Why are you going to the border?" "I hope to see the princess at the residence when I return." Just as she was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. "Young lord, young lady, someone has brought a letter." "It's an urgent delivery for the princess from the capital." Chen Yu's voice came from outside. Song Yinian frowned slightly, looked at Wei Yunyan, and said loudly, "Bring it in." Chen Yu hurried and holding a sealed letter with wax, handed it to Wei Yunyan, then quickly stepped back. Wei Yunyan was curious and broke the seal, pulling out the letter. The paper had a faint fragrance, with elegant handwriting and a small seal at the end. Mingle. It was from Princess Mingle. As she pulled out the letter, a banknote worth 10,000 taels of silver fell to the ground. The letter initially contained only greetings and casual talk, asking about Wei Yunyan's comfort in Ningzhou, the climate and food, with a friendly tone. But as she read further, Wei Yunyan's brow gradually furrowed. Princess Mingle mentioned that the court was recently unstable. Not only Song Yinian, but she herself had also been impeached by the censorate and her father figure. She advised them to be very careful in Ningzhou, to speak cautiously, and not give others any reason to cause trouble. "I heard Ningzhou suffered a drought. I've sent some money for cosmetics and other small gifts. Please don't refuse, and add some favorite items. Maybe it can help ease your worries." After reading, she put the banknote away, handed the letter to Song Yinian. "Do you want to see it? You've been impeached again." "Ha!" Song Yinian sneered coldly. "The Emperor's order told me to release those corrupt officials and merchants, and to have General Qin from Yanmen Pass send troops to disperse the refugees in Ningzhou." "The Emperor's order?" "Releasing Zhao Wanshan and those pests, and dispatching troops to disperse the refugees she had just managed to settle." "An Imperial order? When did it arrive?" "I don't know about it," she immediately asked, her heart alarmed. "This important matter, Song Yinian, you are only bringing it up now?" The princess had more urgent things to do at the time, so these useless orders didn't need to be known. He stood up, walked to the window, looked out at the dark night, and said coldly, "If the border troops at Yanmen Pass had moved, they would have arrived already." Wei Yunyan immediately understood his meaning. "But we haven't seen any soldiers."
Could it be?
"You suspect something is wrong at the border?" "No. If something had happened at the border, my check-in items should have given a related alert." "Not necessarily, so I decided to go and see for myself. The Emperor's order had been issued days ago. Yanmen Pass is only about 100 miles away. If General Chen was really carrying out the order, the vanguard of the army should be at the city gates by now, or at least scouts would have arrived first to check the situation. But now there is no news at all, which is very strange. Either something is wrong with Yanmen Pass itself, or there is a problem somewhere else. They are simply too overbearing." Ganwen couldn't bear it anymore and lowered his voice angrily, saying, "This is clearly a deliberate attempt to intimidate you." Song Yinian didn't speak. He looked around the inn, and then headed outside. He casually walked around the area inside the checkpoint, then climbed onto a section of the outer city wall. From the wall, he could just see part of the training ground in the distance. A group of soldiers was practicing, and the sound of shouting and fighting carried faintly with the autumn wind. Although it was a bit far, Song Yinian had excellent eyesight. He focused carefully, his brow tightening. The soldiers' weapons looked dull and old. Many spear tips were rusted, and even the wooden shafts looked worn out. Some soldiers were not using iron weapons but wooden sticks or wooden swords. One soldier tried to cut a straw with a simple knife, but the blade bent, causing a nearby officer to scold him. The soldier hurriedly straightened the knife. "Prince, their weapons." Ganwen also noticed and spoke nervously. "How can they compete against the iron cavalry of the Northern D?" Song Yinian didn't reply. He turned his gaze away and walked toward the camp area. There were several large pots, and the cook was lifting baskets of mixed grains and bread, pouring them into the boiling, thin vegetable soup. The soup was clear enough to see the bottom. The soldiers lined up to get their share, each only receiving a bowl of plain vegetable soup with some bread and a small piece of hard, black-dried food. They looked pale and thin, sitting silently on the ground to eat, lacking energy. A breeze blew by, and faint sounds of suppressed coughing could be heard. Looking toward the sound, he saw some simple cloth strips hanging outside a tent. A few pale soldiers leaned against the wall, sunbathing. Their bodies looked extremely thin under their clothes, clearly wounded or sick. Throughout the camp, from weapons to food, there was an indescribable hardship. The soldiers' faces showed exhaustion, but more often, a numb resilience. Gone when's anger flared up. Weapons, supplies, medicine, nothing is sufficient. This is like forcing the soldiers to fill the city walls with their own flesh and blood. Where's the military pay going? Song Enian stood with his hands behind his back, his robes rustling in the cold wind. Military pay. Might not even reach here. His wife was more perceptive than he was. Even knowing that officials were corrupt, the situation at the border was worse and more severe than he had imagined. Let's go. Song Enian's voice was deep, and he turned to head toward the relay station. Although they did not approach the central area, their conspicuous clothing was still noticed by some guards on the outskirts. I heard a prince from the capital came today. Judging by those people's clothes just now, it must be him. A young soldier chewed on a hard, dry grain cake, with curiosity and envy in his eyes. The fabric of that robe is probably enough for our whole squad to have a greasy, filling meal. Next to him, an older soldier with a scar on his face snorted and pointed with his chin toward the training ground. A prince? What can a prince do if he comes here? Give us more pay? Or better swords? Or bows that can shoot through leather? I think he's just here to show off and take a look. After that, he'll do whatever he plans. I heard, a small soldier whispered mysteriously, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. It's probably Prince Yu from the New Frontier, whose territory is near Ningzhou. Do you think he's coming here because he can't stay in Ningzhou anymore? Ningzhou. The older soldier frowned, spitting out some undigested crumbs. I heard it's terribly dry there, with refugees everywhere. Why would he leave the palace to come here and get sand in his teeth? Something's not right. Maybe the court thinks we're too unruly and sent someone to keep an eye on us. Someone worriedly added, let's hope they don't send another military supervisor. Last time, besides stealing our rations, what else did they do? Bah. Royal officials don't care about us border soldiers' lives. Another man spat out in anger. That crippled soldier from the wounded camp was so upset. He coughed and said, our pay's been delayed half a year, and the weapons sent are just for show. My leg. The sword's dull, and the barbarians took advantage. If the weapons were good, would I be like this? He patted his weak, drooping leg, eyes reddening. The man next to him quickly held him back and whispered comfortingly, brother, keep your voice down. Someone might hear. What's the point? I'm starving and sick already. I'm not afraid of that. The crippled soldier lowered his voice but still sounded bitter. I think the prince coming here isn't good news. Maybe he's just here to laugh at us. Have you eaten enough? If you have, go train. A stern voice interrupted their talk. Everyone heard the call and quickly stepped back, quietly saying, Captain Jiang. The man called Captain Jiang is named Jiang Xiao. He wore armor and strode forward, his sharp eyes sweeping over everyone. His gaze landed on the excited, limping old soldier. His eyebrows furrowed more deeply, but his tone softened slightly. If your injury isn't fully healed, don't get too upset. Go rest in the camp. Then he glared at the others. And you? The spies from the northern D might be hiding somewhere in the mountains. Instead of chatting here, practice your sword skills more. Do you think rusted blades will suddenly become sharp? Do you expect the enemy to be kind? Get moving. The soldiers, hearing this, dared not speak further. They picked up their weapons and, exhausted, headed toward the training ground. Jiang Xiao then looked toward Song Enian and his group in the distance, his expression complicated. He quietly ordered a nearby soldier, go report to the general. The prince seems to be inspecting the defenses. His tone was full of sarcasm. Inside the command tent, the prince is inspecting the defenses. Chen Hongfang was first stunned, then slammed his hand on the table. "How dare he come to Yanmen Pass?" the deputy quietly replied. "He was on the wall for quite a while." "Humph," Chen Hongfang sneered angrily. "Probably because the refugees from Ningzhou are getting harder to control, and he's rushing here for help. Want me to send troops to suppress the people?" Dream on, his mind was filled with the absurd imperial decree and rumors about Song Yinyan's reckless actions. He automatically assumed Song Yinyan was an incompetent troublemaker seeking help after causing chaos. Now, he believed the visitor was just a scheming fox bringing trouble. "Tell him," Chen Hongfang said impatiently and with disgust. "I'm busy with military affairs and have no time to see idle people. The border is a critical place, and the prince shouldn't be here. Tell him to go back, where he came from. He can solve his own problems." The aide looked hesitant. "General, but he's a prince. Such disrespect might be problematic." "Prince?" Chen Hongfang snorted coldly. "Can a prince treat the border like a game? Can he make soldiers ignore fighting the barbarians and instead attack unarmed refugees? I've guarded the border for decades. I know that military success comes from defeating enemies, not from cleaning up messes for princes in the capital. No visitors allowed." Therefore, the final reply Song Yinyan received was a cold message from General Chen. "I am busy with military affairs and cannot leave. Please forgive me, Prince Wang, and return to Ningzhou quickly." He didn't bother to make any polite gestures. Gan Wen's face turned pale with anger, and he pressed his hand on a sword hilt. "Prince Wang, this is going too far." A cold glint appeared in Song Yinyan's eyes. He didn't expect the other side to refuse to meet and to send such a clear message of hostility. But he hadn't yet achieved his goal, so he couldn't leave easily. "It's fine." Song Yinyan stood up, tidied his clothes, and spoke with firm authority. "General Chen is busy with military affairs. I will go to the camp myself to see him." Ignoring everyone's protests, he went straight out, accompanied by his guards, heading toward the military camp. When they reached the gate of the camp, the guards there stopped them without courtesy. "Stop. This is a military zone. No outsiders allowed." Ganwen stepped forward and shouted, "How dare you? His Royal Highness the Prince of Yu is here. How can you block his way?" The guard's eyes flickered briefly, but he remained expressionless. "The general has ordered that, due to recent drills, no outsiders are allowed inside. Prince Wang is also not permitted. Unless there is a direct order from the general, they wouldn't even let him into the camp." Song Yinyan's gaze turned cold as he looked at the guard and the increasing number of soldiers behind the gate, all giving unfriendly looks. His suspicion deepened. This was not just cold treatment or stubbornness. It seemed like they were deliberately hiding something. He loudly declared, "I am appointed to Ningzhou, which borders Yanmengwen. Today, I come to show support and discuss border security matters with General Chen. Send word quickly. If General Chen refuses to see me, it will be a disrespect to the royal family and a neglect of the border guard's duties. I will have no choice but to beat the drum here and gather the troops to judge the situation." He infused his voice with internal energy, making it clear and loud inside and outside the gate, causing a commotion. Gathering the troops by beating the drum was the highest formal military meeting. If the drum was beaten and General Chen still refused to come out, it would be a huge insult. The guard's face changed. He clearly didn't expect the prince to be so firm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Prince Wang, please wait a moment. I will go and report again." Soon the guard returned. His expression was still grim, but his tone was softer. "Prince Wang, the general requests your presence." The curtain of the central military tent was lifted, and the interior was dimly lit. Chen Hongfang sat upright at the main seat, dressed in armor but without a helmet. His gray hair was slightly messy, and his face showed clear signs of exhaustion and frustration. When Song Yinyan entered, he nodded politely but then said, "Your Majesty, King Yu, it's an honor to have you here. My simple military tent may be a bit cramped for you. I am busy with military affairs, so please forgive any lack of courtesy." Song Yinyan didn't pay much attention to his tone and sat down on a simple wooden chair nearby. "General Chen, you're busy with military work. This king's visit is not a bother." Chun Hongfang snorted coldly, tired of pretending politeness. His voice was tense with suppressed anger. Your Majesty, are enjoying comfort in Ningzhou, while you come to this cold and harsh place. What is your purpose? If it's to help disperse refugees, just say so, and I'll send troops. He grew more angry as he spoke, raising his voice with a hint of grief. The court has owed us pay for half a year. Our soldiers' weapons and armor are broken, and they eat pig and dog food. Yet, we have to fight the northern barbarians with rusty swords and sticks. Now, the court has issued a ridiculous order to send us to fight our own people. I am not so blind as to follow such orders. If you came here for that, you can leave now. I won't send a single soldier to disperse refugees. The atmosphere inside the tent instantly tensed. Chun Hongfang's guards, standing nearby, instinctively gripped their swords. After hearing his angry words, Song Yinyan's face remained calm. He gently asked, General Chun, are you not afraid of the court blaming you for disobedience? Chun Hongfang was stunned. Then, as if ignited by an explosion, he suddenly stood up. Blame me?
Ha!
Are you here to accuse me?
Fine.
Then take my head back to the court and report. Let's see if His Majesty wants the head of this useless old general or the border defenses of Yanmen Pass. He pointed outside the tent, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, you've seen the situation on the way here. This is the pass the court wants me to guard. These are the soldiers His Majesty gave me. Where is the pay? Where is the food? And where are the proper weapons? The northern barbarians are spying on us every day. Our wounded soldiers have no medicine. The soldiers are starving. Tell me, Your Majesty, with all this happening, should I take time to strengthen the defenses? Or let the barbarians take advantage and invade? That is not why I am here. Song Yinyan said slowly after Chun Hongfang finished venting. I am not here to ask for help or to send troops. Chun Hongfang's angry words suddenly stopped. His face showed a slight flicker of fury.
You
are not here to ask for help. Song Yinyan looked at his puzzled expression and said clearly, refugees from Ningzhou have been settled on the spot, and land has been cultivated to replace labor for relief efforts. Now there are no more disturbances, and there is no need for border troops to disperse them. The general need not worry about this. Focus on dealing with the northern barbarians instead. What? Chun Hongfang almost thought he had heard wrong. He had imagined many scenarios where Song Yinyan would come to ask for help or pressure him, but he never expected to hear such news. He heard that tens of thousands of refugees were gathered outside Anding City, so how could it be so easily settled? Replacing labor with relief? Where would the money and supplies come from? Song Yinyan's confident expression seemed genuine, and Chun Hongfang's anger and resentment felt suddenly blocked in his chest, making him unsure how to react. The atmosphere in the tent felt a bit strange. After a moment, Chun Hongfang finally spoke. Since there is no issue, Your Highness Prince Yu, please return. Meanwhile, deep in the Black Mountain Range, Wei Yunyan, dressed in neat riding clothes, was walking with Qing He, Zhuoruasia, Chen Feng, and several guards through a mountain valley. Behind them was a carefully selected group of workers. Originally, Chuan Xue also wanted to come along, but since she had been serving in the palace since childhood, she couldn't carry or lift anything. Up on the mountain, she didn't even know who was taking care of whom. Qing He, however, had spent nearly a year wandering, often fighting for food and defending it, which helped him develop good running and jumping skills. Even Wei Yunyan didn't expect that such a weak-looking little beggar would be quite agile. Recently, with better nutrition, Qing He's strength and agility had improved even more. He had been walking with him on the mountain for so long without once complaining about being tired. This team of 30 people, led by Wei Yunyan, was trudging up the mountain along a narrow path. Wei Yunyan kept her eyes fixed on the compass in her hand. Strangely, the compass showed no reaction at all. She studied the terrain here and carefully observed the features of the connected Black Mountain. Logically, there should be some iron ore there. Zhuoruasia is not a very talkative person, but when he saw Wei Yunyan staring at the strange object in her hand and remained silent all the way, he couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, why are we here on this mountain? If you could tell us, we could help look out for it. Wei Yunyun's lips curved into a slight smile. How can one keep track of something buried underground? In the end, it all depends on this compass in her hand to find where the iron ore is. Seeing that Wei Yunyun was smiling but silent, Qinghe spoke up. Guardians was right. One person's eyesight is limited. If we help look together, we have a better chance. Please, Your Majesty, tell us what we are searching for. She owed her life to Wei Yunyun. To her, helping Wei Yunyun was the most important thing. They had already been walking in the mountains for most of the day. Walking around in the mountains was fine. But Your Majesty is delicate and noble. She can't keep walking like this forever. So, Qinghe naturally wanted to help her. No problem. If the object appears, it will give a sign, Wei Yunyun said, raising her hand holding the compass. Suddenly, she tripped over the weeds growing beneath her feet. Qinghe hurried to support her. Your Majesty, take it slow. Wei Yunyun was startled and almost lost her balance. She looked at the compass tightly held in her hands and took a deep breath. A fall wouldn't be a big deal, but she was glad she didn't damage her treasure. Qinghe found her expression from panic to relief somewhat amusing. Finally, she looked down at her toes and managed not to laugh out loud. Your Majesty sometimes is quite adorable. However, one thing made Qinghe more certain. Your Majesty has many rare treasures, and she is so nervous about damaging this treasure map that it can't be an ordinary object. As if responding to Qinghe's doubts, Wei Yunyun smiled slightly at her. This is no ordinary device. It is the blessing of all Ningzhou. No, it should be said, it is the blessing of the entire Dakian. Let's go. Soon, you'll see how powerful it is. After speaking, Wei Yunyun continued forward. Everyone stopped talking and quickened their steps, closely following her. As they approached a mostly yellow mountain area, the compass in Wei Yunyun's hand suddenly started to shake and made a faint sound. Wei Yunyun's eyes lit up. Her compass finally responded. As she had suspected, there was something nearby. She looked at the direction of the needle and led everyone to the left. She felt a surge of excitement inside. If they could find iron ore smoothly, many things would become very different. She had thought that in this era, iron was hard to produce in large quantities. She planned to adapt to the times by making cold weapons to help the border soldiers improve their equipment and defend against enemies. But recently, with the completion of the military workshop, she realized through Song Enian and Li Mao that she had been too proud as a time traveler. This dynasty had blast furnaces for smelting iron, and not just this one. Earlier dynasties had them too. Furnaces over 3 meters tall could already produce over a ton of iron per day. By this time, the development of cold weapons had reached its peak. What mattered was having enough raw materials to supply the blast furnaces. Once they found iron ore and had enough iron, it could be used not only for weapons but also in industry, agriculture, transportation, and construction. She wondered what blueprints she might unlock then. Based on her understanding of the sign-in system, since it provided tools to find iron ore, she would likely get blueprints for iron-related objects later. The only concern for her was the current level of industry in this era. The craftsmen she tasked with making her designs might not be able to produce them due to their skills, tools, or experience. However, people's ability to learn and adapt can sometimes be stronger than they think. As long as they had iron ore and blueprints, given time, they would definitely be able to make the objects. At this moment, the compass in Wei Yunyun's hand suddenly vibrated violently, breaking her train of thought. Everyone nearby also heard the strange noise, holding their breath and staring nervously at the vibrating treasure seeker in her hand. Wei Yunyun held the compass and walked around the area. Based on the vibration frequency and the needle's direction, she finally stopped on a large patch of yellow-brown ground. This is the spot. She pointed to the hillside below and said to the workers, "Start digging from here. Pay attention to the rock layers. Follow my instructions." "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone responded quickly, grabbing their hoes and picks, and began to dig hard. The soil and broken stones were cleared away, revealing dark-colored rock layers. The sound of hammering echoed through the valley. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, a miner struck the rock with his pick, producing a deep, dull sound, and fragments of shiny metal-colored stones splashed out. "What is this?" Zwaruasia asked. Even without mining experience, he could tell this pick was heavy.
Mineralore.
"It's a mineral sprout." The miner picked up a piece of stone, wiped off the dirt, and examined it with his hammer. His eyes widened more and more. "Look at this color. Look at this weight. It's rich iron ore. Top-quality rich iron ore." "Your Majesty." Wei Yunyan quickly walked over, took the ore, and finally felt relieved. After searching for so long here, she had finally found it. She calmly ordered, "Mark the area immediately. Zwaruasia, arrange for people to block off the nearby area and guard it strictly." "Yes, Your Majesty," Zwaruasia and Qinfeng answered together. Current location: Heishan Mountain Range.
"Do you want to check in?"
Wei Yunyan had just sat on a nearby stone to rest when her system's electronic prompt sounded. She habitually thought to herself, check in successful. "Congratulations, the host has received a mineral crusher." A virtual structure of the machine flooded into her mind. Just as I thought, a small smile appeared on Wei Yunyan's face. She had just found iron ore, and now the tool to process it was delivered. This was so thoughtful. She quickly stored the mineral crusher in the system's storage space. At that moment, her compass vibrated differently, with a buzzing sound unlike before. She hurriedly looked at her compass and saw the needle shift, pointing toward the hillside ahead. Wei Yunyan's mind moved. Could there be another special treasure over there? She remained calm and told everyone, "Restore the excavated ground here, mark it clearly, and set up guards. I will go ahead to check the terrain." "Your Majesty, I will go with you." This remote and desolate part of Black Mountain was rarely visited. Zwaruas instinctively wanted to follow and protect her, but Wei Yunyan stopped him. She held a compass and walked toward the direction the needle pointed. The closer she got to the hillside, the more the compass trembled, and the buzzing sound grew clearer. She reached a bare rock wall, squatted down, moved aside the weeds in the cracks, revealing the grayish-white rocks underneath. Drawing her dagger, she scraped off the weathered surface of the rocks. Soon, a vein of mineral different from the surrounding rocks appeared. Wei Yunyan used the tip of her dagger to pry off a small piece. The cross-section showed a unique honeycomb structure with noticeable shiny spots. A thought flashed through her mind. Although she was not a geologist, she knew the basics. The color and texture. It's silver ore. This type of ore is usually found with galena and is an important source of silver. Wei Yunyan suppressed a gasp of surprise that almost escaped her. On this Black Mountain, besides coal, there was actually a silver mine. Although the silver deposit might be smaller than the iron ore they just found, its significance was different. Ningzhou's treasury was tight. Recently, Song Enian had confiscated a lot of money, but supporting a whole prefecture's development and construction required a huge amount of silver. In this situation, the appearance of a silver mine was like sending a treasure trove from the sky. No, it was like bringing a treasure basin right to their doorstep. She instinctively looked around. Though she hadn't encountered anyone else on the mountain path, this was a silver mine. Who wouldn't be nervous? After confirming no one else was nearby, she quickly covered the silver ore with dirt and stood up. Her eyes shone brighter than when she first found the iron ore. She walked over to Zwaruas. Plans have changed. The scope of the blockade is expanded. Include the front hillside in the restricted area and raise the alert level to the highest. No one is allowed to approach. Take a team and start digging carefully from that side. Remember, all mine materials must be stored separately and under your direct supervision. Although Zwaruasia didn't understand what was happening, he saw Wei Yunyan's serious expression and immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, I obey." After Wei Yunyan explained the initial exploration and confidentiality of the mineral vein in detail, she took Qinghe, Qinfeng, and several guards and workers, carrying mineral samples in bags, and boarded a carriage. She planned to return first to Anding City and then have Qinfeng bring more people. The carriage moved along a winding mountain road, with dense trees on both sides. Suddenly, sharp sounds of breaking the air rang out.
Attack.
Protect the princess, Chen Feng shouted loudly, drawing his sword to defend. One guard was caught off guard and was shot in the shoulder by an arrow, groaning softly and falling down. At the same time, several black figures burst out from the woods like ghosts, their blades flashing coldly, heading straight for the carriage. The coachman was shot and fell, causing the carriage to shake uncontrollably. A man in black rushed to the carriage door and slashed fiercely at it with his sword. In a split second, Wei Yunyun's heart skipped a beat. As the door was cut open, she quickly shifted her body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the incoming blade. The man clearly didn't expect her to be so agile, and his strike missed, leaving him momentarily stunned. While he was distracted, Wei Yunyun's eyes flashed with coldness. She lifted her foot and kicked hard against the inside wall of the carriage. The powerful force made the entire carriage tremble. The man, caught off guard by his missed strike, was thrown forward and slammed into the shaking wall. Ugh, he groaned, feeling an incredible force hit him. He felt a sharp pain in his ribs, lost his balance, and staggered back 2 or 3 steps before barely standing. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock. What kind of strange strength was that? Protect the princess. Almost at the same time, Chen Feng and the guards shouted and clashed with the weapons. Another black-clad man lunged from the side, stabbing his short sword at Wei Yunyun's exposed neck as she dodged. Hearing the commotion behind her, Wei Yunyun had no time to stand up. Instead, she quickly grabbed the edge of the seat inside the carriage with both hands and pulled hard. With a cracking sound, the sturdy wooden seat was torn apart. She didn't look and quickly grabbed a makeshift weapon, then fiercely attacked the man in black. Wooden chair fragments flew everywhere. Her short sword was knocked aside by narrowly missing her ear, and a few strands of hair drifted down. The man in black reacted quickly, flipping his wrist, and his short sword slashed toward her wrist like a shadow. Wei Yunyun awkwardly rolled backward, crashing into the broken wall of the carriage, narrowly avoiding injury. Although she was strong, she had no fighting strategy and quickly fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, the man in black who had been pushed back also charged forward, swinging his sword toward her as she fell to the ground. "Your Majesty," Qing, he shouted loudly. She suddenly moved, spreading her arms to stand in front of Wei Yunyun and closed her eyes tightly with effort. At the same time, a guard outside the carriage suddenly threw his sword. Fortunately, the guard was quick and sharp. The flying sword pierced directly into the hand of the man swinging his blade, causing blood to flow freely. The man in black groaned and instinctively covered his wound with his hand. Qing, he opened her eyes slightly, looked at the scene in front of her, and turned pale with fear, trembling all over. From the moment she stepped forward, she was prepared to die. Luckily, the guard was fast enough with his attack. Otherwise, she would have been doomed. Wei Yunyun's nose felt a little sore. She never expected that at such a moment, Qing he would rush in front of her. Such a young child. Shouldn't she be crying and screaming for her parents, then hiding quickly? "Go hide under the carriage and wait for me." Wei Yunyun quickly pushed Qing he behind her and ordered. Qing he was slightly stunned, a trace of grievance flashing in her eyes, but she obediently moved to the back of the carriage. Soon, another man in black charged forward, swinging a long sword to attack. Wei Yunyun instinctively retreated 2 steps, her back hitting the carriage wall with a loud bang, making her blood surge. The man in black pressed forward step by step, closing in quickly, trapping Wei Yunyun with no space to dodge. However, just as a sinister smile appeared in the black-clad man's eyes and the sword was about to reach her, Wei Yunyun suddenly reached out with her right hand. In the next moment, a cold, shining dagger appeared in her hand out of nowhere. This unbelievable scene made the man in black's pupils suddenly tighten, and his movements slowed involuntarily. Clearly, she had nothing in her hands. Where did this dagger come from? Wei Yunyun took the opportunity to aim at the unprotected chest of the sword-wielding man in black, using all her strength to stab fiercely. The man in black, still holding his sword, hadn't lowered his arm when he saw a flash of silver in front of him and suddenly felt a cold sensation in his chest. He looked down in disbelief, saw the dagger right in the middle of his chest, and with a loud bang, he fell backward. His eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't understand how the dagger appeared. All of this happened in an instant. Another black-clad man with a short sword was also stunned. The woman in front of him could create things out of thin air. She was not an ordinary person. His mind went blank, and his movements froze completely. Wei Yunyun, exhausted from her fierce stab, half-kneeled on the ground, gasping quickly. The brief pause gave the guards a chance. They seized the opportunity to knock away the opponent's weapon with a strike, then attacked with swords, subdued him, quickly disarmed him, and tied him up. Soon, the remaining 4 black-clad men were all captured. Wei Yunyun supported herself and stood up, walking over to the body pierced by her dagger. She expressionlessly grasped the dagger and forcefully pulled it out. Then she turned around and approached one of the subdued black-clad men, decisively stabbing a sword into his heart. Chun Feng's heart skipped a beat. "Your Majesty, do we need to question him first?" Wei Yunyun slowly withdrew the dagger, letting the blood drip from the blade onto the ground. She raised her eyes, her gaze cold as frost, sweeping over everyone. Chun Feng had known the princess for a while since meeting her. He had noticed that she was different from ordinary noblewomen. She was brave, insightful, and most importantly, her mysterious box seemed to be filled with unheard-of, unseen treasures. But he never expected that the princess's temper and courage would be so bold. She was practically unhesitating in killing. He was a bit puzzled. Since the princess had been raised in a manor, where did she learn these skills? Although her attacks lacked finesse, she was quick and agile, and incredibly strong. Most importantly, she killed quickly and ruthlessly. If she had never killed before, Chen Feng would never believe it. His eyes darkened slightly as he silently considered whether to report this to the prince. Wei Yunyun understood Chen Feng's meaning and realized that these black-clad men could not be killed outright. They could be subdued first, and the person behind them investigated to prevent future trouble. She raised her hand and ordered, "Tie up all the remaining people." The guards behind her immediately responded and quickly bound the men. At this moment, several trembling workers crawled out from the bottom of the carriage. These workers were hired temporarily for mining. They had never seen such bloody scenes before. Their legs shook, and they knelt down, kowtowing desperately. "Your Highness, we only do this for a living. We don't want to die. Please have mercy, Your Highness. We really can't handle this mining job anymore. The bandits are so fierce, and many guards are injured. If there are ambushes ahead, our lives are in danger. Please, Your Highness, let us go. We won't ask for our wages, just to stay alive." The others echoed their pleas, looking at the injured guards and the bodies on the ground, feeling cold with fear.
Bah!
A bunch of cowardly, greedy peasants. A hoarse, venomous curse suddenly came from nearby. Everyone looked toward the sound, and they saw one of the tightly bound black-clad men had lifted his head. His face was twisted into a fierce smile. Despite his jaw being dislocated and speech slurred, he spat blood toward Wei Yunyun with wild hatred in his eyes. "You're a worthless person. You won't be happy for long," he roared. "You think killing a few of us is the end? Dream on." Wei Yunyun looked at him with confusion. She was sure she didn't know this man, so why did he hate her so much? She stepped forward, looking down at the laughing black-clad man. He glared back fiercely. "Princess Yu?
Ha!
A shameless person who shows off without regard for manners or shame." A sharp, loud slap landed on his face, hitting him so hard that his unfinished insult and blood spittle flew back. His head tilted to one side, and a clear 5-finger print appeared on his face. Wei Yunyun calmly took out a simple, clean handkerchief, carefully wiped her blood-stained right hand, then casually tossed the cloth onto the ground. "My reputation is not something you, a failed assassin, can insult. Tell me, who sent you here?" I didn't expect the man in black to just spit and then bite his poison pouch to kill himself. The other 2 in black saw him commit suicide and also prepared to end their own lives. They were a group of loyal followers willing to die. Fortunately, the guards acted quickly and stopped them. The person behind all this was so secretive that Wei Yunyan couldn't quite understand what was happening. These people clearly came prepared. And this time, it was different from the last assassination. Last time, the target was Song Enian, but this time, the target was her. She thought carefully, but couldn't figure out who she might have offended recently that would want her dead. In the past, the original owner was just a woman raised in a village, not favored by anyone. After marrying Song Enian, she moved with him to the poor and desolate Ningzhou. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't see why anyone would want to kill her. Wei Yunyan frowned, her eyes flickering with a faint red glow, showing a fierce killing intent. The insects around were so frightened they seemed to hide away, and not a single chirp could be heard. Chen Feng looked around and whispered, "Your Majesty, it's not safe to stay here." "Yes." Wei Yunyan nodded and told the guards, "Take the living back to the carriage and drag the bodies to the mass grave. Clean up the bloodstains on the ground so as not to scare the passing villagers. Although this place was remote, if someone passed by, the bloodstains would be very frightening." The guards responded, "Yes, Princess." They respected Wei Yunyan not only because she was a princess but also because she was strong and fearless in danger. Most women would have been terrified by today's events. But she remained calm and collected, working with them to eliminate about 10 black-clad men at once. Although they were elite guards personally chosen by the prince, skilled in combat and quick thinking, and capable of protecting her well, protecting a princess who was so frightened and helpless was much easier than protecting her when she was brave and strong. The princess was strong and deserved her husband. Wei Yunyan did not try to guess the thoughts of the guards. Her gaze fell on the workers kneeling on the ground. "If you leave alone now, you might face revenge from fleeing bandits or be silenced by those behind the scenes. It would be even more dangerous." The workers instantly turned pale. Their fleeting thought of escaping was crushed by greater fear. "Staying with the caravan, my guards can protect you," Wei Yunyan continued. "This time after the bandit attack, you are frightened and also affected by the palace. When you return safely to the city, I will pay you 10 times the usual wages as a reward." The workers suddenly looked up, their minds torn between fear and greed. The wages for this trip were already high, and now they could be multiplied by 10? That was a huge amount of money they never dared to dream of. It was enough for a family to live comfortably for many years. "Thank you, Your Majesty. We will stay close to the caravan and never run away." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you." The temptation of money temporarily overpowered their fear. They hurriedly bowed and expressed their loyalty. As Song Enian's personal guards, Chen Feng remained calm in danger. Although they had just fought a fierce battle, he still looked composed. Seeing the workers pledge loyalty, he organized clearly, rearrange the caravan, protect the injured on the outskirts, gather the wounded on one vehicle for treatment. Be extra cautious along the way. We leave immediately to the lady back to Anding City as soon as possible. Soon, the caravan moved again. The speed increased, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wei Yunyan sat in the bumpy carriage, unconsciously rubbing the dagger inside her sleeve. She began to call the system mentally. "System? System?" Crackle. Why didn't the reward items from the check-in predict this situation today? She still felt a bit scared. If she hadn't taken the strength pill earlier, she might have died here today. Check-in items cannot predict the future. But I clearly saw before, check-in items only relate to the host's current state and environment. Wei Yunyan sighed and thought for a moment. The system's explanation had always been like this. Just by chance, the items received during each check-in could be used shortly afterward, giving her the illusion of knowing the future. It seems I shouldn't delay my plan to find someone to learn martial arts. Song Enian's 5 personal guards, especially Ruiz and Chen Feng, are the best fighters. They are waiting for a time when none of them are all together to act, which suggests they've been watching me for a long time. Meanwhile, a grand feast is being held in Manhwa Palace. Emperor Jiahe is riding toward Fengtian Hall. Amid joyful music, Emperor Jiahe takes his seat. After the drums sound, The princes and officials who haven't gone to their fiefs come into the hall one by one. Officials above the 4th rank enter through the east and west gates of Fengtian Hall and stand inside. Those below the 5th rank stand on the outside steps. After bowing, they sit down. Halfway through the feast, Minister of Personnel Qinyong approaches Emperor Jia and says something to him. The emperor, looking serious, pauses slightly. Where does this talk come from? All of Ningzhou is talking about it. Because she appeared publicly, it angered the heavens, causing Ningzhou to face a rare 100-year drought. General Chen, who always hates evil, refused to send troops to Ningzhou to disperse the refugees. Now, King Yu has personally gone to Yanmingwen to demand justice. Yanmingwen is a key strategic point. How could King Yu act on impulse there? Today is a grand feast, and these matters shouldn't be brought up to trouble the emperor. But if delayed, it could cause even bigger problems. Qinyong sighs. Emperor Jia glances at him without speaking, his presence radiating a cold, commanding aura. Hearing this, Crown Prince Song Yixing, with his narrow, dark eyes, flashes a sharp light. Father, this matter must be handled carefully. Song Yixing is the eldest son of the empress, but he is not the crown prince. The crown prince is Song Yiqi, born to noble consort Ning, Prince Ping. Because when noble consort Ning gave birth, a celestial omen appeared. At that time, 5 planets, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, aligned in the sky above Ning consort Ning's palace, Anning Palace. The Imperial Astronomer's Office reported this auspicious sign to the emperor overnight. The renowned star master, Zhiyun, also predicted that this prince would protect the prosperity of the great Qin dynasty for 100 years. The emperor, superstitious, favored Song Yiqi, who symbolized good omens. When he grew up, he overruled objections and made him crown prince. Prince Taizi has always shown average talent, with no outstanding qualities compared to other princes. In contrast, Song Yixing is talented both in civil and military skills, having joined the army at a young age and achieved many great victories on the battlefield. Currently, as the other princes have established their own territories, only these 2 remain close to the emperor. Song Yixing clearly surpasses Song Yiqi in every aspect. Emperor Jiahe's gaze lingered on Song Yixing's face for a moment. Son, do you have any thoughts? Feel free to share. Song Yixing put down his cup and bowed politely. Your Majesty, I have an important matter on my mind. May I speak openly? Emperor Jiahe waved his hand. Speak freely. Song Yixing looked up, showing a hint of worry. I have heard that the northern border troops have recently sent multiple reports requesting military supplies. Right now, the treasury is low, and there are no wars at the border. Yet, these soldiers keep demanding their supplies. Emperor Jiahe frowned, showing impatience. I have thought about this carefully and have a suggestion. Oh? Please tell me quickly, the emperor said, clearly interested. Song Yixing smiled slightly. I think that 6th brother has his territory in Ningzhou. Since he is asking for help from General Chen, he should show some sincerity. Ningzhou is remote and sparsely populated, but it is still a province that should generate its own taxes and supplies. Moreover, Yanmen Pass is a key border town and geographically close to Ningzhou, like lips and teeth. Why not? Your Majesty issue an edict, assigning the responsibility of military supplies and grain at Yanmen Pass to Ningzhou? This way, it can reduce the burden on the Imperial treasury, and 6th brother can manage supplies nearby, showing your Majesty's attention to the border defenses. Wouldn't that be a good solution? He paused, appearing sincere and worried for the country. This is just my humble opinion. I humbly ask your Majesty to consider. Emperor Jiahe, sitting on the throne, stroked his beard and continued to ponder. He thought this plan could save money and sounded quite reasonable. Other ministers in the hall also whispered among themselves, each with their own plans. After the grand banquet ended, Song Yixing left the palace. A trusted advisor approached and whispered, Prince, the matter you discussed with the emperor today may have some issues. If we let Prince Yu take over the border military supplies, it might tie his interests too closely to the border soldiers. Over time, this could lead to uncontrollable problems. Song Yisheng slightly curled his lips and said in a deep voice, "You only know part of the story, not the whole picture. Do you really think that the cold and harsh Ningzhou is a good place? The land there is poor, disasters happen every year, refugees are everywhere, and the treasury is probably emptier than a dry face. Even Song Yinian himself is struggling to survive, so how could he have the strength to support tens of thousands of mouths at Yanmen Pass? By then, he will either raise taxes and oppress the already suffering local people, causing public anger, or he will just beg the border army for help, delaying time again and again. Either way, the soldiers at the border won't get their pay, and their anger will be directed from the court to the nearby Prince Yu." A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. "By then, we won't need to act. The border army's anger alone will be enough to make him overwhelmed. If he mishandles it and incites a rebellion, it will be a huge crime. How can the emperor tolerate him? Isn't this a perfect plan to kill two birds with one stone?" The strategist listened carefully, then thought for a moment. His eyes showed admiration as he whispered, "Your Highness is farsighted. I am no match for you." In this way, Prince Yu's involvement will not be helpful, but rather a dangerous burden that could completely ruin him. Deep night shrouded the Prince Yu's residence. Flickering flames cast twisted shadows on the walls, filling the air with a mixture of blood and moldy smell. Wei Yunyan sat quietly on a simple wooden chair, expressionless, watching the black-clad assassin before her, who was tortured beyond recognition but still clenched his teeth. Chen Feng stood nearby, eyes cold and sharp. "Is the Zhao family really worth your lives? So stubborn." She tapped her fingers on the armrest of the chair. "It's a pity your stubbornness is misplaced. Your master behind, you can't guarantee your safety." The assassin looked up, bloodshot eyes glaring at Wei Yunyan, and hissed, "Which? You won't have a good death. The hatred of the Zhao family will be avenged by someone. Someone will avenge it." Wei Yunyan interrupted him, a cold sneer on her lips. "Is it that noble person in the capital? If he truly wanted to avenge the Zhao family, why would he send you in the shadows? To die? Perhaps he's somewhere enjoying a gentle life now, planning his next to use and discard at will." She couldn't understand why the captured assassin hated her so much. Even if he had ties to the Zhao family, their grudge should be against Song Yinian. However, I must say that the bodyguards left by Song Yinian are quite capable. In such a short time, she managed to learn almost everything about these people. She stood up and walked slowly to the man, looking down at him. "My patience is limited. Tell me the name of the person in the capital and the contact points and list of people you have in Ningzhou and the northern border. Perhaps I will show mercy and give you a quick end, or even spare your mother and younger brother hiding in the countryside, thinking no one knows." The man's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face lost all color. How did she know? Was there a traitor among them?
You.
His lips trembled, unable to speak harsh words. Speak or not. The interrogation continued for another half-hour. When Wei Yunyan came out holding the blood-stained confession, her face was grim. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Chuanxua hurried forward, worried. "I'm fine." She turned and instructed Chen Feng, "Follow this list and secretly arrest the people immediately. Root out the traitors and spies within Ningzhou." Wei Yunyan went to the study, spread out a map of Ningzhou and nearby areas, and focused on the marked locations, grain stores, warehouses, and transportation routes originally belonging to the Zhao family and their allies. Her unlimited grain warehouse was about to expire. Before, relying on the unlimited warehouse, she could freely distribute grain to refugees and supply military workshops. Now, with the disappearance of the unlimited grain warehouse, she had to depend on local production and existing stock. Supporting her own development and preparing for a possible food crisis would be very difficult. She also needed to give Su Wenyuan a new task. Controlling the food supply is crucial. A sharp glint appeared in Wei Yunyan's eyes as she quickly prepared paper and ink. In the following days, besides organizing enough people to mine in the mountains, she also consolidated the shops, warehouses, carriages, and river transport ships left by the Zhao family and their related grain merchants into a direct-controlled grain supply chain. Meanwhile, Su Wenyuan, who managed the food shop, was sent out by Wei Yunyan with people, silver, and money to nearby prefectures to establish contacts with local grain merchants and sign long-term grain purchase agreements. After arranging all this, Wei Yunyan felt it was time to start looking for Master Wu. Actually, she thought that Zuoruasia was quite skilled, but unfortunately, there are too few people around her who can be useful. He has many things to do. Chunxiue Qinghe, Your Majesty, I am here, the two replied together. Prepare the carriage. We need to go to the city's agency. In front of the largest Weiyuan agency in Anding City, a simple-looking carriage arrived. Chunxiue and Qinghe helped Wei Yunyan, who was dressed plainly and covered her face with a light veil, to get off the carriage. The agency's entrance was spacious, and faintly, they could hear shouts from inside. The guard at the door saw that the visitors had extraordinary manners and didn't dare to be careless. He quickly stepped forward and asked, "Madam, may I ask what brings you here?" Chunxiue stepped forward. "We've heard that the Weiyuan agency has many skilled teachers. We want to hire a mentor. Could you please introduce us to the boss?" The guard didn't dare decide and quickly went inside to report. Soon, a burly middle-aged man with sharp eyes strode out, clasping his fists. "I am Lei Bao, the deputy head of Weiyuan Agency. May I ask your name, madam? What kind of teacher are you looking for?" Wei Yunyan nodded slightly, but didn't reveal her identity. She simply said, "We want a teacher with real combat skills, someone who can teach genuine martial arts. Preferably skilled in close combat and emergency techniques, focusing on short swords and daggers." Lei Bao was surprised when he heard this. This lady's request was quite special. She wanted close-range self-defense skills that were fast and fierce. It seemed she was preparing for some special situation. He pondered and said, "Madam, for the kind of teacher you want, we do have a few experts who operate in the shadows. But they tend to have strong personalities and are picky about apprentices. Also, the pay might be an issue. Payment is not a problem, as long as the teacher is truly capable and can teach something valuable. But may I ask the teacher to come out and meet first?" Seeing her straightforwardness, Lei Bao hesitated no longer. "Madam, you are very decisive. In that case, please wait in the hall for some tea. I will go and invite our best close combat master, Master Qin." Wei Yunyan sat in the hall. Soon, Lei Bao led someone in. The man looked to be around 40, not tall and a bit thin. He wore simple martial clothes, moved lightly and silently, with sharp eyes that held a calm glow. His hands were large, with thick knuckles and calluses. After entering, he simply glanced at Wei Yunyan, then cupped his fists in a salute and silently stood to the side. His calm demeanor was like a solid rock, giving off a subtle sense of danger. "Madam, this is Master Qin. He spent over 10 years as a secret bodyguard in the past, skilled in grappling, dislocation, and breaking bones. He is especially good with short weapons and various strange tools. He is one of our bodyguards." Lei Bao gave a thumbs up. Wei Yunyan stood up and slightly bowed. "Master Qin, you finally spoke," his voice hoarse. "May I ask who in your family wishes to learn real combat skills?" "Me." Hearing this, Lei Bao and Qin were both surprised. "Why?" Qin asked. "Because the world is not very peaceful. Learning some self-defense and survival skills is never a bad idea. I don't aim to become a master, just to have a better chance to struggle and survive in dangerous moments." Qin looked at her for a moment. No matter how he viewed this lady, she seemed to come from a wealthy background. After a pause, he said, "Learning my methods requires enduring great hardship, especially toughening your muscles and bones. Also, my teaching style is direct and will not hold back during practice." "Madam, you are of noble birth, so I can endure hardship," Wei Yunyan interrupted firmly. "Master, please follow your rules. During practice, there's no need to hold back. If I get hurt, it's because I am not skilled enough, not because of you." Qin frowned. Even though she said that, he still didn't believe she was truly serious about learning martial arts. It seemed more like a passing fancy. Lei Bao, as the bodyguard leader, knew Qin very well. Seeing his expression, he understood what he was thinking. Before Qin could refuse, Lei Bao quickly tried to mediate. Master Qin, the lady is sincere, and her reward is generous. Qin Yu glanced at him and sighed inwardly. Forget it. Business at the bodyguard agency has been slow lately. This lady doesn't seem to be short of money. If she gets tired of it later, she can give up. He had already refused 2 apprentices this month. Refusing again might upset the others. But his rules could not be broken. He looked at Wei Yunyan and said, 3 days. If you can come here every morning for 3 consecutive days, follow my method to train for an hour each time, and persist, I will accept you as my disciple. The pay will be at market rate. No problem. Wei Yunyan replied without hesitation. Then she added, but I wonder if I could see Master Qin's skills first. Qin Yu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Seems this lady is not easy to deal with. Before he could reply, Lei Bao, worried that this deal might fall through, quickly said with a smile, Of course, of course. Master Qin, show your skills and reassure the lady. He then turned and shouted toward the training ground. Zhao Meng, come over and spar with Master Qin. Let her see the true skills of our Wei Yuan Dagger Guild. A muscular young guard ran over, looking eager and excited to fight Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu shook his head. Zhao Meng is too aggressive. He's not suitable. His gaze then swept past Wei Yunyan's silent companion, Chen Feng. This brother is quite skilled. Why not ask him for some advice? Wei Yunyan secretly admired Qin Yu's sharp eyes and turned to Chen Feng, saying, Chen Feng, go ask Master Qin for a few tips. Chen Feng nodded respectfully. Yes. He stepped into the middle of the yard, adopting his usual fighting stance, calm and steady, clearly experienced in real combat. Qin Yu also slowly entered the arena, appearing relaxed and casual, without any obvious stance, just standing there with some flaws. Both stood still. The nearby guards and assistants watched curiously. Please, Qin Yu said with a slight raise of his hands. Respectfully, Chen Feng replied softly, then suddenly exerted force, launching a powerful straight punch toward Qin Yu's face. Just as the punch was about to land, Qin Yu moved. His speed was so fast it was hard to see clearly, sidestepping, advancing, reaching out like flowing water. He perfectly avoided the punch and, with his right hand like a snake emerging from its hole, grabbed Chen Feng's wrist, sticking and pulling. Chen Feng felt a clever force coming through, causing his punch to veer off course involuntarily, and his balance wavered slightly. Surprised, he immediately followed with a hammer fist aimed at Qin Yu's ribs. But Qin Yu did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward like a ghost, avoiding the punch and grabbing Chen Feng's elbow with his other hand, fingers like iron clamps. Chen Feng's arm went numb, and his strength was instantly halved. His eyes flashed with determination. He hadn't expected this person to have real skill, and he had to take him seriously. His gaze then shifted to the weapon rack nearby. He leaned back and drew a long sword. With a long sword in hand, Chen Feng's aura suddenly changed. He looked like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, filled with a fierce and deadly presence. He swung his sword, transforming it into a bright, cold light that aimed straight at Qin Yu's chest. Qin Yu's expression remained calm. At the moment the sword tip was about to reach him, he slightly twisted his body to avoid the attack. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand, fingers like hooks, aiming precisely at Chen Feng's wrist pulse. Chen Feng was prepared. He flipped his wrist, causing the sword to spin and change from an attack to a slash, sweeping across Qin Yu's neck, forcing him to defend. Qin Yu seemed to anticipate his move. Midway through grabbing Chen Feng's wrist, he suddenly struck the sword with his palm and kicked toward Chen Feng's knee. The sword light flashed fiercely, and the wind howled. The two figures moved quickly, their fists and kicks hitting flesh with loud thuds. After more than 20 rounds, Chen Feng couldn't gain the upper hand. His breathing grew heavier. Current location, Anding City, Wei Yuan Agency. Do you want to check in? Wei Yunyan was carefully watching their moves when suddenly, a system prompt sounded in her mind. Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a copy of Jin Shiju. Wei Yunyan's attention shifted from the courtyard to the system panel. It was a basic internal energy practice suitable for beginners, focusing on nourishing the meridians, strengthening the foundation, and gradually accumulating internal power. She was instantly delighted, like a napper finding a pillow. She had been worried that her body, transformed by health-enhancing pills and strength pills, lacked proper techniques. In danger, she could only rely on instinct and brute force. If she could combine her internal energy with external skills, she might become a legendary female hero. Meanwhile, the match in the arena had already concluded. Chun Feng's sword was knocked away, and Qin Yu left some room in his punches. Clear who was the winner. Qin Yu slowly retracted his fists, stepped back, and clasped his fists, saying, "I accept defeat." A wave of surprise and cheers erupted around them. Wei Yunyun suppressed her excitement, looked at the two, and clapped, praising, "Master Qin truly has great skill." On the other side, Song Enian, who had stayed at Yanmen Pass for several days, completely ignored General Chen's increasingly dark expression and his obvious intention to send him away. Every day, he either patrolled the defenses or chatted casually with some middle and lower-ranking officers, and even ordinary soldiers. Chun Hongfang felt both angry and helpless. He tried to chase away the visitors but couldn't. He tried to persuade them but failed. He could only keep a cold face as he watched Song Enian win people's hearts right in front of him. However, this deadlock was broken by an urgent official letter from the capital, delivered with great speed over 800 miles. The Imperial envoy arrived at the Yanmen Pass military camp and, in front of Song Enian, Chen Hongfang, and other border soldiers, loudly read out the emperor's order. Considering that Ningzhou and Yanmen Pass are closely connected, the order is, King Yu, Song Enian, is responsible for managing all military supplies and provisions at Yanmen Pass. Commander Chen Hongfang must cooperate fully. We hope you work together to strengthen our northern border. This is an imperial decree. After the reading, the entire military tent fell into complete silence. Chen Hongfang's face lost all color instantly. His body trembled slightly, almost unable to stand. He suddenly looked up at the envoy who delivered the order, then at Song Enian standing nearby. His chest heaved violently, and his white beard trembled uncontrollably. The imperial court. The court actually entrusted such a heavy burden to a young prince who just took his throne, with no money and no supplies? This isn't a favor. It's pushing thousands of soldiers at Yanmen Pass toward death. It's like throwing a volcano that could erupt at any moment directly at Song Enian. No, it's not just him, it's all of them. The envoy seemed unaware of Chen Hongfang's fierce gaze. He calmly rolled up the imperial decree and handed it to Song Enian. Your Highness, accept the order. His Majesty and the Crown Prince have high hopes for you. This is clearly the work of that big brother. Song Enian sneered inwardly. He stepped forward, took the decree, and said calmly, Your servant accepts the order. He turned around and looked at Chen Hongfang, speaking slowly. General Chen, I hope we can work together in the future. Chen Hongfang snapped back to his senses. Looking at Song Enian's overly calm face, a mixture of anger and despair surged in his head. He couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly slammed his fist onto the nearby table with a loud bang, shouting angrily, Work together? What a joke. Then he pointed outside the tent, voice hoarse and full of grief. You've seen it yourself these past few days. Yanmen Pass has no money, no supplies. The soldiers' armor is broken, and they have no fighting spirit. The court hasn't sent a single coin in half a year. Now, with just a light sentence, they throw this mess at you? At Ningzhou? Do you even know what Ningzhou is like? Is it a place that can produce money and supplies? This is driving us to the brink. They want the Northern D people to easily break through Yanmen Pass. Chen Hongfang shouted himself hoarse, his long-held anger finally erupting. The other generals inside the tent also looked unhappy. Rely on Ningzhou? That's a big joke. Song Enian stepped forward, ignoring Chen Hongfang's fiery gaze, and said in a serious voice, Since I have accepted this order, I will not let the brothers at Yanmen Pass go hungry or go there with firebrands. Humph, that sounds nice. Where will the money and grain come from? Chen Hongfang didn't believe it. Song Yinyan's eyes were deep. Now, the counties of Ningzhou have already distributed sweet potatoes, and seeds. We just need to wait until spring for the harvest. By then, Ningzhou will be the place with the most food in the entire Great Qin. As for these days, with support from Wenyuan, a grain merchant from Jiangnan, and the grain seized from the Zhao family, getting through this winter is not a problem. I have my own plans, Song Yinyan said confidently. But it takes time, and I need the trust and cooperation of the generals and soldiers. While I am making arrangements, the army's food and supplies will follow the old rules. No deductions, no chaos.
Can you do that?
He looked sharply at Chen Hongfang. If you give up hope now, question everything, and cause the army to lose morale, then even a divine being would find it hard to save you. Chen Hongfang was choked by his words, and his angry emotions were strangely suppressed a little. He stared at Song Yinyan tightly, as if trying to see through his face. After a moment, he squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. Fine. I'll trust the prince this time. But if in a month the food and money aren't in place, I will risk my life and go to the emperor's palace to ask if he truly intends to destroy the Great Wall. Song Yinyan's lips curled slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His good brother and father, this move was truly brilliant. He was about to personally hand over the 10,000 soldiers at Yanmen Pass to himself. If he didn't accept it, wouldn't that be a betrayal of this kindness? Thinking this, he imagined Wei Yunyun's figure. When he returned, would she bring some other surprises? There are no false words in the army, Song Yinyan said, standing with his hands behind his back. Please, General Chen, keep the army's morale steady, organize defenses, and prepare to receive supplies. I will return to Ningzhou immediately to coordinate. Prince Yu's residence. Chen Yuhui rushed in, dirt on his face, and hurriedly said to Wei Yunyun, Your Majesty, something's wrong. Wei Yunyun was practicing horse dance as instructed by Master Qin. She asked calmly, What's the matter? Speak slowly. You previously ordered some grain to be sent outside the city, but it was stolen.
What?
The grain was stolen? Weren't those grains delivered by soldiers? Who dares to openly steal from the government? Chen Shui asked excitedly. About 20 miles west of the city, at Xingzi, there's a remote mountain path. The thieves aren't ordinary people. They wear common clothes but fight very fiercely and skillfully, working together. They specifically targeted the grain carts. The guards fought desperately. 3 died, 7 were injured, but they still stole 5 carts of grain. Wearing common clothes but trained and skilled in stealing grain? Wei Yunyun slowly straightened up, took a cloth from Qing He to wipe her sweat, and her eyes turned cold. This doesn't seem like ordinary bandits. It looks more like a planned attack. Chen Shui was anxious and angry. This is lawless. They even dared to steal relief grain for the disaster victims. Aren't they afraid of divine punishment? They're not afraid of divine punishment because someone is offering them enough benefits, Wei Yunyun sneered. 3 soldiers dead. This isn't just theft, it's outright rebellion. She immediately ordered in a deep voice, Chen Yu, go, and inform Prefect Zhou. Have him issue a maritime patrol order in the name of the prince's residence and the provincial government. Block all nearby roads, thoroughly check all passing vehicles and pedestrians, especially large convoy groups and places that might hide grain. Focus on inspecting strangers recently active in the city, especially those skilled in martial arts. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Yu obeyed and ran off.
Wait.
Wei Yunyun called him back. Tell Zhou Maokai to withdraw relief silver from the treasury and double the aid for the families of fallen soldiers. Fully treat the injured. Reward all involved guards. Let them know the prince's residence will never let their sacrifices go in vain. Yes. Chen Yu nodded firmly and hurried away. Wei Yunyun then looked at Chen Shui. Chen Shui, go and call Chen Feng. Also, was there a refugee named Taizhu among the displaced people? Have him come here too. Soon, Chen Feng hurried over. Your Highness, you summoned me? At Xingzi in the west of the city, the officials escorting grain supplies were attacked, the grain was stolen, and 3 officials were killed. Wei Yunyan summarized briefly, the bandits are well-trained, not ordinary thieves. Immediately gather a team and go to investigate the scene, track the clues. I want to know where these people came from, where they went, and what their plans are. Chen Feng cupped his fists and said, Understood. I will catch these troublemakers. Qing He frowned and said, Your Highness, this matter is strange. Why steal grain? It seems like someone is deliberately trying to ruin the spring planting and cause panic. I think so too. Wei Yunyan looked at Qing He and nodded with some surprise. I didn't expect Qing He to think of this. The grain theft, combined with the previous assassination, is likely the work of someone behind Zhao Wanshan. Money can easily influence people. When the Zhao family fell, that person probably lost a lot, which is why they are eager to cause trouble. Your Highness, Tai Zhu has arrived. Tai Zhu followed Chen Shui inside and was about to bow. No need for formalities. Wei Yunyan stopped him. I called you here because I have a question. You are familiar with the refugees and have good information. At Xingzi in the west of the city, the officials' grain was stolen and 3 officials were killed. Recently, you've been outside the city. Have you heard any news? For example, has anyone suddenly been spending a lot? Or are there unfamiliar faces asking about the grain shipments? Anything unusual you notice, you can tell me. When Tai Zhu heard it was about this, his face immediately became serious. He frowned and thought carefully, his dark face showing his focus. After a moment, he said, Your Highness, when you asked, I remembered something. He lowered his voice, uncertain. About 3 or 4 days ago, I was working by the river outside the city. During a break, I saw 2 strangers at the distant creek drinking horses. They were dressed similarly to us, in rough gray cloth clothes, but I felt something was off. Off how? Wei Yunyan asked further. I can't quite explain. Tai Zhu scratched his head. It's just their actions when leading the horses and drinking water seemed stiff, not as natural as experienced handlers, and they seemed very cautious, always looking around. When they saw me watching, they immediately pulled their horses and moved away. He paused briefly and added a detail. By the way, the 2 horses they rode looked quite large, taller than usual horses, and their hoofbeats sounded very heavy. At that time, the young one thought those horses looked really good and looked at them a little longer. Anything else? Like their appearance or accent? Tai Zhu shook his head. They were a bit far away, so I couldn't see clearly. It seemed they all wore worn sun hats. I didn't hear them speak. Why would ordinary merchants or common people be so cautious? The horses are tall, and the hoofbeats are heavy. Qing, he softly repeated. That doesn't sound like ordinary farm horses. Wei Yunyan nodded and looked at Tai Zhu. Your clues are very helpful. Chen Shui, take a look. Chen Shui immediately took out a small silver token from her sleeve and handed it to Tai Zhu. Tai Zhu hurriedly waved his hand. My lady, this isn't right. I only said a few words. It's deserved. Take it, Wei Yunyan said gently, but firmly. Also, I have something for you. When you go back, quietly keep an eye out. If you see those 2 or similar strangers, or horses like those again, report immediately. Don't cause a fuss or scare the horses. Your safety is the most important. Tai Zhu took it, his dark face slightly red with excitement. He nodded strongly. My lady, rest assured. I understand. I will handle it well for you. Well-trained, cautious in actions, extraordinary horses. Wei Yunyan tapped her fingers on the table. The details, stiff movements, very alert, tall horses, combined in her mind, forming a sudden thought. It was late autumn, winter was coming soon. Their act of stealing grain wasn't really about food. It was to sabotage Ningzhou's spring planting, cause famine and chaos, and weaken the logistics at the border. It might even be preparing for an upcoming invasion. Wei Yunyan was shocked inside. She immediately stood up and said to Chen Shui, Quickly inform Prefect Zhou and Chen Feng of these clues. Tell them to change their investigation focus. Pay special attention to suspicious people who recently appeared or interacted with tall, unknown horses, especially those with subtle differences in behavior or habits from locals. Strictly check all horses entering and leaving the checkpoints. The entire Ding city was put under martial law because of Wei Yunyun's orders. When Song Yinyan's carriage arrived, it was stopped outside the city gates. How bold! Open your eyes and see clearly. Even Prince Yu's carriage dares to be stopped. The guards, hearing Gong Wen's angry shout, bravely stepped forward and cupped their fists. Please, Your Highness, calm down. This is an order from the princess. The whole city is on high alert and all vehicles and people must be checked, regardless of rank. Including Your Highness. Inside the carriage, Song Yinyan slightly closed her eyes, then opened them with a hint of surprise. She was quite assertive in exercising her authority. She lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the inspection team outside. Is this the princess's order? Yes, Your Highness. The guard quickly bowed. The princess has given the order. This is very important. If there is any trouble, please, Your Highness, forgive us and allow us to proceed. Then proceed with the inspection according to the rules. Hurry up. The captain of the guard saw what was happening and his face changed. He hurried over and slapped the guard who was about to check Song Yinyan's carriage. How dare you? Who told you to check on His Highness? The guard, who was hit, covered his head and looked upset. He muttered softly, the order from above was like this. The captain turned to bow to Song Yinyan and apologized. Your Highness, forgive us. This young man is new and doesn't understand. Please go ahead. He stepped back to let her pass. The carriage continued to the prince's residence. Along the way, there were many more patrol guards than usual, checking everyone passing by, creating a tense atmosphere. As soon as they entered the residence, Qinyu, who had been waiting, came forward to report. Your Highness, the princess is waiting for you in the study. Song Yinyan went straight to the study, pushed the door open, and saw Wei Yunyun standing in front of the city defense map, whispering to Qinghe. When she saw him come in, she immediately turned around. Did you find that artifact? Song Yinyan said as he sat down at the main seat. She didn't answer but quickly summarized the theft of grain, the killing of soldiers, the sightings of the Iron Pillar, and the city-wide alert. Those two people's behavior and the horses they used are unusual. I suspect they are spies from the Northern D. Song Yinyan leaned back slightly, pondering for a moment. While the Northern D spies are ruthless, their methods this time are reckless and showy, unlike their usual style of sneaking in and waiting for the right moment. He pointed to the location of Xingzi on the city defense map. This place is not a key granary. Although the looting was successful, it probably didn't cause much damage. It seems more like venting anger. At that moment, a voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, the coroner has some results. Zhou Maokai entered and saw Song Yinyan look surprised. He quickly bowed and handed over a report of the autopsy. Your Highness, Your Majesty, the coroner carefully examined the wounds of the 3 fallen officials. All fatal injuries were to vital areas, with clean and precise techniques, indicating a skilled hand. The wounds look like they were made with the standard broadblade knives used by our great Qin army. Song Yinyan read the autopsy report and then handed it to Wei Yunyun. If the Northern D spies are disguising their identities and using captured weapons, that makes sense. Gong Wen, standing to the side, shook his head. Using captured military knives to perform such precise cuts and deliberately imitating them would be a sign of poor skill. Northern D warriors usually use curved swords. Even if they used other weapons, their habits would be hard to change in subtle details. As someone experienced in martial arts, he wasn't an investigator, but he understood killing. Before he finished speaking, a guard hurriedly reported outside. Your Highness, Your Majesty. The patrol team found 2 suspicious persons in an abandoned house in the southern part of the city. They fought and killed one, captured the other alive. They also found some grain that hadn't been sold yet, and this. The guard presented a small cloth bag. When opened, it contained several dice carved with blurry Northern D characters and some silver jewelry in Northern D style. Then the captured person was brought in. He was covered in blood, with a fierce yet frightened look in his eyes. He shouted in rough Great Qin language. Qin people, even in death, my grandfather won't let you go. Outside in Ding City, In a deep mountain village, the place was brightly lit and noisy. On a rough wooden table, large bowls of wine and meat were piled high. Bags of recently looted grain were casually stacked in the corner. The bandits all looked flushed, raising their wine cups and shouting loudly. Ha ha ha. Big brother is wise. Now we won't have to worry about food this year, said a bandit with a face full of flesh, biting into a chicken leg and shouting incoherently. Not just worry about food. We can exchange it for silver, and everyone will be happy for days, another added, causing a chorus of laughter and teasing. The leader sat on a tiger-skin chair, drank a bowl of wine, and wiped his mouth. Brothers, we had a good time, but don't forget, we caused quite a stir this time. We killed 3 soldiers, and the officials won't take it lightly. Next to him, a sneaky-looking clerk leaned in and whispered, Don't worry, big brother. We already pushed those 2 Northland dogs out. Leaving those things behind will keep the officials busy for a while. They'll think it was Northland spies who did it. The whole city is searching for spies, and they won't suspect it's us. We did a good job. The leader nodded but still warned, That's true, but we need to be careful now. The brothers patrolling the mountains should work extra shifts. Any new faces in the city must be checked thoroughly. Once this trouble passes, we'll reward everyone. Yes, big brother, the bandits cheered loudly and then sank back into joy. In Ningzhou, this place was poor. It was rare to make any money, and even the government office was so broke that mice wouldn't bother. Surprisingly, a wealthy prince from the capital was giving free grain and seeds to common people. That was a big help for them. Inside Ningzhou City, in a narrow cellar beneath an abandoned house, the air was thick and suffocating. What do we do? Tumu and the others failed. One is dead, and the other was caught. A scarred man whispered anxiously, Now the whole city is under strict search. We can't get out. They were originally cavalry from Northland. One day, they drank too much and accidentally flirted with their leader's wife. They never expected the leader to be so petty. He wanted to kill them. Desperate, they had no choice but to defect. After some discussion, they decided that since no one in Dakian knew them and they had food and women, they sneaked in secretly. Unfortunately, they didn't have official household registration papers for Dakian, so they couldn't live normally here. That's why they teamed up with the bandits outside Ningzhou City. The leader said if they did a good job this time, they could join them. The next morning, at several main street crossings in Ningzhou City, officials rang bells and posted new notices. Unlike before, when Ningzhou's notices were ignored, this time, a large crowd gathered quickly in front of the bulletin boards. Look at the government notice and see what it says. A woman carrying a vegetable basket pushed to the front, her face full of hope. Is there some kind of relief again? A thin, literate scholar was pushed forward by the crowd. He cleared his throat and read aloud. Public notice. Recently, bandits have been rampant. They raided the spring planting grains at Xingzi in the west of the city, killed 3 soldiers, and committed terrible crimes. The crowd stirred with shock, gasping and cursing. They even stole the grains, and they killed soldiers. This is going too far. The scholar paused, his face serious, then continued. After investigation, this was done by northern barbarians. These wolves have no peace in mind, trying to ruin our spring planting, destroy our livelihood, and invade our land. The words, northern barbarians, like cold water poured into hot oil, exploding in the crowd. Those northern dogs. It's them. Of course it's these wolves. I knew they had bad intentions. They killed our people and stole our grains. We must fight back. The long-standing hatred between the Great Dynasty and the northern barbarians ran deep. The border often saw conflicts, especially in Ningzhou, where many families had loved ones killed by the northern invaders. This hatred was carved into their bones. Now, hearing that the culprits were northern spies, everyone's anger grew. Some people felt worried. These northern barbarians had sneaked into Ningzhou City and killed soldiers. What about ordinary folks like them? Were they in danger too? But most were furious.
Search.
Find them all. Cut them into pieces. We must not let these beasts escape. Report every suspicious face to the officials. We can't let these northern dogs get away. Wei Yunyan, standing at a distance, looked worried and asked Song Enian, "Will doing this really not cause panic?" Song Enian looked at the noisy, excited crowd and said, "This is the fastest way to catch those people. Sometimes a little crisis is needed to awaken people's courage." He turned to Wei Yunyan and said, "If one day the Yanmen Pass falls, they must be united and brave enough to prevent themselves from becoming helpless lambs." Wei Yunyan was stunned, her thoughts drifting away. Long ago, her political teacher had also spoken about similar ideas. Her absent-minded look suddenly made Song Enian's heart feel tight. He raised his hand and pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. "What are you thinking? Why are you so lost in thought?" Wei Yunyan snapped out of her thoughts, her face changing. She raised her hand and pushed him away. Song Enian was caught off guard and staggered from her strong push. After steadying himself, he squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on Wei Yunyan. Her steps were unsteady, clearly not someone trained in martial arts. "I didn't know the princess had such strength," he said. "Prince, please behave yourself." "Don't touch me," Wei Yunyan said with a glare, then turned to leave. No one noticed that outside the crowd, a man with a worn scarf covering his face suddenly stiffened when he heard the words, "Northern D Scout." He quickly lowered his head, as if avoiding a plague, squeezed out of the crowd, and hurried into a nearby alley, leaving in a panic. "Bandits, they tricked us." A young man punched the damp mud wall in anger. "They said if we just show ourselves with some belongings, we'd get protection and money. I think they just want us to die for them." In a corner, a middle-aged man with weak breath looked up. He was the oldest among the escapees, named Amur. He sighed and said, "Anger is useless. It's too late to say all this now. The people of Dakian hate us deeply. If we're caught, we will definitely die." The one caught. "I don't know how long he can hold on. Are we just going to hide here forever, waiting to starve or be found?" the scarred man said hopelessly. Outside, the sound of soldiers marching in neat steps and shouting questions could be heard. Every noise made those inside the cellar nervous. After a long while, Amur's eyes flashed with determination. "We can't just wait to die. We must find a way to let the Dakian officials know the truth." "The truth? Who would believe us? To them, we are just northern wolves. Besides, we only helped those bandits kill a few soldiers," the young man snorted. "No, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. We can give useful information to their officials even. If needed, we can reveal the secrets of the cavalry." Amur's words made the two opposite faces change color. "Amur, do you forget how we were forced to leave the grassland? Because of that small matter. That scoundrel wanted to take our lives. But now you want us to beg another group of enemies for mercy." The scarred man gasped heavily, glaring fiercely at Amur. "Old man, are you starving for food, or are you so afraid of death that you've forgotten the pride of the eagle on the grassland? Even if we die, we can't betray our origins or sell out our tribe's secrets to the dry people." "Pride? Origins?" Amur's face flushed with an unusual red, and his cold gaze swept over the two young men, who were blinded by anger. His hoarse voice carried a hint of mockery. "Batel, Jiega, wake up. When we were forced to leave Beatty, the grassland had no place for us anymore. That big landowner who wanted to kill us just because we drank too much and touched his woman, did he ever think about kinship? When the royal guards chased us, did they care about our tribe?" He raised his hand and pointed at the damp soil beneath their feet. "Look at us now, hiding like rats in the dry people cellar. Outside, there are people eager to catch and kill us. We have no home, no tribe left. All we have is this worthless life, ruined by one drunken mistake. Living, surviving, that's everything. Our only value to the Great Dry now is that we used to be the Beatty cavalry. We know the royal court's patrol routines, the routes and shift times of the border patrols, and even which river valleys can bypass the watchpoints. These are far more valuable to the Great Dry officials than us, these broken remnants," her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Training was not easy, and each breath had to follow a complex rhythm. After finishing her internal energy practice, she exhaled loudly and steadily lifted what looked like a heavy stone lock, repeating some very tiring movements. With each effort, the muscles in her arms and back became tense and defined. Sweat dripped down her clear jawline, and her cheeks flushed. Qinyu stood at a distance under the corridor, arms crossed, initially just casually watching, thinking that the princess's sudden interest in martial arts was just a pastime for the noble lady, probably just for show. But as he watched, his relaxed expression gradually faded, replaced by shock. He knew very well how heavy that stone lock was. Even a strong guard who practiced with it for over 10 rounds would feel his arms go numb. Yet, the princess had been practicing for nearly half an hour, and her movements remained perfect. He didn't know before that the person teaching her was the princess of the Yu Kingdom. He had thought she was just a noble lady from some family. Someone capable of creating things that benefit the country and soothe the common people. Now it seemed her perseverance was not something ordinary people could match. Was she really just a young woman from a noble family? Or were all the noble daughters in the capital this tough? Qinyu couldn't help but sigh, saying, "Your Majesty's physical strength and perseverance are far better than those of the toughest guards in the agency." Wei Yunyun had just finished a set of exercises, put down the stone lock, and exhaled a long, clear breath. She turned to Qinyu and asked, "Master Qin, do you think I've passed the test after these 3 days?" Qinyu, still stunned, regained his composure and no longer looked down on her. He bowed respectfully, showing admiration for her strength. "Your Majesty, forgive me. It was my mistake to underestimate you earlier. The talent and perseverance you've shown far exceed my expectations. Not to mention passing the test. Even in the martial world, it would make many so-called heroes feel ashamed." Wei Yunyun took the towel handed to her by Chen Shui and wiped her face. "Master Qin, you flatter me. Since that's the case, I hope you will continue to give me guidance in the future." She was not proud. Everything she was showing now was thanks to the help of her system. Without this cheat device, she might have lived a miserable life, or even been killed in the previous assassination attempts. In the front hall of the prince's residence, Song Enian received news of a lead from a Northern D scout and was about to leave. At the entrance, the craftsman from the military workshop was pulling a cart full of goods, just arriving. Seeing Song Enian surrounded by many people, the craftsman respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Prince." Song Enian's gaze fell on the long wooden boxes being transported behind them. "What is inside these boxes?" "Your Highness, these are the improved crossbows that the princess previously ordered from our workshop. The first batch of 100 has just been completed. Trala has come to present them for your Highness to review." Song Enian gave Qinyu a look, signaling him to open the boxes. Qinyu stepped forward, opened the wooden box, revealing 10 uniquely shaped long bows neatly arranged inside, with dozens of shiny, sharp arrows beside them. Everyone's expression suddenly became subtle. These bows were exactly the same as the one the princess had previously given to Zwaruasia. Song Enian took a step forward, reached into the box, took out a bow, steadied himself, and nocked an arrow. He drew the bowstring sharply, and the arrow whistled through the air, shooting at a bare tree about 100 steps away. A man was about to visit his neighbor, a hunter, and chat with his wife, when suddenly an arrow startled him. He thought he had been spotted by the hunter and dared not look around, quickly turning to run. Song Enian lowered the bow and said to Gonwen, "They are not quite the same." Gonwen walked over, pulled the arrow from the tree trunk, and examined it carefully. He exclaimed happily, "Although it's not as powerful as the one Guardswa has, it's still much better than ordinary bows and arrows." Song Enian pondered for a moment and said, "Then distribute these bows and arrows for use." Gonwen responded and was about to step forward to move the box. A craftsman hesitated and said, "Your Highness, these bows and arrows haven't been reviewed by the princess yet." The steward ordered that the princess must see them in person. The materials used for these bows were not up to standard, and the steward was worried about potential issues. He insisted they be delivered directly to the princess. If the bows were taken away at the door by the prince, and there was a problem with them, he couldn't bear the responsibility. He might even be expelled from the workshop. Gonwen paused. What was wrong with this person? Was his command from the prince less effective than the steward's? He looked at Song Yinyan, waiting for his instructions. Song Yinyan's gaze swept over the anxious craftsman's face. He showed no anger, only a faint, amused smile. Gonwen, take a sample and send it to the princess for review. Count the rest and distribute them accordingly. Yes. Gonwen immediately waved his hand, and his subordinate stepped forward to take the wooden box. The craftsman's face turned pale. He wanted to say something, but when Song Yinyan gave him a faint glance, he shivered and swallowed all his words. At the martial arts training ground, the craftsman held a single composite bow and reported to Wei Yunyan about how the prince had intercepted and taken away the entire batch of bows and arrows. Wei Yunyan listened, her brow slightly furrowed. Your Majesty, the prince took all the bows and crossbows directly. If something goes wrong, it's fine. Wei Yunyan picked up the bow, examined it, and ordered, tell the prince that this batch of bows is slightly lacking in material and continued use might cause damage.
Just let him know.
Next to her, Qin Yu was immediately drawn to the appearance of the composite bow. He had dealt with weapons all his life and had never seen a bow with such a structure. Your Majesty, what is this? Master Qin also uses bows and arrows? Wei Yunyan asked, noticing his interest. A little familiar with them. Then give it a try, Wei Yunyan said, handing him the bow and arrows. Qin Yu took it, carefully examined the structure of the bow, then picked up an arrow, aimed at the target in the middle of the training ground. With a whoosh, the arrow sank deep into the wooden board. Qin Yu looked at the nearly pierced target in the distance, then looked down at the bow in his hand, his eyes filled with amazement. The personal guards of Song Yinyan, all with a serious and stern look, headed in one direction. Passing villagers were confused and quickly moved aside. Only after the group had gone far did they start talking. That looks like our prince. What's going on? Recently, the whole city is on high alert. The officials are hunting the Northern D people. Looks like they've found them. I hope they catch them soon, or I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Let's follow and see what's happening. In the southern part of the city, in a rundown residential area, Song Yinyan's personal guards and soldiers surrounded the place. Arrows gleamed coldly in the dim light, pointing at every corner where someone might be hiding. Inside the cellar, Amor listened to the faint sounds of armor rubbing outside and exchanged glances with the other two men. The time has come, Amor said in a very low voice. Let's do as we planned. This is our only chance. Although Ge and Bader felt ashamed of this act of betrayal, they still nodded in agreement. Amor took a deep breath and suddenly pushed the cellar cover open. He gathered his strength and, with a strong northern dialect, loudly shouted outside. General outside, no need to search further. We are here. We are not northern spies who steal grain and kill people. That's the work of bandits framing us. We are willing to surrender and have important military information about the northern tribes. We only ask to meet the person in charge and find a way to stay alive. The soldiers outside froze in surprise, tightening their bows and focusing all their attention on the cellar entrance. Song Yinyan's eyes flickered slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. This was quite interesting. He raised his hand slightly, signaling a small pressure. All the bows aimed at the cellar shifted slightly. After a moment, a calm, cold voice sounded. Come out and speak. Any movement, and you will be killed without mercy. The cellar cover was slowly pushed open. Amor was the first to crawl out, followed by Ge and Bader. As they emerged, they were surrounded by bright swords and spears. Song Yinyan sat on a fine horse, looking down at the three northern men. You say you're not spies? How do you explain the grain at Xingzi and the lives of the three soldiers? And these? Song Yinyan raised his hand, tossing the northern bone tiles and silver jewelry he had previously found in front of the three men. Amor immediately knelt down with a thud, and Ge and Bader followed. Amor hurriedly said, General, please see the truth. We are fugitives from the northern tribes. We committed crimes in the royal court and had no choice but to escape into Dakian. The incident at Xingzi was done by bandits from the Black Wind village. They threatened to expose our identities and forced us to leave items pretending to be northern spies so they could take the blame.
We
are just their scapegoats. Really? Song Enian raised an eyebrow. Why should I believe you? We have proof. Amor quickly said, we know a secret path in Blackwind Village, used for smuggling and escape. We can show you the way. This was one of his prepared bargaining chips. If it was useful, he wouldn't reveal the cavalry's secret. King Song Enian replied calmly, Blackwind Village, I will deal with it myself. This is not enough to save your lives, Amor thought to himself. Sure enough, these Qian people are not good at fighting, but they are clever. He looked up, meeting Song Enian's sharp gaze, and gritted his teeth. We used to be cavalry under the Northern D's main camp. We know the route of the king's autumn pasture migration, the exact locations and rotation times of 3 border watch posts. We also know an elite cavalry unit of 300 men, which last month split into smaller groups and sneaked into several river valleys within 100 miles of the border. We know their exact positions. When he said this, the faces of the nearby guards changed. If this information is true, it is priceless. Finally, Song Enian's eyes showed a hint of change as he looked at Amor. Continue. Before Amor could speak, Bader suddenly knelt and took a few steps forward, bowing to Song Enian and speaking very quickly. We also know their methods of communication and some secret signals. General, we just want to stay alive. We have no attachment to the Northern D anymore. As long as you give us a way to live, we are willing to tell everything we know, even help you identify the infiltrating cavalry. Amor and Yaij stared at Bader's back, looking a bit stunned. Wasn't he always resisting surrender and betraying the tribe? What's going on? But Bader was thinking, since it has come to this, he wouldn't be like Amor, who still wanted to hold back. Why does the Northern D want to attack Dakian? Just for money, grain, and women? If he directly becomes this person's confidant, he might get money, grain, and women without much effort. He knew that men in Dakian could marry several wives. Song Enian remained silent, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the saddle. How much of what these 3 said is true? How much is false? But the information about the cavalry infiltration vaguely matched some of his previous, unclear knowledge from the border. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice cold. How can I trust that what you say is true? How do I know you are not spies from the Northern D who are pretending to surrender and providing false information to cause heavy losses to my army? Gon responded quickly. Prince, since keeping them is a risk, it's better to kill them directly. Armorer and the others' hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. They dared not move and shouted sharply, General.
No.
Prince. I dare not. I absolutely dare not. We just want to stay alive. How could we deceive the prince? All this information is true, Batel hurried to add. This Prince of Dakian, the team leader of the infiltrating cavalry, is named Badu. He has an old scar on his left cheek shaped like a wolf's claw and is very violent. Their usual signal is to carve a crescent moon pattern at the bottom of 3 trees arranged in a triangle. Song Enian's eyes were deep as he thought for a moment and said, I can temporarily spare you. The 3 of them suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with joy at surviving. Song Enian turned his horse around and quietly said to Qingyu, First, separate and imprison them. Watch them carefully. Then, record everything they just said, especially the location of the infiltrating cavalry, the position of the dark sentries, and their contact methods. Check and verify each detail. If there is even one falsehood. Before he finished, Qingyu quickly replied, Understood. As for Heifeng Village, Song Enian's gaze swept over the distant mountains outside the southern city. Let's use these new bows to test whether the bandits' heads are tougher than targets. A crowd pushed forward excitedly, not sure who led first. Rotten vegetable leaves, dirt, and stones rained down like hail on the 3 people being escorted. The 3 had to dodge constantly. The dirt hit their heads and bodies, hurting them, and their faces and clothes were covered in filth. This kind of insulting attack, like sparks, instantly ignited their deep-seated anger. After all, they were once elite cavalry under the Northern D King's command, having spilled blood of the Dakian border people, participated in plundering and killing. How could they be treated with such disrespect now, as if they were mere two-legged sheep by these civilians? Their eyes showed clear signs of violence and murderous intent. Especially Go, whose bloodshot eyes, filled with anger and frustration, glared fiercely at an old farmer throwing dirt. The old farmer instinctively stepped back in fear, showing a look of terror. The people beside him also saw Ji's hateful, almost feral gaze, the twisted scars on his face, and his wild, aggressive attitude.
It
Still dare to glare. These northern D-beasts. Even now, they're so arrogant. Beat them to death. Let's see if they're still so fierce. Some even grabbed sticks from the roadside and threw them more fiercely. Enough, everyone. The prince still needs to question these people.
Calm down.
Qingyu loudly stopped the overly excited crowd, shielding them from flying objects to prevent them from being beaten to death on the spot. Amid the chaos, a palace guard on horseback pushed through the crowd with difficulty. Master Qingyu. The guard looked around hurriedly and asked anxiously, "I've been sent by the princess to find the prince. I have urgent news. Where is the prince right now?" Song Inian led the way on horseback. Ganwen followed closely behind. Over 100 elite guards and palace soldiers moved silently, their horses kicking up dust as they headed straight for Hefeng village outside the southern city wall. Song Inian had already learned the details about the bandits outside the city. The bandits at Hefeng village numbered around 150 or 160. They had been busy handling more urgent matters earlier and hadn't dealt with these bandits. He didn't expect them to dare to collaborate with the Northern D people to raid grain and kill officials and soldiers. When they reached the foothills near Hefeng village, Song Inian dismounted quietly, and the team slipped in silently. Backyard of the royal residence, Wei Yunyun, after washing away her fatigue from training, brought Qin Feng to the dungeon. The black-clad man who provided the information was now barely alive, surrounded by many faces in the cells. Everyone was glaring at him angrily and cursing non-stop. The black-clad man ignored them all. When he saw Wei Yunyun's figure, his dead eyes suddenly shone with a bright light.
Princess.
"Princess, I've told you everything I know, just as you asked." Wei Yunyun understood what he wanted to say and raised her hand to stop him. "Your mother and younger brother will be fine." She didn't expect that Zhao's background was connected to a high-ranking official in the court. Even the supervisory agency, like the censorate, was involved in corruption. Most officials in the court of Dakian probably had some dirty secrets. Hearing Wei Yunyun's words, the black-clad man relaxed and closed his eyes in resignation. Wei Yunyun's gaze fell on him as she silently thought, the corruption in the court. Song Inian probably knows a lot about it, right? Is he deliberately staying away from the capital because of this? Is he trying to secretly gather strength? Did he come to Ningzhou on purpose? As Wei Yunyun pondered, Qingyu led in 3 battered people. In the dark, damp dungeon with flickering flames, the cold figure surrounded by a crowd looked like a beam of moonlight in the night, instantly catching the attention of Amor's 3 men. Her delicate, flawless side profile flickered in the firelight, her snow-white skin like the finest mutton fat jade. She was completely different from the common prairie women, weathered by wind and sun into reddish-brown. Her noble and slightly commanding aura was something they had never seen before. Bader was stunned, his eyes showing obvious amazement and greed, and his mouth unconsciously slightly opened. Their fixed gaze was immediately noticed by Qin Feng. His face darkened instantly, and he sternly shouted, "How dare you?" Bader, still dazed by the amazement, kept staring at Wei Yunyun and even subconsciously swallowed. This action angered Qingyu, who slapped Bader without hesitation. "You fool! Even the princess you dare to covet." Qin Feng forcefully struck Bader with his sword sheath, saying, "If you don't want your eyes, then dig them out." Wei Yunyun also felt physically uncomfortable under their gaze. Seeing their strange clothing and appearance, she asked Qingyu, "Are they spies from the Northern D?" Qingyu nodded and briefly explained what had just happened. "The Northern D cavalry," she muttered, then suddenly raised her voice urgently. "Where's the prince?" Qingyu immediately replied, The prince has personally led troops to the Black Wind village in the south to fight bandits. Wei Yunyun's heart sank, and she felt a bad premonition. Even if these 3 Northern D people are telling the truth, if their escape from Ningzhou is discovered, the Northern D cavalry might change their plans, alter their secret signals, and send more people. At this moment, Song Yinian had left the city with only about 100 people. The news about the hidden dangers of the composite bows had not yet been passed to him. She took a deep breath, suppressing her worries. From her understanding of Song Yinian, he should be able to consider these issues, so there was no need to worry about him. Instead, the supplies and grain stored in the government warehouse, which he previously mobilized, should now be fully prepared. She opened the system panel. Infinite grain warehouse. 1 day remaining. This grain warehouse must not be wasted. It needs to be used to its fullest before it expires. The first batch of swords and knives made by the military workshop should also be nearly finished. Since he is going to fight bandits, she decided to the grain and weapons to the border. The cavalry might have infiltrated, and the Northern D army could be planning to attack Yamengwen Pass. Thinking this way, she suddenly felt the urgency of time and hurriedly left the dungeon. She immediately ordered Chen Feng, bring the royal decree to the government warehouse, check the grain and supplies previously allocated by the prince, and load everything onto carts. Also, send someone to the military workshop to gather all finished and inspected swords and knives, and prepare them for dispatch. Why did he suddenly come back? Let him in, she said calmly, putting aside her thoughts. The door was pushed open. Zhuoruizhe, still covered in dirt and mineral dust on his clothes, knelt on one knee and bowed with clasped fists. Greetings, Your Majesty. No need for formalities. Wei Yunyun raised her hand and looked at him. How is the mine doing? Reporting to Your Majesty. The first batch of ore has been dug out, and the amount is much more than expected. Hearing this, she did not feel happy but frowned and asked, since that's the case, you should stay at the mine to ensure everything is safe. Why have you come back personally? Zhuoruizhe's expression turned serious. He lowered his voice. Your Majesty, I dare not leave my post. I risked coming back because the mine is very important and I couldn't let others pass on the message. Your Majesty, during the mining process, we found this. He took out an object wrapped in thick cloth from his and slowly unwrapped it. On it was a piece of shiny, hard mineral with strange patterns on the surface. Is this a piece of rare iron ore? Zhuoruizhe nodded heavily. Yes, Your Majesty. But this mineral vein is complicated, and mining it is very difficult. It's easy to cause a collapse. Our current manpower and experience are not enough. I dare not hide the truth, nor do I want this news to spread. I had to come back myself and report this to Your Majesty. That's very good. The news must not be leaked, Wei Yunyun said decisively. I will handle the miners. You rest immediately. Tomorrow morning, take a team back to the mine. Increase security, slow down the mining, and prioritize safety to protect the mineral vein. Zhuoruizhe hesitated and did not accept the order. He clasped his fists. Your Majesty, my duty is to protect your safety. Wei Yunyun was surprised and asked, Are you unwilling to oversee the mine? That's true. Zhuoruizhe was skilled in martial arts, and his archery was superb. It was a bit unfair to have him guarding deep in the mountains and forests. He looked up with sincere eyes. Your Majesty, I am not unwilling. But the mine is very important. When you returned to the city last time, your guards were weak, and that gave thieves a chance. Now the border is unstable, and there are spies from the northern tribes in the city. If anything happens to Your Majesty during this time, I would be unable to answer for it. The princess kindly asked her subordinate to stay in the residence to guard, and suggested sending someone else to oversee the mine project. Wei Yunyun leaned back tiredly, staring at the map showing the location of Yanmen Pass. She touched her temple and said, But right now, there is no one available to go to the mine. She felt like a from Africa, as since arriving in Ningzhou, she had not had a moment of rest. As a time traveler with a system, shouldn't she be the destined heroine, easily reaching the top of her life without trouble? Your Highness, I would like to recommend someone, a subordinate said. She looked up at Zhuoruizhe, signaling him to continue. There is a guard under the prince's command named Zhou Chao. He is calm, capable, skilled in martial arts and very loyal to the prince. Sending him would be a safe choice. She sighed and rejected the suggestion. All the prince's guards are currently with him, out of the city fighting bandits. Zhuoruasia looked at her, moving his lips as if to insist further. Seeing his struggle, Wei Yunyan said, "Since that's the case, I won't insist. The mine project can't be delayed. Go to the government office and ask Qinfeng to handle it." "Yes. Thank you, Your Highness." Just as he was about to leave, Wei Yunyan stopped him. "Oh, by the way, where are the first batch of ore now?" "Reporting to Your Highness, they are being transported to Ningzhou military workshop." A hint of understanding flashed in Wei Yunyan's eyes.
"I see.
Go find Qinfeng and explain the situation with the mine clearly." After he left, Wei Yunyan stood up and said to Chunxue, "Prepare the carriage and head to the military workshop. Also, load that large object covered with oilcloth in the west warehouse onto the cart and bring it along." At Ningzhou military workshop, Li Mao was busy with a group of craftsmen and apprentices gathered around the newly delivered iron ore. He was both happy and worried. The ore was of excellent quality, much better than before. But how could they quickly break these incredibly hard chunks into sizes suitable for smelting? Traditional hammering and chiseling were too slow. The workshop had fewer than 100 blacksmiths, including nearly half of the newly recruited apprentices, so the forging process might be delayed. "Princess is here." Hearing the announcement, Li Mao hurriedly went out with Zhang Taitu to greet her. Wei Yunyan signaled them to look at the cart behind, which carried a strange, large object. "Your Highness, what is this?" Li Mao asked curiously. The oilcloth was lifted, revealing a large, intricately designed object made entirely of thick iron. On top, there was a big funnel-shaped opening for feeding materials, connected below to several cast-iron rollers with fierce-looking teeth. Behind the rollers were multiple layers of sieves. On one side, there was a large wooden lever that needed several people to push, connected through gears to an internal crushing mechanism. This was the ore crusher she had previously signed in for. Wei Yunyan pointed to the large chunks of ore piled in the workshop and patted the ore crusher. "This thing is used to break these ores." The craftsmen looked at each other in surprise, curious about the ore crusher. "Can this thing really crush stones?" Wei Yunyan didn't explain much. She ordered someone to move the ore crusher to the open space in the middle and said, "Put the ore into the feed opening." Then, 8 people, split into 2 groups, take turns pushing the lever. A few strong men pushed a hard, millstone-sized piece of ore into the feed opening. 8 others followed orders and pushed the lever with effort. The gears engaged, and the cast-iron rollers inside started turning slowly. A sharp, cracking sound immediately came from inside the machine, as if some giant beast was chewing on rocks. People who heard this for the first time were startled, holding their breath and staring wide-eyed. Below the machine, evenly crushed ore particles poured out like a flowing stream, quickly forming a small pile on the ground. The large chunks of ore disappeared completely. "Is it crushed?" Li Guanshi stared in amazement, almost tongue-tied. "Just like that. It's broken? So quickly? And so fine? Could there be some kind of divine creature or monster inside? This mortar is now in your hands," she said to Zhang Taitu and Li Mao. "Arrange for people to take turns and get familiar with the operation quickly." "Yes, I understand." After giving instructions, Wei Yunyan turned and walked toward the warehouse, where all the finished products from this period were stored. Bundles of sharp standard waist knives were neatly stacked, tall piles of sharp spearheads, and some newly assembled composite bows. Count the items, record them, and load everything onto the carts. As soon as she finished speaking, the accompanying officials and soldiers from the military workshop immediately started working. "Your Majesty, all weapons have been counted and loaded. There are 800 waist knives, 1,500 spearheads, 30,000 arrowheads, 50 composite bows, and 200 sets of light armor," reported a clerk holding a ledger. Wei Yunyan looked at the ledger and nodded with satisfaction. "Send the composite bows to the government office. The strength of the composite bows is not enough. They need to wait for better quality iron to be delivered and crafted before they can be sent to the front lines. If they during battle, the consequences." Thinking of this, she said to Li Mao and others, More ore will be delivered continuously. The forging of the composite bows must use the best materials. The military workshop's task will become heavier. I want you to spare no effort. Use all resources and forge as many as possible, as quickly as possible. Li Mao bowed and replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. With this divine weapon's help, we will do our best, work day and night, and never delay your important affairs." Wei Yunyan nodded, glanced at the busy workshop, then turned and got into the carriage. She left the military workshop and met with Zhuoruasia, who had taken on Qin Feng's task. "Your Majesty, all the grain and supplies have been counted and loaded. The convoy stretches nearly a mile." He looked worried. Relying on only 500 soldiers for protection may not be enough. If we encounter bandits or other unexpected events along the way, it will be hard to handle. Hearing this, her brows furrowed slightly. "Then, select 50 skilled archers and give them the composite bows made by the military workshop. You will lead the team personally, Princess," a voice called out. She turned her head and saw Qin Yu walking steadily toward her. He saluted Wei Yunyan, looked around, and asked, "I heard some noise from the estate. What has happened?" Seeing Qin Yu, Wei Yunyan's eyes brightened. "Master Qin, how many bodyguards does your agency currently have?" She explained that she planned to transport grain supplies to Yanmen Pass, but lacked enough guards. Qin Yu quickly replied, "I have some influence with the major agencies in the city. If your Majesty trusts me, I can immediately find their head guards and hire a strong team to help the supplies. That would be perfect." "Thank you, Master Qin. Your Majesty, please wait." Before she finished, Zhou Maokai hurried over, panting and holding his official robe. "Why are the city soldiers and officers frequently being moved?" "Did something happen?" He explained that he wanted to gather some officers to assist, but found the government offices almost empty. "The city's defenses. I am truly worried. I come to ask your Majesty for instructions. Large-scale troop withdrawals leave the city vulnerable. If trouble arises now, the consequences could be terrible. Master Qin, as you suggested, hire the guards. I leave this matter entirely to you. Use the silver from the palace treasury. Hurry and select capable men. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will handle it properly." Qin Yu clasped his fists, eyes shining with determination, then strode confidently toward the Wei Yuan agency. She then looked at Zhou Maokai. "Lord Zhou, I am about to transport grain and weapons to Yanmen Pass to strengthen the border defenses. The city's defenses must be reinforced." Zhou Maokai was shocked to hear that Wei Yunyan planned to personally the supplies to the border. He hurriedly bowed and tried to dissuade her. "Your Majesty, this cannot be. The bandit problem in the interior is not yet resolved, and there might be war at the border. It is too dangerous. Your Majesty, your life is precious. You should not risk yourself." He paused, gritting his teeth. "Let me go instead. I may be unworthy, but I will do my best to ensure the supplies and weapons reach safely." Wei Yunyan shook her head gently, her gaze flickering over Zhou Maocai's heaving chest and the sweat on his forehead. "Lord Zhou, you are more familiar with the city's civil affairs. You need to oversee the daily matters. He is old and not in good health. Pushing him too hard might make things worse. If he goes, he could become a burden. Since the city's defenses are short-staffed, Lord Zhou, you should immediately summon soldiers to maintain order. The city's security is a top priority." Zhou Maokai instinctively touched his rapidly beating heart, thinking about the possible sandstorms and weapons at the border, and was momentarily speechless. But he considered that Princess Yu was just a weak woman and could still go to the frontier. He moved his lips, wanting to continue requesting permission to go. Wei Yunyan raised her hand to stop him. "Sir Zhou, you should not delay any longer." The grain warehouse's deadline was approaching, and she still needed to handle matters at the grocery shop, ensuring enough food for winter. There was no time to wait. 2 northern cavalrymen, dressed in leather coats and covered in insect-repellent plant juice, led their horses along a nearly abandoned animal trail. They were on a mission to scout this area for possible hidden paths around the Yanmen Pass defenses. Suddenly, their ears twitched at a noise different from the natural wind, noises of clanging metal and human voices. Harbara raised his hand sharply, signaling Mu-Ren to stop. It was not wild animals but human sounds, and the sound of metal striking. Mu-Ren held his breath and listened carefully. From a distant mountain hollow, he heard the clanging of metal and faint shouts. They exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and suspicion in each other's eyes. Harbara made a hand gesture. Using the terrain and dense vegetation for cover, they cautiously moved toward the source of the sound. They dared not get too close, choosing a higher, wooded ridge. Through the gaps in the branches, they looked down. Below, in the mountain hollow, a busy scene unfolded. A large cleared area had been cut out of the forest. On the exposed mountain surface, a man-made mine entrance was clearly visible. Around the entrance, a simple wooden platform had been built. Several burly men armed with swords patrolled back and forth at a height, their eyes alert as they scanned the surrounding forest. Key entrances to the mine were also guarded.